Zhou Jiangnan, age 38. A longtime fixture on highway construction sites. Life in the deep mountains and forests nothing but pouring concrete and drinking. There, they called him Engineer Zhou. Back 20 years, Zhou Jiangnan begins his niche from university. He rises to the pinnacle of success, standing atop the peak, laughing at life. Here, they call him Boss Zhou. When the once proud campus beauty, who wouldn't even spare him a glance, comes chasing after him in tears, Zhou Jiangnan finally realizes all that seems unattainable is merely the result of a doormat belittling himself. To love others, first love yourself. To admire flowers, first nurture them. If you're still chasing pure love after being reincarnated, your mindset is too low. Zhou Jiangnan is filled with boundless love for this world. Chapter 1. Do it, do it, do it. Late at night, the construction site of the third section of the Ronghai Expressway. The barbecue stall beside the side gate was still noisy and bustling. Plates and glasses littered the table as everyone raised their green bottles, surrounding a middle-aged man, hyping up the atmosphere. Come on, come on. The tunnel successfully gone tome. All thanks to Engineer Zhou's guidance. Everyone, another round bottoms up. Y'all just drink a bit less, all right? We've got an all-night concrete pour tomorrow. One bottle of beer down in a flash. The middle-aged man finally collapsed, vomiting foam. His sudden collapse startled everyone who was mid-chug. Engineer Zhou? Shit. Engineer Zhou is foaming at the mouth. Quick, some guys help carry him back to the project office. That night, Chief Engineer Zhou Jiangnan of Section 3 was declared dead in his prefab cabin. Cause of death: asphyxiation from vomiting. The next afternoon, early February, the lingering chill disturbed one's dreams. The hangover headache still clouded Zhou Jiangnan's consciousness. Hey, what the hell are you standing there for? Didn't you want to impress Zhao Wanwan? Get in there. A loud, mocking laugh rang out, followed by a heavy slap on his shoulder. Startled, the groggy Zhou Jiangnan shot up to his feet. Blinking open his eyes, the sunlight was blinding. He covered his face with his hand, swayed unsteadily, and plopped back down onto the stone steps, cursing, "Damn it, you bastards. I told you not to go to Annie Wong's barbecue. Their beer's watered down. You went behind my back to eat barbecue? You little bastard, you didn't even invite your old man for a drink. That's just unforgivable." Your old man? The hell? Who the fuck on the Ronghai Expressway, third section, dared talk to him? Engineer Zhou, so disrespectfully? Zhou Jiangnan scowled, lowered his hand, and saw a grinning, chubby face. His mood soured even further. What bad luck. Wasn't this fat bastard supposed to be enjoying life in the Maldives? Why was he back in the country already? Look at that pig face, smooth, fair, getting younger with age. Zhou Jiangnan, who'd been pouring concrete for 18 years, could practically be his grandpa. But the fat man kept jabbering on, his eyes fixed on a pretty girl. After 18 years, don't I know you? You couldn't hit a single basketball if your life depended on it. What, just because Zhao Wanwan challenged you to play, you have to go? If she said she wanted to see you fly, would you jump off a building? If she calls you soft, you take it seriously. But if I call you soft, you punch me. You little masochist. Hearing that nightmare name, Zhou Jiangnan's face turned icy. Li Pengfei, how many times have I told you? Don't mention her in front of me. Can a guy even sleep in peace? Get the hell out of my dream. Your dream? You're so drunk you can't see straight, man. Look around. This is the school playground, and there's a game happening. Just look at you. If you actually score one basket, I'll not only deliver that love letter for you again, but I'll also give you my brand new Bubageo 9188 electronic dictionary for free. Li Pengfei chattered on. Zhou Jiangnan looked at the cement playground and the banner hanging over the podium. Lingjiang No. 1 High School, 2005 College Entrance Exam 100-Day Oath Ceremony. He pinched himself hard, then slapped the fat man across the face. The resulting pig-like shriek made Zhou Jiangnan grin with delight. Perfect, perfect. So I've been reincarnated, huh? After reading hundreds of reincarnation novels, it's finally my turn. It's been too long. Finally, I've quit that job. Thinking of the years of endless, soul-crushing concrete work, Zhou Jiangnan couldn't help but get teary-eyed. You're the one getting slapped. Why are you crying? Sorry, I'm just so moved. Zhou Jiangnan grabbed Li Pengfei's hand, excited. Fatso, are you serious about that bet? Deliver the love letter again? No, the next part. One basket. I give you the electronic dictionary? Of course I'm serious. Let me tell you, the 9188 has this awesome game called Three Kingdoms Domination. Zhou Jiangnan stood up, staring intensely at Li Pengfei, making the other man squirm. Li Pengfei, you swear? I swear. What if I make two? Then you're my dad. You little bastard, just wait for your old man. Zhou Jiangnan brushed off his pants and excitedly stepped onto the court. After the oath ceremony, The friendly match was already going badly for Class 6, trailing by a large margin. Seeing him step forward, homeroom teacher Zhang Minfu looked pleased. Jiangnan, good job. Dewey twisted his ankle and has to come out. I'm glad to see you stepping up to the challenge. His beloved teacher, whom he'd seen cremated with his own eyes, was right here, full of life. The vibrant high school playground, the familiar face it was too much. The joy of rebirth overwhelmed him. Zhou Jiangnan grinned. Old Zhang, good to see you again. Good to see you again? I haven't died yet. Teacher Zhang's face turned black, his temple throbbing. Zhou Jiangnan, you look so sloppy, and you reek of alcohol. After school, write me a self-criticism and hand it in during tomorrow's evening study. And bring your parents. But let me enjoy my youth first. Zhou Jiangnan casually strode onto the court, utterly unfazed. His 4 teammates stared at him in shock. Teacher Zhang, maybe we shouldn't bring in a substitute. It's fine, we can play 4 and 5. Bringing in a deadweight might just backfire. Yeah, Zhou Jiangnan's never played ball. What if he twists his ankle too? He lives far away. It's inconvenient to bike. Can't play ball? Zhou Jiangnan chuckled. So what if he couldn't play ball 18 years ago? Before his reincarnation, he'd been known as the construction site Owen. Enough, you little bastards. Stop yapping. Let's finish this fast so I can claim my electronic dictionary. Zhou Jiangnan waved them off. Who am I guarding? Red number 8. Just stick to him. Pass the ball when you get it. Don't dribble. Don't shoot. Avoid fouls. Zhou Jiangnan, I respect you for coming up here to get humiliated for a school beauty. Fuck off. School beauty? More like a dog's tail flower. You're doomed. Zhao Wanwan's glaring at you. The game resumed. After a few rounds, Class 6 was crushed 80. Zhou Jiangnan ran back and forth a few times, not touching the ball once. His 4 teammates clearly didn't trust him. The construction site Owen benched on the court, forced into a passive role. This was bullshit. Zhou Jiangnan waved frantically. Pass the ball, you sons of bitches. Pass the ball. Give me the ball. Yeah, right. In response, his teammates just rolled their eyes. He didn't even get a chance to inbound. Just then, the opposing guard broke through with dazzling moves. Dribble, spin, jump smooth, little floater. It looked like another basket was going in. A white figure descended from the sky, a towering presence delivering a massive block. It was Zhou Jiangnan. What the fuck? All 4 teammates were stunned. This was the Zhou Jiangnan they knew. Explosive start, half a meter off the ground, clean and decisive. The spectators were stunned too. Is this what you call can't play ball? Liars should lose their whole family. Zhou Jiangnan held the ball, grinning. At that moment, he stood with the ball in both hands, backlit by the sun. It was the coolest pose of his rebirth. Chapter 2. The first cut of rebirth. Sever the tongue of the doormat. Shock. Disbelief. The court fell, deathly silent. Zhou Jiangnan smirked, blowing his bangs aside. Li Pengfei's right eyelid twitched violently. This was a sign of impending financial loss. He got lucky. It was just blind luck. Jiangnan passed the ball. Don't show off. Zhou Jiangnan's ears were filled with shouts. But, screw passing the ball. The defender was 3 meters away. At this level of defense, he could break through effortlessly, even with his 80-year-old grandma. Dribbling past midcourt, a teammate reached out at the corner. Zhou Jiangnan didn't even glance his way. Picked up the dribble. Faked a shot. Go ahead, let you shoot. If you make it, I'll eat shit standing on my head. The opponent mocked, sneering. Zhou Jiangnan jumped from beyond the 3-point line and sank a clean swish. Bro, cheating and begging aren't good habits. He shot back, then made a handed-over gesture to Li Pengfei. Li Pengfei nodded tearfully, then silently stood up and walked towards Zhao Wanwan, handing her a folded pink origami crane. Zhou Jiangnan's eyelid twitched violently, his mind exploding. A flood of terrible memories surged forth, tearing at his heart. Zhou Jiangnan, stop writing me letters. A grown man folding origami cranes like a girl? It's disgusting. What do you have? No grades, no family background, not even a spine. You're not a real man. I'd have to be blind to fall for you. Prove yourself? Then sign up. You're so tall, yet you hide when trouble comes. You're just mud that can't be propped up. What can a weak man like you ever do? Fucking hell. Reincarnated and immediately hit by his own boomerang. Zhou Jiangnan was on the verge of losing it. That name Zhao Wanwan. She'd haunted his entire life. Before his reincarnation, during his years studying civil engineering at a second-tier university, Zhou Jiangnan had honed his basketball skills. By junior year, he'd become a starter on the college team. With his sharp skills and good looks, Li Shiyu, the music school's campus beauty, pursued him. Everything seemed perfect, a match made in heaven. But the shadow of Zhao Wanwan lingered in his subconscious. Every time he was intimate with Li Shiyu, a voice would ring in his head. Zhou Jiangnan isn't a real man. Under this psychological suggestion, he truly wasn't. Again and again, Li Shiyu grew increasingly dissatisfied. After graduation, they drifted apart. Then, one time, half a year later, Zhou Jiangnan returned to the provincial capital from the construction site. She was already 3 months pregnant. Love is a beam of light, so green it makes you dizzy. Li Shiyu had an affair, and it showed no remorse, boldly declaring he never loved her, that someone else's shadow always lingered in his heart. Zhou Jiangnan chewed on a piece of green gum, unable to refute her. A rich man wrapped his arm around Li Shiyu and got into a car. Zhou Jiangnan just stared at the rear end of the Land Rover, lost in thought. That night, he drank heavily to numb himself. Then he spent his entire life savings on virtual gifts for a streamer named Su Cece, becoming the top donor and wildly squandering his life in a final, cathartic spree. They say the heart's ailment needs a heart's cure. Now, the root of his illness was right before him. He must never let it fester again. The first cut of rebirth: sever the object of affection, then the tongue of the doormat. Zhou Jiangnan's gaze grew resolute, a sudden, sharp aura making the sidelines erupt. He's so fierce. Shit. Zhou Jiangnan made a three-pointer? Wait, did you notice? His stance is so standard. His dribbling coordination is great. He doesn't look like a beginner at all. Fucking Zhou Jiangnan, he tricked us so badly. Who said he was the weakest guy in Class 6? His shooting and driving to the basket were spot on. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Zhou Jiangnan completely transformed. He dribbled through a double team, used a screen from a teammate, and moved to an open corner. Jumped, floater. The ball went in again. Shit, another three. His teammates were shocked, instantly finding their long-lost big brother. Then he drove left and right, superior in both speed and skill. Everyone's perception changed. No one doubted his ability anymore. Crossover, spin move, Euro step. Another 2 points. In 3 possessions, Class 6 answered with an 80 run. Wow, that number 18 is amazing. His style is so smooth. He's so handsome too. So cool. When did Class 6 get such a skilled basketball player? I've never seen him before. Unknowingly, a crowd gathered around the court. Many girls covered their mouths in amazement. Wan, stop listening to your MP3. Look, Zhou Jiangnan is amazing. Zhao Wan was pulled out of her headphones by her friend Linyu. She looked up and saw the radiant Zhou Jiangnan. At that moment, he got the ball again at the three-point line. Behind the back dribble, crossover to get past one defender. Then a fake pass to fool the big man inside. A smooth spin, accelerating into the paint. Good job, Jiangnan, easy layup. His teammate thought Zhou Jiangnan would go for a bank shot. Instead, he leapt high, both hands raising the ball overhead. Was he going for a dunk? Bam! A powerful dunk. The ball slammed into the net. He dunked. Holy shit, this bastard actually dunked. Awesome. The rim vibrated with a hum. Zhou Jiangnan landed, rubbing his wrist. His soles hurt. Damn, who poured the concrete on this court? Total garbage. Shit. Zhou Dad. Awesome. Brother Nan is awesome. What's Brother Nan? From now on, you have to call him Godfather. Wan. Zhou Jiangnan is so cool. Linyu grabbed Zhao Wan's arm painfully. Zhao Wan frowned. I see. You're so loud. Against the setting sun, she saw a Zhou Jiangnan she'd never known. Elegant, passionate, confident. Where was the timid, weak boy she'd always known? This boy, mocked as the fake flowery river willow for never playing basketball, was now shining so brightly on the court. So skilled, why had he been hiding it? Zhao Wan had a poor impression of Zhou Jiangnan. He started with good grades, but willingly fell into video games and novels, befriended delinquents, started dating early, always up to no good. An ordinary family background, no ambition, poor grades, a weak personality. Besides a decent face, he had no redeeming qualities. A good-looking guy like that was useless. He had no spark. But now he was clearly good at basketball. Zhao Wan saw Zhou Jiangnan's radiant smile in the sunlight. Despite her disdain, she felt a pang of regret. The most important thing now was getting into a good university. Basketball skills didn't add points. She shook her head, put her headphones back on to listen to English. The origami crane was unknowingly blown by the wind and stepped on under her foot. Zhou Jiangnan smiled carefree. He truly had to thank that completed tunnel. Like a bias strip, it had looped him back to his past life. Yesterday, the tunnel of the Ronghai Expressway's 3rd section was completed. Everyone went to Annie Wong's barbecue to celebrate. Then he woke up reincarnated. Since he was back at 18, he would absolutely not major in civil engineering again. Screw pouring concrete. Let whoever wants to do it. Who's engineer Zhou? Zhou someone will never work for anyone again. From now on, he be boss Zhou. As for the school beauty, Zhao Wan, If he became a doormat again, he might as well die. All the pent-up frustration and resentment of half a lifetime was being released right now. Drive, steal, dunk over. The opponents, seeing the score tied, were helpless. No one could stop him. In the final 3 seconds, Zhou Jiangnan faced a triple team, launched a deep three, and sank the game winner. Class 6 completed a miracle comeback amidst a storm of screams, winning against the odds. He walked toward the crowd, calm and confident. Everyone, let's get reacquainted. My name is Zhou Jiangnan, the Jiangnan of it's the finest scenery in the south. We meet again in the season of falling flowers. Chapter 3. When Brothers Become Indecent, a splendid poem. Indeed. In this very moment, the words resonate perfectly. Zhou Jiangnan has articulated it beautifully. Dear classmates, it is imperative for the youth to possess such fervor and tenacity. If our youth cannot soar, then what purpose does it serve? 100 days of diligent struggle promises a lifetime of ease. Mr. Zhang, our homeroom teacher, seizes this opportunity to invigorate the students of Class 6 in their final year. In this elite class, he harbors little concern for most. At the very least, a place in a respectable university is assured. However, among the few he frets over, there is the troublesome Zhou Jiangnan. This young rascal entered Lingjiang No. 1 high school ranked 53rd in the county, becoming a star pupil at the finest institution in the city. Yet, inexplicably, he has succumbed to idleness since entering high school. Initially captivated by online novels, he later fell in with the wealthy second-generation student Li Pingfei, frequenting internet cafes. Unsurprisingly, his academic performance plummeted, transforming a promising seedling into a crooked tree. At this rate, securing a spot in a prestigious university seems a formidable challenge, and it is indeed disheartening. Mr. Zhang observes Zhou Jiangnan, and the momentary pride he felt vanishes. This young rascal has just delivered an impassioned declaration, and yet, he immediately turns back to associating with Li Pingfei. Oh, how it pains me as a teacher. Zhou Jiangnan, what are you doing? Zhou Jiangnan snatched a brand new electronic dictionary from the hands of Li Pingfei. A broad smile plastered across his face as he tucked it into his pocket. This latest model, the budding High 9188 electronic dictionary, cost over 1,000 yuan in 2005, a considerable sum. Mr. Zhang notices the pained expression on Li Pingfei's face, expecting him to seek justice, only to be met with a loud reprimand. Li Pingfei, it is commendable that Zhou Jiangnan borrows your dictionary for studying. Do not wear such a begrudging expression. Quality items should be utilized wisely. In the hands of the unambitious, they are wasted. It is only right that classmates assist one another. You and Zhou Jiangnan are as close as brothers. You should share a bond of mutual benefit. Li Pingfei, feeling utterly defeated, could no longer hold back. Mr. Zhang, it is not as you think. And what is it then? I must report that Zhou Jiangnan has taken my electronic dictionary, not for studying English, but to play games. Mr. Zhang's temples throbbed with frustration, his lips twitching as he gazed at the perspiring Zhou Jiangnan. Jiangnan, is what Li Pingfei says true? Zhou Jiangnan shook his head, fondling his new dictionary. He is misrepresenting me. I am certainly using it to study English. Indeed, the teacher has not misjudged you. With just 100 days of effort, achieving a place in a second-tier university is well within reach. Before Mr. Zhang's words could fully settle, Zhou Jiangnan's subsequent remark interrupted. After I finish studying English, I will play games. Oh, wayward student, you little rascal, write 2 reflections on this matter, and you must summon your parents tomorrow. Mr. Zhang, furious, glared at Zhou Jiangnan, the joy of the class victory dissipating into disarray. He pointed an accusatory finger at Zhou Jiangnan as he stormed off the field. Li Pingfei, reveling in the misfortune, laughed uncontrollably. Jiangnan, you incorrigible scoundrel, why must you defy instruction? Ha ha. Hey, how many goals did I score just now? The chubby boy inquired. I haven't counted, but it must be several. Zhou Jiangnan replied. You scored a total of 13 goals and earned 29 points. Lin Yu, captivated, chimed in with admiration, while Zhao Wanwan couldn't help but roll her eyes. Zhou Jiangnan offered a gentle smile to Lin Yu. Did you hear that? 13 goals. So what? The chubby boy retorted. You said if I scored 2 goals, I should call you dad. From today onwards, I shall be your father, my foolish son. Zhou Jiangnan shot back. I curse you. As the competition concluded, it coincided perfectly with the end of the school day. Students residing in the dormitory were released for their evening break, and there would be no evening study sessions that day. In 2005, Lingjiang County had just opened a bus route, which only operated within the urban area. leaving students from the suburbs to ride bicycles or walk to school. Zhou Jiangnan pushed his bicycle alongside Li Pengfei, while the chubby boy wielded a racing bike equipped with gears. Jiangnan, I gifted you an electronic dictionary, but you should really play fewer games. If I fail to get into college, I can still inherit the family fortune. Do you truly wish to end up laying bricks? The mention of bricklaying made Zhou Jiangnan uneasy. He never wanted to hear those words again. It's called a rectangular prism directional movement engineer. Li Pengfei abruptly halted, scrutinizing Zhou Jiangnan's expression. What's wrong? You seem off today. Your tone is different from usual. How is it different? I can't quite explain it, but it sounds cocky, like the mature, manly vibe of my father. Exactly. Otherwise, how could I be your father? You little brat. Li Pengfei exclaimed, irritated. Zhou Jiangnan, equally agitated, grasped his shoulder with utmost seriousness. Say it again. I'm not here to be called a brat. I prefer you call me handsome. Suddenly, laughter erupted from behind, disrupting their banter. Zhou Jiangnan turned to see Zhao Wanwan and Lin Yu. The laughter belonged to Lin Yu, who was clad in a short-sleeved white t-shirt and school trousers. Her cheeks flushed from the heat. Zhou, I never knew you could be so humorous, she remarked. It is said that like attracts like, Lin Yu, a friend of the school beauty, was undoubtedly attractive herself, though overshadowed by Zhao Wanwan's brilliance. Zhou Jiangnan smiled at Lin Yu. That's because you haven't been close to me. Distance affects judgment. Oh, what kind of proximity ensures accurate judgment? It must be close enough. Lin Yu's face turned crimson, and she immediately lowered her head, too shy to utter another word. Zhao Wanwan shot Zhou Jiangnan a disdainful glare, appalled by his audacity. Disgusting. Xiao Yu, let us go. Zhou Jiangnan and Li Pengfei are not good people. Ignore them. She pulled Lin Yu away, her tall ponytail swaying in the air, backlit by the setting sun, exuding an air of pride akin to that of a peacock. Lin Yu, see you tomorrow. Don't be afraid. I assure you. I am not a good person. Zhou Jiangnan waved as he turned around only to find Li Pengfei glaring intensely at him. His eyes reddened, breathing heavily like a bull. What's the matter? You've changed. In the past, you would blush whenever you spoke to a girl, and you couldn't even dare to glance at Zhao Wanwan. Now, astonishingly, you have transformed into such a bold and audacious character, openly flirting with your deskmate. What transpired last night? Chapter 4. How to Break the Goddess's Halo. Last night. It was merely a sip of counterfeit liquor. Otherwise, how could I possibly encounter you again, you rascal? Facing Li Pengfei's puzzled gaze, Zhou Jiangnan displayed a paternal smile, his eyes narrowing as he was inevitably drawn into unflattering memories stirred by this rotund fellow. Indeed, what caused this change? Before becoming so brazen and frivolous, when did he succumb to weakness? He had once been a vibrant and sunny youth. Back in middle school in the town, he was regarded as the pride of the teachers, an object of admiration among classmates, and the top student in the entire town. He had won awards in mathematics competitions and spoken beneath the national flag. Before the age of 16, he was exceptionally accomplished. So when did this transformation occur? Perhaps it began with his encounter with Zhao Wanwan. As a naive adolescent, he willingly became a devoted admirer of the school beauty. Little did he know, her family background was superior, her popularity eclipsed his, teachers favored her more, and even her accomplishments surpassed his. She utterly dominated in every aspect. Hence, the age-old adage of social compatibility has persisted for centuries. Zhao Wanwan's brilliance was simply too dazzling. Initially, he could maintain eye contact for a few seconds, but gradually, he began to lower his gaze upon seeing her. His letters were rejected, his gifts of milk were turned down, his offers to help with chores were declined. After countless rejections, he became increasingly timid, ultimately losing himself amid her cold words. He succumbed to despair and self-indulgence. His fragile values crumbled, plunging him into self-denial. Consequently, he became the target of further disdain. Over time, he developed an inferiority complex and a timid personality, leaving him with psychological scars. Returning to the present, it seems that this rotund figure, Li Pengfei, is perhaps the only classmate who genuinely cares for him. Zhou Jiangnan felt a surge of warmth, and his gaze softened further. Hey, don't look at me with those eyes. I am not Zhao Wanwan. Li Pengfei exclaimed, retreating 3 steps in fright, his words tumbling over each other. Could it be that this fellow has repressed his emotions for too long? Fatty, stop mentioning Zhao Wanwan. She is nothing extraordinary. If you see her as a goddess, she will be a goddess. If you perceive her as a flower, she will merely be a flower. Zhou Jiangnan regained his composure and chuckled. In light of our father-son bond, allow me to impart a method to break the goddess's halo, ensuring that you will never falter in the presence of beautiful women. I don't believe it. You haven't even figured it out yourself, yet you wish to teach me? I dreamed about it last night. I just practiced it a moment ago, and you witnessed the results. So, would you like to hear it? Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up. Li Pengfei hastily approached, eager for guidance. While Zhou Jiangnan, pleased to play the role of a mentor, sought to eradicate the sycophant tendencies starting from himself. Let me tell you, some girls may appear glamorous on the outside, yet at home, they might be quite unkempt, discarding foul-smelling socks, neglecting to wash their underwear, not changing their sheets for a month, and possessing body odors. Even the most beautiful of women must attend to nature's call, and one can only imagine the scene where a lovely visage transforms into something grotesque, losing its luster. Li Pengfei indulged in this thought before quickly shaking his head, exclaiming, "Ugh, how revolting. Jiangnan, your method is rather distasteful, wouldn't you agree? Just tell me, does it work? It seems to have some effect. Thus, given your intellect, I find it challenging to elucidate sophisticated principles. I can only convey knowledge in this crude manner to implant it in your mind. Really? I can't shake the feeling that you're merely stringing me along. What a bore." Zhou Jiangnan, having purchased a serving of fried stinky tofu from a roadside vendor, casually offered Li Pengfei a skewer while munching away, urging him gently. "Consider this stinky tofu. It may smell foul, but it tastes delightful, much like some women who may not possess conventional beauty but have kind hearts, making them a joy to be around. Conversely, there are those who appear as sweet as lemons, yet are sour and unpalatable. In summary, have you grasped my point, fatty? Are you suggesting that I choose between attractive yet unremarkable women and those who are less appealing yet competent? Precisely. Well, I still prefer the attractive ones. I haven't come to any realization." Li Pengfei scratched his head, wearing an awkward yet polite smile. "Not enlightened? Then you've got it right." Zhou Jiangnan replied earnestly. "According to Maslow's hierarchy of needs, mere sustenance is insufficient. One must also enjoy good food." Stop. I can't comprehend your theories. Just get to the point. Desire follows satisfaction. Speak plainly. It is entirely normal to favor beauty. Humph. While your rhetoric is grandiose, you still prefer someone like Zhao Wanwan, don't you? Allow me to clarify. I appreciate beauty, but I no longer favor her. Sure, I believe that. As they passed a bus stop, Zhao Wanwan was waiting for her ride. Li Pengfei, with a mischievous glint in his eye, ambled over with the stinky tofu. "Li Pengfei, are you trying to kill me? Move that away, it reeks." Zhao Wanwan pinched her nose in disdain, puzzled by the antics of this hefty fellow. "Hee, stinky as it is, it's delicious," Li Pengfei said, relishing a bite. "Unlike some individuals who look appealing yet are far less enjoyable than stinky tofu." "What do you mean by that, fatty? Have the courage to articulate your thoughts." The campus belle felt a sense of implication in his words, sensing the underlying message. "It's not my assertion, it's Zhou Jiangnan's." He suggested that Zhao Wanwan is less palatable than stinky tofu. Li Pengfei hopped on his bicycle and sped away, laughing heartily. A water bottle came flying towards him, narrowly avoided by the agile fatty. Zhao Wanwan glared at the scapegoat. "Zhou Jiangnan, what is your intention? Comparing me to stinky tofu?" Zhou Jiangnan shot her a glance, but remained unresponsive, mounting his bicycle to depart. "Speak up. You were quite talkative this afternoon while playing basketball. Why the silence now? Too timid to voice your thoughts in person, resorting to slander behind my back. Coward. Who are you calling a coward?" The handsome lad retorted, visibly displeased. "You. Repeat that. Zhou Jiangnan, you coward. A feeble, spineless wretch. Then allow me to show you my strength." Anger flared within Zhou Jiangnan as he seized her hand firmly. "Ouch." Zhao Wanwan swiftly withdrew her hand, then, with a sudden motion, delivered a resounding slap. Zhou Jiangnan had anticipated this, and with a deft maneuver, he firmly grasped her hand. "Ah, Zhou Jiangnan, you scoundrel. I shall never harbor affection for someone like you. Is that so? Thank heavens." Li Pengfei observed their antics from a distance, utterly bewildered. Zhou Jiangnan caught up to him and kicked him. Zhao Wanwan remained rooted in place, seemingly frozen in time. Chapter 5. Do not mimic your father's mistakes, Jiangnan. I must commend you. You actually touched Zhao Wanwan's hand. It has finally dawned upon me. What have you realized? Women should not be indulged. One must take decisive action. You fool. Just wait until you step into the sewing machine. Zhou Jiangnan shook his head, bemused. How could a man in his 30s still be so easily unsettled by Zhou Jiangnan? Today, Li Pengfei had no intention of returning to the opulent mansion in the city. Instead, he chose to accompany Zhou Jiangnan to the suburban cement factory. The two engaged in lively conversation, their camaraderie evident. Zhou Jiangnan understood that even if he did not score today, as long as he spoke up, Li Pengfei would gift him the electronic dictionary. Their strong bond was also rooted in the legacy of their fathers. The limestone resources in Zhou County were abundant, and during the nationwide development boom, the government established a cement factory on the outskirts of the county. The factory's name was distinctly emblematic of its era, Zhou People's Cement Factory. Li Pengfei's father, Li Jiangguo, served as the factory director, while Zhou Jiangnan's father, Zhou Xiangdong, worked as a laborer there. If one were to delve deeper, Zhou Xiangdong could be considered a minor leader, as he was the team leader of a three-person group. In Zhou Jiangnan's memories, their fathers had initially been mere ordinary workers. However, during the state-owned enterprise reforms of the 1990s, Li Jiangguo took a bold leap, securing loans and connections to become the factory director. Over a decade later, he had become one of the wealthiest individuals in the county. In contrast, Zhou Xiangdong's excessively plain and honest demeanor kept him from advancing. He spent his life diligently producing cement, unable to muster the ambition to rise above his station. Had Zhou Xiangdong possessed even half of Li Jiangguo's audacity, Zhou Jiangnan would have long since become a wealthy heir. One could only say that every individual has their own destiny, and one could hardly blame the elder Zhou. Each person's fate must be shaped by their own efforts, while also aligning with the currents of societal progress. For instance, Zhou Jiangnan, returning with 18 years of experience, ought to leverage his inherent advantage of information disparity to alter his life's trajectory and achieve wealth. Otherwise, what was the point of his rebirth? It would be better to find a branch to hang oneself from and end it all. If Zhou Jiangnan had once lamented the loss of his chance to become a wealthy heir, he now felt no such turmoil. As they passed by a large truck, Zhou Jiangnan inhaled the pungent aroma of diesel fumes, his expression one of rapture. "Fatty, what brings you to the factory today? Is the mansion too uncomfortable for you?" "Oh, my mother went shopping in Rongqing, and there's no one to cook at home. I'd rather go to the factory to find my dad." "In that case, come to my house for dinner later." "Forget it. I'll grab something from the factory canteen and then come find you. But you should really come looking for me. I have something exciting to show you." Li Pengfei's enigmatic demeanor elicited a chuckle from Zhou Jiangnan. This portly fellow was undoubtedly once again flaunting some martial arts novel or gaming card he had procured from a back alley, eager to show off. It had always been the same with him since childhood. Very well, time to head home. Li Pengfei effortlessly sped along the pockmarked road, which had been battered by heavy trucks, riding his motorcycle. Zhou Jiangnan, on the other hand, was mounted on a heavily modified bicycle, struggling with every creak and groan. Burning through his energy, he had no choice but to stand up and pedal. Occasionally, a cement truck would pass by, and the two friends would each lean on one side to catch a fleeting boost of speed, the driver recognizing them and remaining unperturbed. These two rascals were quite notorious for their mischief at the People's Cement Factory, and if one were to rewind a decade or so, their antics would have been utterly unruly. The early summer sky lingered in twilight. Before long, two towering smokestacks came into view, emitting clouds of grayish-white smoke. This was the emblem of the Zhou People's Cement Factory, a symbol of home. According to the original timeline, due to his long years of labor at the factory, Zhou Jiangnan's father, Zhou Xiangdong, had been diagnosed with terminal lung cancer in 2013 and did not survive to see the new year. His mother, Luo Xiaoying, also passed away in 2021 due to respiratory failure for unforeseen reasons. Now, returning 18 years into the past, his parents were still alive. Zhou Jiangnan felt like a wayward traveler returning to his homeland, a mix of anticipation and anxiety stirring within him. After all these years, were his parents still in good health? "Fatty, I'll head home first. I'll find you later," he said. "All right, brother Zhou, fare thee well until we meet again," Li Pengfei responded, clasping his hands in farewell before darting off to the factory manager's office. This fool was clearly lost in his martial arts fantasies. With his backpack slung over his shoulder, Zhou Jiangnan ascended to the third floor of the employee dormitory and arrived at his doorstep. The sound of a spatula sizzling in the pan wafted from within. His mother, Luo Xiaoying, called out in a loud voice, "Old Zhou, go check by the window to see if Jiangnan is back yet. They didn't have evening classes today." "What is there to check? He is 18 years old now." Can he still be abducted and sold? This familiar lack of sentimentality was unmistakably his father, Zhou Jiangnan's style. Zhou Jiangnan pushed the door open. Dad, Mom. I'm back. Good to have you home. Master Huang, who drives the big truck, said he saw you and Peng Fei riding again. How many times have I told you not to follow behind large vehicles? It's dangerous. Luo Xiaoying's admonition was interrupted as her son enveloped her in a tight embrace, leaving her feeling inexplicably tense. Jiangnan, what's wrong? Were you bullied at school? It's nothing. Just missed you, Mom. He entered the living room, disregarding the dust on Zhou Jiangdong's work uniform, and embraced him as well. Old Zhou had never experienced such a display. Since his son turned 8, they had not been this close. Dad, you've worked hard. Zhou Jiangdong suppressed a smile. Feigning nonchalance, have you run out of pocket money? No. Today at school, I suddenly felt a sense of understanding. I realized how difficult it is to be a parent. And that's why I missed you both. Zhou Jiangnan set down his backpack and willingly went into the kitchen to help with the dishes. After a long pause, old Zhou finally managed to utter, Xiaoying, our son has grown up. He knows how to care for his old man. Luo Xiaoying removed her apron and wiped her hands on the table, then picked up chopsticks to serve a piece of meat to Zhou Jiangnan. Your son cares for you. I know you're happy. If you want to laugh, then laugh. Why pretend to endure? Zhou Xiangdong grinned and poured a small cup of white liquor, prompting Luo Xiaoying to retort, every day working with cement, it's no wonder you're so rough. Your smile looks worse than your cry. Despite her words, she still sent a piece of meat from her chopsticks into old Zhou's bowl. Zhou Jiangnan watched this scene with delight. The love between parents in this era is simple yet inseparable. Such feelings are not expressed through excessive words, but are reflected in the subtle nuances of daily life. Old Zhou had a few sips of liquor and became more talkative. Jiangnan, I heard there are only 100 days left until your college entrance examination. Do you have what it takes to enter a university? What are you talking about, old man? You know my capabilities. If I can't get into a university, I'll take your surname. I only asked because I know your potential. You were at the top of your class when you entered school, but now you've fallen to the bottom. What have you been up to? Old Zhou took another sip and continued with a raised voice. You can't compare yourself to Peng Fei. Zhang Wo has made a fortune. Peng Fei isn't worried about food, even without a university degree. Why worry about college if you can't get in? Exactly. You need to put in more effort, Luo Xiaoying chimed in. Do you want your son to learn to work with cement like you? Chapter 6. Old Zhou, the teacher asked me to pass on a message. Work with cement? Zhou Jiangnan's heart sank. Just as he had finally escaped the construction site, he found himself back home, 18 years ago, hearing that term again. Was this a sense of inexorable fate? Before he could argue, old Zhou interrupted. What is wrong with working with cement? That's a skill. Once learned, you won't starve. Be quiet. Do you want your son to be stuck at the factory, always in front of the furnace? Of course not. But I still hope he goes to university to study civil engineering. Zhang Wo told me that civil engineering jobs pay very well nowadays. What? Zhou Jiangnan felt numb. Was this truly his father? What kind of parent pushes their child into a pit of fire? He suddenly recalled that after repeating a year, he had the potential to enter a prestigious university, but due to food poisoning on the exam day, his score only allowed him to attend a regular college. When it came time to fill out applications, it was old Zhou who insisted on civil engineering. Some parents may fail their children, but others possess the power to lead them astray. Old Zhou's misguided choices resulted in Zhou Jiang missing the time to mourn later on. Civil engineering? Working with cement? I'd rather not have this father. Zhou Jiangnan glared at Zhou Xiangdong, and the atmosphere at the dining table suddenly turned tense. Hey, what's with that face? You brat? Old man, let me emphasize, whether in this life, the next, or the one after, even if I die, I will never work with cement or in construction. Not even Jesus could convince me otherwise. You really need to take it easy, don't you? Old man, why are you cursing yourself? I have my own plans for university. You and Mom don't need to worry. Just wait for the good days ahead. Luo Xiaoying, why do you not keep an eye on your son? His words are becoming increasingly reckless. Naturally, Luo Xiaoying shows favoritism towards her son, especially since Zhou Jiangnan's aspirations are not without merit. Engaging in construction work entails enduring the elements, with dust covering one on sunny days and mud clinging on rainy ones. With such striking good looks, her son ought to be in an office, enjoying the comfort of air conditioning. Who would wish for him to toil in the dust? I wholeheartedly support my son's ambitions. A life as a laborer holds no promise. Luo Xiaoying encouraged, Jiangnan, I have faith in you. Make the most of this remaining time. and you will surely secure a place in a second-tier university. Do not worry, mother. I will strive for a prestigious institution to make you proud. Zhou Jiangnan declared with conviction, noticing his father, old Zhou, silently pouring wine into his cup. Unable to resist, he snatched the bottle away. Old man, you ought to drink less. Having already poured, it would be wasteful not to drink. Pour me a cup, and I shall drink. He raised his glass and downed it swiftly, leaving Luo Xiaoying and old Zhou momentarily stunned. Zhou Xiangdong, look at the mess you've caused. Do you think not drinking would lead to your demise? Luo Xiaoying, flustered with concern, hurriedly attended to the situation, while old Zhou grew anxious. Their son consuming such a large cup of liquor could not end well. Zhou Jiangnan patted his mother's hand, and, maintaining his composure, sat down. Old man, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you that requires your support. Old Zhou, preoccupied with concern over his son's drinking, absent-mindedly responded with an affirmative grunt. In truth, it was not so much a discussion as it was a message from Teacher Zhang, who asked me to bring you to the school tomorrow. What does that entail? It is, as the saying goes, a request for a parental meeting. Old Zhou fell silent for a moment, setting down his chopsticks. You better come clean with me. What on earth have you done at school to warrant such a meeting? Zhang Minfu was my classmate in middle school, under normal circumstances. Why would he summon me to the school? Luo Xiaoying watched Zhou Jiangnan anxiously, fearful he might reveal something troubling. It's nothing serious. I merely astonished him while playing basketball today. You can play basketball? How come I've never heard you mention it? I taught myself. It's quite normal for you not to know. Under the watchful eye of Luo Xiaoying, the father and son reached a reluctant consensus. The following afternoon, Zhou Xiangdong would accompany his son Zhou Jiangnan to the school before evening study, to uncover what mischief this rebellious child had committed. After dinner, Luo Xiaoying and old Zhou cleaned up and washed the dishes. The living conditions in the workers' dormitory at the cement factory were modest, but the boiler provided hot water daily without charge. Zhou Jiangnan relished a refreshing shower in the cramped bathroom, then stared at his reflection in the mirror. His skin was smooth, with sharp features, and faint traces of soft, light blue facial hair hinted at the onset of adulthood. Aside from the depth in his gaze that belied his youthful age, he was the quintessential 18-year-old. His abdomen was flat, with subtle hints of abdominal muscles. His thick hair, styled in the then popular F4 fashion, cascaded down to cover his ears. What a ridiculous hairstyle. I feel embarrassed just looking at it, Zhou Jiangnan suddenly cursed. Leaning closer to the mirror to scrutinize his reflection, tomorrow, I shall get a haircut and completely reinvent myself. A new life begins anew. Put in some effort. You already possess the foundation from your previous studies. Strive to gain admission to a prestigious 985 university and accomplish great things. And as for CC, if fate allows you to encounter her again, cherish her in a golden chamber. She must not return to the realm of internet fame. Which university did she graduate from? Ah, the Linen Media College. Indeed, that is the one. Thus, I shall endeavor to gain admission to Linen University. As for Zhao Wanwan, she has long been cast aside into oblivion by Zhou Jiangnan. What of the school belle of Lingjiang No. 1 High School? She is not a fleeting indulgence. Zhou Jiangnan is resolute in his refusal to be a sycophant any longer. There are countless women in the world. Once he escapes the confines of Lingjiang County, a vibrant world awaits him, teeming with beauty, especially in the Jiangnan Linen region, where elegance and allure abound. Everything one could desire is within reach. My name alone, Zhou Jiangnan, signifies my destined path to Jiangnan. The second-tier institution I attended in my past life is not worthy of my consideration. I shall not even fill it in as a third choice. Dressed in a refreshing t-shirt and shorts, Zhou Jiangnan stepped out in flip-flops. Luo Xiaoying hurried out to inquire. Where are you off to, my son? I'm going to find Li Fatty. Don't worry, Mom, he replied, waving her off as he strolled towards the factory manager's lounge. As the manager of the cement factory, Li Jiangwo's office is adjacent to the lounge, which is fully furnished with 2 rooms and a hall. He resides there when not in the city. Upon knocking, Zhou Jiangnan startled Li Pengfei, who was engrossed in fiddling with the television. What are you doing, Fatty? Why the DVD? Li Pengfei quickly pulled him inside, peered out the door, and then locked it. Jiangnan, I share this with you as a brother, but you mustn't speak of it outside. Zhou Jiangnan chuckled. Was this fool treating it like a national treasure? He nodded as Li Fatty activated the DVD, and 4 dazzling characters illuminated the screen. The Lantern Grass Monk. Zhou Jiangnan's gaze deepened. It was indeed a prized possession. Chapter 7. A Bad Omen Fatty. Where on earth did you acquire this? Zhou Jiangnan stroked his non-existent beard, somewhat taken aback. In the 1980s, the Hong Kong region produced numerous classic romantic art films, epitomized by the strange tales from a Chinese studio series and the urban beauty series represented by Yi Yuqing. Including titles like Ghost Wall, the era was indeed resplendent with stars. However, such discs are deemed contraband on the mainland. Those who possess them often keep their treasures closely guarded, unwilling to share. This fatty has some unorthodox connections. Hey, don't concern yourself with where I got it. Just tell me, is it impressive or not? Impressive, so what are we waiting for? Let us begin. Zhou Jiangnan approached this with an appreciation for art. While Li Fatty mistakenly assumed he was overly eager. With a look of disdain, he remarked, Jiangnan, I knew you were pretentious. This just reveals your true nature. You lecherous fiend. Zhou Jiangnan chose to remain silent and leisurely settled into an old sofa. To enjoy such a film, one must adopt a comfortable position, otherwise, discomfort would surely ensue. Li Pengfei, this naive youth, naturally lacked experience in such matters. Initially, he merely stole a glance out the window, only to become utterly captivated, completely lowering his guard. Meanwhile, Zhou Jiangnan maintained a vigilant observation, cautious of the potential return of Uncle Li Jiangguo, who could catch them in the act. As the story reached its climax, Li Pengfei's face flushed, panting heavily like a boiling kettle, on the verge of bursting at any moment. Zhou Jiangnan silently chuckled, recognizing that this rotund fellow might very well be sowing the seeds for a life of yachts and young models from this very day forth. Those seasoned in life understand the profound impact such a scene can have on a youthful, impetuous lad. The effect is akin to casting this hefty individual into the depths of Hiroshima. Zhou Jiangnan clearly observed the exhilaration manifesting as a nosebleed in Li Pengfei. This chubby fellow had, it seemed, dined for naught this evening. Wiping away the blood, Li Pengfei, blushing with embarrassment, remarked, Jiangnan, why are you so composed? Have you seen this before? No, Zhou Jiangnan promptly denied, shaking his head. Look at you, getting so flustered over such an ordinary sight. Aren't you afraid of being swindled by young models and losing everything? Li Pengyu, having heard his friend mention young models several times today, could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, you keep talking about young models. What exactly are they? Zhou Jiangnan hesitated for a moment. Young models are simply very young and beautiful women with great figures. Li Pengfei, puzzled, responded. Aren't they just the models we see on television? Not quite. Never mind. You wouldn't understand. Just imagine if Zhao Wanwan were a model. That would embody the essence of a young model. Oh, had you said so earlier, I would have understood. That sounds far more thrilling than this movie. Once the film concluded, Li Pengfei felt an unsettling discomfort, an inexplicable urge to vent his emotions. Perhaps a cold shower would do you good. You seem a bit overheated. Zhou Jiangnan suggested. All right, it is rather warm. I'll take a shower, you can watch TV. Li Pengfei rushed to the bathroom. And soon the sound of the shower echoed through the room. When he emerged, Zhou Jiangnan was engrossed in a game on his electronic dictionary. The Era of the Three Kingdoms. Jiangnan, I've realized you possess quite the talent for gaming. I've played this game several times and couldn't conquer a single city. This only proves that intelligence varies among individuals. Is it so difficult to admit you're not as clever as I am? You insolent brat. On Li Pengfei's insistence, Zhou Jiangnan opted not to return home that night. The two 17 or 18-year-olds sprawled on a bamboo mat atop the roof, enjoying the evening breeze beneath a canopy of twinkling stars. Zhou Jiangnan, resting his head in search of the Big Dipper, reclined with his right leg crossed over his left, embodying leisure and tranquility. In contrast, Li Pengfei was far from serene. The refreshing effects of the cold shower had worn off, and his restlessness resurfaced. Jiangnan, what do you think women really smell like? It's just like riding a bicycle. After a while, you grow weary of it. Really? How would you know? If you don't believe me, why even ask? It's not that I don't believe you. I merely wish to broaden my horizons. Damn it, how are you older than me? Jiangnan, the college entrance examination is approaching, and I estimate that I can only manage to enroll in a vocational college at best. What is wrong with that? You have such a large factory waiting for you to inherit. Those who pursue a bachelor's degree will eventually work for you. Indeed, if you join me, I can at least arrange for you to be the deputy factory manager. Nonsense. By the time you inherit the factory, I'll have grandchildren on the way. Your grades are only slightly better than mine. My father always says that it's difficult to find a job with a regular third-tier university degree. I will get into a prestigious university. If you do, I'll be your grandson. Jiangnan. Hey, why do you have so much to say, fatty? You're rambling more than a scholar, and it's giving me a headache. Be quiet and observe the stars. What is so fascinating about the stars? They can foretell fortune and misfortune. Li Pengfei, intrigued, quickly interjected. What do you see? Zhou Jiangnan glanced at him. You have an ominous sign. Are you slyly insulting me again? No, your lamp is still in the DVD player. Uncle Li should be back by now. Ah, Li Pengfei leapt up, agile as a piece of five-spice pork, and dashed into the hallway. After a while, he returned to the rooftop, dejected. He really came back. Now he doesn't dare to retrieve the disc. I'll wait until he leaves. Good luck. The early summer evening breeze is refreshingly cool, quite delightful. Li Fatty is a born chatterbox, incessantly babbling. Eventually, he claimed to be tired, and soon the sounds of snoring filled the air. Zhou Jiangnan pondered his last question. Jiangnan, will you still write letters to Zhao Wanwan? She never even glances at them. I don't want to help you deliver them anymore. It's too embarrassing. Write a letter? What nonsense. I'm not naturally inclined to seek discomfort. It's hard to find a three-legged toad, but beautiful women are abundant. Not to mention, Su Sisi is a school beauty. If any other woman spoke of her father gambling, her mother being ill, and her brother studying, Zhou Jiangnan wouldn't believe a word. Only when Su Sisi says it does he find it credible. Otherwise, how could a renowned internet celebrity, with such exquisite beauty, remain chaste at nearly 30? Thinking of Su Sisi made Zhou Jiangnan's calm heart stir. Such an extraordinary woman, with a temperament more amiable than Zhao Wanwan's, would indeed be a perfect match. Thanks to Wang Ma's barbecued fake beer, Zhou Jiangnan finally had a chance at that tender age, neither too early nor too late, to have a serendipitous encounter. How wonderful. This is youth. Chapter 8. Quietly astonishing everyone at Chu. The next morning, Zhou Jiangnan rubbed his nose as he descended the stairs, and Li Jiangguo was ascending with a bag of steamed buns. Good morning, Uncle Li. Ah, Jiangnan, come have a few buns, they're warm. Thank you, Uncle Li, but I'll eat breakfast at home. Just take them. Zhou Jiangnan couldn't withstand Li Jiangguo's insistence, and ended up with one in hand and another in his mouth. After expressing his gratitude, he headed towards the employee dormitory area. Uncle Li certainly knows how to handle things. It's no wonder he asked the factory manager. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Have you finished writing your self-reflection? Don't make me come after you for being embarrassing. Zhou Xiangdong swiftly concealed the box within his bag, and Zhou Jiangnan clearly discerned that it contained a pack of cigarettes, Jin Wunyo, a brand that flourished in the early 2000s in the Sichuan-Chongqing region. How amusing it was to see this old man finally grasp the art of gift-giving. What are you staring at, you spendthrift? Old Zhou retorted, his face slightly flushed under the gaze of his rebellious son. The act of gifting was indeed a rather embarrassing affair. Although Zhang Minfu was his former middle school classmate, he had shown Zhou Jiangnan considerable kindness over the past 2 years. Luo Xiaoying had asserted that maintaining necessary social ties was crucial, as etiquette dictated reciprocity. With his wife managing the household, Zhou Xiangdong found merit in her words and steeled himself for the encounter. Zhou Jiangnan, unperturbed by the admonishment, chose not to expose his father's irritation. After the family had enjoyed their lunch, the father and son pushed their bicycles out of the factory gates. Zhou Jiangnan refrained from inviting Li Pengfei along, as this time old Zhou intended to accompany him to deliver an apology and a gift to the homeroom teacher, necessitating a discreet entrance to the village. Strangely, in this rare moment of solitude, the father and son exchanged few words. Old Zhou occasionally posed a question or two, to which Zhou Jiangnan provided casual responses. Before long, they arrived at the school, where the son led the father to the third-floor teacher's office. Only Zhang Minfu occupied the spacious office of the senior class teachers, which momentarily eased old Zhou's anxiety, prompting him to hastily usher his son inside. Minfu, are you busy? Old Zhou inquired, attempting to break the ice. Zhang Minfu, wearing an unmistakable scowl, gestured for the father and son to approach. With a hint of embarrassment, Zhou Xiangdong remarked, I noticed you seem unwell. You ought to take better care of yourself. Unwell? Isn't that due to your troublesome son? Zhou Xiangdong, after all these years, you remain the same. Zhang Minfu unleashed his pent-up frustration. Let us reflect for a moment. When Jiangnan first enrolled, he ranked among the top 100 in the county, and now he languishes beyond 500 in his grade. What kind of parent are you? Zhou Jiangnan felt his face burn with shame, at a loss for words. Aware of his thin skin, Zhang Minfu chose not to press further and instead asked, "Has Jiangnan mentioned what he did yesterday afternoon? I heard he caused quite a stir playing basketball." "Nonsense. What does that have to do with basketball? Your son exposed himself in front of dozens of female classmates, reeking of alcohol. He is nothing more than an uneducated scoundrel. Have you seen the apology he wrote?" "I have not." "Well then, let him recite it aloud for you to hear." Zhang Minfu rapped his fingers on the desk, and Zhou Jiangnan, with admirable promptness, began to read his letter of apology. Comprising 300 to 500 words, it succinctly outlined his transgressions, conveyed profound remorse, and established a clear goal for his reformation. This elicited an involuntary admiration from Zhang Minfu, who acknowledged the young man's commendable writing prowess. He was particularly pleased with Jiangnan's ambition to strive for a top-tier university, despite the current reality of his academic performance being a distant dream. His expression softened slightly, and he resumed his earnest counsel. Zhou Jiangnan, accompanying his son in this chastisement, dared not retort. Zhang Minfu, out of regard for an old classmate, selflessly dedicated himself to overseeing his son's education, a significant favor indeed. Had it not been for his vigilance, Zhou Jiangnan's dismal academic performance would likely have deteriorated further. Contemplating this, old Zhou summoned his courage to glance outside the office door, finding it still vacant. He hastily retrieved a golden cigarette from his bag, intending to place it in the desk drawer. "Minfu, I am immensely grateful for your assistance in managing Jiangnan these past few years. This is merely a token of appreciation from Xiaoying and me. Please accept it." "Hey, what are you doing, Zhou Jiangnan?" Zhang Minfu's expression shifted dramatically, and he quickly admonished, "I don't smoke. Are you trying to shove this at me like that ungrateful rascal Jiangnan, hoping I'll meet my end sooner?" "What? Jiangnan said that?" Zhou Jiangnan seethed with rage, glaring at Zhou Jiangnan, ready to take action. This scoundrel had become so brazen as to insult a teacher. Zhang Minfu had always refrained from mentioning this matter, but inadvertently let it slip due to the cigarette, feeling a twinge of regret. He recognized that although Zhou Jiangnan appeared honest and simple, when provoked, he could be as fierce as a blacksmith. Jiangnan misspoke. Do not act in haste. He hurried to intervene. Zhou Jiangnan, however, stood his ground, unflinching under old Zhou's gaze. "Oh, Teacher Zhang, I spoke those words yesterday because I had a dream the night before of you suffering a heart attack and passing away. You treat me as your own son, and I was utterly terrified, unable to sleep afterward. The pressure was overwhelming, so I took a sip of my father's liquor to calm my nerves. Uncle Zhang, please take care of your health." This rascal had mastered the art of conversation on the construction site, adeptly navigating words to suit his audience. Indeed, Zhang Minfu was touched. His demeanor noticeably softened. Seizing the moment, Zhou Jiangnan took the cigarette and placed it in Zhang Minfu's hand. "Uncle, you must accept this cigarette. It symbolizes the respect of a younger generation for its elders and serves as a pre-celebration for my acceptance into a prestigious university. This cigarette also stands as a testament to my determination to reform over the next 100 days. If you refuse it, it would imply a lack of faith in my ability to gain admission to a key university. As a teacher, how could he possibly contend with such a streetwise youth?" With just a few words, Zhou Jiangnan had deftly ensnared Zhang Minfu, whose confidence was crucial for the pivotal college entrance examination. "Alas, I shall accept it for now. We can revisit this after the exams," Zhang Minfu conceded, recognizing that a wayward son requires encouragement. "Very well, I shall keep this cigarette here. Should you fail to gain admission to a 211 university, I will return it." Zhang Minfu placed the cigarette in the drawer, yet Zhou Jiangnan exhibited little delight. The audacity of his son's expectations was disconcerting. Given his current grades, attaining a key university seemed far-fetched. A decent second-tier university would be a blessing for the Zhou family. Zhou Jiangnan understood both their perspectives and was acutely aware that mere words held little persuasive power. He decided against further explanations, opting instead for a quiet determination to astound everyone through his efforts. All would become clear after the college entrance examination. In his previous life, he had repeated a year and had long since caught up with his studies. What was 211? He was determined to aim for a prestigious 985 university. At the farewell banquet, he would personally ignite the festivities for old Zhang. Even if he didn't smoke, he had to partake. Chapter 9. When the prodigal son decides to return, old Zhou departed with a sense of satisfaction. With the assistance of his son, he successfully delivered the gift, fulfilling the task entrusted to him by comrade Luo Xiaoying. This trip home spared him the need to sleep in the living room. Zhou Jiangnan gazed at his father's departing figure, overwhelmed with emotions. Indeed, the only individuals who unconditionally wish for your well-being are your parents. Old Zhou mounted his trusty bicycle and joyfully exited the school gates, while Xiaozhou prepared to embark on his first evening study session since his rebirth. Zhou Jiangnan found his place in the back row of the classroom, casually flipping through a few books, which were cleaner than a woman's freshly washed face. Not a single word was written, nor a line drawn. No wonder he had failed to even qualify for a third-tier university in his past life. He was undoubtedly a poor student. Opening the drawer, he discovered a small paper box containing a stack of colorful sticky notes, accompanied by several neatly folded origami cranes. Zhou Jiangnan casually unfolded one, revealing a palm-sized sheet filled with meticulous handwriting. Zhao Wanwan, our mutual disdain is not as profound as our trust. Only now do I realize that longing is not as deep as the sea. Your eyes are an abyss in which I am utterly captivated. Zhao Wanwan, I am but a solitary hill made of sand, unable to withstand the gentle caress of the waves. With just a fleeting glance from you, I shatter into pieces. What is love, you ask? It compels one to pledge life and death to another. Zhao Wanwan, as long as you are willing to accept me, even if just for a second, I would gladly sacrifice my life. What on earth? The more he read, the more embarrassed he felt, as if he could dig a 3-bedroom apartment from the soles of his feet. Did he truly write this drivel? What madness had he succumbed to in the past? To grovel in such a manner? Zhou Jiangnan's expression darkened. He wished he could have been reborn sooner, to go back 2 years and strangle his former self. He gathered all the origami cranes, tore them to shreds within moments, and mercilessly tossed them into the trash bin. When he had his hair cut that morning, Tony, the stylist, had inquired why he was destroying his carefree side part, his words tinged with regret. Zhou Jiangnan sighed, explaining that he had borne a level of charm at his age that he should not have had to endure. It was exhausting. The young lady washing his hair laughed heartily, turning what should have been a quick wash into a half-hour affair of gentle scrubbing and massaging. Upon exiting the salon, Zhou Jiangnan felt as if his bones had lightened by 2 taels. This establishment certainly deserved a 5-star review. Their hairdressing skills nearly rivaled the finest treatments of the future. Thus, here was a handsome young man, whose mere proactive demeanor could cause young girls to blush, reduced to being a sycophant for over 2 years. What a disgrace. Zhou Jiangnan covered his face in despair, feeling overwhelmed with shame. Zhou Jiangnan, how could you not call me before setting off? Li Pengfei's furious voice echoed in his ears. What are you doing, hiding your face like a coward? Calling me a coward again? As Zhou Jiangnan lowered his hands to retort, he caught sight of Li Pengfei, whose face had swollen to the size of a pig's head, speechless. What are you staring at? It's all your fault. You left without calling me. Had you done so, I wouldn't have been beaten by that old man. Li Pengfei cursed as he pulled out a chair and sat down. Zhou Jiangnan immediately deduced that the matter regarding the lantern grass monk had surfaced, and he laughed so heartily that his face nearly fell apart. You laugh, but I am utterly disfigured and unable to face anyone henceforth. Do not ever ask me to deliver love letters again. Rest assured, even if you haven't been beaten into a pig's head, I have no intention of delivering them, replied Li Pengfei. Really? Upon a glance into his drawer, Li Pengfei was instantly taken aback. Where are your 1,000 paper cranes? Torn and discarded. Oh my heavens, Zhou Jiangnan. You once reacted with fury at the mere touch of anyone. How could you now voluntarily tear them apart? And what is this? You've even cut your hair. You have truly transformed. The former Zhou Jiangnan has perished. Suddenly, Zhou Jiangnan recalled something and hurriedly inquired. Fatty, did you really deliver the love letter you promised me yesterday on the basketball court? Could there be any doubt? She shot me a disdainful glance in return. Li Pengfei was alarmed. She accepted it? No, I saw her toss it to the ground carelessly. Then, that is a relief. Zhou Jiangnan exhaled deeply. He now harbored a profound disdain for his former self and had no desire to continue being a sycophant. At this moment, the class bell rang, signaling the commencement of evening self-study. Zhou Jiangnan opened his mathematics workbook, preparing to tackle a set of past exam questions. With the foundation laid in his previous life, he intended to immerse himself in 2 sets of past papers each day over the next few weeks, ensuring he faced no issues during the college entrance examination. Li Pengfei, as if witnessing something terrifying, pinched himself multiple times. Heavens, Zhou Jiangnan is determined to strive for excellence. Just as he was about to speak, he reconsidered and decided to lay down and sleep instead. A few minutes later, their homeroom teacher, old Zhang, entered the room, and the classroom fell into an even deeper silence. Adjusting his glasses, old Zhang glanced vaguely towards the back of the classroom. Zhou Jiangnan sensed that the gaze was directed at him, and he nudged Li Pingfei with his elbow. "He is looking at us. Sit up." Reluctantly, Li Pingfei straightened his posture, prompting old Zhang's satisfaction. "Classmates, this evening everyone appears to be in excellent form. I observed through the back door for a while, and it seems that most of you are diligently studying. I particularly wish to commend Zhou Jiangnan. I have watched him for quite some time, and he has been genuinely focused on his studies, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor." Zhou Jiangnan was left speechless. This old trickster. No wonder he always felt an ominous presence behind him. Old Zhang then shifted his tone, inciting envy. As the ancient saying goes, a scholar should be viewed anew after 3 days. Has anyone noticed the significant change in Zhou Jiangnan since yesterday afternoon? The entire class turned to look, and Zhou Jiangnan wore a bewildered expression while Li Pingfei squirmed uncomfortably. "This afternoon, Zhou Jiangnan submitted a reflection to me, and I was deeply moved. Every word in that reflection was soaked in genuine remorse, signifying a heartfelt desire for transformation. It was remarkably profound." The classmates, who had been in shock at the sight of this veteran sycophant's new hairstyle, were instantly intrigued. Witnessing others' embarrassment is always a favored spectacle. Someone chimed in. "We want to hear it too. Let us learn from this. Teacher, let me also absorb some of Zhou Jiangnan's insights. I've been feeling unmotivated lately and hope to elevate myself through his reflections." "Me too." Zhou Jiangnan's forehead bore the stark inscription of impending doom. "There are always schemers plotting against me." Old Zhang looked at him with a gentle smile, his eyes filled with kindness. "Jiangnan, the students have a strong desire. You should indulge them a little." "Desire? I am not a duck. What nonsense is this?" "Teacher Zhang, it's not out of modesty. But I am merely a mediocre student. Perhaps you should seek someone more capable." "No, a prodigal son returning is worth more than gold. The more you resist, the more convincing it becomes. Your feelings will resonate deeply. Do not be shy, come on." Zhou Jiangnan felt offended. Which one of old Zhang's eyes saw him as shy? It was a baseless contempt. After all, in his previous life, he had been the king of insults at the Ronghai Expressway construction site, cursing others daily without a second thought. Such trivial matters before him were hardly daunting. Chapter 10. You sit behind Zhao Wanwan very well. I shall speak a few words at random. Everyone may listen casually. Zhou Jiangnan stood up from his seat, opting to express himself impromptu rather than approaching the podium. "I am fond of a particular saying. To regret the past is futile. To know the future is attainable. If one is lost, it is not far from the truth. To recognize today as different from yesterday is crucial. At 18, we have reached the age where we must take responsibility for our choices. Teacher Zhang often educates us that recognizing one's mistakes and striving for improvement is immensely valuable. Recently, I have been reflecting on my own issues, even questioning myself late at night. What kind of man are you, Zhou Jiangnan? I pondered for quite some time, but could not fathom why I had lived so humbly these past 2 years. What in this world could prevent me from holding my head high? Then, yesterday afternoon, the sun's rays were blinding, and in that moment of clarity, I realized that as long as I possess self-respect, self-love, and an indomitable spirit, the only thing that could keep me from standing tall is the sun itself. It is frightening to think that I squandered so much time and energy on meaningless pursuits, essentially feeding my best years to the dogs. What a grave sin. Fortunately, with just 100 days left until the college entrance examination, a grand feast allowed me to awaken from my stupor, and the scorching sun brought me to full consciousness. Of course, I do not advise my fellow classmates to indulge in drinking. That would be wrong. Do not follow my example. I merely wish to convey that time is limited. Youth is fleeting, and life must not be wasted. We must dedicate our finite time to meaningful endeavors and people, investing our energy in pursuits that yield positive feedback. Returning to the present, the college entrance examination holds the utmost significance. I advise all the girls, if you perform well, you shall master your own marriage. If not, you may end up with a reckless partner. And to the boys, if you excel, a bright future awaits. If you falter, you may find yourself toiling away. Classmates, this is my simple address. Let us encourage one another. The entire class was left in stunned silence. Was this what one called a simple remark? Doggone Zhou Jiangnan. When did his tongue become so nimble? Lin Yu, seated in the front row, felt her cheeks flush with excitement. Meanwhile, Zhao Wanwan sensed something amiss, feeling as though Zhou Jiangnan was subtly hinting at her, though lacking evidence. Old Zhang was both amused and exasperated. This rebellious student was indeed different now, appearing more passionate and confident, yet somewhat unrefined. Zhou Jiangnan's words, though coarse, conveyed their intended meaning. The college entrance examination is paramount. Did everyone understand? Understood. Seizing this opportunity, I hereby announce a new initiative, the Pairing Assistance Program. All seating arrangements will be adjusted, with high-achieving students partnering to assist those who struggle academically. Mr. Zhang quickly concluded his statement, and Zhou Jiangnan immediately comprehended his intent. Goodness, is this really the approach to take at such a crucial moment? Aren't they afraid of backlash? Indeed, the classroom promptly erupted into two opposing factions. This is unacceptable, Teacher Zhang. With the impending college entrance examination, how can we afford the time to tutor them? It will jeopardize our own studies. This protest came from the academically inclined students. Uffed, as if I am begging you to teach them. Who would covet such assistance? The counterpoint came from the so-called Brotherhood of Misfits, led by the rebellious Li Pengfei. Zhou Jiangnan, caught off guard, found himself standing amidst the commotion. Sit down. Li Pengfei, what are you attempting? Are you rebelling? Mr. Zhang slammed his hand on the desk, restoring order. Very well then, we shall proceed with voluntary sign-ups. Those willing to assist their classmates, please raise your hands. There was a moment of hesitation. No one took the lead. Mr. Zhang gently encouraged. The bond of classmates is a rare fortune. In the years to come, those receiving help will surely cherish this friendship. Throughout life, we will inevitably need assistance from others. By helping today, you may find others aiding you in the future. He added, rest assured, I will meticulously select the students who will receive assistance, ensuring they do not hinder your own learning. With this reassurance, the doubts of the students dissipated. The class representative volunteered, followed by an increasing number of hands rising. Zhao Wanwan also raised her hand. Mr. Zhang felt a surge of satisfaction as he quickly compiled the list of pairings. To Zhou Jiangnan's surprise, due to his commendable performance, he was assigned to partner with Zhao Wanwan, a student deemed salvageable. Teacher Zhang, may I refuse? I fear that sitting in that position will be uncomfortable and shorten my lifespan. No refusals allowed. You must attend. Mr. Zhang's stern gaze intensified, chastising him for his lack of resolve. You are not to become a burden. He demanded that Zhou Jiangnan and another student relocate to sit behind Zhao Wanwan in a more refined seat. Class seating underwent a significant overhaul, necessitating immediate action. Zhou Jiangnan shrugged in response to Li Pengfei's glare. Fatty, I tried my best, but it was Mr. Zhang who disapproved. You are beyond saving at this point. Li Pengfei felt insulted, lamenting Zhou Jiangnan's apparent betrayal of their brotherhood. Jiangnan, did you not say that brothers stand by each other for life? Are you choosing personal advancement over our friendship? Ah, this heavy-set fool, Zhou Jiangnan mused, recognizing the absurdity of Li Pengfei's plight, reminiscent of a lamenting woman from ancient times, fearing that her husband would be taken away after a successful examination. The irony was that Zhou Jiangnan was not even preparing for an exam. The absurdity of their predicament was that Zhou Jiangnan feared both his friend's struggles and his potential success. He clapped Li Pengfei on the shoulder, exuding camaraderie. Fatty, do you not trust me? Brotherhood resides in the heart. Li Pengfei nodded, touched. Their bond, albeit forcibly torn apart, remained intact as Zhou Jiangnan clutched his books and moved forward. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, the young lady, blushed with excitement. What to do? Zhou Jiangnan has arrived. Lin Yu fervently shook Zhao Wanwan's arm. Wanwan, I think Zhou Jiangnan looks quite handsome with his new hairstyle. Why don't I switch places with you and tutor him? Sure. Go speak to Teacher Zhang. I have no objections. Zhao Wanwan tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. When Zhou Jiangnan voiced his dissent earlier, she felt a pang of offense. What does he mean by unlucky? Does sitting behind me make you so uncomfortable? Ha! These childish boys, once they pursued like eager hounds, now reject anyone they deem unattractive. Coincidentally, I also have no desire to tutor you. All this talk of repentance is merely self-deception, with less than 100 days remaining. If you manage to gain admission to a prestigious university, I, Zhao Wanwan, will grant you an opportunity. Thus, with their own thoughts in mind, the temporary pairing for assistance was formed. Zhou Jiangnan's new desk mate, also a boy, gazed expectantly at the two lovely figures ahead, especially Zhao Wanwan. the top student and belle of Lingjiang #1 high school. What a stroke of luck. Starting from a junior college, a third-tier university seems like a win. Zhou Jiangnan twirled his pencil, struggling to suppress a laugh. Indeed, the law of sycophants holds true. Sycophants do not arise from thin air nor vanish into oblivion. They merely transfer their affections from one object to another. Is Zhou Jiangnan truly that alluring? Chapter 11. You fill my peripheral vision. The night passed in silence. Lin Yu quickly settled into her role, having already begun tutoring the struggling student behind her since last night's self-study session. Yet, she couldn't help but steal glances at Zhou Jiangnan, which somewhat tainted the tutoring experience. Although Zhou Jiangnan was focused on his practice questions, he easily caught on to her furtive movements. Lin Yu, you needn't keep looking at me. If you wish to know more about me, we can engage in closer conversation. What? Who's watching you? You're looking down. How could you possibly see me? Do not ask whether I can see you. You occupy my peripheral vision entirely. Lin Yu's face flushed crimson, and she hastily turned away. At that moment, Zhou Jiangnan's desk mate was astounded, his gaze toward Zhou Jiangnan transformed. Who claimed this guy was a mere loser? Clearly, he possesses a sharp wit when it comes to charming the ladies. For a fleeting moment, Zhou Jiangnan paused her writing for 2 seconds, yet Zhou Jiangnan remained oblivious. Women only affect his pace in solving problems. Once the distraction of the female presence was gone, his exam papers became far more engaging. Last night, Zhou Jiangnan completed a math test paper, scoring a respectable 110 out of 150. This was achieved even before fully integrating his memories from his rebirth, with a bit more practice to regain his touch. Raising his score by another 10 or 20 points would pose no issue. The rhythmic clamor of the cement plant did not bother him in the slightest. He could sleep through the sound of a suona being played on a construction site. This noise was mere background chatter. Lying in bed, he silently contemplated his situation. The essence of rebirth lies in rectifying past regrets, which must be addressed one by one. First and foremost is his academic background. Initially, he had failed the college entrance examination, and after a year of repeating, he significantly improved, only to fall ill and be forced to enroll in a mediocre civil engineering program. Given the opportunity to start anew, he is resolute not to repeat past mistakes. Securing a place at a prestigious university is a certainty. Love, too, occupies his thoughts. In his previous life, he awakened to his feelings far too late, encountering Su Cici only when it was too late to rekindle his capacity for love. At the age of 35, his first night on a business trip to Dongguan was marked by a meal, a moment that signified the end of his youth. Now, having been reborn, he possesses a clear understanding of his present self, tall, handsome, adored by the gentle souls. With financial shortcomings rectified, he is poised to seize opportunities with fervor. As for wealth, he has formulated a plan to earn his first fortune. If memory serves, by the end of June 2005, the government released a new plan indicating that a highway would pass through the outskirts of Lingjiang County, adjacent to a dilapidated town. With foresight, he intends to purchase 2 properties before the impending news of demolition is announced, subsequently selling them for a handsome profit. However, the source of the initial capital requires meticulous consideration. Li Pengfei, a steadfast friend, might have some savings. It would be prudent to ascertain his financial standing. With a modest sum of 10 to 20,000, the venture could commence. Wealth begets wealth with relative ease, provided one can secure the necessary capital. As Zhou Jiangnan contemplates his future, it is evident that he aims for a triumphant balance of love and career, striving for a comprehensive and flawless approach. He is eager to embark on his university journey. The morning dew carries a slight chill. Riding a modified bicycle to school, Zhou Jiangnan finds his friend Li Pengfei lamenting their new classmates' unpleasant habits. Unable to contain his grievances about sunflower seeds, foot odor, and body odor, truly an ordeal. Fatty, how much pocket money do you have? Zhou Jiangnan interrupts, bluntly catching Li Pengfei off guard. What do you need that for? Planning to borrow money for an abortion? Li Pengfei retorts. Does my bike look like it needs an abortion? I have a project that urgently requires funding. What is venture capital? Li Pengfei inquires. It's simply risk investment. No need for you to grasp the jargon. Just tell me how much you have saved. Having grown up together, the bond between them is strong, and Li Pengfei is forthcoming. Not much, just around 30,000. Just? How could that be? You're loaded. Zhou Jiangnan exclaims. I'm prepared to help you strike it rich. Are you in? Jiangnan, I knew I was right about you. It's good to have a brother like you who thinks of me. It makes my 2 years of delivering love letters worthwhile. Shut up about the love letters. Just give me the money. Consider it a loan. If it succeeds, you'll get half, and if it fails, I'll repay you later. Zhou Jiangnan is uncertain if the trajectory of his reborn life will mirror the past. Thus, he does not speak definitively. However, Li Pengfei smiles with confidence. I trust you. I'll give it to you after school. Use it as you wish, and if their essay loss, you won't owe me anything. My family can afford it. Good brother, once we strike it rich, I'll treat you to a foot massage, starting at 668. What kind of start is that? A good one. Li Pengfei feels exhilarated. Having heard that 288 was already commendable, 668 implies soaring success. At 9 a.m., they arrive for class on time. The first lesson is Chinese. And the enthusiastic Mr. Zhang passionately reviews the key points, while Zhou Jiangnan absorbs the information eagerly. After aligning the granularity between teachers and students, old Zhang was exceedingly pleased. It seemed that this rebellious student had indeed turned over a new leaf, now brimming with a thirst for knowledge. Excellent, a second-tier university was within reach. The English class soon followed. The English teacher, surnamed Wu, sported a head of voluptuous curls and was in her 30s, adorned in a fitted long dress, embodying the very essence of youthful elegance. She approached the podium and set down her textbook, yet instead of announcing the day's lesson, she produced a crumpled pink notepaper. Li Pengfei recognized the paper and felt an ominous premonition. Oh no, wasn't that the very paper Jiangnan cherished for folding into origami cranes? Could it be that Zhao Wanwan's love letter, discarded on the playground, had been discovered by teacher Wu? Li, anxious and restless, lamented that his dear friend had already immersed himself in his pursuits. The front rows and back rows of the high school classroom felt as distant as mountains and seas. There was no telepathy among foolish brothers. As expected, teacher Wu began. Students, after dinner last night, I took a stroll on the playground and happened upon a meticulously folded origami crane on the basketball court. Intrigued by its craftsmanship, I picked it up. To my surprise, there were words inscribed on it. Out of curiosity, I unfolded it and discovered a heartfelt little poem brimming with youthful sentiment. Teacher Wu's gaze danced, and Zhao Wanwan suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. Her intuition whispered that the crane in question was indeed the one she had discarded. What intrigued her even more was that this poem was written in English, perfectly timed for a test of everyone's translation skills. Teacher Wu turned to the blackboard and inscribed the English poem. I love 3 things in this world: the sun, the moon, and you. The sun for the day, the moon for the night, and you forever. I will randomly select students to translate this. You just had a Chinese class, so let us see whose translation is the most faithful and elegant. Zhou Jiangnan observed with keen interest, a smile gracing his lips, completely oblivious to any potential awkwardness. Chapter 12. You are my every dawn and dusk. Damn, teacher Wu began with intensity right away. Li Pengfei buried his face behind a pile of books, unable to fathom the embarrassment Zhou Jiangnan would face once the truth unfolded. The scene was too beautiful. He could hardly bear to witness it. The other students, however, were momentarily caught off guard, finding the poem's imagery enchanting, resonating with a youthful exuberance that was ineffable yet deeply felt. Lin Yu couldn't resist transcribing it in her notebook, attempting a translation that left her unsatisfied. Teacher Wu's unconventional approach to the lesson proved remarkably effective, as all students pondered earnestly. Pleased with the outcome, she called upon Lin Yu. Lin Yu, I see you have a fondness for this poem. Would you be so bold as to translate it for us, setting an example for your classmates? Lin Yu stood up, her pant legs brushing against the chair, accentuating her long, graceful legs. In this world, I love 3 things: the sun, the moon, and you. The sun illuminates the day, the moon brightens the night, and your brilliance is eternal. Lin Yu's translation was commendable. Teacher Wu nodded appreciatively, and then cast a meaningful glance at Zhao Wanwan, casually stating, Zhao Wanwan, as the English representative of our class, the teacher would like to hear your translation. Zhao Wanwan stood up, instantly capturing everyone's attention, except for Zhou Jiangnan. In this world, I cherish 3 things: the sun, the moon, and you. The day sparkles because of the sun, the night glows due to the moon, and you are the everlasting brilliance. Very well, your translation is excellent. Is there anyone else who wishes to answer? Teacher Wu looked expectantly at the class, his gaze sweeping several times in Zhou Jiangnan's direction. Zhou Jiangnan felt uneasy. Why does he keep looking at me? Is he randomly selecting someone, or has he predetermined this like a lottery? However, if he truly calls upon me to translate. I am unperturbed. Such minor situations hold no fear for me. He remained composed, adopting an expression of a spectator watching a show. Teacher Wu frowned. The instigator of this drama was this boy, who remained unfazed by the poem. How had I not noticed his mental fortitude before? This audacious demeanor is quite exasperating. Then it's you, Zhou Jiangnan. Huh, give it a try. Oh, Zhou Jiangnan pretended to ponder deeply, as if racking his brain for words. Li Pengfei, already awkward, covered his face, muttering, Brother Nan, I can't help you with this. Everyone was curious about what this underperforming student would produce in translation. Given that his English was merely at a passing level, why would Teacher Wu call on him? He lacks the ability. Perhaps Lin Yu and Zhao Wanwan set the bar too high, and now we need to compare with someone less capable to highlight the difference. That makes sense. Without comparison, there can be no improvement. It's not certain, though. I feel that paper looks familiar. It seems only one person in our class favors using such colorful sticky notes. Who could that be? In the midst of Zhou Jiangnan's contemplation, his classmates murmured among themselves. Within 10 seconds, he slowly began. In the world of fleeting desires, I cherish 3. The moment he spoke, Teacher Wu's eyes lit up. Lin Yu turned in surprise. Zhao Wanwan's shoulders trembled. Silence enveloped the room as all eyes focused on him, listening as he continued his translation. The sun, the moon, and you. Translating U.S. Jing. Well done, young man. You possess some skill. Li Pengfei suddenly lifted his head, sensing an air of pretension. At that moment, Zhou Jiangnan stood tall, handsome in the sunlight, nearly surpassing him. The sun for the morning, the moon for the evening, and you. Why you? Teacher Wu, in a state of urgency, could not refrain from asking loudly. Zhou Jiangnan glanced around, smiling as he met Lin Yu's eyes, then turned to Teacher Wu, enunciating, morning, morning, evening, evening. A collective gasp echoed through the room. Zhou Jiangnan exuded an undeniable bravado. This translation was nothing short of impressive. When did this kid become so remarkable? Just yesterday, he dazzled everyone with his basketball skills. And today he dazzles with his eloquence? Lin Yu covered her mouth, nearly letting out a scream. The romantic sentiments of youth are always poetic. And now this poem was recited before her, striking her like a dagger. He just smiled at me. Could that affection be directed at me? No, no, Lin Yu. You are being fanciful. Zhou Jiangnan is enamored with Zhao Wanwan. How could he possibly like you? She glanced at Zhao Wanwan, the most beautiful school flower in Lingjiangno. One high school's history, who at that moment was also taken aback, murmuring something to herself. Lin Yu understood she was reciting Zhou Jiangnan's translation. For a fleeting moment, Teacher Wu saw in Zhou Jiangnan the reflection of the campus heartthrob from her own university days, a wave of youthful memories surging forth. How wonderful it is to be young. Darn it. Classmate Jiangnan, I must applaud you. Your translation is truly exquisite. Teacher Wu clapped her hands, and other students followed suit. In this vast world, my love is trifurcate. The sun, the moon, and you. The sun heralds the dawn, the moon signals dusk, while you embody the essence of both morning and evening. What a splendid portrayal of eternity. Classmate Jiangnan, today you have truly impressed me. Teacher Wu, named Wu Yuan, had once been the most radiant flower among the faculty of this school. In her time, those who studied English often possessed a flair for romance, especially the girls. She wrote Zhou Jiangnan's Chinese translation on the blackboard, prompting her classmates to hurriedly take notes. Such beautiful prose would undoubtedly slay in an essay. Even if not for an essay, how enchanting it would be to pen a love letter in college with such eloquence. Wanwan, aren't you going to jot it down? No, Xiaoyu, there's no point. It won TB on the exam for the college entrance. Zhao Wanwan retorted stubbornly, and Lin Yu ceased her encouragement. Zhou Jiangnan's performance indeed caught Zhao Wanwan off guard today. It ignited within her a fleeting impulse to retrieve those discarded love letters from the past, curious if they contained any other stunning phrases. Yet, just as this impulse began to bloom, she swiftly quashed it. Before university, she vowed never to date, especially since there was no one at Lingjiang No. 1 High School who piqued her interest. Zhou Jiangnan, despite his handsome appearance, was overly timid. He needed Li Pengfei to deliver a love letter, and she had no interest even to glance at him. Moreover, after that despicable act he committed yesterday, her disdain for him had only deepened, leaving no room for even the slightest affection. Zhao Wanwan's father was the chief of police, and the environment in which she was raised heightened her inclination towards strong characters. Teacher Wu dismissed the notion of handing the love letter to the homeroom teacher, old Zhang, who hasn't he experienced the fervor of youth. Let these children's innocent feelings, years down the line, ferment into a wine of nostalgia, intoxicating at the moment of uncorking. Just then, a boy suddenly raised his right hand. Teacher Wu, I know why Zhou Jiangnan's translation is so remarkable. It's because he wrote the poem himself. Chapter 13. The Love Letter Incident. What? He wrote it himself? Oh, Zhou Jiangnan, how unprincipled you are, deceiving us with such self-revelatory tactics. The boy continued with a sharp retort. In our class, he the only one who prefers this type of stationery. And he the only one who folds paper cranes. Teacher, the paper you hold bears creases. It must belong to him. Before Mr. Wu could react, a classmate near the podium impulsively snatched the paper. Indeed, it was written by Zhou Jiangnan. Yet why did it bear Zhao Wanwan's name? Could this possibly be a love letter? The classroom erupted in chaos as the news spread that Zhou Jiangnan had been caught red-handed writing a love letter to Zhao Wanwan. How audacious of him to pursue the school beauty. He appeared timid, yet his boldness knew no bounds, seemingly unafraid of facing Zhao's wrath. Li Pengfei buried his face in his arms on the desk, realizing that Zhou Jiangnan's fate was sealed. Was it true that Zhou had just publicly confessed his feelings in front of the entire class? This was monumental. Zhou Jiangnan was indeed remarkable, and the devoted admirer was equally impressive. With the evidence laid bare, whispers circulated, and discussions erupted among the students. Zhao Wanwan was both furious and anxious, unable to maintain her composure any longer. Zhou Jiangnan had thrust her into the spotlight of everyone's attention. While it was common for high school students to speculate about crushes, such matters were usually whispered in private. This was the first time it had been so brazenly aired in public. Moreover, it wouldn't be long before the news reached the ears of their parents, leaving her with the daunting task of providing a reasonable explanation. Mr. Wu, caught off guard himself, was still quite young and inexperienced in managing a class, and could only admonish the students to quiet down. Every class had its share of troublemakers, and the students, burdened by heavy academic pressures and the looming college entrance exams, were itching for a distraction. Given Zhao Wanwan's previously aloof demeanor, the opportunity to tease her was too tempting to resist. Lin Yu, filled with a mix of envy and urgency, shook Zhao Wanwan's arm. More animated than she was, what should we do? Everyone is talking about you and Zhou Jiangnan. You need to say something. What is there to say? It's pointless. I cannot silence their chatter, Zhao Wanwan retorted, forcing herself to focus on her English textbook, deliberately pretending that this situation had nothing to do with her. Zhou Jiangnan, taken aback for a moment, then chuckled self-deprecatingly. After all the commotion, it turned out to be the love letter he had written to Zhao Wanwan in his previous life. A truly bewildering situation. All right. He suddenly stood up, clapping his hands to draw everyone's attention. Stop speculating. Since you all seem so interested, I feel compelled to clarify as the person involved to prevent any unnecessary misunderstandings. This English phrase is not my original creation. It is sourced from Tagore's Stray Birds. I encourage you all to read more books. As for why I wrote to Zhao Wanwan, it's because she is the English class representative, and I naturally sought her assistance with English-related queries. When I came across this phrase, I pondered for a long time without arriving at a satisfactory translation, and thus, I intended to seek her help. It merely slipped from my grasp on the playground, and I regretted losing it after searching for quite some time. As for folding 1,000 paper cranes, that is simply a personal hobby. As the saying goes, a solitary crane soars through the clouds, inspiring poetic sentiments to rise to the azure skies. As for love letters and declarations of affection, such notions are utterly nonsensical. I have no affection for Zhao Wanwan. She is simply not my type. To speak plainly, I am attracted to girls with both an appealing physique and a pleasant temperament. Moreover, I would never entertain the idea of dating before university. If anyone doubts this, feel free to observe me over the next 90 days. If I initiate even a single conversation with Zhao Wanwan, I shall deem myself a fool. Zhou Jiangnan's emphatic declaration swiftly quelled the murmurs around him. It was evident that he held a firm stance regarding his feelings, even daring to resist the pairing mentorship arranged by our homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhang. He refused to engage with Zhao Wanwan, dismissing any notion of assistance. Furthermore, he boldly wagered his own integrity, asserting his resolve, truly a man of conviction. Lin Yu, upon hearing this, felt an unexpected thrill of delight. She quickly pinched herself, reminding that Zhou Jiangnan's disinterest in Zhao Wanwan had no bearing on her. How could she take pleasure in another's misfortune? Zhao Wanwan was infuriated, truly incensed, not merely because this scoundrel publicly declared his disinterest, but because he had the audacity to insinuate that her physique was lacking and her temperament disagreeable. Am I lacking in physique? I possess a delicate oval face, a graceful neck, a slim waist, and long legs. Which girl in this class could possibly rival my beauty? And my temperament is poor? Is it merely because I reject your love letters or ignore the advances of unsightly suitors? How does that equate to a poor temperament? Have I ever raised my voice at you? Have I ever struck you? This is intolerable, absolutely intolerable. Zhao Wanwan was on the verge of erupting. Were it not for her cultivated demeanor, she would have immediately flipped the table and torn Zhou Jiangnan's paper to shreds. Meanwhile, Zhou Jiangnan, who had calmly diffused the situation, remained blissfully unaware of Zhao Wanwan's fury. He nonchalantly signaled an okay to teacher Wu Yuanyuan. Ms. Wu smiled gently, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she cast him a disapproving glance. Zhou Jiangnan has provided a very reasonable explanation. Please take your seats. Classmates, the topic I introduced before class was not intended for you to discuss romantic relationships, but rather to foster good reading habits. Accumulating material will benefit your writing skills. Whether in English or Chinese, Zhou Jiangnan excelled at broadening his horizons and was commendable for sharing and collaborating with classmates, which warranted praise. Ms. Wu led the applause, and Zhou Jiangnan shamelessly reveled in the accolades. Zhao Wanwan gritted her teeth in frustration. Why was she subjected to scrutiny while he basked in praise? Suddenly, she turned sharply, glaring fiercely at Zhou Jiangnan, her aura menacing. What are you looking at? Zhou Jiangnan, adhering to his principle of silence, met her gaze defiantly. Their eyes locked in a silent standoff. To be fair, her features were striking, arched brows, large eyes, and fair, radiant skin. Even in anger, she possessed a certain allure. An awkward tension hung in the air as Zhao Wanwan surprisingly detected a hint of uncolored admiration in Zhou Jiangnan's eyes, devoid of any emotional attachment. Ultimately, she could not withstand the pressure and begrudgingly turned away, her high ponytail brushing against Zhou Jiangnan's face, prompting an involuntary sneeze from him. Zhou Jiangnan rubbed his nose and averted his gaze, refusing to indulge her. The new desk mate gazed at Zhou Jiangnan with admiration, captivated by his eloquent debate against the scholars and his recent confrontation with Zhao Wanwan, which left him eager to acknowledge him as a mentor. If only he could acquire a few skills in the art of persuasion, how could he ever fear the specter of inferiority? Brother Nan, if you would not forsake me, I would be honored to call you my father. Get lost. Chapter 14. Dear, that is not love. The emotions of student life are often naive and muddled. Zhou Jiangnan shone like a star rising in a time of turmoil, recently becoming exceptionally radiant. Li Pengfei felt a swell of joy in his heart. This once timid boy had finally shed his subservient ways and could now proudly declare Zhou Jiangnan as his brother. News of the morning's English class swiftly reached the ears of their homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhang. He was pleased. Mr. Wu's method of reciprocal teaching proved to be remarkably effective. At the very least, any student from Class 6 could now recite the English poetry from The Gathering of Birds along with Zhou Jiangnan's exquisite translation without hesitation. Even more surprising was the transformation of Zhou Jiangnan, who seemed to have genuinely changed his ways. Not only had he distanced himself from early romantic entanglements on the spot, but his dedication to his studies had multiplied several times over. If this momentum continued, Mr. Zhang found himself eagerly anticipating the outcome Zhou Jiangnan would ultimately achieve. Surely, it could not be worse than the present. The morning classes soon came to a close, and in accordance with the principle of balancing work and rest, Lingjiangno, one high school organized a singing session before afternoon classes every day. Zhou Jiangnan listened to the songs, all popular hits from before 2005, such as Fairy Tale and 8,000 Years Later. These melodies were steeped in nostalgia, a sweet echo of youth. He sang heartily, his magnetic voice overshadowing Zhao Wanwan's, leaving her feeling as if her ears were pregnant with sound. How dare he stand behind me? Wanwan, what's wrong? You seem out of sorts today, looking rather sulky. I'm not happy. Why? Because of that insufferable jerk behind me. Lin Yu stole a glance at Zhou Jiangnan, lost in song, and stifled a laugh. Jerk. What a unique way to refer to someone. The class bell rang, but instead of the math teacher, it was the substitute music teacher who entered. The students were perplexed. Isn't this math class? How did the music teacher end up here? Wang Yueran, the young and beautiful substitute music teacher, had yet to graduate and was interning from an arts college. Dear students, I apologize for the inconvenience. I have to leave for a business trip in the coming days. So I coordinated with your math teacher to move this week's music class forward. I hope you are not displeased. No. The entire class shook their heads in unison. Very well. Since this is a last-minute adjustment, I have not prepared a specific song to teach you. So today I shall randomly select a student to come up and share a song they know that you all do not. With a cheerful smile, Teacher Wang clasped her hands behind her back, yet the boys who had been fixated on her suddenly lowered their heads in unison. Another random selection? What a joke. As soon as you dared to meet her gaze, you were certain to be the chosen one. The girls moved in unison, particularly those with a lack of musical talent, wishing they could remove their heads and kick them out of the classroom. Fear not, classmates, the teacher will not bite, Mr. Wang chuckled as he took out a list of students. Reluctantly, the teacher resorted to calling names from the roster. His soft, gentle voice, in this moment, evoked a sense of dread. Please, not me. Everyone silently prayed. Mr. Wang's gaze fell upon the name Zhou Jiangnan, and it naturally reminded him of that popular song, Jiangnan. Additionally, he had just heard about the incident in the 6th grade English class that morning, where this student Zhou Jiangnan had translated a particular English sentence that he adored. When did the 6th grade welcome such a talented young man? Mr. Wang pondered with curiosity. Zhou Jiangnan, surely this is a mistake, sir, not again? The student seated in the front row felt a jolt of anxiety. It was indeed his name drawn once more. Damn it. These teachers must be rigging the selection. Reluctantly, he stood up, and Mr. Wang's eyes lit up at the sight of him. This fellow had changed his hairstyle and looked quite dashing. Zhou Jiangnan, it's you. Are you up for it? Zhou Jiangnan furrowed his brow. Of course, why not? It's just singing. I can also play the piano. The thought of playing the piano reminded him of his college girlfriend, the belle of the music academy, Li Xiaoyu. When they first got together, their affection for each other was palpable. To enhance their harmonious connection, Li Xiaoyu had taught him to play the piano, and after graduation, they had purchased a piano for their small home, filling countless nights with the chaotic melodies of love. Unfortunately, the dust-covered instrument could not compete with the allure of luxury. After being betrayed, it became an eyesore and was sold to an art student on a second-hand marketplace. In this moment, as Zhou Jiangnan reminisced, a melancholic aura enveloped him, evoking a sense of pity. Teacher Wang Yueran felt a tremor in her heart. Well, if you don't want to, you needn't force yourself. No worries. I'm willing. Some things must be faced and resolved eventually. Let me take this opportunity to teach everyone a song. Zhou Jiangnan walked to the front corner of the classroom and slowly sat down before an old organ. What? He can play the piano? Zhou Jiangnan, can you play? Yes. A little. Wow, amazing. You've surprised me. Come on, I'm looking forward to your performance. He pressed a few notes. The organ differed from the piano, but Zhou Jiangnan found his rhythm. Classmates, this song is titled Darling. That is not love. Zhao Wanwan inexplicably felt a flutter in her heart. Just this morning, they had experienced a love letter incident, and now this rascal was singing a song with such a title. Was he implying that the love letters he had written before were not sincere, that none of it was true love? The melodious strains of the music interrupted her thoughts as Zhou Jiangnan began to play. In the classroom, the organ chimed melodiously, reminiscent of your confessions. With gentle motions and a smile, you delivered your letter, turning away with a silhouette that lingered. I cherished your elegant handwriting and thoughtful words. Zhao Wanwan, bewildered, mused on how delightful it sounded. She couldn't help but glance up. Sunlight streamed through the glass, casting a warm glow upon Zhou Jiangnan, illuminating his melancholic aura and silhouette, creating a harmonious scene. I had to admit, this rascal possessed a certain charm. Such beautiful promises were marred by youthful naivety, but dear, it was not love. Much like a sprite lost in the wrong forest, the affection felt transparently misplaced. What did he mean by singing these lyrics? Was he implying that all he had done before was misguided, that he loved the wrong person? The exquisite music captivated everyone, including Wang Yueran, the music teacher, who seemed entranced. Zhou Jiangnan's voice was enchanting, and his organ playing was quite commendable. A boy like him would undoubtedly be irresistible in college, easily attracting any girl he desired. It seemed that his earlier remarks in music class were genuine. Those were not the love letters he penned for Zhao Wanwan. He merely wished to learn English. Wait, something felt amiss. How had I never heard this song before? If it were ever officially released, it would undoubtedly be a defining hit. Wang Yueran's eyes sparkled with excitement. My goodness, was he composing, playing, and singing all at once? Where had this treasure of a boy emerged from? As the final notes resounded, the audience was spellbound. A poignant brightness lingered in the air, entwined with the music, refusing to dissipate. Zhou Jiangnan sat quietly before the organ, lost in reflection, the setting sun casting a nostalgic glow. Memories surged like tides, blending the mundane of 35 years with the aimlessness of 16. Despite basking in radiant sunlight, his eyes brimmed with sorrow, his essence exuding a depth incongruous with his 18 years. Curiosity filled Wang Yueran, while Lin Yu felt a wave of empathy, and Zhao Wanwan sensed a profound emotional impact. Li Pingfei, typically carefree, watched his comrade transform into a melancholic prince, drawing heartbroken gazes from the girls around him, wishing to bestow an Oscar upon Zhou Jiangnan. You clever rascal. You can play basketball, sing, play the piano, and now you can feign melancholy. What can't you do? Wang Yueran snapped back to reality, enthusiastically applauding, prompting the entire class to join in. Classmates, can everyone sing along now? Not yet. Let us try again. Zhou Jiangnan, everyone wishes to hear you teach us once more. All right, I shall teach it one last time. Zhou Jiangnan resumed his performance. This time, everyone engaged earnestly, especially Wang Yueran, who had mastered the song after 2 rounds. She led the class through a couple more iterations, and soon the chorus began to take shape. As the music class neared its conclusion, the sounds of an unfamiliar yet captivating melody echoed from the upper and lower floors and neighboring classrooms, drawing curious students from other classes to inquire about the enchanting song. As Lin Yu and Zhao Wanwan made their way to the restroom, they distinctly overheard a group of girls chattering animatedly. I learned that it was a song taught by a boy from class 6, and everyone in their class adored it. I find it delightful as well. The melody is enchanting, and I am curious about the original artist. After school, I shall return home to search for it online. I heard that this boy can also play the organ and is quite handsome. Should we sneak a glance at him? What for? My friend informed me that he publicly declared he would not date until after university, stating that girls would only hinder his academic performance. His name is supposedly Zhou Jiangnan, who, it is said, has harbored a secret crush on Zhao Wanwan for quite some time. Perhaps he has been deeply hurt in love, leading him to renounce his belief in romance. What is so remarkable about Zhao Wanwan? Just because she is attractive, does that make her special? At this point, Lin Yu could no longer contain herself. She flung open the door and stormed out. Indeed, being beautiful is noteworthy. You speak ill of others behind their backs. And Zhou Jiangnan would never fancy any of you. Who are you? What does our discussion about Zhao Wanwan concern you? I am Wanwan's close friend, and I cannot bear to hear you speak of her in such a manner. Have we said anything wrong? She walks around with her eyes fixed on the sky, completely oblivious to others, acting as if she is so impressive. I can't fathom why Zhou Jiangnan likes her. That is none of your concern. Zhou Jiangnan would never be interested in you. Would he prefer you? Lin Yu, outnumbered and feeling vulnerable, found her voice trembling. Zhao Wanwan emerged from the restroom, pulling her away. Xiao Yu, do not engage with them. It is utterly futile. If anyone wishes to pursue Zhou Jiangnan, they should have the courage to do so. I have no connection to him. The girls fell silent, embarrassed at having been overheard by the subject of their gossip. Throughout the evening study session, Lin Yu remained sullen. When a student from the back row approached her with a question, she snapped at him, causing him to tremble in fear. Why is she so fierce? I merely wanted to ask a question. I've told you not to call me Fu. Address me as Nan Go. Zhou Jiangnan, engrossed in his exam paper, did not look up as he casually remarked, women, during certain days of the month, can be utterly irrational. One must simply grow accustomed to it. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu pouted and began to cry, feeling wronged. Be quiet. Zhao Wanwan turned and shouted angrily at Zhou Jiangnan, rushing to comfort her dear friend. Zhou Jiangnan was bewildered. What on earth is going on? Why am I being blamed? Why are you blaming me? This is all your fault. Why am I at fault? Just stop talking. It is so irritating. Zhou Jiangnan was utterly confused, exchanging glances with his desk mate, unable to comprehend what these two girls were up to. He decided it was futile to reason with women. It was far more worthwhile to focus on his studies. He plunged back into the ocean of knowledge. Why are you silent? Apologize to Xiao Yu. Why should I? You made her cry. Zhou Jiangnan feigned ignorance, engrossed in the math problems before him. Zhao Wanwan was infuriated. This insufferable person had the audacity to act so arrogantly, devoid of any gentlemanly decorum. Such boys also have their admirers. It is simply astounding. She glared fiercely at Zhou Jiangnan, who remained oblivious, confidently engrossed in his studies. Well, Zhou Jiangnan, you wish to study, do you? What a joke. Zhao Wanwan seized Zhou Jiangnan's test paper and ruthlessly tore it to shreds. This scene startled the other students in the study room, leaving them wide-eyed and curious about what mischief Zhou Jiangnan had committed to provoke Zhao Wanwan's wrath so violently. Don't look at me. She's the one with issues. You're the one with problems. You made Lin Yu cry and didn't he even apologize, you scoundrel. Hey, how could you falsely accuse me? I did nothing to her. As Zhao Wanwan remained momentarily stunned, the boys erupted into laughter. She quickly regained her composure, her face flushing crimson as she pondered how Zhou Jiangnan had transformed into such a brazen individual. Whatever happened to the respectful demeanor he once displayed? Instead of studying, he had learned to retort. Zhou Jiangnan, you wretch. Your actions only disgust me, and I shall never harbor feelings for someone like you. Once again, I am aware. I will no longer acknowledge your existence. You may leave. Zhou Jiangnan, unfazed, calmly spread out a new test paper. After a moment's thought, he poked Lin Yu gently on the shoulder with his pen. Lin Yu, I misspoke earlier. If you turn around, I will perform a magic trick as an apology. Lin Yu, wiping her tears, turned to face him, her shoulders trembling slightly with each sob, looking utterly pitiful. Zhou Jiangnan took a piece of scrap paper and, in her presence, tore it into fragments and then crumpled it into a ball. Observe closely, the paper is shredded. With just a few vigorous rubs, it will return to its original form. Do you believe it? Lin Yu, captivated, had forgotten her tears and whispered, is it really true? I don't believe it. Zhao Wanwan rolled her eyes in exasperation. This friend had clearly gone astray and was no longer trustworthy. Chapter 16. The different Zhou Jiangnan those who have not experienced it cannot comprehend. What allure does a young and handsome boy performing small magic tricks hold for young girls? At that moment, Lin Yu was utterly transfixed, fearing she might miss even the slightest detail. In her eyes, Zhou Jiangnan was the epitome of charm. Even Zhao Wanwan's curiosity was piqued. Zhou Jiangnan feigned seriousness, reciting incantations as he rubbed the crumpled paper ball vigorously between his palms, repeating the motion several times. The backs of his hands were turned to the two girls. His slender fingers danced as if striking piano keys, mesmerizing all who beheld him. The moment of witnessing a miracle was upon them, and with a flourish, he unveiled the paper ball, revealing a pristine sheet of draft paper before everyone. Wow, Zhou Jiangnan. How did you do that? I clearly saw you tear it apart. You're amazing, Lin Yu exclaimed excitedly, prompting the already attentive classmates to crane their necks like ducks on a string. No one could have anticipated that Zhou Jiangnan, the rascal, would also possess the skill to perform magic, eliciting shrieks of delight from the girls. Shoo, keep it down, or everyone will hear. Nangu, they've already heard. Silence. I wasn't addressing you. You clearly lack an understanding of the atmosphere, Zhou Jiangnan admonished, while Lin Yu glared back in indignation, her desk mate instantly falling silent. How did you manage that, Zhou Jiangnan? I'm curious. Come a little closer, and I shall reveal this secret to you, but only to one person. Just as Lin Yu leaned in, a sudden thought crossed her mind, causing her face to flush as she turned away. This moment went unnoticed by Zhao Wanwan, who was deep in thought, her brow furrowed in concentration. Suddenly, she exclaimed, I've got it. Yet, her outburst received no response from the intended parties. At that moment, Lin Yu was lost in thought, her cheeks still aflame, while Zhou Jiangnan remained engrossed in his work, not lifting his gaze. A profound sense of disappointment washed over Zhao Wanwan, akin to striking air after mustering all her strength. She felt the frustration lodged in her throat. Zhao classmate, I wish to know, could you enlighten me? Silence, she barked, as Zhou Jiangnan's desk mate wept silently, inwardly lamenting the insensitivity of the two girls. It wasn't his fault he was unattractive. Why be so harsh? Unable to restrain herself, Zhao Wanwan queried, Zhou Jiangnan, did you prepare 2 sheets of paper, one of which remained untouched, crumpled in your hand all along? Zhou Jiangnan remained silent, his focus unwavering. Then, while you were rubbing them together, did you cleverly switch the crumpled sheet? Still no reply. He was engrossed in solving a particularly challenging chemistry problem. Scribbling down the chemical formula for calcium oxide, on a blank answer sheet. All right, so you're not going to speak to me, is that it? Then don't blame me for not tutoring you. You answered this question incorrectly. That's not calcium oxide. I know. Then why did you write it wrong? Just expressing my feelings. His desk mate, having recovered, chimed in, Zhao classmate, that isn't a chemical formula, it's Chinese pinyin. Zhao Wanwan's face fell into confusion. Read it out loud, Chow Chow. Zhao Wanwan scoffed, swiftly delivering a slap to him. Huang Xiaolong, I didn't expect you to be such a rogue. Henceforth, do not speak to me. Huang Xiaolong covered his face, sobbing, as Zhou Jiangnan struggled to contain his laughter. What are you laughing at? You're no saint either. Zhao, the school beauty, glared at him. Zhou Jiangnan shook his head and returned to his work. Zhao Wanwan did not receive the answer she sought. Although she believed she had uncovered the secret of the trick, without Zhou Jiangnan's affirmation, the thrill of revelation eluded her. She turned to Lin Yu for clarification. But Lin Yu's distracted responses indicated she was not genuinely engaged. Damn Zhou Jiangnan, foolish Lin Yu, you both infuriate me. Zhao Wanwan felt restless. Having absorbed nothing during the evening study session, all her energy was consumed by mental turmoil. As the self-study period concluded, she declared, Zhou Jiangnan, you truly refuse to speak to me, don't you? Then I shall not utter another word to you. If teacher Zhang inquires, do not hold me accountable. Zhou Jiangnan remained unperturbed, not even casting a glance her way. Disregard me if you wish. You are not the bicycle I yearn to ride. I never required your guidance. To begin with, he shouldered his backpack and called out to Li Pingfei before stepping out the door. In the ensuing days, Zhao Wanwan indeed ceased to initiate conversation with him, and Zhou Jiangnan was utterly indifferent. He had transformed entirely from his former self. Such a princess-like temperament, with an air of self-importance, would surely bring a husband 20 years of misfortune. Thus, whenever he encountered perplexing problems, he sought assistance from Lin Yu, completely ignoring Zhao Wanwan. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Yu had shifted her tutoring partnership from Huang Xiaolong to him. This change left Huang Xiaolong in a state of vexation, and after much restraint, he finally exclaimed, Nangu, you cannot just steal my tutor. What am I supposed to do if you keep this up? Zhou Jiangnan understood his lament and pointed casually at Zhao Wanwan's retreating figure. Huang Xiaolong's eyes widened in horror as he vigorously shook his head. Zhou Jiangnan could only pity his misfortune and lament his lack of ambition. Such an opportunity squandered, countless others would yearn for a chance to approach the campus beauty. Soon, another week of respite from the dormitory arrived. At 5 in the afternoon, Zhou Jiangnan exited the school gates, but did not head towards the cement factory. Jiangnan, where are you going? Not returning to the factory? I'm heading south to the suburbs for some market research. Fatty, care to join me? Though I may not comprehend it all, it certainly sounds impressive. Count me in. The two rode their bicycles towards the outskirts. And it wasn't long before dilapidated buildings came into view. Adjacent to them lay a stretch of farmland, with eucalyptus trees dotting the hills, creating a jarring tableau. This area had once been designated as a development zone by Lingjiang County, but following the demise of the previous leadership, the new administration's first order of business was to alter the plans, shifting focus from southern expansion to northern advancement, with hopes of embracing the mountain city. The changeover between old and new leadership occurred in a mere 6 months, yet during this period, a group of self-proclaimed experts poured their investments into the development zone. 6 months was hardly sufficient to erect high-rises. Thus, after the new plans were laid out, some buildings that had only just begun their foundations were hastily topped off with a few stories, lacking the necessary surrounding infrastructure, rendering them unsellable. Many individuals had invested their life as savings, only to find themselves trapped in a cycle of incessant policy changes. Left to plead for answers during festive seasons at the county government, Zhou Jiangnan dismounted from his dilapidated bicycle, pushing it along the uneven dirt road. Jiangnan, what is there to see in this desolate place? A few ramshackle houses that cannot even be sold, and they dare to advertise for tenants? Li Pingfei tore down a flyer affixed to a door, spitting in disdain. No one would ever rent here. On Sundays, it's utterly deserted. Do they think people are fools? Chapter 17. Rescued a female classmate. Only a fool would rent here. Li Pingfei spat again, then turned to see Zhou Jiangnan lost in thought, staring intently at the phone number on the advertisement. Jiangnan, why are you so fixated on that number? Are you planning to be a fool? Fatty, I'm considering purchasing this 2-story unfinished building. What? Are you serious or just jesting? What are you playing at? You are hardly a beauty. Li Pingfei's eyes narrowed with suspicion. Are you seeking to borrow money from me for today's affair? Clever. You do possess a modicum of wisdom. Damn it, I refuse to acquiesce. Even if you squander it on gaming or indulging in saunas, I won't object. Renting this dilapidated building is a futile endeavor. Zhou Jiangnan folded the advertisement paper and tucked it into his pocket. I am not renting. I intend to purchase. Li Pengfei, exasperated and shouting in vain, found himself powerless. Zhou Jiangnan was resolutely obstinate, and that 30,000 yuan had already been handed over. Fear not. This is a venture into risk. The greater the risk, the larger the reward, and you shall come to understand this in due time. For now, let us await the outcome together. Consider that money as a loan from me. Should we profit, we shall split it evenly, and if we incur losses, I shall repay you, even if it means resorting to unsavory means. After all, we grew up sharing the same struggles. How could Li Pengfei truly permit him to resort to such indignity? Though vexed, he realized he had no choice but to accept the reality. Zhou Jiangnan had always been impervious to advice, unwavering in his convictions, as stubborn as a mule. Fine. I shall regard this as a loss to avert calamity and return home. Li Pengfei hopped onto his racing bike and sped back, while Zhou Jiangnan pedaled his old bicycle in pursuit. As the sun began to set around 6 or 7 in the evening, he hurried to reach home before nightfall. Li Pengfei, confident in his swift ride, surged ahead, while Zhou Jiangnan grumbled, pedaling furiously, sparks flying from his tires. Upon reaching a small hill, Li Pengfei suddenly halted, and Zhou Jiangnan, catching up, gasped for breath. You lazy fool. At last, you've decided to wait for your father. It shows you possess a shred of humanity. Li Pengfei ignored him, seemingly straining to listen intently. Zhou Jiangnan was about to retort when he was interrupted in a hushed tone. Jiangnan, do you hear? Is that a girl weeping? Zhou Jiangnan leaned in closer, and indeed, from the hilltop, there were cries for help. Let us investigate. He dashed ahead, with Li Pengfei following closely. Upon reaching the summit, they beheld a scruffy youth attempting to drag a girl in a school uniform into his embrace, while she desperately resisted, her books scattering across the ground. Damn it, let us take him down. Zhou Jiangnan, recalling a past incident on a construction site where he had dealt harshly with a lecherous man who preyed upon an innocent village girl, felt a surge of fury. Li Pengfei, equally fiery, charged forward, and together they subdued the assailant, delivering a thorough beating and rescuing the girl. Seizing the moment, the thug fled, leaving a threatening remark. I'll remember you too, just wait. If you can't take me down, I'll break you. Zhou Jiangnan remained unperturbed, methodically helping the girl gather her belongings. Fatty, go back and inform Uncle Li to send someone to apprehend that scoundrel and throw him in the slammer. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have done the same. With the imminent college entrance examination, I can't have someone blocking my path every day. Why not us? Because I don't intend to return to the cement factory. I plan to stay in the city permanently. Damn it, you stubborn fool. What happened to our brotherhood? In a light-hearted moment, two friends were joking when they suddenly remembered the girl who had nearly been assaulted, still in tears. They quickly ceased their banter, waiting for her distress to subside. After a short while, she wiped her tears and expressed her gratitude profusely to them. That's enough. One said, if anyone else were in this situation, they would have helped as well. Just thank us and let us know where you live. We'll escort you home. I can't thank you enough. I live in Tianjin village. Upon realizing it was conveniently on their way, the two young men pushed their bicycles alongside her. As the brief interruption had delayed them, the sky gradually darkened. The girl, possibly still shaken, kept her head down, obscuring her features. After walking for a while, Zhou Jiangnan noticed the twilight deepening and said, classmate, why don't I give you a ride? It'll be quicker, and my mom will start to worry if we don't hurry. The girl's voice trembled slightly as she introduced herself. I'm Fong Xin, a senior at County No. 1 High School. You can call me by my name. What a coincidence. We're also from there. I'm Zhou Jiangnan. And this is Li Pengfei. Which class are you in? Class 1. Ah, so you're in the humanities. We're in class 6, the sciences. With the conversation opened, Fong Xin began to feel less apprehensive. Sitting on the back of Zhou Jiangnan's bicycle, she felt a sense of security wash over her. The evening breeze tousled her hair, revealing a gentle and beautiful face, although the two boys riding ahead remained oblivious to it. She carefully grasped the hem of Zhou Jiangnan's shirt, as if wishing to etch his silhouette into her memory. Before long, an elderly figure appeared in the distance, calling out Fong Xin's name. My grandmother is here, she exclaimed, leaping off the bicycle and sprinting toward her grandmother, collapsing into her embrace with tears. Initially, the old woman assumed her granddaughter had been bullied by the two boys, but, upon hearing the full story, Her anger flared, and she nearly rushed to the police station to seek justice. Grandma, thankfully, Zhou Jiangnan and Li helped me. Then we must thank them, the grandmother insisted, pulling Fang Xin to express her gratitude. After a few pleasantries, Zhou Jiangnan waved goodbye, noting that if he lingered any longer, his mother would likely come looking for him. Li, feeling somewhat neglected, followed behind with a touch of melancholy. Jiangnan, I feel like a mere accessory beside you. After you heroically saved the damsel. She doesn't even remember my name, while yours is etched in her mind. Admitting I'm more handsome than you is not a disgrace. Besides, how can you judge her beauty if you can't see? I was merely making a comparison. Don't run away. Let us settle this like men. They playfully bantered as they gradually walked away, seemingly indifferent to the good deed they had just performed. Such is the spirited nature of youth. The elderly woman held her granddaughter's hand, watching them depart. Xin, let us head home. I need to call your father. Grandma, let us not interrupt him. He is busy with work. That won't he do. You've been troubled, and he must know. I'm fine. There are only 3 months until the college entrance examination is over. The grandmother said no more. She knew her granddaughter, having lost her mother at a young age, was exceptionally empathetic, and such kindness might lead to her future misfortunes. Moreover, what good can come from those with bleached hair? They all ought to be properly dealt with. During the stringent crackdowns of the 1980s, public safety was far superior to what it is now. Chapter 18. Bargain basement sale. Upon returning to the cement factory, Zhou Jiangnan borrowed the telephone from Li Pengfei's family to contact the number listed in the advertisement. Initially skeptical, the recipient of the call's demeanor transformed completely once it was confirmed that the call was from the People's Cement Factory of Linjiang County and that the caller intended to purchase his dilapidated building. They arranged to meet the following morning to discuss the transaction. Zhou Jiangnan gauged the other party's bottom line and, without hesitation, smashed his piggy bank. After years of saving, he surprisingly had almost 2,000 yuan, still a bit shy of his target price. Following dinner, he sought out Li Pengfei once more. Fatty, could I borrow a bit more from your secret stash? Li Pengfei was taken aback. What's the matter? Is that not enough? The second floor of your self-built shambles isn't even completed. Given its location in the middle of nowhere, offering more than 20,000 is already generous. You're not being swindled, are you? Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. There are still piles of mud bricks on the rooftop. Once we acquire that, we can hire a couple of workers to finish the second floor. The factory has plenty of cement. Finding a way to procure some should be no problem, right? A few bags of cement are easy to handle. It's just that I truly can't fathom what you're planning. You need not understand. I have a premonition that we are destined to strike a small fortune. Forget it. You've become a bit of a stranger lately. My mother is visiting today. I'll ask her for some. Li Pengfei ascended the stairs and soon returned with 5,000 yuan. Here you go. I don't have any more. This is all my pocket money from the past few months. Reflecting on how he had barely saved 2,000 over the years, Zhou Jiangnan felt even more resolute in his quest for financial gain. How did you explain this to Andy? I told her you needed to borrow money for an abortion. Without hesitation, she handed me 5,000 and reminded me that this matter cannot be delayed. What? You're trying to get me killed, you fool. What is there to fear? I never specified what kind of abortion you needed. When the time comes, just say it's for fixing your old bicycle. Oh, you seem to have grown a bit wiser. Without a touch of cleverness, how could I keep pace with you? We are cement brothers, after all. Li Pengfei wore a self-satisfied expression, leaving Zhou Jiangnan momentarily speechless. The following day, Zhou Jiangnan and Li Pengfei arrived early at the desolate outskirts to meet a middle-aged man who was already waiting beneath the crumbling building. Despite their deliberate change of attire, the youthfulness of their appearances could not be concealed. The middle-aged man eyed them with suspicion. Are you truly the ones looking to buy this property? You must be jesting. I must have a word with you today. Who the hell has time to play games with you? I'm the one who called you yesterday. Just tell me if you're selling or not, Zhou Jiangnan replied, locking eyes with him, unflinching. I can't believe you're barely out of your teens. What on earth do you want this dilapidated building for? That's none of your concern. You wish to sell, and I wish to buy. It's a mutually beneficial transaction. The middle-aged man thought to himself that it didn't matter if they had pilfered money from their families to waste on this. What was urgent was to dispose of this decrepit building as soon as possible. He became enthusiastic again, skillfully introducing the various advantages of the dilapidated building, even using the past development zone plan as a selling point, painting an optimistic picture of future prosperity. Sir, do you really think we are gullible just because of our youth? Who in the county is unaware that this place has long been abandoned by the government? There is no hope in sight for the next decade. Why not be straightforward and quote a price? If it's reasonable, we can proceed with the paperwork. If not, we'll part ways without wasting time. Indeed, you cannot deceive us. My brother and I see no prospects for this wretched place. The middle-aged man, realizing he couldn't easily sway the two, noted the handsome one's profound gaze and the other's impatient demeanor, sensing they might leave at any moment. This simply cannot be. They are the only clients I've had in years. I cannot let this opportunity slip away. He clenched his teeth, feigning difficulty. The cost of renovations, labor, and materials averages out to $500 per square meter. The first floor is 80 square meters, so the cost comes to $80,000. I'll give you a discount at $70,000. Without a second thought, Zhou Jiangnan called Li Pengfei and began to leave. Hey, let us discuss this. Don't go. The boss pleaded. We are sincere. Just calculate how labor and materials 5 years ago could be that expensive. Moreover, you've only built half of the second floor. How can you include it in the total? Jiangnan, I see he's just not clear-headed. The fact that we came to look at this is his good fortune. This dilapidated building isn't worth even $20,000, let alone $70,000. Why not just rob it? $20,000. Why don't you go rob it, chubby? Are you bargaining with a chicken? Zhou Jiangnan would not squander the opportunity provided by Li Pengfei's assistance. Calculating with his fingers, we'll only buy the first floor at $300 per square meter, 80 square meters for $24,000. As for the half-built bricks on the second floor, if you feel it's a loss, you can take them back. Look at this desolate area. If we want to make something of this house, we'll need to spend money to hire people to dismantle the excess structure, which will cost several thousand. Boss, think it over. If you don't want to sell, we'll leave. Zhou Jiangnan exchanged a glance with Li Pengfei, who deliberately exclaimed, Jiangnan, I've long advised you not to waste money. Let us just buy a motorcycle instead. This old clunker should have been discarded ages ago. Zhou Jiangnan was tempted, and the middle-aged man grew anxious. Young men, please don't leave just yet. 24,000 is indeed too low. 35,000 is the lowest I can go. A moment of silence ensued as Zhou Jiangnan mounted his old bicycle, ready to depart. 33,000. That's my final offer. No more than 30,000. If you counter, I'll just go buy a motorcycle. What do you need a motorcycle for? Forget it. If it weren't for my elderly family member's illness requiring urgent funds, I wouldn't sell for less than 60,000. 30,000 is the final offer. How do we proceed? The middle-aged man's face was filled with anguish. Zhou Jiangnan was not swayed by his tale of a sick relative. It was more plausible that the boss was trying to escape with his sister-in-law, selling the property at a distressed price. 30,000 was already below his psychological threshold. His original budget had been 35,000, and it was evident that this location was truly undesirable. The boss had indeed slashed the price drastically, much to Zhou Jiangnan's unexpected delight. Both parties arrived at the county housing authority to sign the transfer contract. In a bid to expedite the process, the owner discreetly slipped a red envelope. And on that very day, all necessary procedures were completed. Zhou Jiangnan supplemented a small fee, and by afternoon, he received the property ownership certificate. The 30,000 yuan was counted in full. The middle-aged man left the housing authority with a smile, leaving a group of staff members staring at Zhou Jiangnan and Li Pengfei in disbelief. It was quite an eye-opener today. Who would have thought someone would dare to take over that dilapidated area in the southern district? Had it not been for Zhou Jiangnan's 18-year-old identification card, the staff were nearly ready to report the matter to the authorities. Young people ought to stumble before entering society. The landlord's foolish son, indeed. Chapter 19. Why do you gaze at me so? Jiangnan, I feel somewhat embarrassed. They seem to regard me as a fool. As they exited the housing authority, Li Pengfei was somewhat slow to comprehend. Yet Zhou Jiangnan was smiling, unable to suppress the joy in his eyes. Fatty, we are about to become wealthy. Time will reveal who the true fool is. What could I say? The money has been paid. I hope you understand what you are doing. Trust me, you have the connections. Find a few bricklayers to renovate the second floor, and remember, it must be completed by the end of June at the latest. How could it possibly take so long to repair one floor? Li Pengfei calculated the time. It was barely mid-February, with 4 months remaining. Ample time to complete an additional floor. Even if time were not an issue, we lack sufficient funds. It's merely labor costs. The bricks are readily available. I believe the leftover pile of bricks from that house is enough to form a model for 3 floors, and as for cement, that costs nothing. All right, Let us build as many floors as we can. After all, the government is not particularly vigilant at the moment. It seems destined for us brothers to prosper. Li Pingfei nodded in agreement. What was the harm in taking a few bags of cement from home? The bulk is scattered everywhere, so it's no big deal. The two brothers, having eaten a bowl of noodles by the roadside, then strolled leisurely towards the school. The evening self-study session was about to commence. In the distance, they could already see a crowd gathering in Class 6. These students were truly relentless in their pursuit of knowledge, arriving earlier than the last. As per routine, Li Pingfei entered through the back door, while Zhou Jiangnan approached the front. As soon as he stepped inside, silence enveloped the room. Dozens of eyes were fixed upon him. What? Why do you all look at me like that? Do I have flowers on my face? Zhou Jiangnan distinctly noticed Zhao Wanwan also gazing at him. It was one thing for others to stare, but why was she looking at him? Hadn't they agreed to ignore him? Just one day had passed, and it felt like a slap in the face. Being overly handsome has its drawbacks. Wherever he went, he became the center of attention, which was exhausting. Zhou Jiangnan, confess honestly, where did that song come from? As he passed by the podium, someone loudly inquired. What do you mean, where did it come from? Yesterday. You all had free time. Didn't you think to search online? It's precisely because we searched online that we are asking you. I couldn't find any information about that song at all. Exactly. My cousin studies music. She said she has never heard of it. Zhou Jiangnan paused, suddenly recalling that it was now 2005. Could it be that the female singer with the surname Zhang had yet to release this album? No. It seemed she truly had not made her debut. Dear, That's Not Love gained popularity during the year of the earthquake. Does this imply that I had anticipated its release? A multitude of possibilities flashed through Zhou Jiangnan's mind, leaving his expression complex and inscrutable. Zhao Wanwan, observing his demeanor, solidified her suspicions. Indeed, this song was penned by him, crafted solely to convey his resolute stance. Zhou Jiangnan, you have hidden your depths too well. Lin Yu's gaze flickered, and Zhou Jiangnan appeared even more enigmatic in her eyes. How could Wanwan resist such a charming and talented gem? Moreover, to have caused him to feel inferior for over 2 years is truly a transgression. She found herself involuntarily glancing at Zhao Wanwan, who, coincidentally, was also looking at her. Their eyes met, and both felt a twinge of guilt before hastily averting their gazes. At that moment, a loud shout erupted from the back row. I think I forgot something. Oh right, Jiangnan. I searched online for that song last night, but couldn't find it. I meant to ask you this morning and completely forgot. So it really is your song? Zhou Jiangnan was at a loss for words. This matter was becoming increasingly convoluted. The more he spoke, the more mistakes he made. Could he really claim to have learned to write songs in a dream? Remaining silent, he withdrew a physics exam paper to focus on his studies. Li Pingfei seized the opportunity. Not speaking means you're acknowledging it. You sly dog. You claim we're brothers, yet hide your songwriting skills from me? And you play the piano too? What else are you concealing? Why would I tell you? You're not exactly a stunning beauty. Am I supposed to serenade you? Zhou Jiangnan retorted. Oh please, go charm Zhao Wanwan instead. She's the campus beauty. Hey fatty, if you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Zhou Jiangnan raised his voice, causing Li Pingfei, surprisingly, to feel a bit intimidated and promptly shut his mouth. However, their exchange had been overheard by the entire class. Zhou Jiangnan's silence regarding the songwriting was indeed a tacit acknowledgement. What a talented individual he was. Look at how Zhao Wanwan had transformed him. He once walked on eggshells, feeling diminished. Now, he had finally awakened, penning a poignant song to declare his feelings and firmly distancing himself from his past. Truly, a remarkable transformation. One could only wonder how Zhao Wanwan felt about this. Surely, she must be regretting it. Unbeknownst to her, the attention of the class shifted back to Zhao Wanwan, who turned away, sensing their scrutiny like a prickling sensation on her back. Wanwan, everyone is watching you. What will you do? Lin Yu prodded Zhao Wanwan, who was already frazzled, causing her to explode in frustration. Zhao Wanwan suddenly turned around, facing a sea of gazes, furious. What are you all staring at? Zhou Jiangnan and I have nothing to do with each other. Whether he writes songs is of no concern to me. Now that spirited, Zhou Jiangnan thought to himself, admiring her fiery temperament. At that moment, their homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhang, entered the classroom, prompting everyone to settle into self-study. Yet, Zhou Jiangnan understood that this was merely the beginning. Once suspicion arises, the charges have already been established. Although unintentional, discussions concerning Zhao Wanwan would undoubtedly persist. The school beauty is excessively arrogant, once flawless in every aspect, now inadvertently cast as the heroine in a tale of a wayward suitor's redemption, inevitably becoming the subject of gossip and slander. The more perfect an individual appears, the more envy they incite, and toppling their pedestal of virtue is a pastime relished by the masses. However, Zhou Jiangnan has no intention of intervening. Lessons from the future tell him that a cool-headed approach is the wisest course in the face of public opinion. If Zhou Jiangnan possesses any wisdom, she should refrain from uttering a word and maintain her aloof demeanor, for such silence will naturally diminish the fervor of speculation. The more she frets, the worse her situation will become. Moreover, with the impending college entrance examination, why concern herself with such trivial matters? After the exams, everyone will part ways, and most will likely never cross paths again. The wise remain untroubled, and the benevolent remain unconfused. Overthinking will lead to defeat. Until the evening study session concluded, both Lin Yu and Zhou Jiangnan did not glance back, allowing Zhou Jiangnan to endure a tranquil evening class. Today, Fatty Li did not return to the cement factory, and Zhou Jiangnan made his way home alone. He had stashed a piece of rebar in his backpack, despite claiming to be unafraid. It was prudent to be prepared for any eventuality. He was uncertain whether the yellow-haired bully who tormented Fong Xian had been apprehended. Tomorrow, he would inquire with Fatty Li about whether he had mentioned the incident to Uncle Li. The yellow-haired menace remained a lurking threat. Upon his return home, Zhou Xiangdong and Luo Xiaoying awaited him with palpable tension, their glares filled with an intensity that seemed capable of breaking his legs. A dire omen indeed. Chapter 20. What kind of trouble are you in? Humph, you little rascal, you know how to come home? Old Zhou was clearly beside himself with anger, cursing even himself in his wrath. Dad, if you're going to scold me, fine, but why drag yourself into this? Zhou Jiangnan calmly removed his shoes and placed his backpack on a chair. Old Zhou and Luo Xiaoying exchanged a glance, then slammed their hands on the table, shouting, Zhou Jiangnan, get over here. What is it, old man? I've worked hard to finish my studies and come home, and you greet me with that sour face? Ha ha ha, you're so furious you're laughing. He picked up a feather duster, preparing to strike. Luo Xiaoying, concerned for her son, quickly intervened. No hitting. Let us ask questions first. What is there to ask? This rascal even borrowed money from Fatty Li for an abortion. Who knows what else he has been hiding from us? I've been saying his grades have been slipping these past 2 years. And it turns out he has been dating. Old Zhou glared at his son. Speak. Which girl are you responsible for getting pregnant? I heard you even wrote love letters to the school beauty, Zhou Jiangnan. Is it her? Zhou Jiangnan was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. Fatty Li's wild tales had indeed ensnared his brother. Most likely, his mother had swiftly relayed the news to Uncle Li, who then informed old Zhou. In this era, early romantic entanglements among students are feared, and parents regard them as a calamity. Hearing the word abortion would send anyone into a frenzy. Zhou Jiangnan snatched the feather duster from old Zhou's hand and tossed it onto the table, pulling out a chair to sit. Dad, Mom, it's not true. I haven't been involved with any female classmates. Zhou Jiangnan's father is the police chief. Why would she look at the son of a worker? Please don't spread baseless rumors, or you might find yourself in trouble. What is wrong with being a worker? My son is tall and handsome, and he has garnered quite a few admirers. Luo Xiaoying, however, was initially reluctant to agree, for Zhou Jiangnan had always been her pride. She would never consider herself inferior. Old Zhou, momentarily sidetracked by her words, became equally agitated. In the past, the working class was the envy of young women from 10 miles around. He quickly recalled the matter at hand and pressed on. What is the situation regarding the abortion? The old Erbadagang of yours has a flat tire. I need a new inner tube. Is that all? Ah, what else could it be? You seem rather disappointed. If you truly desire a grandchild, I can certainly make an effort. It's not too late. Spare me your nonsense. Besides, a new tire doesn't cost much. Can't you just communicate this to your mother? Must you create misunderstandings? Old Zhou was rendered speechless. A bicycle tire and pregnancy are indeed not comparable concepts. Luo Xiaoying sighed in relief and then inquired, Wait, isn't it true that Peng Fei's mother gave him 5,000 yuan? He has plenty of pocket money. Once the misunderstanding was clarified, Luo Xiaoying finally emerged from the kitchen with the dishes, concealing a chicken leg at the bottom of the bowl. Zhou Jiangnan realized that if he did not clarify things tonight, he might go without dinner. While enduring this interrogation, he wondered how that glutton, Li Pengfei, was faring and how their respective parents would react to his explanations. The following morning, As Zhou Jiangnan entered the school gates, he spotted Li Pengfei squatting in a corner, clutching a bag of dumplings and muttering to himself, "Fatty, Jiangnan, you rascal, you've put me in a terrible spot. My parents gave me a thorough scolding last night." Li Pengfei had finally found a sympathetic ear and began to vent his frustrations. Upon returning home, his mother had immediately summoned him for an interrogation about the details of the abortion he had accompanied Zhou Jiangnan to. Li Pengfei resorted to the bicycle tire analogy to deflect her inquiries, which only served to infuriate his mother further, who demanded he hand over the money in full. Having already allocated that money to Zhou Jiangnan's plans, Li Pengfei was unwilling to betray him and instead claimed it had been stolen on the way. This led to quite the debacle. Such reckless spending was not how one should squander money. Just then, Li Jiangguo returned home, and the couple joined forces against him, resulting in a night of sheer torment for Li Pengfei. "Jiangnan, my backside hurts. At your age, it's like this. You must endure. I need some comfort. Let us put it on credit. Once you earn some money, I'll take you for a massage to make it up to you." Zhou Jiangnan consoled his beleaguered friend and shared his own misadventures. The two brothers, united in their plight, limped into Class 6. Today's lesson was once again a review of key exam points, and Zhou Jiangnan diligently took notes, eager to make up for lost time. During Chinese class, the homeroom teacher, Old Zhang, announced that the second diagnostic exam for the county's college entrance examination was set for mid-March, leaving them with less than a month to prepare. He urged everyone to continue working hard, especially those involved in peer tutoring who needed to put in extra effort. After the second diagnostic, they would evaluate the effectiveness of the tutoring. Those who showed improvement should maintain their positions, while those who did not would have their seating arrangements reconsidered. "Oh no, Zhou Jiangnan, you've stolen my Linyu. I haven't made any progress at all. I'm definitely going to be moved," complained his deskmate, Huang Xiaolong. "Enough, Huang Xiaolong. Be quiet and refrain from speaking nonsense." Linyu felt both embarrassed and irritated, and her heart was troubled for Zhou Jiangnan, as Zhao Wanwan had not tutored him at all in the past 2 weeks. She was anxious about whether he would improve his scores in the upcoming exam. She did not wish for Zhou Jiangnan to be replaced. He was handsome, articulate, and she adored seeing him smile. Zhao Wanwan remained silent, pondering if Zhou Jiangnan performed poorly. Would old Zhou think it was her fault for not guiding him properly? If others made progress while Zhou Jiangnan stagnated, would it not be utterly humiliating? Cursed competitiveness gnawed at her. She wanted to intervene, but recalled her vow to cease engaging with Zhou Jiangnan, leaving her feeling awkward and distressed. She casually remarked to Linyu, "Xiaoyu, why are you so anxious?" The person concerned is not worried at all. Linyu could not help but inquire, "Zhou Jiangnan, are you anxious?" "I am not worried at all. It makes no difference where I sit." Zhou Jiangnan smiled at her. "However, to honor the tutoring efforts of Teacher Lin these days, I will certainly perform better than last time, aiming to rise 10 places. Please stay tuned." Anyone can boast. It would be remarkable if you merely maintain your position, let alone jump 10 places. Ever since she had been compared to Stinky Tofu, Zhao Wanwan and Zhou Jiangnan had been at odds. There were 63 students in Class 6, and Zhou Jiangnan had placed 56th in the recent diagnostic exam. It was unrealistic to think he could leap significantly forward in just over 20 days. "Oh, it seems I am hindering Zhao's vision here, so I could intentionally perform poorly." "Who said you were a hindrance?" "I never said that." Zhao Wanwan hurriedly distanced herself from the implication, but then realized it was inappropriate and quickly added, "Your performance has nothing to do with me." Zhou Jiangnan merely chuckled. Presently, Zhao Wanwan ranked 7th in the class, while Linyu was 8th. With some effort, they could surpass each other after the college entrance examination. Chapter 21. Zhou Jiangnan, a beauty is looking for you. The morning classes swiftly came to an end. The group of friends gathered in the school cafeteria for lunch. Li Pengfei grumbled while eating, expressing his disdain for the cafeteria's unpalatable food. Lingjiang First High School enforced a closed management policy, prohibiting students from leaving the campus at noon unless under special circumstances. Zhou Jiangnan glanced at the watery potato chunks on his plate and echoed the complaints. Ever since the cafeteria had been contracted out, the quality had deteriorated. Masquerading under the guise of food safety while monopolizing the operations, the soup was nearly devoid of oil. He recalled that shortly after he entered university in the future, the principal of First High was subjected to disciplinary measures, possibly due to some sordid dealings with the contractor. Despite the unappetizing food, they had to eat and planned to buy some fried skewers after evening study sessions. "You're treating us?" No problem. I'll keep a tab for you. And we'll settle it after the college entrance exams. I knew it, you rascal. After lunch, it was time for a short rest. And everyone laid their heads on their desks to sleep. Zhou Jiangnan, being tall, had to stack a pile of books on the table to avoid neck pain. Just before the afternoon class began, a girl suddenly appeared at the back door. Her voice was soft and gentle, her complexion remarkably fair, and although her eyes were not particularly large, they exuded an enchanting charm. Standing at around 1.60 meters, her oversized school uniform concealed her figure. Yet one could surmise it was likely pleasing. She quietly inquired of the boy seated near the door in the last row, "Hello, classmate. May I ask if Zhou Jiangnan is in this class?" The boy rubbed his eyes and sat up, instantly captivated. Her eyes seemed to speak, and her presence was undeniably comforting. Moreover, in terms of appearance, she was hardly inferior to Zhao Wanwan, her smile radiating sweetness. Oh, who are you looking for?" He stammered. "I am looking for Zhou Jiangnan. Is he in class 6? "Yes, I'll call for him," the boy replied, raising his voice to shout, "Zhou Jiangnan, there's a beautiful girl looking for you." His exclamation startled the entire class awake, especially Li Pengfei, who perked up at the mention of a beauty. "Wu Haobo, what did you say? Where's the beauty?" The boy named Wu Haobo opened the back door slightly, revealing the girl outside to the entire class. Zhou Jiangnan, unfamiliar with her, appeared bewildered. "Do we know each other?" Feeling shy under the collective gaze, the girl quickly introduced herself. "I am Fong Xin from class 1. "Oh, I remember now. Are you here for something? Could you step outside for a moment? It's not convenient to talk here." Fong Xin blushed and stepped aside near the back door, shielding herself from their stares. Zhou Jiangnan exited the classroom, igniting a flurry of discussion among his classmates. What a stunning beauty, coming here specifically to find him. Look at that bashful expression. It must be something extraordinary. Just half a month prior, Zhou Jiangnan was merely an inconspicuous admirer, and now, not long after, he had transformed into a radiant figure, excelling in basketball, crafting impressive love letters, and even composing and singing melodious songs. The boys envied him, wishing they could possess such talents. Who wouldn't he desire to be the most handsome boy in school? Moreover, it was rumored that girls from other classes were also inquiring about him. A single song had catapulted him to fame within the school, which was simply outrageous. Thankfully, his academic performance was lacking, barely securing a place in a third-tier university. Otherwise, how would the others cope? The boys consoled themselves internally. Li Pengfei recalled that Fong Xin was the girl they had rescued from the hands of a bully just days earlier, and a pang of bitterness surged within him. So being handsome grants one the privilege to do as they please, huh? I was one of those who saved you. Why do you only remember Zhou Jiangnan? It seemed that only those with striking looks were deemed heroes in romantic tales, while the less fortunate were not even worthy of having their names remembered. Suddenly, he recalled the tales he had read in martial arts novels, where the handsome hero would be rewarded with the beauty's eternal gratitude, while the less attractive would be relegated to a promise of servitude in the next life. In that moment, he grasped a profound truth about this superficial society, his eyes growing moist. Meanwhile, in the front row, Lin Yu felt a twinge of discomfort and couldn't help but poke Zhao Wanwan. "Wanwan, who is Fong Xin? That name sounds so familiar." Zhao Wanwan remained silent, her mood soured. Humans are inherently driven by a sense of urgency, particularly when something they previously deemed worthless becomes coveted by others. Zhou Jiangnan, in her heart, was certainly not regarded as precious, yet she felt a twinge of discontent. Just moments ago, he had declared his intention to remain single until after university, only to turn around and pursue the belle of the liberal arts class. Was this not a slap in her face? No, it was not the first time he had done so. He had disavowed love letters, dismissed her tutoring offers, sworn not to speak to her, and ignored her entirely, even composing songs to declare his intentions. What gave him the right to act thus? Was she truly inferior to Fong Xin? "Lan Wan, speak up. I feel as though I've heard the name Fong Xin before, but I can't quite place it." Just then, someone shouted, "Damn, ISNT Fong Xin, the beauty from the liberal arts class, nicknamed Little Zhou Huimin?" Zhou Jiangnan's audacity was astonishing. Oh, no wonder he hadn't penned a love letter to Zhao Wanwan. He had found a new muse. Though he was a bit of a scoundrel, his taste was undeniably sharp. Fong Xin was indeed more attractive than Zhao Wanwan. That's absurd. In terms of looks, she is slightly lacking, but her poise surpasses Zhao Wanwan's. They are quite comparable overall. The classroom erupted in chatter. Lin Yu felt despondent, while Zhao Wanwan was visibly irked. As for the plump Li Pengfei, he was deeply wounded and began to question his existence. To hell with chivalry. Next time, I'll turn a blind eye to any misfortune. Zhou Jiangnan followed Fang Xin to the stairwell. At this moment, the lunch break had not yet concluded, and no other students were around. Fang Xin, how did you know I was in class 6? You mentioned it that night. Have you forgotten so soon? Fang Xin glanced at him, her voice soft and melodious. Alas, I only remember rescuing a stunning girl named Fang Xin, but I've forgotten what we discussed. What brings you here today? Fang Xin felt a rush of sweetness at his charming words and couldn't help but gaze up at him again. In the bright daylight, he was undeniably tall and handsome, perfectly embodying her ideal of a hero. Oh, it's nothing much. I just wanted to personally thank you for your help that night. We already expressed our gratitude then, and I wasn't the only one who saved you. I know, but please convey my thanks to him. This is a small token of my appreciation. You must accept it. Fang Xin handed him 2 exquisite notebooks, one accompanied by a fountain pen. This one is for you. And the other, please deliver to your classmate. Zhou Jiangnan noticed her bashfulness, her face reddening with every word, and he graciously accepted the gifts. Then I shall not be polite. Well then, I'm off to class. Fang Xin turned and dashed down the stairs, glancing back to find Zhou Jiangnan watching her, which made her blush even deeper, almost causing her to stumble. Zhou Jiangnan couldn't help but chuckle. This girl was indeed intriguing. After a moment's thought, he tucked the fountain pen into his pocket and returned to the classroom with the 2 notebooks. Li Pengfei, predictably, was already fuming. Chapter 22. Zhou Jiangnan. The police are looking for you. Zhou Jiangnan was well aware of Li Pengfei's psyche. Without comparison, there is no suffering. This plump fellow was acutely feeling the disparity among individuals, while the joys of the handsome remained beyond his grasp. Come, allow me to express my gratitude. Each of us shall receive a notebook. Li Pengfei compared the notebook of Zhou Jiangnan and found the price tag at the back to be identical, which brought him immense comfort. Indeed, should another opportunity for heroism arise, one must seize it. Zhou Jiangnan returned to his seat, indifferent to the surrounding discussions. Gossip is an inherent trait of humanity, capable of turning the most trivial matters into heated debates. Zhao Wanwan cast a curious glance at him before silently turning away. Lin Yu, intrigued, inquired how he came to know the belle of the liberal arts class, but Zhou Jiangnan dismissed her with a few casual remarks. Consequently, during the subsequent lessons, Lin Yu noticeably reduced her attempts to engage with him, to which Zhou Jiangnan paid no heed. During the chemistry class in the afternoon, the principal unexpectedly arrived outside the classroom, accompanied by the homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhang, who pointed toward the window while conversing. 2 uniformed police officers stood beside them. This scene disrupted the flow of the chemistry lesson, causing a palpable anxiety to ripple through the classroom. Why had the principal and the homeroom teacher brought the police? It seemed they were identifying someone. Was there a wrongdoer among class 6? Principal Liang, what seems to be the matter? The chemistry teacher inquired. It's nothing. Please continue with your lesson. We shall discuss it afterward, Principal Liang replied with a gentle tone, which alleviated the teacher's worries. The remaining half of the class dragged on, each moment feeling like an eternity as unease clawed at their hearts. As soon as the bell rang, Mr. Zhang entered the classroom. Zhou Jiangnan, Li Pengfei, come with me. A wave of astonishment swept through their classmates. They knew that the troublesome duo would not remain unscathed for long. Indeed, trouble had found them yet again, and the involvement of the police suggested the matter was serious. Heavens, they must have committed some heinous act. It's terrifying that the police have come for them. It was evident that Li Pengfei was destined for trouble. He was the most irresponsible in the class, meandering through life aimlessly. It was truly unfortunate for Zhou Jiangnan to associate with him. Unfortunate? He brought this upon himself. They grew up together in mischief. Birds of a feather flock together. And I doubt he is much better. On what grounds do you speak ill of Zhou Jiangnan? You know nothing of the situation, yet engage in baseless speculation. Can you not bear to see others do well? Lin Yu glared at them. Her deskmate, Zhao Wanwan, was taken aback. It was the first time she had witnessed her friend behave so unusually. Zhou Jiangnan had not been well acquainted with Lin Yu previously. They had exchanged but a few words in the past month, not even qualifying as friends. Thus, her fervent defense could easily lead to misunderstandings. As expected, someone seized the opportunity to taunt. Oh, Lin Yu, you're defending Zhou Jiangnan so passionately. Do you harbor feelings for him? Your frequency of turning to look at him has certainly increased. He once fancied Zhou Jiangnan. Are you attempting to steal her thunder? Your sisterly bond seems rather insincere. Stop your nonsense. I do not like him. Then why are you blushing? It is none of your business. Then our discussions are none of your concern either. Lin Yu struggled to counter them, her breath quickening with indignation, until Zhou Jiangnan could no longer tolerate the raucous chatter and glared at those whispering, demanding they cease their discussions. The daughter of the deputy chief of police, though undeniably beautiful, possesses a fierce temperament akin to that of a mother tiger. In the principal's office, Principal Liang gestured for 2 police officers and the homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhang, to take a seat, then indicated the chairs opposite them, inviting Zhou Jiangnan and Li Pengfei to join them. Mr. Zhang, please provide an introduction to the situation. We wouldn't want to frighten the 2 students, particularly the plumper one who appears quite anxious. Principal Liang, this is Li Pengfei, the son of Director Li from the Lingjiang People's Cement Factory, Mr. Zhang promptly introduced. The other student, taller and fairer, is Zhou Jiangnan. They are likely the individuals the officers are seeking. Li Pengfei cast a glance at Zhou Jiangnan. His face drained of color. Was it possible that the incident involving several bags of cement used to repair a dilapidated self-built house had been reported? How could the police be involved over cement from their own factory? That seemed overly intrusive. Surely, no father would willingly send his son to prison, unless the son were not his biological child. As Li pondered these thoughts, he trembled with fear. In contrast, Zhou Jiangnan remained remarkably composed. Having dealt with the local police frequently during his years working on construction sites, he could discern the officers' intentions, at least in this setting. They did not seem inclined to arrest anyone. Principal Liang, Mr. Zhang, are the police officers here for us? Zhou Jiangnan refrained from calling them uncle, for at over 30, he felt too mature for such a term. Do not be afraid, young men. The police are here to commend you for your courageous deeds, Mr. Zhang quickly recounted the events leading up to this moment. Li Pengfei's anxiety eased, especially when the officers presented a commendation letter for their bravery, his face breaking into a wide grin. Thanks to the courageous actions of these 2 students, our director Zhao has instructed that this commendation letter be delivered to the school leadership. The first high school has set an exemplary standard for the community, truly making us proud of our Lingjiang County, Principal Liang stated with a smile. Director Zhao also indicated that the commendable deeds of these students would be reported to the Education Bureau for recognition throughout the county's educational system. As Principal Liang beamed while reviewing the commendation letter, he promptly announced that there would be a public acknowledgement during the flag-raising ceremony the following Monday. After the police departed, Mr. Zhang instructed Zhou Jiangnan and Li Pengfei to return to their classroom. Once they left, he expressed his confusion. Principal Liang, this situation seems rather peculiar. With a population of several 100,000, numerous acts of bravery occur each year. Why is this one being treated with such significance? I am uncertain. Let me make a phone call, Principal Liang replied, picking up the landline and dialing a number. After a brief conversation, his expression turned grave. Upon hanging up, he immediately notified the office to gather all faculty and students on the school playground for a commendation assembly. Principal, Mr. Zhang, our school truly harbors hidden talents. Do you know the name of the student they rescued? ISNT at Fong Xin from Class 1 of the art stream? Then what is the surname of our city's executive vice mayor? Fong, Mr. Zhang suddenly realized. Understanding that the significance of these 2 students stemmed from their act of saving someone of considerable importance. No wonder Principal Liang was so astute. However, he had not anticipated that the vice mayor's family would maintain such a commendable reputation, keeping their daughter's identity so discreet. If other officials had their children studying at a prestigious school, the faculty would have undoubtedly given them special attention. However, Fong Xin remains unassuming within the institution, embodying a demeanor of humility. It is no wonder that rumors abound regarding Vice Mayor Fong's imminent promotion. Familial values reflect one's character. It is to be hoped that such exemplary officials multiply. Chapter 23. Zhou Jiangnan's resilience emerges at 4:30 in the afternoon. The playground of Lingjiang. One high school was filled with students. The school had issued a sudden notice to convene a meeting before the conclusion of classes for the first and second years. Catching everyone off guard, the senior students were indifferent, as they were expected to attend evening study sessions. However, the younger students expressed their displeasure, particularly disliking prolonged classes. Amidst the crowd, the principal approached the podium and announced, "Students, we have gathered you here to commend an act of bravery. Just 2 days ago, Two students from Class 6 of the third year displayed remarkable courage by rescuing a female classmate on their way home. The county police department has sent a letter of commendation, praising the school's commendable ethos. We believe such spirit should be widely celebrated. These two students are our pride. I will now read the commendation letter, and I encourage everyone to learn from their example. As Principal Liang read the letter, gasps of astonishment filled the air when Zhou Jiangnan and Li Pingfei's names were mentioned. All eyes fixated on the duo, incredulity etched across their faces. In this day and age, encountering a bold individual is rare. If one dares to confront danger, they are indeed a remarkable person. While Li Pingfei's carefree demeanor made his actions somewhat understandable, Zhou Jiangnan's unexpected bravery was astonishing. For over 2 years, he had been timid and unassuming, hardly the type to engage in conflicts. Yet here he was, displaying remarkable valor. At that moment, Zhao Wanwan's emotions were tumultuous. She recalled her recent words, "Zhou Jiangnan is too weak." She had been discussing with Lin Yu which boy in their class offered a greater sense of security. And when Zhou Jiangnan's name came up, she had casually made that remark. In hindsight, her judgment had been flawed. Zhou Jiangnan was indeed not weak. As the sun set, casting a golden hue, the tall and athletic Zhou Jiangnan, with his short hair, appeared remarkably spirited. At first glance, he seemed handsome, and upon closer inspection, he truly was striking. Zhao Wanwan found herself perceiving him in a more favorable light, even noting that his posture had become notably more upright. Every young girl harbors a dream of a Prince Charming, longing for his presence during times of need. Despite her pride, Zhao Wanwan was merely 17 or 18, an age when romantic sentiments are vivid and poetic. It is in their nature to be drawn to strength. In her eyes, Li Pingfei wore a triumphant expression, basking in the admiration and approval of his peers. In contrast, Zhou Jiangnan exuded calmness and composure, seemingly unperturbed by the accolades, as though he had merely performed a trivial act of kindness. Such a temperament is indeed exceedingly rare among individuals of this age. Zhao Wanwan suddenly recalled a phrase. A person of great courage remains unperturbed when faced with sudden challenges and is not angered by unfounded accusations. This indicates the magnitude of what they bear and the vastness of their aspirations. How could it be that in just half a month, Zhou Jiangnan has transformed so remarkably? The exuberance displayed on the basketball court, the brilliance exhibited during translations, the emotional melancholy while playing the piano, and the mischievous charm during magic tricks. Which of these is the true essence of him? Reflecting on the magic performance, Zhao Wanwan turned to see Lin Yu, who had indeed turned into a starry-eyed admirer. In the past, Zhao Wanwan would have rolled her eyes at such behavior. Yet at this moment, she felt an inexplicable displeasure, perhaps due to the perceived foolishness of her friend. After the commendation letter was read, the name of the girl who had been rescued was never revealed. Under the protective measures of the police and the school, Fang Xin remained unnamed. She was quietly listening from the audience. Upon finishing the commendation letter, Principal Liang, noticing the curious expressions of the students, decided on the spur of the moment to invite Zhou Jiangnan and Li Pingfei to the stage to share a few words of encouragement. The audience was eager to see what they looked like, so let us welcome Zhou Jiangnan and Li Pingfei to the stage to express their thoughts. A wave of applause erupted as Zhou Jiangnan walked gracefully to the podium, with Li Pingfei trailing nervously, almost tripping over his own feet. "What should I do, Jiangnan? I'm so nervous." "Relax. How can you become a factory director if you're like this? Channel your usual assertiveness." The two took their positions on stage, presenting a stark contrast in the eyes of the multitude. Under the gaze of thousands, one stood tall and handsome, a subtle smile gracing his lips, exuding confidence and composure. The other, a plump individual, appeared shifty-eyed, occasionally glancing at the ground and then at the sky, nervously clutching the hem of his shirt. Principal Liang handed the microphone over, and Li Pingfei, feeling it was too hot to hold, hurriedly tossed it into Zhou Jiangnan's hands. "Jiangnan, you go first. I'll take notes." Zhou Jiangnan took the microphone, cleared his throat, and began with earnest intensity. "Hello everyone, I am Zhou Jiangnan. With school about to end, I won't take up much of your time and will simply share a few thoughts. My first thought is one of appreciation for the attention from all levels of leadership. I never expected such a small act could generate such a significant response. I am truly honored. Thank you to the county leaders, and thank you, Principal Liang. My second thought is that doing good deeds is not as difficult as it may seem. At that moment, I didn't think much of it. My parents and school have always taught us the importance of helping others. If you see someone in need, lend a hand. It's that simple. My third thought is a message of encouragement for us all. The wisdom of the youth signifies the wisdom of the nation. The strength of the youth signifies the strength of the nation. As the sun rises, its path illuminates the world. As the dragon stirs in the depths, its scales and claws take flight. We are the hope for the future. The state of our society ultimately rests upon the shoulders of our youth. Let us do good deeds without questioning the future. Let us strive together. In about a minute, while the audience remained in stunned silence, he concluded his remarks. As the microphone was passed to Li Pingfei, a thunderous applause erupted. Lin Yu thought Zhou Jiangnan was incredibly cool. His words carried a certain edge, especially with the nonchalant manner in which he casually placed his hand in his pocket. Li Pingfei's speech was notably brief, punctuated by stutters and tremors of his tongue, distilled into a singular phrase, "Me too." This gave rise to a peculiar sense of contrast. The individual who ought to have faltered radiated confidence, while the typically audacious person appeared hesitant and timid. The intricacies of human nature are indeed fascinating. Zhao Wanwan experienced a profound revelation, realizing that one should refrain from hastily forming conclusions about others. Her previous assertion was misguided. Zhou Jiangnan was, without a doubt, a man, one of remarkable fortitude. On the opposite side of the crowd, in the liberal arts class of the third year, Fang Xian gazed at the stage with misty eyes, overwhelmed with gratitude and admiration. He was truly dazzling. Chapter 24. Will you accompany me? The evening study session was anything but tranquil. The government had issued certificates and monetary awards for acts of bravery, with each individual receiving 2,000 yuan. Li Pingfei, seated at the back of the classroom, repeatedly counted his money, causing his desk mate's eyes to well up with envy. "Feej, can you take me along next time? I want to bask in such glory too." "You can't." At that moment, the knife was drawn, and Jiangnan and I charged in with a resolve to face death. "Could you do that?" Li Pingfei's chubby face bore an expression of disdain as he cast a sidelong glance at his companion. Once off the podium, he reverted to his previous self, one who boldly confronted everything and anything. Meanwhile, the other protagonist of the story was absorbed in his studies, impervious to the discussions and glances from his classmates. Lin Yushur occasionally turned his head, although he was ostensibly explaining problems to Huang Xiaolong. His gaze lingered on Zhou Jiangnan for most of the time. Then there was Zhao Wanwan, who seemed restless in her seat, fidgeting as if there were a nail beneath her. She appeared on the verge of turning around several times. "Mr. Lin, could you focus a bit? How can 7 times 8 equal 15? Huang Xiaolong's tone was filled with palpable melancholy. Zhao Wanwan chuckled softly. "Huang Xiaolong, I have some time now. Would you like me to tutor you?" Lin Yushur turned beet red, awkwardly facing away. Huang Xiaolong, taken aback, struggled to articulate his thoughts, glancing repeatedly at Zhou Jiangnan, hesitating to speak. "What are you looking at? The school bell is offering you guidance. What more could you desire?" Zhou Jiangnan teased him. Huang Xiaolong, blushing, nodded in acceptance of her tutoring. Since Zhao Wanwan sat in front of Zhou Jiangnan, tutoring Huang Xiaolong necessitated her turning slightly sideways, causing a portion of her upper body to rest upon Zhou Jiangnan's desk. The delicate fragrance emanating from her lightweight cotton t-shirt distorted the parabolas on the exam paper, severely disrupting his concentration. Zhou Jiangnan hesitated, ultimately sighing and tossing his pen onto the desk. "How about you switch seats with Lin Yushur?" "Why should I? I want tea swap." Zhao Wanwan declined firmly. Zhou Jiangnan redirected his focus. "Huang Xiaolong, let's switch." The girl named Zhao retorted. "I'm only in a good mood today to tutor you. I never said anything about a partnership going forward. Think carefully for yourself." Huang Xiaolong faced a challenging decision, biting his lip as he declined Zhou Jiangnan's offer. "Brother Nan, I'm sorry. You missed your chance. Too bad for you," Zhou Jiangnan muttered, picking up his pen to force himself to study. Seizing the moment when Zhao Wanwan turned to retrieve something, he laid his arm across the desk, claiming ample space. However, in the next instant, she inadvertently pressed down on his arm, and the world fell into silence. Huang Xiaolong, Zhao Wanwan, Zhou Jiangnan, "You scoundrel, Zhou Jiangnan. Is it my fault?" Zhao Wanwan, both embarrassed and enraged, seized his exam paper and tore it into shreds. The entire class merely glanced over, unfazed, over the past fortnight. The frequency of the aloof school beauty's breakdowns had surpassed that of the past 2 years. Zhou Jiangnan, that wretched creature. Li Pingfei silently gave his brother a thumbs up. Those who dared to confront the tigress head-on were indeed valiant. Zhou Jiangnan, having cast aside personal dignity, reveled in his unscrupulous existence, ultimately achieving his aim. Zhao Wanwan abandoned her tutoring efforts and did not look back until the evening study session concluded. After class, Li Pingfei, draping an arm over his shoulder, exuberantly expressed his admiration. Jiangnan, you have truly become my idol. After 2 years of delivering love letters, your moment of enlightenment makes it all worthwhile. Get lost. While you reside in a grand villa in the city, I still have to cycle home for half an hour. I have no time for your nonsense. Zhou Jiangnan, unable to endure his incessant chatter, chastised him. By the time he finished, the classroom was empty. He dashed out of the school gates, hopping onto his bicycle, ready to ride off. Zhou Jiangnan, apologize to me. An indignant voice rang out from behind. Zhou Jiangnan slammed on the brakes, shaking his head dismissively. Zhao Wanwan, it's your own mistake. Why should I apologize? You act like a rogue and still have the audacity to refuse. No apology, no departure. Zhao Wanwan spread her arms to block his path. At that moment, Li Pingfei strolled by, winking at Zhou Jiangnan and grinning as he approached. Get lost, Li Fatty. Zhao Wanwan barked, frightening him away. Jiangnan, my brother, I can't help you anymore. Farewell. The hefty boy sped away on his racing bike, leaving Zhou Jiangnan to witness the true nature of brotherhood. Indeed, a worthless companion. Zhao, what are you being so obstinate about? I'm in a hurry. Apologize. Not a chance. Then neither of us leaves. A standoff ensued at the school gates, with the boy pushing a battered bicycle, his impatience evident, while the girl, youthful and striking, appeared deeply aggrieved. As senior students exited, they naturally recognized Zhao Wanwan, the school beauty, eliciting peculiar glances from everyone passing by. In the past, Zhao Wanwan would have crumbled under the pressure and retreated, but this time, she clenched her teeth and refused to yield, stubborn and proud. Zhou Jiangnan, exerting immense restraint, remained equally obstinate. If it wasn't his fault, then it simply wasn't he. After a while, another graceful girl passed by the school gates and, unable to contain her curiosity, inquired, Zhou Jiangnan, what are you two up to? Zhou Jiangnan turned to see Fang Xian. Clearly, he had encountered a roadblock. Could Fang Xian rescue him? How can I, an outsider, interfere in your matters? Fang Xian hastily waved her hands. Outsider or not, I have no connection with her. I'd rather converse with you. By the way, are you heading home alone? I could drop you off since it's on my way. Is that all right? Thank you. Two individuals engaged in casual conversation, oblivious to their surroundings, ignited a tempest of frustration within Zhao Wanwan. What does it mean to be a roadblock? Am I merely a ferocious tigress in your eyes? And regarding the notion of camaraderie, is it impossible for me to connect with you? That scoundrel Zhou Jiangnan truly deserves contempt. She glanced at Fang Xian and recognized her undeniable beauty. It was no wonder they were both lauded as the campus flowers of Yizhong. Fang Xian exuded an aura of quiet elegance, and in comparison, Zhao Wanwan felt as though she resembled a mere beast. How infuriating it was to feel this sense of defeat. With her large eyes fixed in a glare at Zhou Jiangnan, she felt a surge of indignation. What else with the staring? Is having big eyes such a remarkable feat? As onlookers began to gather, Zhao Wanwan reluctantly abandoned her intention to demand an apology from Zhou Jiangnan, realizing that pushing too hard might lead to an unpleasant confrontation. With a huff, she retreated to await the bus, watching helplessly as Zhou Jiangnan and Fang Xian departed, laughing together, even wishing for Zhou Jiangnan's bicycle tires to burst. Upon reaching a flat area, Zhou Jiangnan mounted his bicycle, with Fang Xian gracefully sitting behind him, her genuine smile rendering her even more enchanting. Witnessing this scene filled Zhao Wanwan with profound sorrow. As the bus passed, she distinctly saw Zhou Jiangnan stand a pedal, unwilling to let Fang Xian dismount even on an incline. Why was he so tender towards her? They were both campus beauties. Why was he so kind to her? Zhao Wanwan was consumed by a rage that felt utterly unjustified. Chapter 25. An unfounded sense of crisis upon returning home. Zhao Wanwan found her mother alone on the sofa, engrossed in a television drama. Mom, why hasn't Dad returned yet? Has he been working overtime excessively? Indeed. I've heard that there has been an urgent crackdown on public security in the county. As deputy director, he must be swamped. I think the security situation is quite stable. Why such a severe response? Who knows? It's said that some petty thug harassed the daughter of a city leader. The mother and daughter exchanged questions and answers. With the mother absorbed in the drama, clearly oblivious to her daughter's discontent. Just as Zhou Wanwan was about to enter her room after setting down her backpack, her father, Zhou Jiangnan, the deputy director of the Lingjiang County Public Security Bureau, arrived home. "Dad, you're hardly ever home due to work. It's been ages since you spent time with Mom and me." Her playful tone made her father's heart flutter. After changing into his slippers, Zhou Jiangnan sighed. "At the beginning of the year, I wasn't this busy. Who would have thought that a reckless youth would dare to harass Vice Mayor Fang's daughter?" The leadership was furious, and here we are, working overtime. "Vice Mayor Fang. Fang Shuchu, you mean? Speaking of which, we owe a debt of gratitude to your classmate, Zhou Jiangnan. If he hadn't rescued the Vice Mayor's daughter, I would likely be in quite a predicament." Zhou Jiangnan reflected. "I never expected that the daughter of a high-ranking official would be raised in the countryside, and that two frail students would dare confront a thug. The youth of today are quite remarkable." Hearing Zhou Jiangnan's name once more and her father's commendation only fueled Zhou Wanwan's ire. "Humph, Zhou Jiangnan is no good. He is quite the scoundrel." Zhou Jiangnan, puzzled, inquired, "What is wrong with him?" "He is unfocused, performs poorly in his studies, and has no interest in academics." "Foolish daughter." Zhou Jiangnan smiled and said, "Let me impart another principle to you. In our nation's system of governance, there is a saying we hold dear. From every corner of the world, we appoint individuals based solely on their merit, valuing both virtue and talent, with virtue taking precedence. Do you understand why virtue comes first? Because a person endowed with both virtue and talent is a genuine asset. One with virtue but lacking talent is a secondary product, while one devoid of both is utterly worthless, and one with talent but lacking virtue is akin to poison. As long as a person's character remains untarnished, the potential for wrongdoing is non-existent. Once you enter society, you will come to realize how rare it is to encounter a virtuous individual. I believe that classmate Zhou Jiangnan is quite commendable." Zhou Jiangnan spoke highly of him, while Zhou Wanwan became increasingly despondent. "This foolish father. My daughter has been wronged by him, and he is here applauding. Truly a devoted father," she thought. Biting into an apple, Zhou Wanwan quietly retreated to her room, stubbornly pondering. A person with virtue but no talent is a secondary product. Zhou Jiannan's academic performance is at the bottom. What good is virtue if he cannot even enter university? At that moment, Zhou Jiangnan was driving Fang Xin along the road. Fang Xin held onto the corner of his shirt, and Zhou Jiangnan sensed an awkwardness in the atmosphere. Initially, he had offered to drive Fang Xin home to escape Zhou Wanwan's persistent clinginess, but now that they were alone together, he felt rather uncomfortable. Fortunately, his experience allowed him to shift the conversation frequently, often bringing laughter to Fang Xin, which eased the tension. "This girl is truly innocent," he mused. "While others may prefer to cry in a BMW rather than laugh on the back of a bicycle, she seems genuinely happy." He hoped that years from now, she would still possess such a joyful spirit. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Fang Xin jumped out of the car and expressed her gratitude, unable to resist asking, "Zhou Jiangnan, may I ride with you again tomorrow? After what happened last time, I feel a bit scared walking this path alone at night." Zhou Jiangnan was taken aback. Recalling that the troublemaker had already been apprehended, under the current strict law enforcement, no one would dare commit crimes openly. Instinctively, he wanted to decline. Yet, upon meeting her shy yet yearning gaze, filled with a fear of rejection, he remembered his own once timid and self-conscious self, and thus he nodded in agreement. "After evening study tomorrow, I will wait for you at the school gate. If you don't see me, just wait a moment." "All right, thank you." Just then, Fang Xion's grandmother arrived, and after bidding farewell, they each returned home. The elderly woman observed the uncontainable joy in her granddaughter's eyes and casually remarked, "Xin. The college entrance examination is approaching. You must focus on your studies." Fang Xin, being perceptive, immediately understood her grandmother's underlying message and blushed as she replied affirmatively. Some decisions should not be rushed, especially when it comes to observing others. "Take your time," the grandmother added pointedly, causing her granddaughter to lower her head. The next day in class, Zhou Jiangnan arrived punctually. However, he noticed that his classmates were regarding him with even stranger expressions, many filled with admiration and respect. Initially, he assumed their demeanor stemmed from his act of bravery, but as soon as he sat down, Huang Xiaolong began to inquire, "Adoptive father, I heard you rode home with the class flower Fang Xian last night. Who told you that?" "I merely gave her a ride as it was on my way." "Do not spread falsehoods. Enough already." Everyone knows by now that Fong Xin has been laughing in your back seat all morning. Someone even saw it with their own eyes. Come on, tell us, have you two become an item? Nonsense. If you keep talking rubbish, I'll give you a beating. As Zhou Jiangnan's words trailed off, he slammed his palm on the table. Li Pingfei chimed in, Jiangnan, you sly one. Being handsome really gives you the freedom to act as you please. You fatso, are you trying to stir up trouble too? When I get back, I'll tell Uncle Li to report you for watching Hong Kong movies. Don't. You traitor who forgets your loyalty for the sake of beauty. Zhao Wanwan felt increasingly uneasy. In comparison to Fong Xin, she seemed to lack any sense of superiority. In terms of looks, they were about equal, but Fong Xin exuded a gentle charm, and her father was the deputy mayor. Even their academic performances were comparable, with Fong Xin consistently ranking in the top 10 of their grade. Apart from her height, Zhao Wanwan felt she had no advantage over her. This shift in mentality struck her like a blow, reminiscent of how Zhou Jiangnan once felt towards her. The insatiable competitive spirit gnawed at her. That's enough. Are you all done? Stop interrupting my class. Her delicate hand struck the table, silencing Li Pingfei and Huang Xiaolong, who promptly abandoned their plans to press for more information. During today's lesson, the English teacher administered a test. In the afternoon, other teachers followed suit, as the second diagnostic exam for the senior year was fast approaching. Zhou Jiangnan worked at a steady pace. His recent efforts had him feeling as though he was starting to find his rhythm. In his past life, he had struggled hopelessly on construction sites, preparing for graduate school, often sneaking in late-night study sessions to memorize English vocabulary. At this moment, English listening posed little challenge for him, his vocabulary far exceeding that of his peers. Consequently, English became the least difficult subject for him. He brimmed with confidence regarding the second diagnostic exam and even the college entrance examination. After class, he parked his bicycle at the school gate, waiting for Fong Xin to emerge. Once again, Zhao Wanwan found herself on the bus, witnessing the same scene as yesterday. A bicycle carrying two individuals. The previous boyfriend pedaling in front, while the girl behind smiled sweetly. Damn it. A peculiar sense of crisis washed over her. Chapter 26. You're crushing my hair. As the second diagnostic exam drew nearer, a palpable tension filled the air. The atmosphere in Class 6 of the senior year was stifling. Everyone understood that this exam would essentially determine one's ultimate academic standing. According to the conventions of Lingjiang, one high school, achieving a place in a 211-key university was quite feasible for the top 100 students in the arts, while the same applied to the top 300 in the sciences. However, to gain admission to a prestigious 985 university or better, one needed to rank in the top 50. In Class 6, there were 2 students in the top 10 and 8 within the top 50, indicating a commendable number of candidates vying for elite institutions. With 18 classes in the science stream at Lingjiang 1 High School, nearly 1,000 students were enrolled. 2/3 of Class 6 ranked within the top 300, while the remaining third was mostly at a moderate level. With a little more effort over the next few weeks, there was hope for further improvement. After a motivational pep talk from Old Zhang, the morning classes concluded. Zhou Jiangnan and Li Pingfei shared lunch, once again criticizing the cafeteria staff before returning to class for a nap. In a daze, a delicate fragrance wafted into his nostrils, accompanied by a gentle tugging beneath his arm. Who on earth failed to secure the safety rope properly? A slip could lead to a perilous fall. For those tasked with the dirty work, nothing is more alarming than the reckless antics of the yellow hats who disregard safety protocols. A single life can be worth a fortune, and the real issue is that any incident necessitates a halt for rectification, delaying progress and potentially landing the white hats in trouble. Surely, this group of miscreants must be causing chaos again. Zhou Jiangnan firmly restrained the force, only to hear a voice exhale in annoyance. Zhou Jiangnan, you're pulling my hair. It turned out it wasn't the safety rope, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him. In that moment, he experienced a dreamlike sensation, a feeling of not knowing who was beside him. How familiar those words sounded. His first girlfriend, Li Xiaoyu, as well as the later internet celebrity, Su Cece, had uttered the same phrase to him in the night. Just a handful of words, yet they were saturated with an irresistible allure. Memories surged forth like a tidal wave. In his dream, Zhou Jiangnan was pricked by the pangs of reminiscence, his face adorned with a smile as he murmured softly, "Be good, don't cause trouble." The force instantly dissipated. In the front row, Zhao Wanwan suddenly lost her strength, her face blooming like a peach blossom. This scoundrel Zhou actually possessed a tender side. His magnetic tone sounded oddly enchanting, almost embarrassing. No, no, Zhao Wanwan, what are you thinking? Zhou Jiangnan is the last person you should be enamored with. Shaking her head to dispel the fleeting romantic thoughts, Zhao Wanwan exerted herself once more, yet still could not free herself, as she gazed at Zhou Jiangnan's innocent, slumbering visage. The pressure from her hand contorted his face, creating a strangely endearing expression that only grew more charming with each glance. Resigning herself to the idea of not forcibly pulling away, she leaned back against her chair, maintaining her position until the class bell chimed, rousing Zhou Jiangnan from his stupor. He looked quizzically at the figure in front, wondering why this girl appeared so lively, sitting with such poise as if preparing for a modeling gig. Zhao Wanwan turned around. Her gaze peculiar, her voice softer than usual. You're pulling my hair. Zhou Jiangnan quickly lifted his hand, the silky high ponytail brushing against his skin, causing a slight itch. Zhao Wanwan, reclaiming her hair, stood up and stretched. Goodness, it was only 2005, and the material conditions were not advanced. How had this girl developed so remarkably? Zhou Jiangnan hastily bowed his head, offering an apology. I'm sorry. To his surprise, Zhao Wanwan casually replied, it's fine. No, something was off. This tigress was behaving quite unusually today, her proud demeanor lacking its usual intensity. When circumstances deviate from the norm, something must be amiss. Hey, Xiaolong, don't you have a question you can't solve? Why not ask Zhao classmate? She seems in a good mood, and surely won't he refuse. Zhou Jiangnan nudged his deskmate, signaling him to swallow his pride. Huang Xiaolong, spurred by newfound courage, spoke up. Xiao Zhao, I have a question I can't figure out. Could you? I can't. I'm busy right now. Go ask Xiaoyu. Kind words warm the heart in winter, while harsh words chill in summer. Huang Xiaolong looked at Zhou Jiangnan with a pitiful expression, feeling deeply wounded, while Nanga shrugged, indicating his inability to assist. The woman is as unpredictable as the weather. Even Jesus would tremble in her presence. Zhou Jiangnan took a moment in the restroom to clear his mind and splash cold water on his face, invigorating himself. Li Pengfei invited him to indulge in a hot dog, but he declined with ruthless determination. Today's refusal to accept a hot dog is but a strategy to ensure he can treat others to one in the future. He must devote his limited time to the endless pursuit of problem-solving. One must be fervent to survive. Li Pengfei was astonished by Zhou Jiangnan's motivated state. Had he possessed such awareness 2 years ago, they would not have found themselves in the depths of mediocrity together. Forget it. I shall forego the treat as well. I must strive for my diploma. The two struggling brothers returned from the restroom, and Zhou Jiangnan immediately picked up a book to read. His enthusiasm for learning sent shivers down Huang Xiaolong's spine. He must exert more effort, or he would find himself among the bottom 10 in class. When the physics teacher entered the classroom, he was greeted by the sight of eager and diligent students. Even the slacker Li Pengfei was taking notes, truly a rare occurrence. Following the incident concerning her hair, Zhao Wanwan remained surprisingly quiet throughout the afternoon, while her desk mate Lin Yu exhibited an unusually stable demeanor. She continued to passionately resolve queries and explain problems to others, a process that simultaneously reinforced her own memory, leaving Huang Xiaolong moved to tears. Zhou Jiangnan understood that the entire class was preparing for the impending second diagnostic exam. Above all, the college entrance examination was paramount. Old Zhang had repeatedly advised them to endure, stating that gaining admission to university would be worthwhile. He never elaborated on why university was so significant. Most students in the classroom had yet to formulate a clear plan for their futures. If the teacher said so, then that was the course of action. Yet, Zhou Jiangnan was acutely aware that the college entrance examination was merely the beginning. Being born into a novice village does not guarantee victory at the starting line. And the choices one makes are far more critical than mere effort. Some are born into privilege, while many others are destined to toil. He cherishes this opportunity for rebirth. Chapter 27. A natural course initially. An encounter between handsome boys and beautiful girls transpired at the entrance of Lingjiang No. 1 High School, with no one realizing anything amiss. Zhou Jiangnan could never have anticipated that this confrontation would serve to bridge the gap between him and Fang Xian. Once, twice, thrice at some point. The routine of escorting Fang Xian home after school became an unspoken agreement, as if it were a customary practice, particularly during this period. Li Pengfei had not accompanied him back to the cement factory, as his mother had expressed concern over the county's crackdown on crime, fearing that her precious son might be kidnapped. Lacking the company of his hefty friend, Zhou Jiangnan initially felt a tinge of loneliness. It was then that Fong Xian appeared. Since their paths coincided, he willingly offered to escort her home after school, unperturbed by the curious glances of passers-by. Engaging in conversation along the way rendered the journey home far more delightful. The liberal arts classroom was situated closest to the school gate, and thus, Fong Xian awaited him promptly at the entrance after evening study sessions. The gentle evening breeze tousled her hair, scattering an aura of grace and modesty in the air, evoking a sense of delicate vulnerability that was utterly captivating. At the school gate, the beautiful belle of the liberal arts class awaited someone, a sight that had never before graced this place. As the senior students passed by, they couldn't help but cast curious glances, causing the inherently reserved Fong Xian to lower her head, resembling a delicate water lily shivering in the cool breeze. This was the scene that Zhou Jiangnan encountered each time he ventured out with his bicycle. The girl stood in stark contrast to Zhao Wanwan, embodying two extremes, one gentle and soft, the other aloof and proud. It was common knowledge that interacting with a girl of Fong Xian's temperament was far more pleasant. Zhou Jiangnan felt utterly at ease in her presence, a stark difference from his demeanor around Zhao Wanwan. Upon seeing him, Fong Xian exclaimed softly, "You're here." Zhou Jiangnan patted the back seat, urging, "There's no time, getting quickly." In perfect harmony, Fong Xian naturally rose on her toes and gracefully took her seat on the back, her face adorned with a shy smile. This was a scene Zhao Wanwan had witnessed countless times, and it left her feeling somewhat discontented. Something that had once belonged to her was now snatched away by another, leaving her in a sour mood. Damn Zhou Jiangnan, that insufferable brat. One could not hide the murderous intent in their gaze, yet Zhou Jiangnan remained unfazed, pushing off with force, the bicycle creaking as it sped away. Beside Zhao Wanwan, Lin Yu watched her, words caught in her throat, releasing a deep sigh. Feeling helpless and powerless, on the road leading to the outskirts of the county, the two individuals, now familiar with each other, engaged in casual conversation, mainly driven by Zhou Jiangnan's chatter while Fong Xian listened attentively. In his past life, Zhou Jiangnan had traversed the country for various projects, witnessing the southern sun at 4 in the morning and hearing the crowing of roosters in the northern night. With workers from all corners of the world, his experiences were rich and varied. Fong Xian, being a young girl, was no match for his comedic prowess, often stifling giggles behind her hands, finding him amusing and comforting. Not only knowledgeable, but also exuding a sense of safety. They had shared many evenings returning home together, with Zhou Jiangnan discussing everything under the sun, yet never broaching the subject of her family. Fong Xian, too, refrained from bringing it up, cherishing their current state of friendship, not wishing to complicate it with extraneous matters. It was almost unbelievable. To an outsider, one might think her father was a vice mayor, and she had been pampered since childhood. However, the reality was quite the opposite. Fong Xian was notably introverted, unlike other privileged offspring who often displayed a sense of entitlement. Having lost her mother at a young age, her father initially had the time to care for the family while working in a township. Yet, as his career progressed, he became increasingly busy, spending less time at home. The paternal role gradually faded from her life. Since she could remember, she had lived with her grandmother, devoid of peers, as her grandmother intentionally shielded her from ill-intentioned individuals. Thus, Fong Xian had very few friends. Throughout her life, she attended school alone, played alone, and experienced the joys and sorrows of life in solitude. Often, when she observed her classmates huddled together, laughing and playing, an involuntary pang of envy surged within her. She attempted to blend in, yet the girl seemed averse to her. Despite her striking beauty, had she been anyone else, she might have faced bullying. However, her exceptional academic performance rendered her a favored subject for the teacher's protection. Thus, unable to retaliate or rebuke, the girls chose to keep their distance. Those who excel often find themselves ensconced in solitude, a reality Fong Xian had come to accept. It was at this juncture that Zhou Jiangnan entered her life. His gaze was untainted, devoid of any ulterior motives stemming from her appearance. His willingness to assist her stemmed from an authentic desire for human connection, establishing a sense of equality that she deeply yearned for. Fong Xian fantasized about the prospect of frequently encountering him in university. Summoning her courage, she inquired, "Zhou Jiangnan, which university are you planning to apply to?" Zhou Jiangnan, rising and stretching, replied casually, "Linen University, Do you believe it? I do, she responded, amused. Huh, I was just joking. My current grades are too far from that. I'll reconsider after the college entrance exam results. But generally, my aim is to head towards Jiangnan. The coastal regions have been advancing for over a decade, offering more opportunities. Fang Xin was aware of Zhou Jiangnan standing in the first diagnostic exam. Given his current performance, Linen University seemed a distant dream. Yet, with numerous institutions in Jiangnan, opportunities could certainly arise if one aspired to pursue them. What do you aspire to do in the future? She asked. With so many opportunities there, I plan to venture into entrepreneurship. I simply refuse to be an employee, Zhou Jiangnan asserted firmly, then posed a counter-question. What about you? With your stellar grades, you can choose any top university in the country. Are you considering Tsinghua or Peking University? Am I? While both her teachers and father had expressed hopes for her to aim for these prestigious institutions, Fang Xin hesitated under Zhou Jiangnan's inquiry. The broad expanse of his back shielded her from the evening breeze, concealing her expression. Lost in her thoughts, she made a decision that contradicted her family's wishes. She would apply to Linen University. Since Zhou Jiangnan intended to go there, she might as well follow suit, perhaps allowing for convenient visits during holidays. Yet, this choice was hers alone, a secret she would keep. I'll think about it. I'm not quite sure yet. I'll decide after seeing my results. After a pause, she added, I believe the climate in the south is more favorable than in the north. I'm not keen on heading north. That is true. The climate in Sichuan Chongqing nurtures our skin well. Going north would be quite an adjustment. Are you truly set on going to Jiangnan? Indeed, my name contains Jiangnan. I must remain true to my roots. Ah, understood. Good luck, Zhou Jiangnan. Let us both strive for success. As per routine, Fang Xin's grandmother awaited her by the roadside, presenting Zhou Jiangnan with an apple as a token of gratitude for his company. Zhou Jiangnan graciously accepted the apple, waved, and continued on his way. Her grandmother, observing her granddaughter, had already discerned everything. She chose not to confront the matter directly. She had already inquired about Zhou Jiangnan's background through her contacts, discovering that his parents were honest individuals and that he possessed commendable character. With such a friend, Fang Xin had become considerably more cheerful lately. She harbored no concerns regarding early romance, confident that Fang Xin could discern what truly mattered. With him accompanying her on the way, she felt a sense of reassurance, deciding to observe the situation for the time being. Chapter 28. Are you in a relationship? Upon returning home, Zhou Jiangnan found his father, the foreman of the cement factory, carrying a broom and sweeping about, clearly wrestling with a topic he found difficult to broach. The old man's hesitant expression, coupled with his weathered face, made it hard for Luo Xiaoying to contain her impatience. Zhou Xiangdong, what are you doing? If you have something to say, just say it. Stop circling around your son. It's quite vexing. Old Zhou, still clutching the broom, pulled over a stool and gestured toward the one opposite him, raising his voice. Come over here, kid. I have something to ask you. Zhou Jiangnan, puzzled by his father's unusual demeanor, replied, Dad, if you have something to say, just say it. No need to be so coy. It's rather annoying. What's this? You think you're too good for me now? I'm asking you. Are you in a relationship? What? Before Zhou Jiangnan could respond, Luo Xiaoying rushed over, abandoning her dishes to sit beside old Zhou, her eyes fixed anxiously on her son. Zhou Jiangnan rolled his eyes, feeling exasperated. Here we go again. Just the other day, he had emphatically declared that he wasn't dating anyone in front of their homeroom teacher, Lao Zhang. Why couldn't his parents trust him? What was the point of romance anyway? Even dogs don't bother with it. For a mere 188, one could find beautiful girls from all corners of the earth who would pamper your feet until they sparkled. For 688 a night, one could feel as if their bones had been lightened by 2 ounces. Spending money on romance would yield nothing but disappointment. With utmost seriousness, Zhou Jiangnan looked at old Zhou and asked, Old man, from where have you heard these rumors? I have no interest in romance, as I've already mentioned. Who cares where I heard it? Aren't you the one escorting a particularly lovely girl home every day after school? Is it that girl Zhao Wanwan, the daughter of the director? Luo Xiaoying exclaimed in surprise. No, this time it's another female student. Just confess already. Old Zhou exclaimed, shaking his head in exasperation. Zhou Jiangnan chuckled, realizing that his father must have heard from the cement factory drivers who saw him cycling with the girl. His father's information sources were quite limited. In such a small place as Lingjiang County, rumors spread like wildfire, which is why young people often preferred to leave for larger cities and never return. Confess? I'll confess right now. She is a classmate I saved last time, Fong Xin from the liberal arts class. Think about it, a top student in the grade. Not only academically brilliant, but also exceptionally beautiful. Why would she want to date someone like me? Even if your son had such thoughts, she might not even look my way. Unable to resolve the underlying tension, Zhou Jiangnan had become adept at creating distractions, a tactic he had employed successfully time and again. Indeed, upon the utterance of the subsequent statement, Comrade Luo Xiaoying became agitated once more, vociferously lamenting the supposed shortcomings of her son and questioning why he was held in disdain. Lao Zhou maintained his focus, feeling reassured after listening to Zhou Jiangnan's explanation. For him, there was no cause for concern regarding female students with commendable academic records, as the true apprehension lay with their parents. Seizing this opportunity, he inquired about Zhou Jiangnan's preparations for the upcoming second diagnostic examination. The young man confidently thumped his chest, vowing to make significant progress, asserting that should he fail to do so, he would no longer bear the surname Zhou. While Lao Zhou felt a surge of happiness, a tinge of melancholy accompanied it. The Zhou family had only this solitary descendant over 3 generations, and he could only pray for ancestral blessings to ensure the continuation of the family line. The tranquil yet warm moments of their small family flew by swiftly. Zhou Jiangnan, not only diligent in his studies, also assisted with household chores upon returning home, evoking a bittersweet sense of loss in Luo Xiaoying, as if her son had suddenly matured overnight. After nurturing him for over a decade, he was now on the brink of independence. Sigh. The second diagnostic examination loomed ever closer. During this time, Zhou Jiangnan seized the opportunity to inspect the construction progress of their self-built house. After a period of repairs, the second floor was nearing completion, and the mason hired by Li Pengfei proved to be quite reliable, justifying his wages. He silently calculated in his mind. The highway planning would be disclosed post-college entrance examinations, leaving less than 3 months until then. At present, regulations surrounding self-built houses were lax, permitting construction up to 6 stories if one had the financial means. Given the pace of work by these masons, there was a hopeful prospect that the 3rd floor could also be completed soon. In the year 2005, in Linjiang County, the price per square meter for ordinary commercial housing was nearly 1,000 yuan, and for more favorable locations, it ranged between 1,200 and 1,300 yuan. Although their self-built house was not situated within the urban area, the compensation for demolition in that location was approximately 600 to 700 yuan. Once the 3rd floor was completed, the total constructed area would approach 400 square meters, yielding a compensation of at least 200,000 yuan. Divided between himself and the hefty individual, they could each expect around 100,000 yuan. At that time, 100,000 yuan was a substantial sum, easily sufficient to purchase a house in the county, equivalent to the earnings of many families accumulated over a decade. However, Zhou Jiangnan did not intend to use this money for purchasing a home. Rather, he planned to allocate it as seed capital for a business venture. Once he entered university, opportunities would abound, and the necessity for funds would be plentiful. Gazing at the self-built house before him, Zhou Jiangnan sighed deeply, pondering how beneficial it would be to have a bit more capital to construct another one. Ultimately, the crux of the matter remained that he simply lacked sufficient funds. Upon hearing his sigh, Li Pengfei, puzzled, asked, "What troubles you? Are you dissatisfied? This is already the most reasonably priced craftsman we can afford. Any more, and we could not manage it. After purchasing materials, our funds are barely enough to hire them." Zhou Jiangnan shook his head, responding, "No, my only lament is the lack of capital. If only I could build another self-constructed house, it would be perfect." "Build another? I've already invested all my pocket money from the past decade into this venture. How do you plan to profit from this derelict house?" "Profit is not your concern. Rest assured, there will be no losses on your end. You have toiled greatly, and in due time, I shall share half the gains with you. Enough of this topic. Let us instead discuss your romantic entanglements." Li Pengzi's eyes darted around. "Jiangnan, you rascal, you've become quite the sensation at school lately. Even the students in the liberal arts class are inquiring about you. They say you and Fong Xin are inseparable after school." "Nonsense. I am not, I do not. Stop spreading rumors. Look at you. After 2 years devoted to Zhao Wanwan, your affections shifted in the blink of an eye to another, also a campus beauty. You truly are a heartless wretch. I've told you there's nothing going on. Instead of wasting time on this, You should focus on your studies. Study? What a joke. Let me tell you, with my keen observation, Zhou Jiangnan's interest in you has noticeably increased. Have you not noticed? Stop. Enough of these meaningless and tedious topics, fatty. The two were clearly speaking past each other, and Li Pingfei, caught up in his excitement, found it hard to stop. As Zhou Jiangnan pedaled his bicycle, Li Pingfei chased after him, chattering incessantly. In student life, nothing could be more thrilling than the campus beauty. When a brother succeeds, it feels like one's own success. Li Pingfei pedaled furiously, like a duck circling Zhou Jiangnan without pause. The setting sun elongated the shadows of the two youths, drifting farther away. Chapter 29. The Second Diagnosis Examination, March 19th. The final evening study session before the second examination. The atmosphere in Class 6 of the third year was tense, with everyone scribbling vigorously to capture key points, those struggling with English memorizing vocabulary, while others grappling with mathematics copied formulas. Zhou Jiangnan, however, was not solving problems. Instead, he leaned back in his chair, staring blankly at the blackboard. After furiously completing a test paper, Huang Xiaolong maintained his posture, lost in a trance, as if transcending reality. Nangu. Got it. Zhou Jiangnan crossed his arms, appearing focused, yet his gaze wandered. He was mentally reviewing the knowledge he had studied, particularly in biology. The most challenging subject among the sciences, principles like Mendel's laws of inheritance were perpetually difficult to remember. Damn, biology is truly hard to learn. Zhou Jiangnan frowned, closing his eyes for a few seconds before opening them again, attempting to revisit the biological concepts. This scene was noticed by Lin Yu, who nudged Zhao Wanwan. Don't you think Zhou Jiangnan looks unwell? His complexion is rather poor. What does his health matter to me? Zhao Wanwan replied, frowning. Lin Yu refrained from asking further. With the recent rumors swirling about Zhou Jiangnan and Fang Xian, she felt herself inferior to Fang Xian. Thus, the budding feelings within her were suffocated before they could even bloom, buried under a heavy layer of concrete. As the class progressed, after a trip to the restroom, Zhao Wanwan returned to find Zhou Jiangnan still motionless, his brows slightly twitching in apparent discomfort. Zhou Jiangnan, should we take you to the hospital? We can ask the homeroom teacher for help. Zhao Wanwan's inquiry went unanswered, prompting her to wave her hand in front of his eyes. What are you doing? Zhou Jiangnan snapped back to reality, puzzled. You seem ill. You need to go to the hospital. You are the one who is ill. Go play somewhere else and don't disturb my studies. Zhou Jiangnan spared no mercy as he confronted Zhao Wanwan, nearly causing her to lose her composure. How had this scoundrel transformed into such a figure? Once, he had relentlessly pursued her with love letters, yet now, when she showed concern, he retorted with insults. What a fool she was to extend kindness to one so ungrateful. If he wished for demise, then let him perish. If she cared for him again, she would be nothing short of a fool. Zhao Wanwan plopped down heavily, pressing her chair against Zhou Jiangnan's desk, while Lin Yu and Huang Xiaolong exchanged glances, rendered speechless. As the college entrance examination approached, his behavior grew increasingly reckless, and he seemed devoid of any affection for Zhao Wanwan. Still unsatisfied, she lashed out. What good is your studying? If you ever show progress, then my surname isn't Zhao. Huang Xiaolong interjected. Then what is it? Zhou. The following morning, everyone arrived at the examination hall, the atmosphere thick with tension as the mock college entrance examination commenced. Zhou Jiangnan glanced at the Chinese language paper, feeling no pressure whatsoever. Chinese had always been his forte. With inspiration flowing, he completed his essay with half an hour to spare. He handed in his paper early, leaving his fellow candidates in a state of anxious disarray. The invigilator paused, curiosity piqued as they reviewed his essay, which was impeccably written, clear, coherent, and adorned with eloquence, a certain high-scoring piece. The invigilator nodded to himself. This young man possessed undeniable talent and had ample reason to exude confidence, even if it ruffled a few feathers. The mathematics paper in the afternoon proved to be somewhat challenging. Zhou Jiangnan exerted himself, but managed to only partially complete the final problem. Upon finishing, the school was filled with sighs of disappointment. The following morning heralded the main event, the comprehensive science exam, a subject in which he felt least assured. His mind raced against the clock, and he finished the last question just as time expired. This marked the first instance in his life that he completed the comprehensive science exam within the allotted time. Regardless of the outcome, it was a commendable achievement. The afternoon's English test was a mere formality. After all, even while working on construction sites, He had not neglected his English studies, and thus felt no pressure. Once again, the invigilator witnessed this striking young man submit his paper 30 minutes early, departing with an air of nonchalance that shattered the calm of his fellow candidates. The invigilator made a mental note of Zhou Jiangnan's name, eager to see how this audacious individual would rank once the results were released. After exiting the examination hall, Zhou Jiangnan purchased 2 cups of milk tea at the school gate, deliberately choosing one to be hot. He was aware that Fang Xian excelled in English and would emerge soon. To his surprise, Zhao Wanwan also finished early, with few people around the school entrance. Fang Xian accepted the drink with a sweet smile, her cheeks tinged with a blush. How did Zhou Jiangnan know? Had he purposely bought her hot milk tea? When she received it, her hand brushed against the other cup, which was icy cold. This warm milk tea enveloped her heart, igniting a warmth within. "Thank you for the milk tea. It's very comforting," she remarked, her words intercepted by Zhao Wanwan, whose mood plummeted like the temperature of Zhou Jiangnan's milk tea. What a delightful pair they were, even knowing when it was appropriate to drink hot water. Truly wonderful indeed. It was said that one should not engage in romantic relationships before graduation, but such claims are mere fabrications. Zhou Jiangnan had no inkling of her thoughts. He merely tended to evade any potential risks. And it was certainly more prudent to opt for hot milk tea than to test whether a girl was amenable to spending the night together. The 2 young women, each with their own intentions, felt a surge of undercurrents as they brushed past each other. The young man remained blissfully unaware, offering no greeting to Zhao Wanwan as he whisked away with Fang Xian. In the gentle breeze of early spring, Zhao Wanwan found herself overwhelmed by a sudden pang of regret while on the bus. Zhou Jiangnan, in high spirits, hummed a cheerful tune along the way. Fang Xian, delightfully caught in the moment, playfully tugged at his sleeve and exclaimed, "Jiangnan, I've heard you've written a particularly beautiful song. Would you sing it for me?" The moment the words escaped her lips, she felt a wave of remorse, realizing her request may have been inappropriate. She quickly added, "If it's inconvenient, then never mind. After all, that song embodies your own regrets, and it might stir up melancholy." After a moment of contemplation, she felt she had erred and was overwhelmed with guilt. Repeatedly apologizing, Zhou Jiangnan, initially in the throes of emotion, was momentarily thrown off by her barrage of self-reproach. He responded nonchalantly, "You all love to spread rumors. That song was merely a casual rendition, devoid of any deeper meaning." With that, he began to sing, and Fang Xian listened raptly, savoring the essence of each word, a peculiar sensation lingering in her heart. When the song concluded, Zhou Jiangnan waited in vain for her response. Where's the applause?" He clapped his hands, and Fang Xian, snapping back to reality, hurriedly applauded, lavishly praising him before inquiring, "By the way, how did you fare on the exam?" "I believe I did quite well. We shall see when the results are released." "Such confidence. Allow me to preemptively congratulate you." "Haha, thank you. I hope you will be there to celebrate." "Oh, Jiangnan. See you tomorrow." Tomorrow it is. Chapter 30. Examination results. In the gentle warmth of March, a new week commenced, and the classroom buzzed with animated discussions about the second diagnostic exam. Everyone eagerly awaited the results, with a select few even anticipating Zhou Jiangnan's performance. They secretly hoped for a lackluster outcome, which would disrupt his pairing with Zhao Wanwan. How could he squander such a splendid opportunity, sitting behind the school beauty, seemingly engrossed in his studies without making any impact? Li Pengfei ventured to the front row to stir up some mischief. "Jiangnan, the results should be out today. What score do you think you will achieve?" "Why bother asking? It will undoubtedly be higher than yours." "Spare me the banter. Your score affects my bet with my desk mate. If he loses, he must gift me that mutated lion." Li Pengfei had recently become enamored with the game Dream of the Red Chamber and had long coveted the rare beast. "What are the terms of your wager?" "It's a bet on whether you can score over 500. If you surpass 500, I win." "Ah, then congratulations are in order." Zhou Jiangnan's calm demeanor only intensified Li Pengfei's anticipation, making him itch to rush to the internet cafe. Following this exam, teachers had assessed that scoring above 500 would typically guarantee entry into a second-tier university. It was astonishing to see Zhou Jiangnan exude such confidence. "My good brother, once I acquire that mutated lion, I shall treat you to barbecue." "Sounds good." The conversation among the so-called trash brothers left Zhao Wanwan feeling suffocated. Just before the exam, she had confidently declared that if Zhou Jiangnan made any progress, she would no longer bear the surname Zhao. Was that not a prophetic statement? Her conscience reminded her that as a classmate, she ought to feel pleased for Zhou Jiangnan's improvement. One should not harbor overly dark thoughts. Yet, it was exceedingly bothersome, utterly vexing. As soon as she spotted their homeroom teacher, old Zhang, appearing in the corridor, Li Pengfei hastily scurried back to his seat. With a beaming smile, old Zhang entered the classroom, holding a report card, clearly in high spirits. Students, pause your pens. I am here to announce the results of the second diagnostic exam. After a brief commotion, the classroom fell silent. Even the sound of deep breaths could be distinctly heard. Judging by my expression, you should be able to surmise that our class performed admirably on this exam, showing an overall improvement compared to the first diagnostic. The average score surpassed that of Class 3, placing us third among the 6 rocket classes. The number of students scoring in the high ranges has increased, with one additional student entering the top 50 in the grade, while the overall count of students in the top 100 remained unchanged. Notably, the number of students in the top 300 has risen by 4, which fills me with immense joy. The atmosphere in the classroom grew increasingly tense as old Zhang observed the pupils' reactions with satisfaction. This was as it should be. To be among the top 300 in the grade, the prospect of gaining admission to a 211 university is indeed promising, if not assured. Old Zhang possessed a strong sense of ceremony. While other homeroom teachers in the rocket classes might merely announce the top 10 or 50 scores and then post the results on the wall for students to peruse, he firmly believed that reading each student's score aloud was a gesture of mutual respect between teacher and student, serving as both encouragement and motivation. Now, I shall announce the results, so please listen attentively. Gao Qianjun, 643 points, second in the grade. This exam's overall difficulty was heightened, particularly in mathematics. So achieving this score is commendable. Keep up the good work. Zhao Wanwan, 634 points, ninth in the grade, an improvement of 1 rank, excellent. Lin Yu, 632 points, 11th in the grade, maintaining position, continue to strive. Zhou Xiaolong, 611 points, 49th in the grade, a significant leap from 63rd in the first diagnostic. Entering the top 50 is truly worthy of commendation. Let us applaud his efforts. Qin Hui, 605 points, 58th in the grade, a slight decline. You must exert more effort. Zhang Xiao, 573 points, 296th in the grade. Now, we have only one name left to announce that has entered the top 300 of the grade. At this juncture, old Zhang paused, a noticeable smile gracing his face as he cast a glance toward Zhou Jiangnan in the front row. For this exam, I wish to particularly commend one student whose score was previously at the bottom of the class, ranking beyond 500 in the grade, and whose remarkable progress can only be described as astonishing. Zhao Wanwan's heart sank. Surely, it could not be Zhou Jiangnan. Others, too, were agape, connecting old Zhang's gaze to Zhou Jiangnan and Huang Xiaolong, both of whom had previously languished at the tail end of the rankings. Whichever of them had suddenly surged into the top 300 was bound to make headlines. Especially Zhou Jiangnan, who is not only handsome and skilled at playing ball, but also possesses the ability to play the piano and compose songs. If he were to improve his academic performance, he would undoubtedly be a prime example of an ideal man. If that were the case, one wonders if Zhao Wanwan would feel any regret, while others speculate. Huang Xiaolong remains clear-headed, estimating that Zhou's score would barely reach 500, just enough to meet the second-tier university threshold. The person old Zhang mentioned could not possibly be him. Zhou Jiangnan is the only answer. Indeed, old Zhang's next words caused a stir. Zhou Jiangnan, 571 points, an increase of over 70 points from the first diagnostic exam. Ranking 298th in the grade, a remarkable improvement, deserving of special commendation. When old Zhang announced Zhou Jiangnan's name, a wave of gasps erupted in the classroom, prompting him to raise his voice. After revealing the score, many were left in stunned silence. What the hell? In just 2 months, he raised his score by over 70 points. Who would believe that? It's too outrageous. Could he have cheated? Come on, my brother has been studying hard. And everyone can see that. You wouldn't want to ruin our agreement, would you? Hurry up and get me that mutated lion after school. Li Pengfei felt a swell of happiness for his good friend's achievement, experiencing a sense of shared pride. He let out a sharp whistle, drawing an irate glare from old Zhang. Li Pengfei, what are you doing? I'm sorry, Teacher Zhang, I got too excited. Excited about what? I'm not even going to mention you. Look at Zhou Jiangnan's clear progress. And you? 451 points. Third from the bottom in class. barely enough to qualify for a vocational course. Still laughing? Even a pig would know to turn around after 3 lessons. You're simply hopeless. I'm too tired to deal with you. Bring your parents tomorrow. Make sure it's your father, not your mother. Li Pengfei immediately felt deflated at the thought of his father attending the parent-teacher meeting, knowing he would certainly face a reprimanding that evening. Zhao Wanwan, already feeling anxious, was further taken aback by Zhou Jiangnan's score and instinctively turned to look at him. At that moment, Zhou did not exhibit the ecstatic joy she had imagined. Rather, he wore a gentle smile that struck her as strangely absurd. It seemed he had anticipated this result all along, displaying an air of nonchalance that exuded arrogance. Yes, it was quite pretentious. Can someone really change so dramatically in just a month or two? Curiosity filled Zhao Wanwan's eyes. Perhaps in a moment of good spirits, Zhou Jiangnan smiled at her, his warmth reminiscent of sunshine. Caught off guard, Zhao Wanwan felt her cheeks flush. Chapter 31. The misunderstanding of praise. The classroom remained in a state of uproar. Old Zhang continued to read through the remaining rankings. But Zhao Wanwan absorbed none of the specifics. Her mind was in a daze, temporarily devoid of rational thought. The fact that Zhou Jiangnan had smiled at her, his first smile in nearly 2 months, felt like an extraordinary occurrence. It was as if she had been a devoted admirer. And after such a long time, her idol had finally acknowledged her. How could this be? What a jumble of thoughts she was having. Zhao Wanwan, you're being foolish. Stop overthinking. As Lin Yu had just congratulated Zhou Jiangnan, he heard old Zhang announce Huang Xiaolong's results, which had improved by more than a dozen ranks since the last assessment, showcasing his progress. Huang Xiaolong, congratulations. The teacher praised you, indicating that your foundation is quite solid. With continued effort, you can ascend to even greater heights. Thank you, Teacher Lin. It is truly your effective guidance that has enabled my improvement. I am immensely grateful. The two exchanged compliments. Although Huang Xiaolong's progress was not as spectacular as Zhou Jiangnan's, it brought him considerable joy. Suddenly, he remembered that Zhao Wanwan had also tutored him a couple of times. He felt compelled to express his gratitude to her as well. What did you say? She asked. I said thank you. Oh, you ought to thank Lin Yu. She has put in the most effort and care. I've already thanked her. Oh. After a few exchanges, Huang Xiaolong noticed that Zhao Wanwan seemed uninterested in continuing the conversation. The praise he yearned to hear remained unspoken, leaving him with a sense of frustration. At that moment, old Zhang concluded reading the report cards and began his summary. Class. The progress of our class is evident to all. I hope everyone continues to strive for excellence in the upcoming 3rd assessment. Having reviewed the list of students who have benefited from our pairing support system, I see that most have made progress, which indicates that this approach is indeed effective and should be promoted further. At this juncture, I would like to particularly commend Zhao Wanwan for her exceptional work in tutoring Zhou Jiangnan, who showed the most significant improvement. This reflects her dedication. And her own performance has also risen, exemplifying the commendable virtues of unity and mutual assistance. Let us all applaud her. Thunderous applause erupted. Zhao Wanwan's face flushed with embarrassment. Old Zhang was unaware of the situation, and she wondered if the other students were oblivious as well. She had not tutored Zhou Jiangnan at all. He had never sought her help for any questions. Whenever he did inquire, it was always Lin Yu he approached. All the credit belonged to Lin Yu. Moreover, why was Huang Xiaolong clapping along? Did he not know the truth? Feeling humiliated by the applause, which felt like a mockery of her, Zhao Wanwan could no longer sit still. She sprang to her feet and declared, Teacher Zhang, this is all the result of Zhou Jiangnan's own hard work. It has nothing to do with me. Look at Zhao Wanwan. She is not only humble, but also refuses to take undue credit. We should all learn from her and cultivate the admirable quality of humility. I am not what. The results speak for themselves. Everyone can see your contribution. I did not. Where is the evidence of your lack? Look, you are still being modest. If you have done well, you deserve to be praised without feeling pressured. As Zhao Wanwan contemplated revealing the truth, a thought suddenly crossed her mind. What if, after she clarified the situation, Teacher Zhang deemed Zhou Jiangnan capable enough and decided there was no longer a need for tutoring, thus altering his seating arrangement, or perhaps assigning her to another student? Neither outcome was favorable to her, so she fell silent. Zhou Jiangnan, why don't you share your thoughts? Should Zhao Wanwan be thanked? Is she worthy of our admiration and praise? As Zhou Jiangnan was engrossed in the performance, he was suddenly called upon, hesitatingly rising to his feet. Before he could utter a word, a loud laugh erupted from the back of the classroom, where Li Pengfei, privy to the underlying truth, could hardly contain his amusement. Zhao Wanwan, on the other hand, was blushing profusely, her embarrassment palpable. Everyone turned in the direction of the laughter, and as Zhao Wanwan turned her head, her gaze collided fortuitously with Zhou Jiangnan's. Her eyes reflected a mixture of panic, awkwardness, and perhaps a hint of pleading. Zhou Jiangnan was perplexed as to why she hadn't clarified the situation earlier. Perhaps she had her reasons. Now that applause had been received and praise bestowed, if her secret were to be unveiled in front of everyone, this proud young lady would surely be mortified. Li Pingfei, what are you doing? Teacher Zhang, I have something to say. Li Pingfei began, bracing himself against the impending wrath of Teacher Zhang, but Zhou Jiangnan shot him a warning glare, causing the words to stick in his throat. After more than a decade of camaraderie, he understood Zhou Jiangnan's intent all too well. That look was a clear signal for him to remain silent. With a sigh of resignation, Li Pingfei thought to himself that despite his brother's insistence on not being obsequious, his body betrayed him. How could he easily dismiss someone as captivating as Zhao Wanwan? Alas, if his brother wished to play the sycophant, what could he do but forgive him? I have nothing to say. Nothing to say? Very well. Then you shall stand for the duration of this lesson. Teacher Zhang resorted to his disciplinary methods. Zhou Jiangnan cast an apologetic glance at his little brother before taking the opportunity to speak. Teacher Zhang, I must first express my gratitude to you and all my subject teachers. It is your excellent guidance that has enabled my progress, and the improvement in our class's overall performance is a testament to your dedication. He initiated a round of applause, which warmed Teacher Zhang's heart, making him increasingly fond of Zhou Jiangnan. Moreover, besides Zhao Wanwan, I would like to extend my gratitude to Lin Yu, who has also provided me with assistance from time to time. Thank you, Lin Yu. Upon hearing this, not only did Zhao Wanwan feel a weight lift from her heart, but Lin Yu, who had been feeling wronged, also found solace. Teacher Zhang was taken aback, surprised to learn of Lin Yu's contributions, and he proceeded to commend her as well. This small interlude was flawlessly resolved, and Zhou Jiangnan calmly returned to his seat, while Zhao Wanwan and Lin Yu settled back down, leaving Li Pingfei bewildered. How wonderful. So it's just me who has been wronged? You three are truly incorrigible. Zhou Jiangnan. Thank you. Zhou Jiangnan nodded dismissively, as Zhao Wanwan turned to Lin Yu once more. Xiao Yu, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have overshadowed your contributions. Lin Yu, already feeling aggrieved, couldn't hold back any longer and replied, what good is an apology? You did nothing, so why not clarify things with the teacher? I thought you were my good friend, but you just see me as easy prey. That is not it. I intended to explain. But you didn't. I just didn't want someone else to take your place. Huh? What do you mean? I meant I didn't want anyone else from the back row to come forward. Lin Yu quickly grasped the implication, realizing that such a possibility was not only plausible, but quite likely. Understanding that she had misjudged Zhao Wanwan, she was at a loss for words on how to amend the situation. Don't be upset. I'll treat you to ice cream. Zhao Wanwan continued her apologies. Oh, all right. The two reconciled, mending their friendship once more. Chapter 32. Zhao, are you considering changing your surname? Old Zhang announced the completion of the results and departed, leaving the evening to be filled with self-study. However, the atmosphere tonight was destined to be anything but tranquil. Those who performed well were still grappling with their emotions, while those who fared poorly remained ensnared in their despondency. The classroom buzzed with hushed whispers, unable to settle into silence. Zhou Jiangnan was diligently working on his problems, yet two girls in the front row were engaged in a furtive conversation. Wanwan, do you perhaps have feelings for him? Nonsense. I refuse to entertain such thoughts before university. What about you? Do you harbor any feelings? I do not, for I cannot compare to Fong Xin. If you are interested, you must strive harder. She is truly exceptional. All right, I am not that petty. The college entrance examination is of utmost importance. Zhao Wanwan, a proud individual, would never contradict herself, having previously asserted that she would never like someone like Zhou Jiangnan. The two girls harbored their own thoughts, veiled deep within. Suddenly, Huang Xiaolong from the back seat shouted, I've remembered. His exclamation startled the other three, particularly causing the two girls' hearts to race as they turned to glare at him. Before they could speak, Zhou Jiangnan had already put down his pen and rebuked, Xiaolong, are you trying to stand in class like Fatty Li? Please, Nenge, do not implicate me. I merely recalled something Zhao Wanwan said before the exam. Huang Xiaolong turned to Zhao Wanwan. Little Zhao, do you remember? Just when they thought the moment had passed, Huang Xiaolong's audacity reignited it. Zhao Wanwan retorted defiantly. What did I say? You said that if Nan Gu made progress, you would change your surname from Zhao to Zhou. Huang Xiaolong's gaze was piercing. Zhao, are you considering a name change? Zhao Wanwan's face flushed crimson, while Lin Yu rolled her eyes in exasperation. And Zhou Jiangnan shook his head, thinking, this fool is in for it. Indeed, Zhao Wanwan paused for a moment before revealing her fiery temperament, swiftly delivering a slap to Huang Xiaolong's head. Huang Xiaolong, have I given you the right to take my words lightly? You should not jest about such matters. Huang Xiaolong, cradling his head, stammered, I just thought it would lighten the mood. Silence. Say another word, and I shall strike you down. Zhao Wanwan's fury was palpable. Have you become arrogant after a mere 10-place improvement? Zhou Jiangnan remains humble and diligent, even after such progress. Look at you, neglecting your studies and disrupting others. If you cannot joke appropriately, refrain from doing so and disturbing the classroom order. What do you mean? Did I say anything wrong? If you channeled that energy into studying, you might achieve even more progress, securing admission into a better school to honor your parents, and at the very least, not undermining Xiao Yu's guidance. Zhao Wanwan's wrath was overwhelming, leaving Huang Xiaolong feeling despondent. Lin Yu could not suppress a chuckle, recognizing that she was somewhat amplifying the situation, feigning enlightenment. Indeed, Huang Xiaolong did not err. I believe in accepting defeat. If you lose, you must concede. Zhao Wanwan, flustered, retorted, Lin Yu, you too? How could I possibly change my surname? Old Zhao would be furious. The proud school beauty had always exuded an air of confidence, appearing unflappable, yet unexpectedly. She was caught off guard. Lin Yu had never witnessed such a sight before, prompting her to smile even more joyfully. There is another way that does not require changing your surname. You could simply add a surname in front. You could be called Zhou Zhao Wanwan. Are you trying to kill me? Wanwan exclaimed. In Hong Kong, it's customary to take the husband's surname. Huh? Zhao Wanwan lunged at Lin Yu, and they began to wrestle playfully, while Huang Xiaolong, feeling aggrieved, continued to study diligently, and Zhou Jiangnan remained unfazed, engrossed in his practice questions. Occasionally, Wanwan would glance over, and upon seeing his unperturbed demeanor, she felt a strange sense of relief. Though her heart was stirred with a different kind of emotion, enraged and embarrassed, she resolved to suppress Lin Yu first. Xiao Yu, I'm going to strangle you. As the evening study session concluded, Zhou Jiangnan, noticing Li Pengfei's forlorn demeanor, surprisingly invited him to return to the cement factory together, engaging in conversation as they walked. Are you all right? Did they catch that Huang Mao? I'm feeling a bit nervous, Li Pengfei admitted. It's been days. If they intended to retaliate, they would have done so by now. You have nothing to fear, Jiangnan reassured him, as the two conversed at the entrance. Zhao Wanwan happened to pass by and couldn't he help but interject. They've already caught him. My father said so. Well, if the daughter of the police chief says they've apprehended him, then it must be true, they agreed, and thus, the trio of friends pushed their cart out of the school gates, far from being displeased by the addition of a plump boy to their group. Fang Xian expressed sincere gratitude for his previous assistance. Li Pengfei accepted the camaraderie with ease, and the three of them strolled home together. On the bus, Zhao Wanwan observed the scene with delight, her perception of the hefty Li Pengfei softening somewhat. Together, the three of them created an atmosphere where certain conversations and actions felt more constrained. No one noticed her subtle smile as the bus passed by. Throughout their journey, Zhou Jiangnan and his companions couldn't help but discuss the recent second diagnostic exam, where Fang Xian continued to shine, ranking first in the humanities. Unfortunately, the overweight boy lacked academic prowess, muttering, I'm just a grass walking the earth. He felt like a pickled fish caught between Zhou Jiangnan and Fang Xian, sour, unappealing, and superfluous. What did the Trash brothers fear the most? They dreaded their friends' hardships, but more so, they feared their friends driving luxury cars. Fortunately, this pair of Trash brothers was different. He genuinely felt happy for Zhou Jiangnan, though a twinge of disappointment lingered within him. It was undeniably painful when someone with whom you shared daily life suddenly stepped out of your circle. Fang Xian, perceptive and understanding, rejoiced for Zhou Jiangnan while also encouraging Li Pengfei. She highlighted many of his admirable qualities, such as his courage, loyalty, and high emotional intelligence. Flattered, Li Pengfei felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment. When they reached the crossroads to part ways, after watching Fang Xian being picked up by her grandmother, he remarked, Jiangnan, you must seize this opportunity. This girl is truly exceptional. far superior to Zhou Jiangnan. Zhou Jiangnan shot him a sharp glance. You glutton, what are you talking about? I've said I'm not interested in romance. My aspirations lie among the stars and the sea. I'm serious. You can't possibly be oblivious to Fong Xin's feelings, can you? Let us not discuss this further. I won't consider such matters until after college. Well, my friend, let me advise you. Do refrain from fawning over Zhou Jiangnan. It truly serves no purpose. Zhou Jiangnan retorted angrily. Which of your eyes saw me fawning over her? Li Pengfei was equally incensed. Why did you prevent me from exposing her in front of old Zhang tonight? Sighing, Zhou Jiangnan lamented. Do you not comprehend the wisdom in leaving a line of retreat for others? At this tender age, young girls possess delicate sensibilities. If one were to act rashly, the repercussions could be severe. At best, it might affect her mindset and influence her college entrance examination. At worst, for someone as proud as Zhou Jiangnan, should she be provoked to despair and take drastic measures, it would be a grievous sin. Li Pengfei, taken aback, pondered the validity of this reasoning. Wait a moment. What do you mean by at this age? You're speaking as if you are not of the same generation, trying to feign profundity. I am inherently profound. It is you who are superficial. Zhou Dog, prepare to meet your fate. Chapter 33. Wang Yueran's invitation in 2005, Lingjiang. One high school stood as the premier institution in Lingjiang County, indeed the finest in the entire Lingjiang city. Consequently, every year, students from the music academy in Sichuan province would come to engage in teaching practice. Serving as a substitute music teacher for a period not only granted academic credits, but also enriched their practical experience. Naturally, the number of intern positions was limited, with music instructors capped at a mere 2. For a prestigious school like Lingjiang No. 1 High School, mere mortals seldom had the chance to intern there. Those fortunate enough to secure a position were invariably exemplary students, their overall academic performance ranking among the elite of their respective fields. Wang Yueran was undoubtedly exceptional, placing within the top 3 of her discipline, possessing striking beauty that allowed her to shine amidst the multitude of attractive individuals at the Sichuan Province Music Academy. Moreover, her comprehensive abilities were remarkably strong. Young women of her caliber were often met with a plethora of luxury cars awaiting them at the school gates every weekend. More than one affluent heir sought to court her, and several businessmen offered to support her financially, all of which she vehemently declined. While many of her peers opted to monetize their youth, she steadfastly adhered to her values, aspiring to carve out a brilliant path through her own efforts. Thus, she cherished this opportunity. This internship not only promised clarity regarding her future, whether to pursue further studies or enter the workforce, but also offered the joy of imparting her knowledge to a cadre of younger students. The camaraderie with them imbued her with a sense of youthful exuberance, a lifestyle she relished. Since her arrival at Lingjiang No. 1 High School, she devoted herself wholeheartedly, serving as a substitute music teacher across 5 classes, conducting a music lesson daily. Initially, she believed that in a school renowned for its academic achievements, subjects like music and physical education merely served as a respite from the rigorous curriculum. To her astonishment, she discovered a talented student capable of songwriting, playing instruments, and even singing commendably. This prodigious talent was none other than Zhou Jiangnan. Remarkably, in the recent second diagnostic examination, he had elevated his rank by nearly 300 places, swiftly becoming a source of admiration among the faculty, as recounted by their homeroom teacher, old Zhang. Zhou Jiangnan's transformation began on the day of the 100-day pledge conference, when he vowed to study earnestly, and he truly committed himself to his studies thereafter. In the course of over a month, there had not been a single instance of tardiness, slumber, or distraction, which left all the instructors in awe. Old Zhang remarked that the student had always possessed a solid foundation. It was puzzling why he had previously succumbed to complacency. However, once he regained his clarity, achieving such remarkable results was certainly within the realm of possibility. Wang Yueran had indeed heard whispers of certain rumors. At merely 21 or 22 years of age, she easily blended with her students. A female classmate had confided that Zhou Jiangnan had harbored a secret infatuation for Zhou Jiangnan for over 2 years, and after receiving no reciprocation, he had experienced a moment of profound enlightenment. How wonderful it was to awaken. At such a tender age, one should prioritize education. To let romantic entanglements jeopardize the college entrance examination would be an egregious folly. Wang Yueran regarded Zhou Jiangnan with a nod of approval. Her gaze then drifted to Zhou Jiangnan, seated in front of him. Indeed, This girl was beautiful, rivaling her in every regard, and was the daughter of the deputy chief of police. With beauty, a prestigious lineage, and excellent grades, such a girl possessed ample grounds for pride. Young boys might be oblivious to the various manifestations of wealth and charm, but she was well acquainted with them. Yet Zhou Jiangnan already shone brightly, if he continued to strive. With a stellar performance in the college entrance examination, his talents and looks would truly merit Zhao Wanwan's attention. It is no wonder that women are inherently gossipy. Wang Yuan had been gazing at the direction of Zhou Jiangnan and Zhao Wanwan for quite some time, causing Zhou Jiangnan to feel a little unnerved. Wang Defa. This beautiful teacher wouldn't expect me to sing again, would she? Zhou Jiangnan pondered internally, meeting Wang Yuan's gaze, causing her to momentarily freeze in surprise. They held each other's gaze for several seconds. Zhou Jiangnan remained unflinching, while it was Wang Yuan who first faltered and averted her eyes. There was no denying it. The depth of his gaze was akin to that of a seasoned man who had traversed a myriad of experiences. Wang Yuan felt trivial in his eyes. How infuriating that he could possess such an expression. Resolving not to yield, she returned her gaze, just as Zhou Jiangnan, sensing her intent, could not help but smile inwardly. Wasn't it merely a gaze? Zhou Jiangnan, a civil engineering student, would often linger in karaoke bars for days after receiving his salary, locking eyes with dozens of stunning girls for several seconds each time. He was not intimidated by those predatory glances. Why would he be daunted by a senior student? He met Wang Yuan's eyes with the composure of an old dog, his gaze increasingly laced with admiration. This young teacher was genuinely stunning, likely among the finest at the conservatory. She was nearly on par with the illustrious Su Cixi of later years, far surpassing the current naive Zhao Wanwan or Feng Xian. Wang Yuan gritted her teeth and maintained her gaze, increasingly perturbed by the intensity of it. If one were to encapsulate the essence of such a gaze in a single word, it would be taste. Indeed, it was taste. It was as though she were a flower, a delicacy, or a fine tea. At that moment, Zhou Jiangnan's eyes resembled those of an aficionado savoring the fragrance of blossoms, a gourmet relishing exquisite flavors, or a tea connoisseur appreciating lingering aftertastes. Zhou Jiangnan, my dear classmate, you have been gazing intently at the teacher. Is there something you wish to express? Wang Yuan smiled gently, asking, are you perhaps eager to teach us a song again? Ah, Teacher Wang, I am not. Do not feel embarrassed. I encourage such brave displays of self-expression. A confident student is the most admirable. Therefore, I shall yield the podium to you. You shall teach this class. Zhou Jiangnan clearly noticed a fleeting mischievous glimmer in her eyes. Alas, the more beautiful a woman is, the more deceptive she can be. Indeed. Teacher Yong has not deceived me. Classmates, let us give a warm round of applause to boost Zhou Jiangnan's spirits. The applause erupted like thunder, and Wang Yuan continued to stoke the flames. Jiangnan, go on. Teacher Wang has invited you. Do not let this opportunity slip by. Li Pingfei added fuel to the fire. Zhou Jiangnan, sing us a song. Come on, a song. There will always be those who conspire against me. Reluctantly, Zhou Jiangnan rose and approached the stage. Wang Yuan giggled. He cast a glance at her, musing about Li Xiaoyu from the music academy in his past life, and Su Cixi from the arts department. Why is it that those who study music and art always seem to be at odds with him? Teacher Wang, this is the last time. Please don't make me come up again. I truly have no songs left. He seated himself before the piano. This song is entitled Misaligned Time and Space. I hope you enjoy it. I have blown the evening breeze that you have blown. Do we not embrace? Yet, like awakening from a dream, my hands are empty, and my heart is hollow. I have blown the evening breeze that you have blown. Have you seen the same scenery? Like a disturbance in time, caught in misaligned space, ultimately, it is all void. The melody danced, and the piano spoke, with Zhou Jiangnan embodying a melancholic prince, rich with stories, captivating everyone's gaze. Wang Yuan was astonished. This was yet another song she had never heard before, almost certain that it was an original creation of Zhou Jiangnan. In this moment, she felt an illusion that regardless of his academic performance, solely on the merit of dear, that is not love, and this piece misaligned time and space. The musical talent he displayed destined him for a future beyond the ordinary. Even if he did not follow the conventional path of education, diverting to the realm of art, with his looks and creative prowess, he would undoubtedly excel. This fellow is not only handsome, but possesses a remarkable vocal foundation that, with proper refinement, holds great potential. She gazed at Zhou Jiangnan, who was playing the piano. with admiration and even obsession, lost in the exquisite melody, her eyes reflecting reverence. Zhou Jiangnan noticed her gaze and could even surmise her thoughts. It was quite mystical. The notion that music is a universal language is no mere platitude. Ultimately, the advantages of a reborn individual are indeed considerable. Those popular songs from later generations could easily be used to impress. If he were inclined to follow the script of Charlotte, it would not be impossible. However, this path was not under consideration. Lacking a foundational understanding of music would lead to squandered potential, and over time, the truth would inevitably surface. It would be wiser to remain steadfast in pursuing education and financial stability, treating music as an enhancement, a means to garner charm in future romantic endeavors. He met Wang Yueran's gaze, and the music teacher was indeed starry-eyed. If tears could be transformed into bubble solution, she would have already produced a myriad of bubbles. How beautiful! Zhou Jiangnan silently marveled before diverting his attention to others. In the back row, Li Pengfei swayed his head, clearly misinterpreting a melancholic pop song as a rock anthem. A girl seated in the center had misty eyes, likely reminiscing about a fleeting, innocent affection. In the front row, Lin Yu scribbled rapidly in her notebook, most likely transcribing the lyrics. Zhao Wanwan rested her chin on her hand, listening intently, her gaze softening with an occasional hint of guilt, lost in her thoughts. As the song concluded, thunderous applause erupted in the classroom, and Li Pengfei expressed his excitement with a whistle. Wang Yueran exclaimed, "Zhou Jiangnan, if I am not mistaken, this song is yet another original of yours. I assenti it?" Zhou Jiangnan smiled without a word. What could he say? He could only remain silent, just as he had before. "I've blown the same cold wind you have. Does that mean we are embracing?" Such beautiful lyrics. The teacher had long heard of his remarkable literary prowess, and today she witnessed it firsthand. "If you were at our Sichuan Conservatory of Music, I can only imagine how many girls would be enamored by you." In her excitement, Wang Yueran spoke without restraint, prompting a raucous response from the boys. The young teacher, inexperienced in managing the situation, found herself outmaneuvered by her students. Zhou Jiangnan was rendered speechless, realizing that these emotionally driven young girls were easily manipulated. Was this appropriate to say in school? Indeed, once she regained her composure, Wang Yueran recognized her slip and swiftly redirected the conversation, avoiding any mention of sensitive topics. All right, class, forgive me for my enthusiasm regarding Zhou's talent. He truly is exceptional. You may not understand, as you aren't majoring in music, but in my 4 years of university, I have never encountered a student with such creative flair. Please, no more praise for me. I just sang casually. I'll return to my seat now, Zhou Jiangnan replied. Yes, you may go back. I will now teach everyone to sing. As Zhou Jiangnan settled back into his seat, Zhao Wanwan turned to him. Zhou Jiangnan, your lyrics are truly beautiful and evocative. Her gaze was peculiar, as if she anticipated him to say something profound. Zhou Jiangnan offered a polite smile. Thank you for the compliment. Zhou Jiangnan was well aware of Zhao Wanwan's current state. The school belle was evidently affected by the emotional atmosphere, her mind conjuring images of heartbreak, further compounded by Wang Yueran's earlier praise, thus altering her perception of him. No matter how formidable a woman may be, her innate desire for admiration remains. It is merely her response to different forms of adulation that varies. For instance, if a hapless admirer were to declare his feelings beneath her dormitory with a heart-shaped candle, she might douse him with cold water, lamenting her disdain for public displays and moral coercion, stating that such actions would only leave her cold. Conversely, if it were a dashing, affluent gentleman, her vanity would be immensely gratified. The applause of onlookers would leave her dizzy, and she might lose herself entirely that very night. Zhou Jiangnan, who has lived 2 lives, possesses a profound understanding of the psychological intricacies of the young girl before him. At this moment, Zhao Wanwan merely yearns to hear him declare that this song is composed for her, while he continues to express his poignant regrets for the innocence of youth. Regrettably, the 18-year-old Zhou Jiangnan perished on the day of the 100-day oath ceremony. The person he is now is no longer the pure-hearted warrior of love. He may indulge in physical affection, but emotional intimacy is out of the question. Is there something you need? He inquired nonchalantly. No, Zhao Wanwan replied, awkwardly turning away. She felt an overwhelming shift in his aura, so starkly different from the boy she once knew. In the past, a simple word from her would leave him stammering and blushing to his neck. Now, after 3 sentences from her, he would respond with just a single word. And on days when his mood soured, he would barely acknowledge her presence. Such arrogance was intolerable. So, you can write songs and play the piano. How impressive. Why not aim for a better university? Zhou Jiangnan drew a cross on her draft paper and suddenly recalled that Zhou Jiangnan had advanced several hundred places in just over a month. With his current ranking of over 200, gaining admission to a 211 university was quite plausible. With more than 2 months remaining, he might very well ascend even further, reaching the ranks of esteemed institutions. Humph, what is there to be smug about? I'm among the top 10 in my grade. Let us see if you can surpass me. Lin Yu leaned over to glance at her work. Wanwan, what are you drawing? Teacher Wang is teaching a song. Aren't you going to learn? Not a chance. I refuse to study a song that forces new words to express sorrow. Then why are you jotting down the lyrics? That was merely for the sake of critique, to condemn such a display of excessive verbiage. The class swiftly drew to a close. And just as teacher Wang Yuan stepped out of the classroom, she suddenly turned back. Zhou Jiangnan, I forgot something important. Please come to my office when you have a moment. Everyone gazed at her radiant smile. With her hair styled in a bun, teacher Wang was undeniably beautiful. The boys looked on with envy, while Zhou Jiangnan nodded indifferently. Understood, teacher Wang. Chapter 35. Someone wants to buy your song in 2005 at Lingzhou No. 1 High School. The educational model adhered strictly to a regimen of diligent study, characterized by its monotonous and oppressive atmosphere, akin to hell. From the end of the afternoon classes to the commencement of evening study, there was but an hour to spare. Zhou Jiangnan seized a seat in the cafeteria, devouring his meal at an astonishing pace of 2 bites per second. Goodness, have you transformed into a pig? How can you possibly savor your food at such speed? Time is precious, my friend. Eating is merely a means to satiate my hunger. Flavor holds no significance, Zhou Jiangnan replied. Nevertheless, your pace makes it hard for me to keep up. Don't mind me, take your time. As Zhou Jiangnan rose with his tray, he was met with Li Pingfei's animated banter. I must be off. Teacher Wang needs me. Li Pingfei's eyes lit up with realization. Hurry then. I've heard our teacher's internship ends after our college entrance examination, and once she returns to school, we won't have another chance to see her. Stop the nonsense. We're still heading back to the cement factory after school, right? Of course. With Huang Mao getting caught, what is there to fear? Very well. I shall take my leave. Setting his tray down, Zhou Jiangnan made his way to the teacher's office and peered through the window, only to find teacher Wang Yuan alone inside. He knocked directly on the door. Teacher Wang, I have arrived. Wang Yuan lifted her head. Student Zhou, please come in. Zhou Jiangnan entered the office but did not follow the customary practice of closing the door behind him. Instead, he left it ajar. Teacher Wang, you mentioned there was something important to discuss with me. What is it? Before I delve into that matter, I must apologize. I acted without your consent, and I am unsure if you would be agreeable to it. Wang Yuan sat upright, her hands crossed elegantly over one thigh, exuding a remarkable poise that is often characteristic of those immersed in the arts. She wore a pair of light blue jeans paired with a pale green checkered shirt tucked neatly in, her sleeves rolled to the elbows, revealing her fair arms. Strands of hair fell from her bun, giving her a fresh and goddess-like appearance. Zhou Jiangnan couldn't help but steal a few more glances, internally lamenting that this was the true beauty of the school, far surpassing someone like Zhao Wanwan, who was merely an immature girl. Wang Yuan, accustomed to the gaze of men, smiled nonchalantly. What are you looking at, student Zhou? At you, Zhou Jiangnan replied calmly. Teacher Wang, you are the most beautiful girl I have encountered, so I couldn't resist looking a bit longer. His candid demeanor made Wang Yuan quite receptive. Such natural expressions of admiration were far from offensive. You are remarkably straightforward. You compliment the teacher without even a hint of embarrassment. Not at all. I am someone who values honesty. Beauty is beauty, and there's no need for exaggeration. Very well, I shall graciously accept your compliment. I have grown accustomed to it. Zhou Jiangnan smiled, realizing that this little teacher Wang had quite a bit of self-love and was aware of her own allure. He chose not to linger on the topic further. In the realm of casual interactions between men and women, it was best to keep compliments succinct, as excessive praise could come off as sycophantic and off-putting. He shifted the conversation, asking with a smile, So, Teacher Wang, what is the matter you wish to discuss? It is this. After you sang Darling, That Isn't Love, I recorded a segment and posted it in the chat room, not anticipating it would create quite a stir. Yesterday, someone contacted me. claiming to be the agent of a renowned female singer named Zhang, who expressed interest in purchasing the copyright for the song. Since it belongs to you, I said I would consult you before responding. Wang Yueran gazed at Zhou Jiangnan with a hint of embarrassment in her clear eyes. Sharing someone else's work online without permission was indeed not a commendable act. Her inherent inclination as a young woman led her to feel an overwhelming desire to share what she considered a treasure as soon as she discovered it, prompting her hasty actions. After a brief exchange, Zhou Jiangnan quickly grasped the situation's intricacies. In this era, QQ chat rooms had become immensely popular, filled with individuals sharing interests and engaging in banter. He recalled his own university days, frequently visiting chat rooms to engage in witty repartee. Those spaces were often populated by exceptionally talented individuals, and it was entirely normal for someone like Wang Yueran, a music student, to encounter industry insiders in a music-themed chat room. He pondered for a moment before asking, how much did they offer? This inquiry was so candid that it completely caught Wang Yueran off guard. She had assumed that someone as talented as Zhou Jiangnan, who writes his own songs, would hold his work in high regard and would be reluctant to sell the rights. To her astonishment, he exhibited not a trace of hesitation. Little did she know that this song was originally the signature piece of a female singer named Zhang in the future, although its release had been advanced by 2 years. Entrusting it to her was merely a return to its rightful owner. The prospect of earning a sum of money in this process was already a delightful surprise. What more could one desire? Zhou Jiangnan was elated, as he had been fretting over insufficient funds for his house construction, and now, just as he needed it, a fortuitous opportunity had presented itself. Wang Yueran, utterly bewildered, remarked, "But I did not inquire. The song is yours, so of course, you must discuss it with him." "Teacher Wang, did you not consider keeping me uninformed about your transaction with him?" Zhou Jiangnan's words prompted an immediate change in Wang Yueran's expression. Her demeanor turned serious, and her tone became exceedingly earnest. "Classmate Zhou Jiangnan, your statement is an affront to my character as a teacher. I am a person of principles and would never engage in such shameless conduct. Moreover, it is illegal. As a student of music, I am acutely aware of the challenges involved in crafting a good song. The prevalence of copyright infringement in this industry is deeply disheartening. If we fail to protect originality, the creative fervor of musicians will be extinguished and the industry will never thrive, perpetually allowing bad currency to drive out the good. Classmate Zhou Jiangnan, though I am merely a few years your senior, my position as your substitute teacher at this esteemed institution should not lead you to question my moral integrity as an educator." Wang Yueran became increasingly animated, her anger palpable, prompting Zhou Jiangnan to quickly apologize. "Teacher Wang, I am sorry. I did not mean to cast doubt on your integrity. I spoke thoughtlessly. It was my fault. And I apologize." Wang Yueran's expression softened slightly, and she nodded. "Very well, I forgive you. It is essential to always walk the righteous path. Returning to the matter at hand, now that you are fully aware of the situation, you may consider whether to sell the rights, and for how much. No need for contemplation. A skilled warrior merits a fine blade, and a beautiful song should be bestowed upon a talented singer. It is only fitting for this song to be sung by the female artist named Zhang. Let us proceed with the sale," Zhou Jiangnan declared with resolute determination. Leaving Wang Yueran astonished, there was no sign of indecision whatsoever. The rumors circulating were entirely unreliable. "Won't you consult with your parents?" "No. I shall make my own decisions regarding my affairs." "Very well then. My manager's surname is Lin. I will provide you with his phone number." She handed him a notepad with a number inscribed upon it. Zhou Jiangnan reached out to take it. Chapter 36. How about 100,000 for 2 songs? Heavens! This woman's hands are exceptionally beautiful. Zhou Jiangnan marveled inwardly, then smiled and said, "Teacher Wang, may I borrow your phone? I wish to finalize this matter immediately. Procrastination would hinder my study time, and with the impending college entrance examinations, every second wasted is a sin." Wang Yueran handed over her phone, a brand new Nokia 6680. He dialed the number, and on the other end, a voice with a Taiwanese accent greeted him. "Hello, I am Lin Longxian." "Mr. Lin, my surname is Chun. I heard you are interested in purchasing the copyright for Dear, That Is Not Love. What is your offer?" There was a moment of silence on the line, clearly taken aback by the directness of the inquiry. "For your song, you may propose a price. 50,000 RMB. What? Do you think you are King Zhou? A single song demands 10,000 Taiwanese dollars, and you come in asking for double? Why not go rob a bank?" "Haha, Mr. Lin, please don't be agitated. Take a moment to think it over. You are a professional in the music industry, and you should have your own judgment regarding the quality of my song. Otherwise, you wouldn't have approached my sister about purchasing the rights. Zhou Jiangnan initially intended to refer to her as teacher, but midway changed it to sister, prompting Wang Yueran to roll her eyes. The composer charges 10,000 Taiwanese dollars, and the lyricist and arranger requires separate fees. I am offering a flat rate of 50,000. It is not an exorbitant request. Furthermore, the song recorded by my sister is merely a snippet. You have not yet heard the complete version. Why not listen to the full piece before making a decision? Lin Longxian did not hang up, as he too was curious about what grounds this Chen fellow had to demand such a price. Zhou Jiangnan then hummed a complete melody over the phone. Upon hearing it, Lin Longxian felt an overwhelming desire to secure the copyright of this song. From his years of experience, he sensed that this song was perfectly suited for his artist, Zhang, and it would undoubtedly become a hit. Although 50,000 was a hefty price, when considered as a total package, it was not entirely unpalatable, especially given the anticipated returns. However, would agreeing so readily make him appear overly eager? Even at the market, one must haggle over prices. Lin Longxian fell silent, striving to steady his breath. After a long pause, he finally said, "The melody is quite nice, but 50,000 is too steep." Zhou Jiangnan recognized that he was attempting to negotiate. If they were truly at an impasse, he would have hung up long ago rather than engage in such prolonged discourse. The true value of the song was far beyond what 50,000 could convey. Offering that price was already a gesture of generosity. He did not wish to be overly calculative, so he pondered for a moment before replying. "How about this? I have another song. Would you like to listen to it?" Zhou Jiangnan then sang a segment from Misaligned Time and Space, and Lin Longxian's breath noticeably quickened. "Is this one for sale as well?" "Yes." "How much?" "For both songs together." 100,000. There was a brief pause on the other end, followed by the response. "All right. I would like to meet in person to see the talent behind these two songs." Zhou Jiangnan did not refuse, smiling as he replied, "I am only available this Sunday morning. Will you be free then?" It was Wednesday, with 3 days until then. "I will be in the mainland. That works. Then come to Lingjiang County in Sichuan Province. Call this number upon your arrival." After reaching an agreement, Zhou Jiangnan hung up and returned the phone to Wang Yueran. "Teacher Wang, I no longer have a phone. Might I trouble you to keep an eye on any incoming calls?" Wang Yueran was utterly astonished by his nonchalant sale of 2 songs, especially considering the substantial sum of 100,000 yuan. The composure of this young boy was astonishing. As if he were merely dealing with a few coins of pocket money, his tone while on the phone exuded confidence, completely uncharacteristic of a high school student, let alone the son of a cement factory worker, who, after all, claimed that Zhou Jiangnan was indecisive. Such an assertion was utterly unreliable and deserved to be reprimanded. This fellow was undeniably a cunning little fox. His abrupt shift to addressing her as older sister revealed his fear of revealing his identity, which might lead to being undervalued. If he had intended to conceal his identity from the outset, it would have been hardly surprising. The remarkable aspect was that Zhou Jiangnan's behavior seemed to stem from an instinctive, subconscious reaction, transitioning so smoothly within a mere fraction of a second, which left one in awe. Wang Yueran felt a strange illusion. The boy before her was not merely a little fox, but rather an old fox. Noticing her silence and dazed expression, Zhou Jiangnan inquired, "Teacher Wang?" "Oh, yes, of course." Wang Yueran snapped back to reality. "Since you call me older sister, I will certainly assist you." "Thank you. And after everything is settled, I shall treat you to a grand feast," Zhou Jiangnan replied, climbing the ladder of conversation with ease. After a moment's thought, he added, "By the way, I need another favor. Could you help me record the musical score?" "Huh?" Wang Yueran gasped. Her mouth agape, as if she could fit an egg inside. "You can't write the score?" "Indeed, I cannot." "Then how could you compose such melodious songs?" Wang Yueran was clearly incredulous. "Truly, I lack any vocal training," Zhou Jiangnan stated with utmost seriousness. The two exchanged incredulous glances, and after 3 seconds, Wang Yueran was left utterly speechless. It was astonishing. He had already produced complete songs yet claimed to have no vocal foundation. Was this sheer talent? It was truly frightening. "Oh, dear God, grant me a measure of that talent as well," she thought, her astonished expression exuding a certain adorableness that Zhou Jiangnan found hard to resist. "Oh, you have a transaction on Sunday, and with evening study sessions lasting so long, when will you have time to record the score?" Isn't Saturday afternoon a free time? We could do it then, though it might encroach upon your rest. Not at all. I would be delighted. Just come to the vocal classroom at school. You can play the piano while I take notes, Wang Yueran replied, tilting her head. Can you play the piano? Ah, what a charming and lovely tilt of the head. Zhou Jiangnan smiled. I can play it a little. He was aware that the vocal classroom housed the only piano in Lingjiang No. 1 high school, cherished by the institution, seldom touched by others. It must be said that attractive individuals often receive preferential treatment. Other music teachers might not even get the chance to lay hands on it throughout a semester, while Wang Yueran, having only begun her internship a few months ago, was allowed to play with it freely. This stark contrast among people was indeed evident. Appearance was a form of capital. Zhou Jiangnan genuinely admired Wang Yueran. This goddess-like beauty was born ahead of others, and yet she maintained such admirable values. Wang Yueran was overjoyed. Wow, you can play the piano too? That is a delightful surprise. Let us make sure to meet on Saturday afternoon. Thank you, Teacher Wang, Zhou Jiangnan replied. Wang Yueran waved her hand, glancing at the time. It was nearly time for Zhou Jiangnan to return for evening study. Her smile was pure and sweet, and Zhou Jiangnan reciprocated with a smile of his own. As he stepped out of the teacher's office, he felt an unusual sense of freedom in the air. The sensation of receiving a windfall, as if a fortune had fallen from the sky, was truly delightful. Wang Yueran had been of immense help, and he needed to express his gratitude properly. As for what gift to present her, that required some thoughtful consideration. Chapter 37. Your piano playing is quite remarkable on Saturday afternoon. The anticipated weekend had finally arrived. Zhou Jiangnan declined Li Pengfei's invitation to play King of Fighters, calculating the time before arriving at the vocal classroom. From a distance, he could already hear the enchanting sound of a piano playing a classic piece, Whispers of Autumn. Approaching the classroom, he glimpsed a graceful figure seated at the piano, completely absorbed in her performance. Wang Yueran was dressed casually today, in a pair of jeans and a white t-shirt, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, exuding a refreshing natural charm. Teacher Wang, your rendition of Whispers of Autumn is truly delightful, Zhou Jiangnan remarked. Recognizing his voice, Wang Yueran paused her hands, saying, You seem to know quite a bit about music. Would you like to give it a try? I only know a little bit, having merely listened to the piece before. I wouldn't be able to play it, Zhou Jiangnan replied, waving his hand dismissively as he approached the precious piano belonging to the school. It appeared to be quite new, likely due to infrequent use. He lightly tapped the keys, producing a melody, and Wang Yueran looked at him in surprise. You can play this? Yes, just a little, he acknowledged, reminiscing about the years spent with Li Xiaoyu, the campus belle, when they had shared many tender moments. On countless dusky afternoons, she would lean against him, dreaming of their future, while he played Wedding in a Dream, the piece that resonated most with her. How easily hearts can change, he reflected. Yet love without the support of reality is merely a castle in the air, easily shattered by the harshness of life. That is wonderful. Before recording, why don't you play this piece once for the teacher to witness the charm of Zhou the Talented? Wang Yueran encouraged. Zhou Jiangnan smiled lightly. Having gained a reputation among his classmates as a talent due to the recent incident with his love letter and his self-composed songs, even earning a bit of fame in other classes. In the presence of someone his own age, he felt no restraint, and despite her title as teacher, he comfortably occupied the spot where Wang Yueran had just sat, feeling the warmth left behind. His fingers danced swiftly across the black and white keys, their long and powerful digits a source of admiration for Li Xiaoyu, who had often remarked on how perfectly suited his hands were for playing. Wang Yueran, sitting beside him, found herself sharing this sentiment. The melodious notes soared and lingered in the air, yet on this bright spring afternoon, a hint of lingering sorrow infused the performance. A feeling she sensed deeply. Her gaze shifted to Zhou Jiangnan's face. His profile was strikingly handsome, a sun-kissed youth, yet what sorrow could possibly dwell within him? Wang Yueran, trained in the arts, was more attuned to the emotions within music than most, and she noticed a flicker of compassion in her gaze as Zhou Jiangnan completed the piece, still enveloped in the emotions it evoked. Teacher Wang, what do you think? Oh, quite impressive. Your piano skills are commendable, although they may not rival those of a professional. They certainly surpass those of the average person. Wang Yueran was lavish in her praise. It was truly astonishing that a high school student from an ordinary family in a small county could play the piano so proficiently. How many years have you studied? Zhou Jiangnan hesitated for a moment. Oh, I was interested in the past, and happened to meet a kind person who taught me for a while. Not wishing to dwell on that topic, he returned to his original purpose. Teacher Wang, shall we begin recording the score? Wang Yueran nodded. You play, and I will take notes, section by section, and feel free to play a bit slower. In that vocal classroom, the two young individuals began their collaboration. After each round of playing, Zhou Jiangnan would glance at Wang Yueran, seeking her response, his eyes imbued with a question. Wang Yueran, unable to hear the music, would look up at him, and in that moment of eye contact, they understood each other perfectly. If there was no need for repetition, she would shake her head. If he needed to play again, she would nod. As time passed, their understanding grew, and their silent communication became increasingly natural. Of course, two individuals so engrossed in their work harbored no other emotions. Zhou Jiangnan merely admired her beauty. In a fleeting moment, a gentle breeze slipped through the window, causing the papers in front of Wang Yueran to flutter lightly and tousling a few strands of her hair. The wind danced past her, ruffling the classroom curtains. It stirred something deep within Zhou Jiangnan, creating ripples in the tranquil waters of his heart. Wang Yueran's earnestness was endearingly charming, and the thoughtful furrow of her brow added a playful touch that made him smile. How delightful it was! This was the essence of youth. Upon reflection, Wang Yueran was merely a senior, just a little over 3 years his junior. Moreover, her youthful appearance only accentuated her focus on the music, revealing her petite frame and a striking contrast to her surroundings. Perhaps in the midst of the many beauties at the Sichuan Conservatory of Music, she too was a radiant presence. Zhou Jiangnan found himself appreciating her even more, a mature and profound admiration blossoming within him. At that moment, Wang Yueran happened to glance up. Their eyes met again, and it felt oddly peculiar. The boy before her possessed an indescribable aura, distinctly different from his peers, more akin to that of a mature man. Zhou Jiangnan, are you going to continue recording? Of course. I was merely awaiting your response. If this section is satisfactory, I will proceed to the next, shall I? Play on. And thus, the sound of the piano resonated once more. Their synergy grew increasingly harmonious. And before long, they had successfully recorded the score for Darling, That's Not Love. Zhou Jiangnan seamlessly moved closer to Wang Yueran, taking a seat beside her, and began to write down the lyrics. Now it was his turn to concentrate, while she watched intently. His handwriting was exceptionally beautiful. This was his composition, and it was remarkably apparent. As she became lost in thought, Zhou Jiangnan paused and looked up. Teacher Wang, I am finished. Chapter 38. I would very much like to have a brother like you are. Oh, very well. Wang Yueran nervously turned her head, ensuring that Zhou Jiangnan did not notice her unease. Please wait a moment. I need to use the restroom before we record the next song. In the restroom, Wang Yueran splashed her face with cold water, restoring her composed demeanor as she returned with an air of elegance. Shall we begin the next piece? This song is still somewhat unfamiliar to me. You should perform it once first. Zhou Jiangnan returned to the piano, singing and playing misaligned time and space. I have blown through the evening breeze you once blew. Do we count as embracing? Hearing this lyric once more, accompanied now by the piano, imbued it with even greater charm. Wang Yueran was utterly captivated. She adored this song. It was a falsehood that she was unfamiliar with it. Her major was music, and she had memorized the general melody after Zhou Jiangnan's last performance. At this moment, asking him to play and sing it was merely her desire to hear it again. Zhou Jiangnan's singing was not professional. Some parts even lacked stable pronunciation. Yet, his voice was imbued with emotion, exuding a profound sense of fragility, conjuring vivid imagery of fleeting moments. The same song, sung by him, resonated differently. Perhaps the original creator understood the song's essence more profoundly, expressing emotions that were more poignant, which made it sound so enchanting. Wang Yueran reassured herself with this thought. The phone on the table had long since activated its recording function, capturing Zhou Jiangnan's performance in its entirety. Teacher Wang, shall we start recording the piece? Let us use the same method as before. After Zhou Jiangnan finished singing, he noticed the sun was setting. If they didn't hurry back, it would soon be dark. While he was indifferent to the time, he was concerned about the implications of a young female teacher being alone with a boy of 17 or 18 in a room at night. Rumors could easily arise in this age of public scrutiny. Wang Yueran readily agreed. You play the piano, and I will compose the lyrics. They harmoniously collaborated. This time, the tempo was markedly faster than the previous song, and Zhou Jiangnan swiftly completed the lyrics, bringing the song to a successful conclusion. Thank you so much, teacher. Lin Longxian will probably arrive around 10 a.m. on Sunday. I'll come early to wait for his call. Where should I find you then? How about in this classroom? Should I accompany you? I would like to meet this renowned agent. That would be wonderful. Let us go together. A famous agent is still just a person, nothing extraordinary. However, when we meet him, I will need to call you sister. Just think of me as your brother. Haha, Zhou Jiangnan, you are quite cunning. Actually, I am only 3 years younger than you. Calling you sister is not a loss for me. In private, you may refer to me as sister when no one else is around. In private? Still calling you sister? Indeed, my parents have always wished for a son. I, however, have never felt the need for one. Yet, having a brother as talented as you would not be unacceptable. Perhaps I could be your godsister? Isn't that a bit too fast? What do you mean by too fast? Am I not allowed to be your sister? Wang Yuan asked, her expression filled with confusion. Zhou Jiangnan felt a strange sensation within him. He suppressed his feelings and looked into her beautiful eyes. All right, sister. Haha, dear younger brother, farewell. By the time I returned home, it was already past 8 in the evening. After dinner, the three of us sat together. Old Zhou was absent-mindedly watching television. Noticing his lack of inclination to retreat to his room for studying, I feigned a stern expression and said, "Child, what are you watching? The college entrance examination is fast approaching. You must seize every moment to study diligently. Don't let the progress from the second diagnostic examination make you complacent." Zhou Jiangnan remained still. I've been studying for a week. It's time to relax and balance work with rest. Don't worry, old man. I'll definitely get into a prestigious university. That would be a miracle indeed. If you manage to enroll in a good university, I'll host a grand feast for 3 days. No, please don't. That would be a waste of money. I'm more than willing, if my child succeeds. A thank you banquet is a must. We must express our gratitude to Uncle Zhang. But first, you need to achieve that success. All right then, as long as you're happy. Luo Xiaoying, while washing the dishes, listened to the banter between father and son, her face illuminated with a smile of pure happiness. This was the essence of home. Observing his father's cheerful demeanor intensified Zhou Jiangnan's sense of urgency. It was imperative to take him for a thorough health examination as soon as possible. The earlier cancerous changes were detected, the better. Moreover, the cement should not continue to burn indefinitely. These matters must be planned after the college entrance examination, returning to life. At the very least, he could not leave regrets in this regard. He rose and returned to his room, grabbing a handful of sunflower seeds. The following day, Zhou Jiangnan arrived at school early, only to find that Wang Yuan had arrived even earlier. At that moment, she was meticulously polishing the piano. "Sister Wang, you're here quite early. Of course, I live in the teacher's dormitory, which is much closer to the school. Wait for me a moment. I'll just finish cleaning the piano." Her movements were gentle, as if afraid to damage the instrument. Zhou Jiangnan inquired, "Is this piano truly that precious?" Wang Yuan replied, "Absolutely. You wouldn't understand. My greatest wish is to own a piano of my own. For someone who studies music, an instrument is the finest companion." Though Zhou Jiangnan was not an expert, he knew that a decent piano could cost anywhere from 20,000 to several hundred thousand. Even the most basic piano would still set one back a few thousand, nearly the savings of an ordinary family over 2 or 3 years. He regarded her thoughtfully, his gaze following her movements across the piano. After a moment, once Wang Yuan had polished the last corner, she turned to speak, but was interrupted by a phone call. "Hello, this is she. All right, let us meet at the Qing Shui tea house next to the bus station. Let us go. We should head over now. He will arrive in about half an hour." Chapter 39. The young brother with a sharp mind. The Lingjiang bus station is situated in the northeastern direction of the county town. Although it is away from the central urban area, it is not located in a desolate suburb. Long-distance buses come and go, surrounded by budget motels and eateries, with workers hurrying along, burdened with their belongings. Zhou Jiangnan was filled with deep reflections. In a sixth-tier inland county lacking pillar industries, and being a populous county, the locals had no choice but to leave their homes and seek work in coastal areas, leading to a severe outflow of labor. At that time, the provincial capital of Sichuan, Rongqing, had yet to flourish. It was not yet the powerhouse of the southwest as it would become in later years, even emerging as the capital of New Zealand. As he gazed at the scene before him, he could not help but reminisce about the construction site. Recalling the years he toiled there among the hard-working laborers, who were their parents, and who would become their children. Thus, he resolved to study diligently. To escape this small county, vowing never to live a life of manual labor. Alas, why the sigh? Are you lamenting the loss of song rights? Not at all. I merely reflect on the hardships of life, where merely existing requires all one's effort. Wang Yueran, lost in thought, then jested, "Wait, Zhou. You are about to amass a fortune, yet you can still maintain a compassionate heart. Quite admirable indeed. Sister, remember to call me little brother later. Do not let it slip." "Rest assured, I know," she replied, teasingly, "you little rascal." Zhou Jiangnan poured her a cup of bitten piaoxua. This tea house was indeed the finest establishment near the station. They settled into a window-side booth, allowing them to gaze upon the station's exit. "Sister, I am curious about something. Do music students aspire to own a piano, just as computer science students desire their own computers? Not everyone, but I truly adore music, which is why I harbor such thoughts. Besides, a piano surely belongs at home. Who would be foolish enough to move it to school? Ah, it seems you hail from a well-to-do family, with space for a piano." "Not at all. My parents are merely ordinary folk, and it was only after many years of working in Rongqing that they managed to purchase a modest home." "Rongqing? Could you share an address? When I attend university, I shall send you some local delicacies." "Haha, little brother, you are quite charming, thinking of that. I am most grateful." Zhou Jiangnan grinned. "Why little brother and not big brother? In terms of mental age, I am a whole cycle older than you." Wang Yueran scribbled down an address and watched as he solemnly tucked it into his pocket. Lin Longxian, punctual and time-conscious, arrived at the tea house promptly as agreed. Upon entering the private room, he was taken aback. "Are you Mr. Chen?" This young boy before him appeared scarcely 20. How could he compose such profoundly moving songs? Wang Yueran, inexperienced in interacting with strangers, stood up, somewhat flustered. Zhou Jiangnan, however, approached with poise and extended his right hand. "Hello, Mr. Lin, I am Zhou Jiangnan. And this is my sister, Zhou Yueran." Wang Yueran's eyelids flickered, and she cast him a discreet glare. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they swiftly turned to the matter at hand. Wang Yueran produced 2 handwritten scores, placing them on the table, instantly capturing Lin Longshuan's attention. He examined them, humming softly, occasionally posing professional queries, all of which Wang Yueran adeptly addressed. The review of the 2 songs lasted merely 10 minutes. Lin Longxian hadn't even sipped the tea Zhou Jiangnan poured for him before pulling out 2 paper contracts from his bag. "I will take the songs. Let us sign the contracts immediately." His eagerness suggested a fear that Zhou Jiangnan might change his mind at any moment, and he showed no hesitation regarding the price. After confirming that the terms were satisfactory, Zhou Jiangnan and Wang Yueran each took a copy of the contract, and he picked up a pen to inscribe his name. Regarding the copyright buyout stipulated in the contract, along with the absence of profit sharing in the future, Zhou Jiangnan is entirely indifferent. He does not intend to pursue a career as a composer in the entertainment industry. This transaction is merely a one-off deal, and selling it equates to profit. After the contract was signed, Lin Longxian visibly relaxed, lifted his teacup for a sip, and then, to Wang Yueran's astonishment, retrieved a bundle of cash from his bag, exactly 10 stacks. "Miss Zhou, you seem quite surprised?" I apologize. We typically do not carry such large sums of cash when we go out. There are many thieves around." After Wang Yueran's explanation, Lin Longxian appeared momentarily stunned, feeling a twinge of apprehension. Fortunately, both parties were trustworthy. Upon concluding the transaction, he carefully put away the handwritten score and immediately set off to return to Rongqing. Before departing, he cast a deep glance at Zhou Jiangnan and left a personal business card. "Mr. Zhou, it was a pleasure collaborating. Should you have any suitable works in the future, do not hesitate to contact me." Zhou Jiangnan smiled and nodded, watching him leave. Once he was gone, Wang Yueran confronted him directly. "Classmate Zhou, you just altered my surname. Do you realize your mistake?" She was, of course, feigning anger, but her words momentarily transported Zhou Jiangnan back to the days spent with Li Xiaoyu. "I acknowledge my error. And how do you intend to compensate me? Here, take this." Zhou Jiangnan handed her a stack of money. 10,000. "I can't accept that." Wang Yueran was taken aback. This fellow truly does not regard money as valuable, casually offering such a substantial sum. Yet, she felt a surge of happiness, as this reaffirmed Zhou Jiangnan's generosity and emotional depth. Having such a young man as a brother figure is indeed a delightful prospect. That 10,000 yuan seemed to burn like fire in their hands, passing back and forth until Wang Yueran firmly grasped his hand. "If you truly wish to thank me, take me out for a meal." Zhou Jiangnan no longer resisted. He had already acquired the address and considered the gift he wished to present, so he was not concerned about the timing. As noon approached, Lin Longxian hurried away, having skipped lunch, a true workaholic. Zhou Jiangnan invited Wang Yueran to enjoy a cold pot fish. Amidst the chaos of such a meal, one's character often shines through. Wang Yueran's delicate manner of savoring the fish appeared quite elegant, especially as she held her hair back with her left hand, which was truly a sight to behold. What are you staring at? Eat. Sister, will you not return to Yizhong after our college entrance examination? Well, how do you know? I have yet to decide whether to pursue graduate studies or enter the workforce, but I certainly won't remain here. While teaching at Yizhong is quite pleasant, a life with such a clear trajectory feels rather mundane. I do not desire that. She smiled and inquired, and what about you? Which university do you wish to attend? I can't say much about the school, but I definitely aspire to go towards Jiangnan. The thought of the autumn osmanthus and the 10-mile lotus blooms is simply enchanting. Oh, that sounds wonderful. Jiangnan is indeed lovely. Of course it is. Otherwise, why would you choose to acknowledge me as your younger brother? Haha, little brother, you are quite amusing. I am not that young. Huh. You may be small in stature, but in terms of age, you are indeed younger than I. Chapter 40. A true man takes risks. Zhou Jiangnan received a sum of 100,000 yuan, yet he remained composed and unruffled, which earned him Wang Yueran's deep admiration. This individual possesses an extraordinary calmness when faced with significant matters, truly remarkable indeed. After dining, the two parted ways at the school entrance. Zhou Jiangnan rode his bicycle to the outskirts, where a derelict building stood, a remnant of unfinished construction, and this time he noted several contact numbers. He had no intention of saving the first bucket of gold. After all, it had come to him unexpectedly. He aimed to capitalize on the land requisition along the highway to amass more capital, thereby laying a solid foundation for his entrepreneurial aspirations once he entered university. The unfinished building he had previously acquired was now in the process of having its third floor constructed, surrounded by several other structures, some only 1 story high, varying in size. Zhou Jiangnan planned to repay the 30,000 yuan he borrowed from Fatty Li, using the remainder to invest fully in the self-built properties, hoping to acquire a few more units. The planning announcement was due by the end of June, leaving less than 3 months. In that brief span, he anticipated returns exceeding 100%. Was there a quicker and more lucrative method to generate income? Although he was reluctant to recall his past experiences in the gray market, at least he had reaped corresponding rewards. He was well aware of the scope and direction of several major infrastructure projects, provided he did not trigger a butterfly effect that altered the course of history. He could secure a profit without loss. Carrying 100,000 yuan in his backpack, he attended evening classes, remaining as steady as a seasoned veteran, efficiently completing a comprehensive exam paper. After class, Li Pengfei accompanied him back to the cement factory as usual. Approaching home, Zhou Jiangnan opened his backpack and handed over a wad of cash. Fatty, I'm returning the 30,000 I borrowed from you. Li Pengfei was taken aback. Where did you get so much money? Isn't the building still under construction? Ah, it's not a secret. I sang a couple of songs. And a celebrity's agent took notice, purchasing the rights for a handsome sum. What? You can sell that? Li Pengfei was dumbfounded. You sold 2 songs for 30,000? Not 30,000, but 100,000. Zhou Jiangnan was candid, acknowledging that Fatty had unconditionally entrusted him with all his savings, treating him as a true brother. Wow. Li Pengfei was at a loss for words, struggling to articulate his astonishment, eventually asking, So you've struck it rich. When will you take me for a foot massage? We can indulge in a proper one anytime. As for the less reputable places, we'll discuss that later. The recent crackdown on illegal activities is intense. If caught, Uncle Li could break your legs, you know? Li Pengfei shivered and quickly waved his hands. I was just joking. Safety first. We'll revisit this topic later. Zhou Jiangnan patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, just keep this under wraps for now. Li Pengfei hesitated before asking, with so much money, are you planning to give it to Uncle Zhou? Not yet. I'll find time to buy a few more self-built properties, Zhou Jiangnan replied with determination. What is the point of handing anything over now? I'm already 18, fully capable of civil actions. It's essential to mature a bit. Once I start earning, I'll generously share, but right now, seizing this opportunity is paramount. Fatty, you must keep this confidential. Success hinges on this moment. He had conveyed the same sentiments to his newly acquainted elder sister, Wang Yueran, confident that she would remain tight-lipped. Observing his steadfast conviction, Li Pengfei promptly returned the 30,000 yuan without hesitation. If we're going to do this, let's invest it all. True brothers should rise and fall together. Indeed, one must take risks, for a real man dares to gamble. With a spirited demeanor, Zhou Jiangnan and Li Pengfei parted ways in laughter. Time flew by, and soon half a month had elapsed. During this period, Zhou Jiangnan acquired 3 dilapidated self-built houses. He paid little heed to their condition. As long as the location was prime and the price remarkably low, he seized the opportunity. These 3 structures were, in truth, merely 3 detached bungalows, even boasting red bricks and green tile roofs. Yet their affordability and spaciousness were their greatest assets. Altogether, these 3 properties encompassed nearly 400 square meters. And with the 3-story self-built house he was currently renovating, the total area of his 4 properties approached 800 square meters. Based on the minimum compensation rate, he could expect to receive over 400,000 yuan, an immense sum in 2005, when the average income for farmers in Sichuan province was merely 450 yuan per year. And urban workers earned around 7,000 yuan annually. Zhou Jiangnan sat in the study room, secretly contemplating, alas, I've hardly warmed this fortune before it vanishes. If old Zhou finds out, he would surely hang me up for a beating. Presently, he was left with less than 5,000 yuan. Not much, is it? He mused. His seemingly spontaneous exclamation caught the attention of his desk mate, Huang Xiaolong. South brother, what is not much? He inquired. I mean, time is running short. Haven't you seen? Only 60 days left in the countdown. Ah, indeed. In another month, the diagnostic exam will arrive. I wonder how I will fare in this final mock exam. Given your recent diligence, you might just rise further, Huang Xiaolong remarked. I love hearing that. This time, I aim to place within the top 200. Zhou Jiangnan declared with unwavering certainty. Lin Yu was taken aback. Zhou Jiangnan. Moving from over 500 to 300 is one thing, but maintaining that momentum to ascend another 100 places will be fiercely competitive. Are you truly that confident? Zhou Jiangnan smiled silently. During this period, he had diligently bolstered his biology knowledge, and his overall academic performance had improved significantly. His English had always been a strong suit, while his writing in Chinese had matured with finesse, and his mathematics had reached a score exceeding 120. Now that he had integrated his understanding of science, entering the top 200 seemed assured. Had it not been for the fear of appearing overly ambitious, he might have set his sights on breaking into the top 100. Remaining composed, Zhou Jiangnan calmly remarked, dreams are meant to be had. What if they come true? Lin Yu chuckled lightly, while Zhao Wanwan inexplicably exhaled in relief. She felt conflicted. Zhou Jiangnan's growing excellence only served to highlight her initial misjudgment of him. Yet, wishing for his failure was not in her character, as her upbringing instilled a different mindset. As time dwindled, her emotions grew increasingly intricate. Although the impending college entrance examination looms, Zhou Jiangnan's 2 self-penned love songs, coupled with his recent impressive dunks on the basketball court, have undeniably made him the focal point of discussion among the female students at school. What do people find most delightful? It is the tale of a wayward youth who has turned over a new leaf. Teachers often utilize such examples to inspire others. A diligent student consistently performing well is to be expected, yet when a previously inconspicuous underachiever suddenly excels, it draws significantly more attention. Such instances abound in society, both ironic and realistic. Thus, despite the mere 2 months remaining, there are still infatuated female classmates who present love letters to Zhou Jiangnan. Witnessing her former admirer now being pursued by others, Zhao Wanwan, feeling a mix of indignation and bitterness, finds herself strangely tempted. Ugh, how lowly of you. She silently chastises herself, redirecting her focus back to her studies. After a moment, she tosses her pen aside and mutters once more, that despicable Zhou Jiangnan. Chapter 41. The third mock examination. The sea of knowledge is boundless, with no shore in sight. In the blink of an eye, another month has passed, leaving only a glaring number on the blackboard at the back of the classroom, 38. Counting down to the college entrance examination, there are 38 days remaining. Classmates, tomorrow marks the provincial third mock examination. I hope everyone achieves excellent results, announced the homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhang, before dismissing class early, stating there would be no evening study session today. Throughout the past month, Zhou Jiangnan has devoted himself to his studies with an almost obsessive fervor, undistracted by any external stimuli. The warm weather or Zhao Wanwan fanning herself in the front row, or even the sight of Ms. Wang Yueran in a stunning dress during music class, were of no concern to him. Women merely hindered his pace in completing practice questions. On the way home, he and Li Pingfei walked side by side, pushing their bicycles, accompanied by Fong Xian. Jiangnan, for tomorrow's exam, I anticipate another poor performance. No hope for a specialized program. Li Pingfei lamented. You're already giving up before the test has even begun. Besides, why must you indulge in that dream journey game? Can't you wait until after the college entrance exams? Zhou Jiangnan retorted. You wouldn't understand. My in-game wife is quite clingy, always pestering me for equipment. I've spent all my pocket money. Li Pingfei rambled on, his face betraying a mix of joy and frustration. By the way, she even asked to meet up. Should I agree? Oh, a virtual meeting? Fong Xian interjected, her curiosity piqued. Are you in an online relationship? Li Pingfei, ready to boast, was interrupted by Zhou Jiangnan's serious tone. Fatty, have you ever heard of a phenomenon known as a ladyboy? What do you mean? Li Pingfei asked, puzzled. It implies that through a computer screen, you have no idea whether the person you're chatting with is male or female. You might not even realize if it's a dog on the other side. Moreover, some male players deliberately impersonate female characters, acting cutesy to solicit gifts. Wait, are you implying that my wife could be a man? Li Pingfei exclaimed, aghast. I never said that. You draw your own conclusions. Just imagine, a burly man chasing after you, sweetly calling you hubby or brother. Ugh, I can't even fathom that image. Li Pingfei grimaced, while Fong Xian laughed uncontrollably at the absurdity. I cannot delay any longer. I shall confront her shortly, insisting she adds me on QQ for a video call. However, one could easily enlist someone to impersonate her in such a video. Your naivety is astounding. What then? Do you propose? I have already invested over 2,000. I advise you to focus your energy on the college entrance examination. Once you have completed it, arrange to meet her in person, and I shall accompany you. If she turns out to be a deceiver, we shall give her a sound thrashing. My good brother, your words bring me much solace. Li Pingfei, overjoyed, nodded in agreement. After the exams, let us take a trip to Chengdu and confront this sorrowful facade. I had intended to gift her my recently acquired non-rank item, but it seems I must postpone that for now. Zhou Jiangnan was speechless. This rotund fellow still had too much pocket money. As they approached a familiar intersection, Fong Xian smiled sweetly before parting ways. Zhou Jiangnan, I wish you greater heights. Li Pingfei, feeling a twinge of jealousy, remarked, Fong, do not forget to extend your blessings to me as well. Oh, then I wish you safety. The difficulty of the third diagnostic exam was comparable to the second, and Zhou Jiangnan was already quite adept. After 2 months of intense practice, his speed in solving problems had significantly improved. He breezed through the Chinese section, submitting his answers well ahead of time, and astonishingly managed to solve the final complex math problem. The English section was a breeze, with his listening skills unwavering, and he finished all the questions with ample time to spare, meticulously revising his essay before transcribing it onto the answer sheet. The comprehensive science section remained the most challenging, yet with his augmented knowledge of biology, he found it considerably easier this time, completing all the questions just in time to review his answers. After 2 days of examinations, he felt relatively unburdened, confident that his scores would surpass those of the second diagnostic. As for his ranking, he was too indifferent to ponder, preferring to keep that a surprise for himself. After the exams, he seized the rare opportunity to join Li Pingfei for a game of King of Fighters at the arcade. With Mai Shiranui clad in a split skirt, her long legs executed fluid combos that left Kazuki Shishio reeling, eliciting shouts from the hefty Li. Look at that, my friend. You might just be facing a burly man like me who plays female characters. Li Pingfei's expression darkened, clearly on the brink of a meltdown. He was eager to finish the college entrance exam and meet the sorrowful facade in Chengdu. The chubby young man's first innocent affection was now in jeopardy, with the term deceiver haunting his thoughts. Well, it's just 2,000 yuan. After all, you are destined to become a factory director, a mere trifle. Zhou Jiangnan spent his last game token, stood up, and suggested, let us go and see how those buildings are faring, to alleviate our gloomy spirits. Do not mention that wretched property, seeing it only deepens my despondence. I have inquired, and the county government has no plans to salvage this area. Superficial. Just wait and see. Suddenly, Li Pingfei pulled several love letters from his pocket and casually tossed them into Zhou Jiangnan's hands. Alas, my fate is wretched. Having helped you deliver love letters to Zhao Wanwan in previous years, now I am assisting other girls in delivering letters to you, yet I have received none in return. Finally, I find a girlfriend in the game, and she might just be a deceiver. What a calamity. Zhou Jiangnan, however, did not even glance at the letters before producing a lighter and incinerating them. What are you doing? Why did you burn them again? Your heartless demeanor mirrors that of Zhou Jiangnan in the past. Truly a match made in heaven for such a pair of scoundrels. Spare me your nonsense. I have no intention of pursuing romance. With the college entrance examination approaching, I hardly have the inclination to pen love letters. Nor do I harbor any affections for my female classmates. I am no infatuated youth. Are you not curious about the contents within? What is there to be curious about? Merely the naive sentiments of youth, reduced to ashes to commemorate my lost love. Ah, lost love. It seems you have been deeply wounded by Zhou Jiangnan. Enough of this. What does she have to do with it? You wouldn't comprehend even if I told you. A few days later, the results of the third diagnostic exam were released. Zhou Jiangnan sat calmly in his seat, listening to old Zhang's remarks, his smile indicating good news. Gao Qianjun scored 653 points, securing second place in the grade. Zhou Jiangnan scored 638 points, placing 10th, a drop of 1 rank. She must strive harder. Lin Yu achieved 635 points, ranking 11th. Old Zhang's gaze swept over Zhou Jiangnan, his grin blooming like a flower. Once again, Zhou Jiangnan had demonstrated the most significant improvement in the class, creating yet another miracle. As the announcement concluded, the classroom erupted in excitement. What? It's him again. Has he advanced 300 places once more? That's impossible. He was in 298th place last time. And it would be commendable to improve by 30 or 40 this time. Not necessarily. Teacher Zhang mentioned his improvement was the greatest. So he should have at least started with a 50-place jump. Old Zhang wasted no time, promptly announcing the results. Zhou Jiangnan, 613 points, tied for 37th in the grade. What? Are you serious? Has he taken drugs? Teacher Zhang, are you sure you didn't misread the name? Class 6 of the third year was thrown into chaos. Zhou Jiangnan could no longer contain her shock and turned to stare at Zhou Jiangnan in disbelief. He had made such remarkable progress. Now she had become a guardian of the top 10 in the grade. Would Zhou Jiangnan soon surpass her? Chapter 42. From impossibility to possibility. Old Zhang stood on the podium, thoroughly pleased with the reactions from the classroom. It was no wonder. When he first received the score report and learned of Zhou Jiangnan's ranking, his own initial reaction was one of disbelief, requiring several rubs of his eyes to confirm he and made a mistake. After all, this was an unprecedented occurrence. In the history of Linjiang No. 1 High School, there had never been a precedent like Zhou Jiangnan. In just over 3 months, he had soared from over 600th place to within the top 50, a feat utterly absurd. While his previous middle school examination results placed him within the top 100, that merely attested to his solid foundation. To revive his studies after 2 years of neglect, one could only attribute this to innate talent, as no other explanation suffices. A remarkable life need not be justified. If his previous placement within the top 300 could be attributed to luck, then this third diagnosis unequivocally proved his capability. Over the past few months, feedback from various subject teachers indicated that Zhou Jiangnan's progress was genuine, devoid of any embellishments. That rascal, old Zhou, quietly fathered such an extraordinary son. The timing of his endeavors was impeccable. Old Zhang mused, his gaze toward Zhou Jiangnan increasingly gentle. 37th in the grade. The prospect of attending a university ranked 211 is within reach. Now, one should aspire towards the prestigious 985 institutions. It appears that the recent rumors concerning him and Fang Xin from the liberal arts class being in a romantic relationship are mere fabrications. Early romances only lead to decline. How could one expect such rapid progress? This lad had previously assured him that he would not engage in a relationship before university, and he has indeed kept his word. Zhou Jiangnan met Lao Zhang's gaze with a carefree smile. The allure of youth lies in transforming the impossible into the possible, does it not? Jiangnan, you are doing remarkably well. Keep it up. I look forward to witnessing your results in the college entrance examination, anticipating a miracle, Lao Zhang encouraged. Before continuing to read out the remaining scores, some students progress while others regress. It is indeed a scenario of mixed fortunes. With only a month left until the examination, Lao Zhang had no intention of adjusting the pairings for assistance. After all, he had done his utmost to salvage those he could. Those who could not be salvaged would simply have to await their fate at home. The report card was affixed to the back of the classroom, and once class ended, the entire class gathered to take a look. Chinese, 128, Mathematics. 123, English. 139. Wow, that is truly impressive. I remember his English was merely average before. Haven't you heard? He walks to and from school with Fong Xin every day. She is the top student in English, nearly achieving a perfect score. They must be studying together. Oh, that makes sense. Pursuing the science class flower can only lead to mediocrity, but with the liberal arts class flower, he has made remarkable strides. Could it be that Zhou Jiangnan and Zhao Wanwan are astrological opposites? Oh please, you believe in astrology? Believing in that is less credible than claiming I am Qin Shi Huang. From a distance, Zhao Wanwan cast a glance at the report card. Zhou Jiangnan scored 223 in his comprehensive science, a significant improvement from the 201 he achieved last time. It seems he has truly been diligent. Listening to the idle chatter of others, particularly the comparisons made between her and Fong Xin, she felt a tumultuous mix of emotions. Damn Zhou Jiangnan, you have been the one persistently pursuing me. Is it wrong for me to reject your advances? Why must you bind me to discussions about you? You are the cause of all this. If you perform poorly, it's my fault. If you excel, it's still my fault. What does your performance have to do with me? Scoundrel, you despicable man. She silently returned to her seat, then suddenly turned and gritted her teeth, declaring, Zhou Jiangnan, I will absolutely not allow you to surpass me. Even if you place in the top 10 of the college entrance examination, I will ensure I remain ahead of you. Zhou Jiangnan, who was engrossed in studying biology, was utterly perplexed. What do you mean by surpassing you? What does being ahead entail? Can you please think before you speak? Your performance has nothing to do with me. Humph, you know exactly what you're thinking. What am I thinking? What are you even saying? Just because I rejected your pursuit, you feel the need to humiliate me at every turn? First, it was a poetry translation, then a mocking song. And now this sudden academic leap, all aimed at me. Zhou Jiangnan truly could not comprehend the thought process of this school beauty, yet he did not wish to engage further. If you're unwell, go home and take your medicine. I simply want to focus on my studies. This has nothing to do with you. Don't be so self-absorbed. You are the one who is unwell, and you are the one who is self-absorbed. You heartless, fickle man. Madness has ensued, complete and utter madness. One who has not experienced a decade of cerebral thrombosis could hardly utter such words. Are you not the aloof school beauty? How easily you have let your guard down. As for being emotionally detached, I have not engaged with you in any significant manner, so how could you label me as such? It is only out of sheer boredom that I would engage in rational discourse with a girl. I would be better off solving a few more problems instead. Zhou Jiangnan chose to disregard her completely. Conversing with Zhao Wanwan was akin to shortening his lifespan by a day, whereas speaking with Fong Xin and his elder sister Wang Yueran was far more pleasant. His indifference only served to exacerbate Zhao Wanwan's discomfort and frustration. Huang Xiaolong witnessed the entire incident, yet he dared not speak, silently fidgeting with his fingernails while observing the scene. Lin Yu had the intention to offer some words of comfort to Zhao Wanwan, yet she found herself at a loss for expression. Primarily, she could not comprehend Zhao Wanwan's mindset, nor understand what she truly desired. Suddenly, a phrase flashed in her mind. Once, you paid me no heed. Now, you cannot aspire to my heights. In that moment of clarity, she seemed to grasp the crux of the matter. Zhao Wanwan likely resented the fact that someone she once disregarded was now regarded as a treasure by others, which would render her judgment questionable. Moreover, girls naturally tend to compare themselves. Zhou Jiangnan's shift from fervent pursuit to close companionship with Fong Xin had undoubtedly stirred feelings of imbalance within her. Yes, that must be the mindset that led her to lose control. Lin Yu observed the fuming Zhao Wanwan, hesitating to speak, and ultimately decided against attempting to persuade her. Considering Zhao Wanwan's proud nature, it was futile. Some matters could not be resolved through persuasion. She would have to come to her own understanding. She chose to act as if nothing had transpired, quietly studying and reviewing like Huang Xiaolong, embodying a serene demeanor. As the evening study session drew to a close, Zhou Jiangnan left the classroom early, returning to directly approach Li Pingfei's desk to change seats. Li, the chubby one, was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Good brother. You actually dare to abandon the soft nest for the bright light. Oh no, I mean, from darkness to brightness? Starting tomorrow, I shall personally oversee your studies. I will guide you myself. You better not fail to get into a vocational college, where it would be embarrassing to call you my brother." Zhou Jiangnan's expression darkened. What? Which son of a gun? Earthlings do not deceive one another. I will discuss this matter with Uncle Li upon my return. We shall share both fortune and adversity. Damn. Now that you've said that, what can I do? Lu Ming, seated behind Zhou Jiangnan. You are in for a treat. Hurry up and leave. Hee. Thank you, Brother Nan. Zhou Jiangnan nodded with a smile. Recently, Zhou Jiangnan's emotions had been unstable, and the front row was fraught with turmoil. It was far quieter in the back. As for Li Pengfei, he had just reassured old Zhang that not only would he ensure that this hefty fellow would not disrupt his studies, but he would also motivate him to strive together. Brothers, after all, should not forget one another in times of prosperity. Chapter 43. Wishing you a bright future. As the college entrance examination drew nearer, a trend of exchanging message books emerged in the classroom. During study sessions, an anonymous message book would often circulate. Youth never fades. May your path be filled with blossoms. Zhou Jiangnan casually penned a message before passing the book along to the next person. After a brief moment, another guest book was passed around, its pages filled with heartfelt messages, each more earnest than the last. May your dreams be as vast as the starry sea, illuminating your path ahead. May your life be as poetic and dreamlike, brimming with brilliance. I am but a cloud in the sky, occasionally casting a shadow upon your tranquil waves, whether you remember or forget. It matters little amidst the shared luminosity of our encounter. As I casually flipped through a couple of pages, I encountered profound expressions of sentiment. Even an excerpt from the poem Coincidence. Ah, whose guest book is this, where everyone pours their heart into their words? Curiosity piqued, Zhou Jiangnan turned to the front, where the name Zhou Jiangnan caught his eye. Forget it, I won't write anything. Ever since the seating arrangement changed a month ago, Zhou Jiangnan had not once graced him with a pleasant demeanor. She would even huff disdainfully as she passed him, as if he owed her a fortune. One day after class, Lin Yu approached him, revealing that Zhou Jiangnan was quite displeased about the seating switch and privately expressed her distaste for Zhou Jiangnan. With such animosity, wouldn't he leaving a message be utterly foolish? Zhou Jiangnan glanced at Lu Ming, seated in front of him, and shook his head in sympathy. This newly minted sycophant had been utterly drained of joy since sitting behind Zhou Jiangnan, now perpetually sighing like a withered eggplant. As for being the school beauty's close male companion, such notions were laughable. He had witnessed Zhou Jiangnan berate Lu Ming mercilessly over trivial matters. With Lu Ming's arrival, Huang Xiaolong had, for the first time, gained breathing room. Poor lad, Zhou Jiangnan mused silently, before snatching Li Pengfei's gaming console and commanding him to study diligently. Zhou Jiangnan, you strict taskmaster, you're more controlling than my father. If you weren't my brother, I'd surely challenge you to a fight. Is it wrong for a father to be strict? Li Shu had made it clear that if he failed to get into a vocational school, he would be sent back to the factory to toil for 5 years, tending to a furnace surrounded by burly women. Did he wish for that fate? The mere thought of such a scenario sent Li Pengfei shaking his head in alarm. Exactly. Just a few more days. Hold on, and afterward, we can bathe in the Qingshui River. That would be splendid. But remember, I want to borrow your large truck inner tube this time. Zhou Jiangnan owned a truck inner tube that, once inflated, served as the perfect swimming ring. Each time he brought it out for a swim, Li Pengfei would drool with envy, convinced that his purchased swimming ring could not compare. It's deflated. You'll have to inflate it yourself. Come on, you first. I have no experience with this. Li Pengfei's voice, though not loud, resonated sharply in the quiet classroom. Inflate? Oh, did Li Pengfei get a girl pregnant and is now seeking an abortion? It might not even be Li Pengfei. He was addressing Zhou Jiangnan. Perhaps Zhou Jiangnan is in trouble. That makes sense. Zhou Jiangnan is handsome and easily charms friends, while Li Pengfei is dark and plump. Who would want to get involved with him? Zhou Jiangnan, could it be Fong Xin? Rumor has it that the school beauty has a connection with him. The classroom erupted in a flurry of speculation, various theories swirling around like a tempest. Zhou Jiangnan glared at Li Pengfei, who, as the instigator, clutched his book and kept his gaze averted, as if everything were of no concern to him. Zhou Jiangnan initially intended to offer an explanation, but, upon reflection, deemed it inconsequential. Rumors cease with the wise. With the impending college entrance examination, it was ridiculous for these fools to indulge in gossip. If they performed poorly, they had only themselves to blame. He resumed his studies, but was interrupted by a loud thud from the front row. Clearly the sound of a book crashing onto a desk. Enough. Zhou Jiangnan fumed, her temper flaring. Are you all done? The exam is just around the corner. If you're not studying, there are others who wish to learn. Discuss outside. The once boisterous classroom fell into an immediate silence. The students were taken aback, having never witnessed the proud school belle lose her composure in such a manner. Zhou Jiangnan, perpetually exuding an air of aloofness, commanded respect due to her father's position as deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, making her peers even more reluctant to provoke her. With the atmosphere finally under control, Zhou Jiangnan felt a sense of satisfaction and joyfully continued his final sprint in preparation for the exam. Ah, how I love studying. Learning brings joy. As he unraveled a challenging problem, a sigh of contentment escaped him. It had been a month since the third diagnostic test, and his progress was evident. He was bound to excel in the upcoming examination. Ding, ding, ding. The bell rang, signaling the end of the evening study session. Jiangnan, I want to be going back to the factory today. My mother said I should stay in the county for these last few days to catch up properly. Li Pengfei announced as he slung his backpack over his shoulder and departed. Zhou Jiangnan merely grunted in acknowledgement, his pen still moving as he tackled a particularly difficult problem he had only half solved. A rustling sound echoed through the now empty classroom. So that's how it is. This is quite the brain teaser. Just before the classroom lost power, he managed to solve the problem, stretching his arms and exhaling deeply in preparation to head home. At that moment, a figure appeared beside him, offering a booklet. Zhou Jiangnan. Why haven't you written me a message? Zhou Jiangnan looked up to find it was Zhou Jiangnan. Up close, her fair skin and striking beauty were undeniable. You've always said you disliked me. Why would I need to write? Everyone in the class has written one. If you don't, it won't be complete. Hurry and write it now. So you waited specifically for me? Sort of. Regardless of our past, I still hope to leave some good memories from our time as classmates. So you are aware that the previous memories were not pleasant, Zhou Jiangnan thought to himself, contemplating before penning a few lines. The universe is vast, accommodating numerous dreams. You may be a star, I may be the sun, he may become the moon, each shining in our own light. May we all have bright futures ahead. He handed the message book back to her, and Zhou Jiangnan savored his words, a delightful smile gracing her lips. What about your message book? Why haven't I written in it? I didn't prepare one. Why not? Unnecessary. Once I become the sun, you will see me anytime. There's no need to search for memories in a book. As Zhou Jiangnan prepared to leave with his backpack, the entire building suddenly lost power, plunging everything into darkness. Zhou Jiangnan, following closely behind, let out a shriek before quietly sobbing. What's wrong? I bumped into the corner of a desk. It hurts so much. Can you walk? I cannot see. After a brief moment of silence, he ultimately chose to maintain his composure as a gentleman. Zhou Jiangnan sighed. You hold on to me. What do you mean? Hurry up, or the main gate will close soon. Oh, right. Zhou Jiangnan waved her hand in the darkness several times until she found a warm hand, which she then grasped tightly. Why are you holding my hand? Weren't you the one who told me to? I meant to hold on to your clothes. In a fluster, Zhou Jiangnan hurriedly reached for his clothing. The two hurriedly made their way out and down the stairs, releasing their grip as soon as they glimpsed a flicker of light. All right, you can manage on your own. Goodbye. Goodbye again. Zhou Jiangnan stood still, watching his departing figure, momentarily lost in thought. Chapter 44. The college entrance examination on June 7th. The college entrance examination commenced punctually. Zhou Jiangnan, having learned from the lessons of his past life, chose only light and safe foods before the exam. Now, he felt his mind brimming with knowledge. The only thing that could hinder his success was an upset stomach. He sat quietly at his desk, waiting for the examination to begin as the invigilator publicly checked the papers and distributed them one by one. The exam commenced. The announcement echoed, and everyone began to write fervently. The essay topic was to forget and to remember. Zhou Jiangnan's thoughts flowed freely, and he composed a lyrical essay on maintaining one's original intentions and remembering one's mission, infused with a heartfelt patriotism. After mingling in society for over a decade, he understood precisely what kind of essay would garner high marks. Chinese language, secured. The mathematics exam in the afternoon posed some challenges, yet he managed to complete the final complex problem. Difficulties could serve to differentiate the candidates effectively. The English exam the following morning was a breeze. Zhou Jiangnan felt as relaxed as if he had just enjoyed a soothing massage, confident of scoring a perfect 140. The highlight was the comprehensive science exam in the afternoon. After diligent review of biology, he pondered whether he could achieve a breakthrough this time. The comprehensive science did indeed present considerable difficulty. Biology was straightforward, while several challenging problems in chemistry left him uncertain. It was evident that he was not the only one struggling. Numerous students in the classroom exhibited signs of distress, some even resorting to crumpling paper into balls in a desperate attempt to relieve their anxiety. With only 15 minutes remaining in the exam, the announcement sounded. Zhou Jiangnan swiftly reviewed the questions he had completed. With the remaining time, he followed his instincts to tackle the problems, managing to address the chemistry questions before submitting his paper. Whether his answers were correct was beyond his concern. After all, everyone faced the same examination. And if it was difficult for him, it was equally challenging for others. As he submitted his paper, a chorus of sighs resonated through the classroom. A fragile girl even began to cry before she had exited. A cloud of despair hung over the school. Zhou Jiangnan chose not to discuss answers with others, calmly walking out of the school, only to find Li Pingfei and Fang Xian waiting for him at the entrance. "You're out so early, impressive." "Early?" "I recognized the words on the paper, but I didn't understand them. I suspect my comprehensive science score is doomed," Li Pingfei lamented. "I wasn't referring to you. I'm well aware of your capabilities," he retorted. "Damn it, all you see are beautiful women." Li Pingfei, filled with indignation, felt deeply wounded by the veiled jibes from his so-called brother. Fang Xian offered a gentle smile, remarking, "The liberal arts questions are quite manageable, not overly challenging. Which is why I finished early. How about you? I heard from Pang Fei that the comprehensive science exam is particularly difficult. Is that true?" She had long been familiar with Li Pingfei, yet instead of calling him fatty like Zhou Jiangnan, she playfully referred to him by the phonetic equivalent of his name, Pang Fei. Zhou Jiangnan nodded in agreement. "It is indeed somewhat challenging. I barely managed to complete all the questions, and I expect I've made several mistakes." "What? You, a slacker, actually finished all of it? Goodness. Are you aiming for Tsinghua or Peking University?" Li Pingfei completely lost his temper. The subtle bragging from his so-called brother cut him deeply, as he had left many questions unanswered on his own exam. "Stop talking nonsense. I have no chance of getting into those schools. Even if I did, I wouldn't go. The South is far more comfortable," he retorted. "Ah, so you think you're impressive now? From now on, I can also boast about having a friend who attends a prestigious university, which will surely make that group of slackers envious," Zhou Jiangnan replied. Knowing that Li Pingfei had a different circle of friends, including some rather wild characters, and he was too apathetic to address it further. As the three of them strolled along, they engaged in casual conversation, all beginning to dream of a carefree and joyous summer vacation. With 3 months remaining until the university enrollment in early September, the mere thought was delightful. Upon reaching the intersection, they typically parted ways to head home. Suddenly, Fang Xian produced a message book. "Jiangnan, could you leave a note for me?" "Oh, sure." He pondered. "Why do all the girls have these books? Will they really look back at them after writing?" In his previous life, he had never revisited any high school mementos after graduation, and most classmates had lost contact afterward. Women truly are peculiar creatures. Flipping through Fang Xian's message book, Zhou Jiangnan noticed it was already filled, so he inquired, "There's no blank paper left. Where should I write?" "You can write on the first page, where my name is." After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Jiangnan earnestly penned a passage. "People say that flowers evoke thoughts of beautiful women, and the moon reminds one of friends. After much reflection, I realized that the flower is you, and the moon is also you. Why yearn for romantic verses when you have already etched yourself into my memory for a lifetime?" He returned the message book to Fang Xian, who did not open it immediately, but simply placed it back in her backpack. "See you on the day we fill out our college applications, Jiangnan. Goodbye." They waved farewell, and Zhou Jiangnan made his way home alone. Zhou Xiangdong and Luo Xiaoying had been waiting at home, their attention divided by the television, yet clearly preoccupied. As soon as Zhou Jiangnan entered, Luo Xiaoying approached him eagerly, taking his backpack and placing it on a chair. "My dear, how did you fare on the exam today?" "I think it went well. I feel quite confident." "That's wonderful. Can you maintain the same level as the third diagnostic?" Zhou Jiangnan glanced at the anxious Mr. Zhou and offered a reassuring response. "It will be better, not worse." "Excellent. My son has finally made something of himself," Mr. Zhou exclaimed, slapping the table in excitement and rising with a beaming smile as he headed toward the door. Luo Xiaoying asked, "Where are you going?" "Don't worry about it. I'm going to get our son a watermelon, weigh out a pound of cold pig's head meat, and buy a bottle of wine to celebrate." "Oh, why the rush? Let's wait for the exam results first." "I'm not in a hurry. Once the results are out, I plan to host a banquet and invite all the relatives from back home." Old Zhou rushed out the door, while Luo Xiaoying feigned disdain. Yet her smile betrayed her amusement. Look at your old man, so honest all his life. The last time he was this impulsive was when you got into the prestigious high school during your entrance exams. At over 40, he can still be so spirited that no one can rein him in. Zhou Jiangnan chuckled. A child's success is the greatest reward for parents. And there will be many more such days for old Zhou. The old man was delighted and encouraged him to go on. He emptied his backpack, contemplating before piling all the textbooks from previous years together, leaving only a few classic literary works. Mom, call a scrap collector to take these books away. They're just taking up space at home. Luo Xiaoying, feeling a pang of sorrow, dropped her spatula and rushed out. What are you doing? You must keep all these books. They might still be useful. What use are they? I'm not repeating a year. Give them to your cousin. He's in the 3rd year of junior high and could use them to get a head start. Fine, as long as you're happy. The day after the exams, Zhou Jiangnan luxuriated in a long sleep. Last night, old Zhou unusually permitted him to have a small glass of wine, which worked wonders for his sleep. Accustomed to early mornings and late evenings at school, he felt a bit lost with a sudden void in his schedule. His parents had gone to work, leaving behind a note and 200 yuan on the table, the note pinned in Luo Xiaoying's handwriting. My dear, breakfast is in the pot. Eat the eggs. And don't just have the egg whites. Take this 200 yuan for pocket money. Feel free to go anywhere in the county. But do not go bathing in the clear water river. At that time, the wages at the cement factory were just over 800 a month, making 200 yuan a significant sum for an ordinary working-class family. Feeling the weight of maternal love, Zhou Jiangnan tucked the money back into the main bedroom drawer. The leftover money from selling 2 songs was around 5,000, so he didn't need to take more from home. Following Luo Xiaoying's instructions, he reluctantly swallowed a boiled egg and cleaned up before cycling out. The weather was splendid, perfect for a leisurely stroll in the county, followed by some time spent at an internet cafe. Lingjiang County's urban area wasn't too large, but boasted 5 public high schools, including number 1 and number 2 middle schools, along with 2 vocational high schools, accommodating nearly half of the county's high school students. During holidays, places like internet cafes and billiard halls thrived with activity. Thanks to his experiences with Li Pengfei, Zhou Jiangnan skillfully navigated through several alleys to arrive at the newly opened Happy Internet Cafe. Boss, I'd like to charge 10 yuan. The owner accepted the money without asking for ID and quickly set up a computer for him. Zhou Jiangnan logged onto QQ as per his habit, and just as he did, the penguin icon began to blink. He had received several friend requests. The usernames were reminiscent of a bygone era, such as Incomplete and Love You. I Cry Habitually, which made him cringe. The only name that seemed somewhat traditional was Fishing Boat Singing at Dusk. He rejected all the non-mainstream names and accepted the friend request from Fishing Boat Singing at Dusk. He then glanced at his own username, Mist and Rain in Jiangnan, which felt overly pretentious, and promptly changed it to Level 8 Gale. The fishing boat sings in the evening, yet upon clicking the profile, it reveals a void. A solitary star graces its level, and age remains a mystery. Who could this elderly woman be, indulging in youthful exuberance? The other party has yet to send a message, and Zhou Jiangnan finds no inclination to engage in conversation. Just as he is about to immerse himself in a game, a notification erupts, shaking with fervor. Li Pengfei has logged on. Brother Dapeng. Ah, Zhou Jiangnan. You ventured out to the internet. Where are you? I shall come find you. 8th level Gale. Happy Internet Cafe. Brother Dapeng. Wait, I shall be there shortly. Li Pengfei's QQ avatar turns black as he logs off. Zhou Jiangnan launches into CS, finishing a match before Li Pengfei arrives. With some time to spare, he begins browsing a forum. Recently, he had posted a thread titled, Rumor has it that a new highway will traverse our province. Another opportunity for wealth through relocation arises. The post, merely minutes old, quickly gains traction and is pinned as a hot topic. Zhou Jiangnan clicks to read, noting that while the rumor only vaguely mentions a few transit points, they align perfectly with the highway route etched in his memory. The replies beneath the post are equally intriguing. Some demand proof of authenticity, others plead for more insider information, while a few hurl accusations of deceit. The original poster, with little to say, insists it's a gamble on a household registration. Believe it or dismiss it, it's of no concern to them. Zhou Jiangnan refrains from replying, but feels a sense of reassurance. Since the rumor has circulated, it cannot be mere coincidence. At least it indicates that his rebirth has yet to trigger a butterfly effect. As he ponders, the fishing boat finally sends a message. How wonderful is the misty rain in Jiangnan. Why change your name? Zhou Jiangnan chuckles to himself, wondering if she cannot read it backward. It appears that the early internet users remain rather naive. He casually crafts a rhyme. 8th level gale, blowing into your heart, dispersing the gloom. Every day is bright. Moments later, the other party responds. Ah, you are quite humorous. Zhou Jiangnan finds it hard to suppress his laughter. Is this truly humor? It seems the threshold for awkwardness in middle age is still quite high. He subconsciously assumes the individual is a woman in her 30s or 40s and lacks the enthusiasm for idle chatter, replying with a few ellipses, disinterested in further engagement. Just then, Li Pengfei arrives at the internet cafe, and the duo of gaming brothers reunites, promptly diving back into CS. During the match, several messages from the fishing boat go unanswered, and by the time the game concludes and he returns to the chat window, she has already logged off. Zhou Jiangnan feels no emotional stir and casually changes his QQ status to invisible. Jiangnan, help me analyze this sad shallow smile. Is it truly a woman? Li Pengfei has already launched Dream of the Westward Journey, where a character named Sad Shallow Smile is sweetly calling him brother. The barrage of emoticons leaves Zhou Jiangnan momentarily uncertain. Brother, I wish to change my color. Could you send me 10 color fruits, pretty please? Li Pengfei hesitates for a moment before replying. Didn't you just dye it? Why do you want to change again? With a playful tone, she exclaimed, it's so beautiful. Dear, please give it to me. Zhou Jiangnan inhaled sharply, recognizing the complexity of the tea art displayed before him, which indeed rendered gender distinctions elusive. Li Pengfei gazed at him with a look of feeble anticipation, prompting Zhou Jiangnan to ponder. Fatty, have her add you on QQ. I've already added her, look. Li Pengfei opened QQ, revealing that her nickname matched her gaming alias, with her profile indicating she was female and 18 years of age. Go ahead and send her a message. You get up, and I will take over the conversation. Zhou Jiangnan switched seats with him and began to type, smiling faintly. I am rather disheartened. Kobe did not win the championship this year. Who is Kobe? Is he your friend? Oh, I forgot you wouldn't know. Never mind that. I need your advice on something. My cousin's 16th birthday is approaching, and I am uncertain what gift to present her. Do you have any suggestions? For a girl? You could gift her a Disney-themed plush doll, a cute little dress, or perhaps anime cards and a journal. The reply flowed effortlessly. And upon hearing the mention of a journal, Zhou Jiangnan felt a wave of certainty wash over him. This particular item could only be known by someone genuinely knowledgeable. Rising with both hands clasped in a respectful gesture, he declared, Fatty, she is indeed a woman, with a margin of error below 1. Li Pengfei rejoiced, haha. I knew it. She must certainly be a girl. However, before he could bask in his glory, a voice interjected, I only said she is a girl. I did not specify she is a beauty. What if she resembles a flower? Well then, perhaps we should wait and see before presenting her with any gifts. Trust between individuals can shatter in an instant, and in that moment, uncertainty clouded the mind of the once confident Fatty. Zhou Jiangnan witnessed him lock away his prized possession. A level-less item, into the storage. Once suspicion arises, the charge is already established, as the saying goes. Chapter 46. An unexpected visit. Time flew swiftly. In the blink of an eye, it had been half a month since the Gaokao exams concluded. During this period, Zhou Jiangnan could no longer resist the urge to join Li Pengfei for a wild swim in the Clearwater River. Li Pengfei clutched a large inner tube with great affection, insisting on trading it for his specialized swimming ring. What could Zhou Jiangnan do but acquiesce? Throughout this time, Zhou Jiangnan occasionally played basketball, visited internet cafes, and checked on the progress of his self-built house every few days, leading a fulfilling life. As for conducting market research for any entrepreneurial endeavors, that thought had not crossed his mind. Lingjiang, a small county town, primarily boasted retail shops. There was hardly any industry to speak of. If one were to consider selling milk tea, it might not be out of the question, as bringing modern concepts of fresh fruit tea and diversified products into this era could yield significant success. After all, rebirth necessitates grinding through the levels. Yet, he had no intention of pursuing entrepreneurship during this summer. He preferred to wait until he entered university. Currently, his utmost priority was to monitor the progress of the third floor of his self-built house, striving for its swift completion. Recently, whispers had begun circulating in the county about land requisition for a highway. Although no official plans had been announced, informed insiders had already begun to move discreetly, seeking to purchase properties in the suburban town. According to the examination schedule of Sichuan province, The results of the college entrance examination will be released on June 25th, and applicants must submit their preferences before July 5th. Compared to the estimation-based applications in a few regions, the results-based application process is considerably more humane. That evening, after dinner, Zhou Jiangnan was watching a DVD movie with Li Pengfei when he suddenly received a call in the cement factory's duty room, specifically requesting him. He was taken aback. Could it be that he had performed exceptionally well and a school was eager to recruit him, given that they were all children of the cement factory employees? The duty room attendant would not usually mention anything about charging for phone calls. Zhou Jiangnan answered the phone. Hello, who is this? Hello, I am from the County Land Bureau. Do you have several self-built houses in the suburbs for sale? I am willing to purchase them at a premium. Sorry, I currently have no intention of selling. If there is nothing else, I will hang up. Please don't hang up, Brother Zhou. I know you bought them for over 300 yuan per square meter. How about I offer you 400 yuan per square meter? I am not selling. 450. That is a very high price. Others cannot offer such a price. Thank you, but I truly am not selling. By the way, how did you find me? Ahem. I have my own channels. Think it over tonight, and if you come to a decision, call this number. After the call ended, Zhou Jiangnan thanked the attendant and returned upstairs to continue watching the movie. Shortly after, another call came in. Li Pengfei, puzzled, asked, Jiangnan, you seem quite busy lately. Is another beautiful woman looking for you? What beautiful woman? The last call was about someone wanting to buy self-built houses, and this one is likely the same. Let me deal with it. Zhou Jiangnan went downstairs and returned shortly after. Fatty, another call came in from someone wanting to buy a house. There will probably be more. Why? There are plenty of houses available over there. Why not contact them? Who would be foolish enough to sell in this situation? They probably think I'm young and easy to deceive. Zhou Jiangnan reclined in his chair, basking in his success. Have you not heard about the new national highway being constructed in that area? I have heard of it, but what does that matter? Goodness. How can you not grasp such a simple concept? Building roads requires land acquisition, and land acquisition necessitates relocation, which will certainly come with compensation. Li Pengfei suddenly enlightened. For houses, how much compensation would that entail? I estimate at least 400,000 yuan, Zhou Jiangnan replied casually, holding up 4 fingers. Li Pengfei, incredulous, exclaimed, 400,000? We invested only 120,000, and in just a few months, it could turn into 400,000? Exactly. Based on my understanding of the relocation policies, this figure is only an estimate and should be on the conservative side. We're going to hit it big. Don't forget us when you become wealthy. Stay calm. Let's wait for the official announcement before celebrating. I told you that more calls would come. The duty room attendant summoned him again, prompting Zhou Jiangnan to rise and head downstairs. Throughout the evening, he received no fewer than 10 calls, and by the end, the attendant looked at him with a different expression. Unless something unexpected occurred, tomorrow, Lao Zhou and Luo Xiaoying would likely face some inquiries. Zhou Jiangnan, feeling helpless, made numerous assurances before the attendant finally believed he had not caused any trouble. So many phone calls flooded in that Li Pengfei finally realized the gravity of the situation. His internal doubts arose in tandem. How did Zhou Jiangnan acquire this information and purchase a house in advance? Could he truly possess the gift of foresight? The rotund fellow, with flesh abundant upon his frame, was not known for his cunning. He never waited until the next day to voice concerns. Jiangnan, you began purchasing self-built homes months ago. Did you already possess this knowledge? Zhou Jiangnan remained silent, his gaze profoundly inscrutable. Li Pengfei clasped his hands together, his expression grave. Speak freely. I assure you, I shall not betray you. You do not truly engage in astrology, do you? At that moment, the plump man exhibited a hint of reverence, which amused Zhou Jiangnan greatly. It's not as mystical as you suggest. Previously, I watched the news broadcast about the nation advancing the development of the western regions, implementing a transportation-first strategy, and planning to construct numerous highways over the next 5 years. Consequently, I began to pay attention to information in this regard. Our county, being the largest population hub in the province, will inevitably have highway access. Considering the geography of our county seat, with mountains to the east, north, and west, and only the south leading towards Rongqing, I deduced that the highway will certainly traverse from the southern direction. He articulated his thoughts with remarkable clarity, and Li Pengfei found each point to be exceedingly valid, feeling a sense of admiration for his commanding presence. Zhou Jiangnan analyzed with fervor, ultimately concluding, I admit there is an element of chance in my decision, yet it appears I have wagered correctly this time. Moreover, even if my gamble fails, those houses will eventually be claimed by urban expansion in a decade or two. I shall not incur a loss. After a prolonged silence, Li Pengfei suddenly lifted his head, a gleam of insight flashing in his eyes. Brother, you are destined for greatness. Now that we are adults, I look forward to you treating me to a foot massage. In that fleeting moment, Zhou Jiangnan felt a sense of disorientation, as if witnessing the rise of a new king in the bathing industry. Fatty, our brotherhood is meant for grand endeavors. You are destined to be a factory director, and I certainly cannot lag behind. But do indulge me. I sense that you, my dear friend, are destined to amass great wealth. Either as a high-ranking official or a prosperous entrepreneur, you possess that potential. I appreciate your kind words, Fatty. While we have the time, let us go and acquire our driving licenses. Why bother with that? As a boss, one need not drive. Fool, how can one charm a lady without knowing how to drive? Should we have a chauffeur stand by while we conduct our affairs? You make a valid point. Let us go. Let us register now. Chapter 47. Oh no, is this my son? June 24th. The weather was clear, with not a cloud in sight. Zhou Xiangdong anxiously stood before the furnace, his heart ablaze like the limestone burning within, feeling as though he might burst. That scoundrel Zhou Jiangnan. When did this batch of youngsters go to purchase houses? And to buy 4 at once? Was this money simply found on the ground? A sense of crisis enveloped him. His son had developed independent thoughts and consciousness, undertaking significant actions without informing him or Luo Xiaoying. Had it not been for the 2 drinks shared with the duty officer at lunch, the couple would still be oblivious to how long they would be kept in the dark. 4 self-built houses. This must amount to at least 100,000. The savings of the old Zhou family have barely exceeded 20,000. How could that wretched son be so extravagant? Class monitor, what's wrong? You seem lost in thought. Had a quarrel with your wife? Oh, not at all. Our relationship is as strong as ever. Zhou Xiangdong chuckled awkwardly but could not help but ask, Xiao Lu, may I pose a question? What would you do if your son suddenly became very independent? No longer seeking your counsel? Xiao Lu, a worker in the trio's team and already in his 40s, replied without hesitation. I would immediately go to the ancestral grave to pay my respects. It would be a good omen that the descendants have finally matured. Zhou Xiangdong, still unsatisfied, pressed on. What if he came into a substantial sum of money without informing you and spent it all in one go? What? Then I'd better prepare a few more belts. I'd teach him a lesson. Xiao Lu declared firmly, devoid of his usual reticence. Class monitor, is it your son Jiangnan who is being disobedient? Not at all. I was merely inquiring. Keep an eye on the stove while I step out for a smoke. Zhou Xiangdong quietly retreated to a corner, feeling the fervor of Xiao Lu's emotions infect him. As a father, he resolved to give Zhou Jiangnan a thorough reprimand when the group returned. Such significant matters should not be decided without consulting parents. Otherwise, what chaos would ensue? At that moment, Zhou Jiangnan, who had just registered with Li Pengfei at the driving school, felt the weight of his dwindling funds. Coach, I won't be able to check the results tomorrow, but we will come as scheduled the day after. The 2 boys informed their coach and then rode back, discussing the feasibility of checking their scores on the factory's outdated computer, ultimately deciding that a phone call would be more reliable. By the time they returned to the cement factory, it was already 6 in the evening. Upon opening the door, Zhou Jiangnan sensed an unusual tension in the atmosphere. Old Zhou was seated sternly, his eyes filled with a fierce intensity. Oh, so the esteemed Zhou has decided to return. What is it like to spend money so freely? Allow me to enlighten you. The sarcasm in old Zhou's tone was unusual, as if the sun had risen in the west. After changing into his slippers, Zhou Jiangnan entered casually. Old man, what is going on? What is going on? I should be asking you. What about those self-built houses in your name? Cursed be that traitor, Elder Go, for revealing him. However, despite the revelation, Zhou Jiangnan felt no fear. He smiled at his mother, who looked as if she had something to say but held back. I knew Elder Go had lost his wits. His tongue has slipped. He then briefly explained the situation regarding his house purchase. Initially, when he mentioned borrowing pocket money from Li Pengzi to accumulate savings for the house, old Zhou and Luo Xiaoying merely twitched their lips. But when he disclosed that 2 songs had sold for 100,000, they could no longer contain themselves and stood up in astonishment. Finally, when they learned that several houses were likely to be requisitioned for urban redevelopment, with compensation potentially doubling, the couple fell into a stunned silence. What else could they do? Everything their son spoke of exceeded their understanding. Old Zhou had spent over a decade in the cement business, confined to his small plot of land, utterly unfamiliar with terms like copyright, government planning, and urbanization. Luo Xiaoying fell silent, having devoted her entire life to the mundane affairs of family life, filled with trivialities of daily sustenance. The only topic she could somewhat engage in was her son's mental well-being, a realm she scarcely understood. Nevertheless, they grasped the core truth. Her son, Zhou Jiangnan, had earned a substantial sum of 100,000 yuan to purchase a property, which could potentially multiply into several hundred thousand upon resale. How extraordinary it was! How could she possibly have such an exceptional son? At such a tender age, he was already astutely analyzing government policies. Was this truly her son? The Zhou family had been impoverished farmers for 3 generations. This did not resemble their lineage in the slightest. Zhou Xiangdong pondered deeply, unable to comprehend the situation as he scrutinized Zhou Jiangnan from head to toe. The more he looked, the more uncertain he felt. This young man had matured so rapidly. Given the clarity with which the events had unfolded and the assurance that they would not incur any losses, there was no way he would resort to corporal punishment. Moreover, with Zhou Jiangnan standing at an impressive height of 6 feet, even the elder Zhou struggled to restrain him during the New Year's pig slaughtering. If this son wished to flee, he would undoubtedly be beyond reach. After much contemplation, old Zhou hesitantly inquired, "So, Jiangnan, how do you plan to allocate your compensation from the demolition?" "Father, why would you resort to a belt for that?" Zhou Jiangnan replied calmly, glancing at the belt concealed beneath him. Saving money was not an option. The true path lay in letting money generate more money, and one must spend wisely. He had already devised a plan to purchase a house for them in the county, arrange for a comprehensive health check, set aside some funds at home, and reserve the remainder for entrepreneurial endeavors during his university years. Everything was meticulously arranged. What more was there to say? Luo Xiaoying and old Zhou exchanged glances. "Your father and I are living comfortably in the factory, in good health. There is no need to squander money on health checks or to buy a house in the county. We are already overjoyed by your success. We cannot comprehend the notion of entrepreneurship. You have grown and formed your own aspirations. Keep the money you earn for yourself. Your father and I understand you are responsible now and must have your own plans. Furthermore, university life involves expenses related to friendships as well." Time indeed flew swiftly. Their youngest had grown from a tiny infant into a striking young man, ready to stand on his own. The assistance parents could offer would dwindle as he matured. They had saved nearly 30,000 yuan, and he could take what he needed whenever he wished. As Luo Xiaoying rambled on, Zhou Jiangnan felt his eyes welling up. In his previous life, old Zhou succumbed to lung cancer early, leaving his mother to navigate life alone. His visits home were infrequent, and their time together was painfully limited. They often said that the role of a son was the easiest to assume, yet it was the most challenging to fulfill well. In this lifetime, he was determined to care for his parents, leaving no room for regret. "Mother, you and father should trust my judgment. Health checks are not costly, and it will ease my mind while I pursue my studies." "Where do you intend to attend university, my son?" old Zhou asked, urgency lacing his voice. "In Jiangnan. I wish to enroll at Linen University, where opportunities abound in developed regions. I'm familiar with Linen University. It ranks among the top 10 in the nation. Are you confident? Do not risk falling short. Rest assured, the results will be out tomorrow, and I am certain of my success." Although the matter of purchasing a home has been set aside, under the unwavering insistence of Zhou Jiangnan, both old Zhou and comrade Luo Xiaoying agreed to undergo a medical examination. At the dinner table, old Zhou unexpectedly poured half a glass of wine for his son, recognizing that his youngest from Jiangnan had finally matured. Chapter 48. College Entrance Examination Results. On June 25th, before dawn, Luo Xiaoying roused Zhou Jiangnan from his slumber. Today was the day the college entrance examination results would be announced. Old Zhou had arranged with the duty officer to utilize the landline in the duty room to check his son's results. Zhou Jiangnan dawdled while dressing and washing up, and by the time breakfast was finished, it was already past 7 o'clock. The 3 of them arrived at the duty room with palpable tension, only to discover that Li Jiangguo and his son, Li Pengfei, were also present. "Good morning, Uncle Li," Zhou Jiangnan greeted, while the rotund Li stood behind Li Jiangguo, exchanging mischievous glances. Li Jiangguo smiled and nodded. "Jiangnan, your results have greatly improved. This time, you might just qualify for a 985 university. But does Pengfei even have what it takes to get into a vocational school?" "Hey, Uncle Li, don't listen to what Fat Fei says. I believe he can get into an undergraduate program," Zhou Jiangnan replied. Li Jiangguo playfully tapped Li Pengfei on the head and turned to old Zhou Jiangnan. You arrived just in time. Let us wait and see if Jiangnan's prediction holds true. If Pengfei scores high enough for an undergraduate program, I'll treat them both to a mobile phone. Old Zhou scratched his head. I can't let you spend more money. What do they need phones for while studying? The younger generation has grown up and should start living their own lives. The two brothers have been inseparable since childhood. Regardless of the future, they must support each other. University is different from high school. It draws students from across the nation. One must prepare adequately for their children. They cannot afford to lag behind at the starting line. Moreover, having a mobile phone would facilitate communication, allowing them to call home whenever they feel homesick. Li Jiangguo, being a businessman, possesses a mindset and perspective that surpasses old Zhou's understanding, leaving him unable to counter, and he could only insist that Zhou Jiangnan express his gratitude. At 8 o'clock, Li Pengfei, feeling apprehensive, dialed the inquiry hotline at 967-89100. With several pairs of eyes upon him, he trembled as he entered his examination number. The results began to be announced. Chinese, 99 points. Li Jiangguo furrowed his brow, and Li Pengfei felt a tightening in his chest. Mathematics, 126 points. Li Pengfei exhaled in relief, and Li Jiangguo's expression softened slightly. English, 105 points. Both father and son were astonished. When had Li Pengfei ever scored above 100 in English? Before they could recover from their surprise, the voice on the phone continued. Science comprehensive, 195 points. Total score, 525 points. Li Jiangguo fixed a sharp gaze on Li Pengfei, and the two exchanged looks of disbelief. Zhou Jiangnan, quick to respond, hurriedly congratulated. Uncle Li, Fat Fei has performed remarkably well this time, based on previous admission thresholds. This score should qualify him for an undergraduate program. Li Jiangguo remained silent, while Li Pengfei was overjoyed, leaping in place and exclaiming, "Ha, wow. I actually scored over 100 in English. Ha ha, Jiangnan, I am surely going to get into a vocational school now. This is fantastic." Just as he finished speaking, Li Jiangguo gave him a light slap on the head. Lack of ambition. Jiangnan is right. There is hope for a third-tier university. But it all depends on this year's cutoff score. Both father and son were elated and quickly called Li Pengfei's mother to share the joyous news. Old Zhou and Luo Xiaoying stood by, sharing in the joy and extending their congratulations. Once the phone call concluded, all eyes turned to Zhou Jiangnan. "Jiangnan, it's your turn. Let us see what surprises you have in store for us." Li Pengfei handed him the phone, while old Zhou and his wife, tense with anticipation, held their breath. Zhou Jiangnan calmly activated the speakerphone, entered his examination number, and soon a voice announced, Chinese, 135 points. Mathematics, 141 points. English, 146 points. Science comprehensive, 277 points. Total score, 699 points. Silence enveloped the room. The atmosphere was heavy. The elder, who had just reached for a cigarette, was startled enough to retract his lighter. The factory director remained mute, too intimidated to speak. It was Li Pengfei who broke the silence first, slamming his palm on the table and exclaiming, "Goodness! You are simply incredible. Is this even a score achievable by a mere mortal?" Zhou Jiangnan chuckled lightly. "Aren't you allowed a moment of excitement? Who doesn't indulge in a feast during the new year?" Li Pengfei was even more animated, playfully punching Zhou Jiangnan on the shoulder, the two brothers reveling in their exuberance. Li Jiangguo was the first to pull out a pack of cigarettes, distributing one to the elder on duty and old Zhou, before lighting one and savoring the smoke as he exhaled a perfect ring. "Xiangdong, congratulations on your prodigious son. It's time to prepare the celebration feast." Laughter erupted. "Pengfei, you two have achieved commendable results. Jiangnan heroes much to your Uncle Li's frequent guidance. I am certain he will not forget his roots once he makes a name for himself. Indeed, Aunt Shuang has often looked after him as well. He remembers these kindnesses," added Luo Xiaoying. The adults were discussing the preparations for the graduation banquet when Li Pengfei interjected, "Old man, you must honor your promise regarding the phone." With a smile, Li Jiangguo retrieved his wallet. "No need to wait for the admission cutoff. Take the money now and buy it yourselves." He handed over a thick stack of cash, which Zhou Jiangnan estimated to be around 6,000 or 7,000. "Thank you, Uncle Li," he said, as Li Pengfei eagerly pulled him towards the stairs. "Hurry. Let's buy the phone in the county and then enjoy some time at the internet cafe." Li Jiangguo, overhearing their conversation, did not intervene, given such impressive results. He He would wholeheartedly approve of whatever ventures his son pursued. The three adults watched with pride as the two young men rode their bicycles out of the factory gates. Filled with satisfaction, Li Jiangguo was already aware of Zhou Jiangnan and Li Pengfei's plans to buy a house together, including the secret acquisition of cement for construction. And he was not only unperturbed, but also kept a watchful eye on their endeavors. Zhou Jiangnan from the Zhou family was becoming increasingly remarkable. It was unclear when he had begun to stand apart, displaying composure, balance, humility, and an admirable appearance, certainly destined for great achievements. His own son, though inherently good-natured, lacked a bit of shrewdness. He would undoubtedly need Zhou Jiangnan's support in the future, as being a factory director was no simple task. Li Jiangguo felt genuine joy upon learning of Zhou Jiangnan's accomplishments. Old Zhou, contentedly smoking, thought to himself, "By heavens, my son is extraordinary." Zhou Jiangnan and Li Pengfei pedaled furiously, their bicycles nearly smoking from the effort. They arrived at the county's mobile phone street, where, despite the small town's limited industries, an abundance of shops selling mobile phones thrived. ZTE, TCL, Lenovo, and Motorola, various brands of mobile phones abound. Yet after a thorough exploration, Zhou Jiangnan resolutely chose Nokia. Setting aside other considerations, this brand is renowned for its durability, possessing at least one additional feature of self-defense compared to other mobile devices. Li Pengfei, lacking expertise in mobile technology, took Zhou Jiangnan's word as gospel. The two of them each acquired a Nokia 7610 and procured a phone card. With a surplus of funds remaining from Li Jiangguo, "Let us hurry to the internet cafe before there are no seats left," Zhou Jiangnan urged. They each stored their numbers, and Li Pengfei hurriedly dashed towards the cafe. Zhou Jiangnan had anticipated diving straight into gaming upon arrival, but to his surprise, Li Pengfei first logged into QQ, subsequently creating a class group and inviting all those with QQ accounts. To their astonishment, out of the 63 classmates, 57 joined the group. Impatient for the moment, Li Pengfei decided to indulge in a bit of showboating. Chapter 49, My brother scored 699. Showboating is an art form, even if the achievement is not his own. Li Pengfei could hardly contain his excitement. A good score for his brother is akin to his own success. What is the problem with that? Wasn't he Zhao Wanwan quite boastful? Didn't she confidently declare that Zhou Jiangnan would not surpass her? Now, it would be interesting to observe her reaction. Li Pengfei was convinced that Zhao Wanwan would not achieve a score of 700, and Zhou Jiangnan might very well be the top scorer in the class. "Classmates, have you checked your college entrance exam scores?" De Penggu inquired. "Ugh, don't even mention it. My mother nearly broke a feather duster over my results." "Haha, well, at least I've improved a bit since the third mock exam. I'm checking now, don't panic." "De Penggu, you must be Li Pengfei. That name is unmistakably yours. Your excitement suggests you did quite well." The chat buzzed with energy. Meanwhile, in a room within the police family quarters of the county town, Zhao Wanwan sat in her pajamas before the computer, calmly monitoring the group messages. She observed the nickname, the 8th level Gale, waiting for a response. Suddenly, the avatar flickered, and Lin Yu sent a message. "Wanwan, have you checked your score? I only managed 675. You must have done significantly better, right?" Clearly, the nickname belonged to Lin Yu. Zhao Wanwan typed a response. "Not much higher. I only scored 688. Wow, that's a rather auspicious number. Congratulations," Lin Yu remarked, then inquired. "Which one in the group is Zhou Jiangnan? I'm eager to know his score, but I don't have his QQ number." "I know. His nickname is the 8th level Gale." Zhao Wanwan began typing a reply but hesitated, deleting the entire message before quietly responding, "I don't know either." She wished to avoid appearing overly interested in Zhou Jiangnan, especially not wanting anyone to discover that she had added him on QQ. The previous account, Fishing Boat Singing at Dusk, was a newly registered one, while the prominent account in the class group was simply named Wanwan. The two exchanged a few private messages, while Li Pengfei continued to ignite the atmosphere in the group. "Everyone, I have some juicy news. Our perennial top student, Qian Jun, scored 701. Absolutely incredible. This score guarantees admission to Tsinghua or Peking University. Well, let me share as well. The ungrouped Zhou Xiaolong scored 671. Wow. He.s. a dark horse in the college entrance exam. With such a score, he could choose any 985 university. Did you forget about another person? I suspect he might be the dark horse. I wonder how many points he scored. You are referring to Zhou Jiangnan, right? Is he present in the group? Come on. Speak up." Li Pengfei nudged Zhou Jiangnan. "We're calling you." Make your grand entrance. Grand entrance? Nonsense. I prefer to remain low-key. I abhor ostentation. Zhou Jiangnan observed quietly, having no intention of speaking. Huh, you rascal. Writing love poems, singing romantic ballads, dunking. When have any of these actions been low-key? I see you are merely biding your time to make a grand display once they have spoken enough. Nevertheless, I shall indulge you for now and refrain from exposing you. At that moment, someone called out to Li Pengfei, Brother Dapeng, you and Zhou Jiangnan are inseparable. Don't you know how much he scored? Cough. I haven't been with him these past few days. I'll call him shortly. Wait, did you buy a phone? What model? Boss Li, please take me along. I entrust you with my backside. Today, we shall refrain from discussing such matters. The group erupted in laughter, instantly diverting the focus. Lin Yu interjected, I know Wanwan's score, revealing it would surely astound you all. How much? Surely, Goddess Zhao cannot have outscored Gao Qianjun? Not quite, but 688 is still quite impressive. Goodness, that's terrifying. Zhou Jiangnan truly stands no chance of surpassing her now. Ha ha ha, that character is rather peculiar. Boring. A fleeting blush crossed Zhao Wanwan's face. She was no longer an ignorant little girl, recalling her previous firm declaration to Zhou Jiangnan that she would not allow him to surpass her. She felt a strange sensation. At that moment, she hadn't grasped it, but upon reflection, she nearly lost her composure. It was entirely her fault for hastily omitting a word. Furthermore, apart from Lin Yu, only Huang Xiaolong had heard that statement. The nickname Mighty Dragon crossing the river undoubtedly belonged to him. Why, with the same surname of Long? Could Zhou Xiaolong achieve a score of 678, while Huang Xiaolong only managed 541? Such is the disparity. Zhao Wanwan resolved that next time she filled out her college applications, she would undoubtedly chastise Huang Xiaolong harshly for his lack of discretion. The group continued to report numerous high school exam scores, yet none surpassed 688, signifying that Zhao Wanwan had likely secured the second position in the class. Others shared scores from various science-focused classes. It was known that in the 2005 graduating class of Lingjiang No. 1 High School, the highest score was 702. Only 2 individuals had surpassed the 700 mark, the other being Gao Qianjun, who remained the second highest in the entire school. As expected, with Zhao Wanwan's score, she would likely re-enter the top 10 of her grade. And Mr. Zhang, the homeroom teacher, would certainly be beaming with pride. As the conversation drew near its conclusion, Li Pengfei sent a sunglasses emoji, preparing to flaunt. Brother Dapeng, I'm back. Do you want to know how much the handsome Nan scored? Today, in a rare mood. He had even altered his reference for Zhou Jiangnan from rascal to handsome Nan. The subject blushed at the side. Fatty, that's enough. It's inappropriate. Li Pengfei ignored him, reveling in the group's banter, smiling with great satisfaction. Li Pengfei, what score did Zhou Jiangnan achieve? Lin Yu, why don't you take a guess and see if he managed to surpass Zhao Wanwan? Huh. Zhao Wanwan grew increasingly flustered. The despicable fat man, much like Huang Xiaolong, is no good. Lin Yu inquired. From your words, how does it seem that he is even taller than Wanwan? Zhao Wanwan, in a fit of urgency, wondered if Zhou Jiangnan had indeed surpassed her. Others began to flood the chat with a barrage of question marks and exclamations. Suddenly, a user with the moniker Leave a Name Before the Fire chimed in. Hee, I am different. I only wish to know, Brother Pong, will you qualify for the college? Lu Ming, do not think that donning a disguise will make me fail to recognize you. I, your Brother Pong, scored 525 points. Jiangnan says I can get into a third-tier college. Ha ha ha, do you think you can surpass me? Damn it, has heaven gone blind? Leave a Name Before the Fire cursed and exited the chat. Lin Yu offered a few flattering remarks to satisfy the fat man's vanity before pressing on for results. Li Pengfei promptly tossed out a number. 699. The class group fell silent immediately. Even after 20 seconds, no one spoke. Li Pengfei nearly believed the internet had cut out. Just 1 point shy of 700. What a travesty. This is the real dark horse. Now it's over. Zhou Jiangnan can not only speak and write, but also sing and play an instrument, and his looks and grades are stellar. What merit do I possess to be a classmate of such an extraordinary individual? Regret floods in, profound regret. Had I known, I would have befriended Fong Xin as well. Fool, take a moment to reflect on yourself. Can you match Ninshin's height? Are you as handsome as he? No, you possess nothing, not even grades that can stand up to him. How could the school beauty Fong possibly notice you? Your harsh words wound deeply. Li Pengfei, amidst fervent typing, was thoroughly amused, his smile stretching wide. The joy of boasting was unparalleled. Chapter 50. The goddess wept inside the internet cafe. The incessant clatter of keyboards filled the air. Li Pengfei transformed into a terrestrial keyboard sage, a human cannon, radiating confidence. Zhou Jiangnan, bewildered, remarked, "Fat man, that score was achieved by me. What are you so jubilant about?" Hee, Jiangnan, I know you are least adept at boasting, so it is more fitting for me to take the lead in this moment. We are brothers. What is yours is mine. Just watch. Li Pengfei suddenly called out in the group. Zhao Wanwan, my brother has outscored you. What do you have to say? After observing quietly for some time, Zhao Wanwan could no longer contain herself and retorted, Li Pengfei, you are insane. What does his score matter to me? How can it not matter? You once looked down on him, deeming him too weak, and discarded his love letters. Now he has risen, placing you beneath him. Did you expect this? What of it? Zhou Jiangnan hasn't uttered a word. The emperor is not in a hurry. But the eunuch is anxious. You are mad. Zhao Wanwan was furious. Had voice messaging been an option, she would have unleashed a tirade. You filthy-minded fat man. Do not let me see you, or I shall strike you down. Li Pengfei grew ever more animated, as if he were the one who had spent over 2 years in servitude. The others remained silent, merely observing his charge in the chat. In terms of shamelessness, Zhao Wanwan could hardly compete with him. Before long, her avatar turned black, evidently having been silenced. Delightful. I had long wished to confront her. What is she? Merely attractive? What is her merit in excelling academically? Why the arrogance? I am merely a messenger, delivering love letters while enduring scorn. All those paper cranes you crafted have been discarded by her, and I trust you no longer harbor any pride. Li Pengfei vented his frustrations, loudly ordering 2 bottles of cola and some egg yolk cakes. Zhou Jiangnan disapproved of his behavior. If one's affection causes discomfort to the beloved, it strays from the very essence of that affection. Ultimately, he felt a sense of shame for his 2 years of unrequited devotion in high school. Recognizing the impropriety of his actions, it is rather absurd to envision a muscular man folding paper cranes. Moreover, a confession should be a celebration of triumph, not the sounding of a battle cry. He has the right to love, just as Zhao Wanwan possesses the right to refuse. Given the chance to start anew, why should they entangle their lives together? Such games are meant for children. Listen, my friend, let me emphasize, let bygones be bygones. High school is over. And so is everything that came before. Please refrain from associating me with her in future discussions. I dislike it. Li Pengfei paused, swallowing the bite of egg yolk cake. All right, I understand. I want to bring it up again. Both reached a consensus and were about to engage in a round of counter-strike when Lin Yu urgently messaged in the group. Li Pengfei, you jerk. You've made Wanwan cry. I called her, and she could hardly speak. She hasn't wronged you. Why provoke her? Just wait, if anything happens to her. Let us see if Uncle Zhao spares you. Lin Yu's words sent a chill down Li Pengfei's spine. How could he have forgotten that Zhao Wanwan's father is the deputy director of the police? Surely, she wouldn't be so fragile as to consider drastic measures. Jiangnan. What should I do? Have I caused trouble? Zhao won't seek revenge, will he? Not to worry, she is not as weak as you think. I'll go apologize on your behalf. Zhou Jiangnan located Zhao Wanwan's QQ account and sent a friend request. Zhao Wanwan had nearly stopped crying, wiping her tears while sipping yogurt. When she saw a high-ranking user add her as a friend, her heart skipped a beat. What if he intended to mock her? After some contemplation, she accepted the request. Zhou Jiangnan messaged her, Zhao, I apologize for Fatty's behavior. He often speaks without thinking, and I've already reprimanded him. You should celebrate your excellent exam results. Congratulations. Thank you. I thought you were here to ridicule me as well, Zhao Wanwan replied. Not at all. Such behavior is childish. I have no interest in that. Everything that transpired in high school is in the past. We are merely classmates, and that is a bond worth cherishing. Oh well. Congratulations to you too on achieving such high scores. You're bound for Tsinghua or Peking University. Thank you. You're no longer upset, are you? I'm not upset anymore. That is good. Let us end our conversation here. Goodbye. Zhou Jiangnan quietly logged off. Zhao Wanwan blinked, pondering how this scoundrel had transformed into someone so indifferent, merely coming to apologize as a formality. No, she felt anger rising again. Just as she was about to send that message, she reconsidered and deleted it. The education she received from a young age did not support her actions. Since Zhou Jiangnan had already let go, it was best to allow the past to drift away with the wind. Zhao Wanwan sent a message to Lin Yu, informing her that she was no longer upset, which brought a sigh of relief to Lin Yu. The conflict between Li Pingfei and Zhou Jiangnan was merely a trivial episode. The primary focus of everyone remained on the Gaokao results, as this was a matter of great significance for each individual's life. Some individuals took the lead in speculating about this year's admission cutoff scores in the group. While some believed the third-tier line should be around 510, others suggested it might hover around 520, yet no one thought it could reach 530. Li Pingfei felt an overwhelming sense of joy, increasingly convinced that he had a chance at a bachelor's degree. The school had issued a notice stating that on June 27th, all classes would organize the filling of applications by class. This year marked the first year of changing from estimated scores to actual scores for application filling. To prevent students from making mistakes due to a lack of understanding of the rules, many important points needed to be explained in person. Everyone in the group eagerly anticipated the day after tomorrow, when they would discuss application filling together, while also deepening their camaraderie, ensuring that they would not lose touch even when they ventured far and wide. At that moment, however, Zhou Jiangnan's thoughts were occupied with another matter, or rather, another person, Wang Yueran. She had mentioned that she would conclude her internship after the Gaokao, and he wondered whether she had returned to school. He carefully recalled Wang Yueran's phone number, which he had quietly saved in his newly acquired phone, contemplating reaching out to her for a greeting when Li Pingfei was not around. His older sister had not even seen him off before leaving. He felt he had been a rather incompetent little brother. The two of them played games for a while longer, with Li Pingfei insisting on dragging Zhou Jiangnan into playing Dream of the Westward Journey, leading him to register a character named Zhou Jiangnan. Li Pingfei's Dragon Palace character guided him through the Great Wild Goose Pagoda, and by the time they logged off, he had reached level 30. In the evening, they bought some snacks on the street and rode back to the cement factory together. Due to the lack of contact information for Fong Xin, he was unaware of her exam results. Upon returning home, a splendid feast awaited them. To Zhou Jiangnan's surprise, both of Li Jiangwo's parents had come to his home for dinner, which delighted Li Pingfei immensely. "Mom, weren't you shopping in Rongqing? How did you return so quickly?" Li Pingfei's mother, Zhang Shuang, dressed quite fashionably, yet without the pretentiousness of a wealthy lady. Aunt Luo prepared a delightful spread, and Uncle Chun insisted we all dine together. As an aunt, I simply had to come to celebrate Jiangnan. The two families enjoyed a lively and joyous dinner, during which Zhang Shuang presented Zhou Jiangnan with a generous red envelope, to which he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Thus, a delightful day came to an end, with everyone eagerly awaiting the arrival of the day after tomorrow. Chapter 51. Filling applications. If your heart holds anticipation, then time will always seem insufficient. 2 days swiftly passed, and when Zhou Jiangnan entered the classroom, it was already filled to more than half its capacity. Li Pingfei had returned to the county with his parents the night before and arrived even earlier than Zhou Jiangnan, animatedly chatting with a girl in front of him. The atmosphere in the classroom was generally lively, as only a few students in Class 6 had performed poorly in the Gaokao. As soon as Zhou Jiangnan stepped through the door, he captured everyone's attention. "Ah, is that not Nangu, our great dark horse? He ought to be called Nan Shun, handsome, talented, and academically accomplished. I foresee him becoming the next great novelist." The classmates erupted in cheers. Zhou Jiangnan smiled and strolled to his seat. "Jiangnan, I called you last night, but you were always busy." Li Pingfei flaunted his newly acquired phone, resembling the foolish son of a wealthy family. "Oh, I just got it and am still figuring it out. I must have pressed the wrong buttons," Zhou Jiangnan replied casually, while his thoughts wandered elsewhere. He had indeed called Wang Yueran last night, and he couldn't let this gluttonous fellow find out, for his loose tongue would surely twist the tale into something unrecognizable. On the phone, Wang Yueran congratulated him on his high scores, mentioning she would be returning to Rongqing School that morning, and they would meet again if fate allowed. Zhou Jiangnan felt displeased upon hearing this. In stories, if fate allows often signifies a final farewell, such as stunningly beautiful elder sister. Of course, they must meet again. If fate does not bring them together, he would create the opportunity himself. With her departure imminent, how could a younger brother not see her off? Spurred by a sudden impulse, he told Wang Yueran to wait for him, promising to accompany her to the station after he completed his application forms. Honoring their bond as siblings, Wang Yueran giggled and readily agreed to her little brother's request. Therefore, despite the clamor in the classroom, Zhou Jiangnan had little desire to engage in the discussions. He was eager to finish his applications and fulfill his promise of farewell. However, Sending someone off surely did not count as fawning, did it? Zhou Jiangnan. Which university are you planning to apply to? Tsinghua or Peking University? Lin Yu had appeared at some point behind him. Tsinghua or Peking? No. In his past life, Zhao Wanwan had applied to Tsinghua. If he applied there, it would only land him in the same city. He needed to distance himself from her. Out of sight, out of mind. Zhou Jiangnan replied, neither. I am going to Jiangnan. Jiangnan. With your scores, it's a pity not to aim for Tsinghua or Peking. However, Jinling University, Linen University, or Shanghai Jiaotong University are all excellent choices. Which one are you considering? Linen, I adore that city. Hee. May your wishes come true, Lin Yu cheerfully replied as she returned to her seat. Just as Zhou Jiangnan hoped for a moment of quietude, Li Pengfei began to pester him again. Nanshun, help me figure out which university I can get into with my scores. The cutoff scores for Sichuan province had been set, 595 for the first batch of science undergraduates, 550 for the second, and a precise 525 for the third. This chubby fellow had barely scraped by. What luck? Let me think. May I see that application guide you have? Zhou Jiangnan took the college application guide and scanned it, finding the options unappealing. This fellow had no intention of leaving the province. He would likely have to gamble on an obscure major at an independent college. This one will do, the Film Academy. Let us take a chance. All right, I'll discuss it with my parents. Li Pengfei exited to make a call. Returning moments later, my parents said they inquired through connections and deemed this a likely option. So it is settled. With his indecision resolved, Li Pengfei felt a weight lift from his shoulders and began to dart around, probing others about their choices, but most opted for secrecy. Before long, their homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhang, entered the classroom with a beaming smile. This year, Class 6 has undeniably made a name for itself, achieving a remarkable turnaround in overall performance, resulting in a substantial increase in bonuses. Particularly noteworthy is the emergence of Zhou Jiangnan, a dark horse in the class. One must understand the immense honor that a slot at Tsinghua or Peking University brings to the school and its teachers, a cause for grand celebrations throughout the campus. Old Zhang, brimming with pride, ascended the podium to announce the class's results as per usual. Zhou Jiangnan, with an astonishing rise, secured the third position in the grade, exemplifying the phrase a bird that does not sing for 3 years suddenly takes flight. Besides Zhou, Zhao Wanwan also made an unprecedented entry into the top 8, finishing precisely in 8th place. Coupled with the likes of Zhou Xiaolong and other promising talents, the envy of the other class instructors was palpable. Students, you are the most outstanding class I have ever taught. Based on our high scores, we have achieved first place in the entire grade, Old Zhang reflected, while the audience murmured their disbelief. Just last time, he claimed we were his worst class. How quickly he changes his tune, Lin Yu remarked. Huang Xiaolong chimed in, indeed. He flips his opinion faster than one turns a page. Silence, I wasn't addressing you, came the customary retort. Huang Xiaolong, filled with a sense of melancholy, lamented that since his adoptive father had fallen from grace, Teacher Lin's attitude towards him had soured, though he was grateful that such bleak days were soon to end. Wanwan, which university are you planning to apply to? She asked. My scores are somewhat awkward. Attending Tsinghua or Peking University might not lead to a favorable major. My parents have exhausted every guide and consulted numerous people, and they suggest Linen University, which I also find quite suitable. Oh, Zhou Jiangnan is also applying to Linen University. Lin Yu exclaimed, her eyes filled with suspicion as she scrutinized Zhao Wanwan. Spill the beans. Did you two have a secret discussion? Zhao Wanwan was momentarily taken aback, her heart momentarily slowing. With Zhou Jiangnan's scores, admission to Tsinghua or Peking University seemed certain. Why would he forfeit such an excellent opportunity? It was well known that in Lingjiang County, gaining admission to Tsinghua or Peking University instantly elevates one to a household name. Not only earning bonuses for the school, but also a grand banner displayed at the entrance, reminiscent of ancient parades. In a time that should have been filled with triumph and joy, why would he opt for Linen University? Could it be that he was aware of my plans to attend there, and thus deliberately chose to abandon Tsinghua and Peking University? Did he still harbor feelings for me? Oh dear, what should I do? If he pursues me to university, should I accept him? Zhao Wanwan found herself lost in thought, momentarily forgetting to respond. Wow, could it be that I guessed correctly? Oh Wanwan, while you claim to refuse, Lin Yu was genuinely excited. That is not the case. If you keep making wild assumptions, I'll tickle you, Zhao Wanwan exclaimed in a panic, reaching out to tickle her, and the two became embroiled in playful chaos. Old Zhang observed this with indifference, thinking they were good kids who deserved to be happy after their commendable results. Moments later, Zhou Jiangnan, out of breath, stated, "I truly don't know." And I haven't inquired about him. Besides, which university I attend is my own business, and it has nothing to do with him. Lin Yu persisted. Wan. You've changed. You used to express disdain and contempt when mentioning Zhou Jiangnan, but now your tone has softened. Could it be that you like him, yet are unaware of it? Absolutely not. If you continue with your nonsense, I'll ignore you. After the two had finished their quarrel, Old Zhang began distributing the 2005 college admission volunteer cards for Sichuan province. Zhou Jiangnan unhesitatingly filled in Linen University as her first choice, while casually selecting a few other institutions for her second and third choices. Having already decided on her university, Zhou Jiangnan did not seek Old Zhang as counsel like the others. Instead, she swiftly filled out her card and departed. By the time Old Zhang realized what had happened, his beloved disciple had already vanished from sight. Clutching the volunteer card, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as if he might faint at any moment. A rebellious disciple. I instructed you to apply to Tsinghua or Peking University, and you chose Linen University instead? This truly infuriates me. Taking several deep breaths to calm himself, he resolved to visit Zhou Xiangdong's home that evening to engage in some persuasion regarding Zhou Jiangnan's choices. The final summary of the volunteer list still required each student's signature for confirmation, so there was still time for amendments. Chapter 52. Did he drink my milk tea? By the end of June in Lingjiang, the weather had grown quite warm. Zhou Jiangnan dashed out of the classroom and sprinted to the back gate of the school. Wang Yueran, at the milk tea shop, was nibbling on her straw when she saw him running, breathless and panting. She smiled radiantly, illuminating the very air around her. Zhou Jiangnan approached with a grin. "Dear sister, I'm here." What a peculiar way to address me. Wang Yueran set her milk tea down and glanced at the time. It's barely past 9 in the morning. Have you really completed your volunteer choices this early? Have you thought it through? Have you double-checked? Zhou Jiangnan, parched, casually grabbed her milk tea and took a sip before responding. I said I was going to Linen University, so I filled in my first choice and left. Oh, didn't you fill in your second and third choices? You need to hurry back and complete them. This is no joking matter, Wang Yueran exclaimed, her face filled with alarm at how impulsive this young man was. No need. If my scores can't get me into Linen University, then I might as well not attend university at all. Confident, aren't you, little brother? Sister, I'm not a child anymore. Zhou Jiangnan's gaze was intense. The straw clutched between his lips, making a slurping sound. I've finished your milk tea, he remarked. Wang Yueran paused, then quickly regained her composure, shooting him a disapproving glare. I thought you were different from the other boys. Turns out you're just as troublesome. Oh, what are you saying? I don't understand. I'm an adult now, not a child. Zhou Jiangnan feigned ignorance. Humph, you know exactly what I mean. Wang Yueran dragged her suitcase to the roadside to wait for a taxi, and Zhou Jiangnan hurried to assist her. As he seized the luggage, his hand brushed against hers, feeling cool and smooth. Today, Wang Yueran looked refreshingly chic, perhaps having completed her internship. She had transitioned from the role of an intern teacher to that of a senior student, and with the warm weather, she wore a floral sundress paired with a white t-shirt and her hair styled in a bun. The goddess aura is simply overwhelming. Zhou Jiangnan hailed a taxi, stowing the suitcase in the trunk before comfortably sliding into the back seat beside Wang Yueran, entirely unperturbed by the intimacy. Wang Yueran tilted her head to size him up, pursing her lips before breaking into a smile. You look quite charming. This little brother is rather intriguing. His actions are so adept, and he certainly possesses a wealth of charming techniques. In Jiangnan, I truly did not expect your Gaokao score to be so impressive, 699 points. Why not aim for Tsinghua or Peking University? That is a dream for many. Because I have a fondness for it. I adore Jiangnan. Zhou Jiangnan confidently replied. Strong individuals never lament their circumstances. Wherever they go, they remain formidable. One need not necessarily attend Tsinghua or Peking University. Furthermore, Linen University is not lacking. There are plenty of beautiful women there. Is that a consideration for you as well? It seems no young man is without flaws. How did I not notice your rather lascivious nature? Did not Confucius once say, food and sex are fundamental aspects of human nature? I, a pure man, am no exception. For instance, on this sweltering day, seeing you brings me great joy. The conversation between the two left the taxi driver utterly astonished, nearly choking on his own saliva. Goodness, What is the relationship between these two striking individuals? Initially, he assumed they were a couple. It was all quite chaotic. And this lad managed to score 699 points? Why not aim for Tsinghua or Peking University? Am I perhaps blind to the world, with all manner of oddities appearing before me? Excuse me, may I interject? Are you a senior from No. 1 high school? Indeed. Oh, my apologies for the interruption. Zhou Jiangnan regarded the driver with a perplexed expression, while Wang Yueran chuckled softly. Zhou Jiangnan, look at you. You hardly resemble a student at all. The handsome young man awkwardly touched his nose, irritated by the driver's disruption of their farewell atmosphere. I shall lodge a complaint. I will complain as soon as I exit the vehicle. The driver silently noted Zhou Jiangnan's name, planning to inquire with his son, who was in his second year of high school, about this remarkable student from No. 1 high school. The taxi soon arrived at the bus station. Zhou Jiangnan paid the fare and retrieved his luggage, while Wang Yueran glided gracefully ahead, her long legs glowing white. It is no wonder that the younger brother is not quite human. It is solely due to the elder sister's enchanting allure. Zhou Jiangnan muttered to himself, following closely behind and openly admiring her. What exquisite legs they were, long and flawlessly straight. Adding a single inch would render them too lengthy, and removing an inch would make them too short. By contemporary standards, they could easily grace the runway as leg models. Lost in thought, he unexpectedly collided with a soft palm. It was Wang Yueran. Sensing something amiss as she walked ahead, her sixth sense compelled her to turn around, catching the lecherous young man red-handed. She rose on her toes and tapped Zhou Jiangnan's forehead, exasperatedly scolding him. Honestly, I've realized you have a mischievous side. It seems you harbor no reverence for me at all. I ought to keep my distance. Zhou Jiangnan grinned. Miss, as you are departing, I wish to take a few more glances to solidify my memory of you, so I shan't forget you later. Furthermore, merely looking will not cost me a thing. Miss, such a delightful appellation. Wang Yueran withdrew her hand, teasingly inquiring. What? Do you intend to serenade me with farewell? I would love to, but alas. There are no ancient pavilions or willow trees along the roadside. The setting is quite unfit for such a tune. However, if you do not mind, I could sing his goodbye instead. Wang Yueran shot him a glare. This lad possesses a certain charm, who claimed he was weak and unmanly. How naive. Let us hasten, if we miss this bus. I will have to wait over an hour. She slightly furrowed her brow, contemplating, before adding, This time, you shall walk ahead, you rascal. Zhou Jiangnan chuckled. Striding ahead with his luggage in tow, Wang Yueran observed his figure from behind, tall and handsome, clad in a white t-shirt and light blue jeans, exuding the refreshing aura of a sun-kissed youth. In a university setting, he would undoubtedly be a striking presence, far superior to the greasy and lewd boys commonly found there. Unfortunately, he was a tad too young. Otherwise, he might have been worth considering. No, what am I thinking? Wang Yueran chastised herself, shaking her head to dispel her fanciful thoughts, failing to notice that Zhou Jiangnan had come to a halt, resulting in her colliding with him instead. Like a fledgling swallow returning to its nest, she plunged into his embrace, her body colliding with his solid chest, feeling the firmness of his muscles. Sister, how did you end up in my arms? Zhou Jiangnan teased with a mischievous grin. Ah, Wang Yueran yelped, startled, and leaped a meter away, shooting him an indignant glare. Zhou Jiangnan, how could you be so wicked? I merely turned to see why it had gone silent, and who knew you would just come crashing into me? You can't blame me. Yes, it's all my fault, he replied with a smirk. But it's not entirely your fault either. One could attribute it to the sorrowful atmosphere of parting that makes one reluctant to say goodbye. Huh, who is reluctant to part with you? You little rascal. Zhou Jiangnan winked knowingly. Wang Yueran ground her teeth in irritation, stamping her foot in anger. The more she reacted, the more exhilarated Zhou Jiangnan became. Perhaps aware that they might not meet again, he released the pent-up spirit of his previous life, becoming considerably more playful. Through their banter, he discovered that Wang Yueran was truly delightful, sometimes wise, sometimes adorably foolish, utterly charming. However, the joyous moments were fleeting. After purchasing their tickets, the bus soon prepared to depart. As they said their goodbyes, Wang Yueran opened the window and waved. Farewell, my mischievous little brother, the exceptional Zhou Jiangnan. Sister, don't forget me. I will miss you. Safe travels, Zhou Jiangnan replied cheerfully, waving his phone. Wang Yueran understood his gesture as an invitation to keep in touch, a smile gracing her lips as she slightly lifted the corners. She accessed her contacts and renamed Zhou Jiangnan's number to Little Brother. Such a fortuitous internship experience during her university graduation, paired with meeting such a talented and intriguing younger brother, made the journey worthwhile. Yet, ultimately, they were not meant to be. She had to decide between pursuing further studies or entering the workforce. Romantic entanglements were merely distractions from her ambitions. Chapter 53. 3 Types of Girls. After bidding farewell to Wang Yueran, Zhou Jiangnan felt a twinge of melancholy. Although their time alone had been brief, he found Wang Yueran to be an exceptional girl, particularly charming among the few high-caliber girls he had encountered since his rebirth. Only she possessed the effortless grace, playfulness, and vivacity that made her a delightful blend of sweet and salty, appealingly cute and confidently alluring. Zhou Jiangnan felt at ease in her company, enjoying their conversations immensely. In contrast, Zhao Wanwan was overly proud and indifferent to others' feelings, making exchanges with her exasperating. Such a girl could only be appreciated from afar. Meanwhile, Fang Xian, though gentle and considerate, possessed an excessively meticulous mind. Such a girl possesses a tender and sensitive heart, necessitating careful consideration of one's words during conversation. You never know which phrase might inadvertently touch upon her sensitive points. The mention of Fang Xian brings to mind her words about bidding farewell after filling out her college applications. Zhou Jiangnan understood her implication, agreeing to meet at their usual spot by the school gate. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was still before 10, making it the perfect time to return to school, so he hailed a taxi. As expected, Fang Xian was waiting at the school gate. Upon seeing him alight from the taxi, she expressed her surprise. Jiangnan, why did you come so late to fill out your applications? No, I've completed my applications long ago. I just went to the bus station to see off a friend, he replied. Oh, did you return for something else then? Not really. I remembered you said farewell after filling out applications, and since I don't have your contact information, I thought I'd chance it by coming back. Zhou Jiangnan smiled. Fortunately, you hadn't left. Otherwise, I wouldn't know where to find you later, Fang Xian said, a hint of warmth and joy flickering in her eyes. Did you come back specifically because of me? She asked softly. Indeed. Hearing the answer she longed for, her heart swelled with warmth. And she couldn't help but want to share that she too had applied to Linen University. However, before she could speak, Zhou Jiangnan inquired, I saw your scores. You are the top liberal arts student in the city. Which universities did you apply to, Tsinghua or Peking? That's a secret. You'll find out later, she teased, suddenly reluctant to reveal the answer so soon. Her playful expression momentarily captivated Zhou Jiangnan. Well, I'll find out eventually. The school will announce it, he replied. Fang Xian winked, not necessarily. After chatting for a while, Zhou Jiangnan asked for her contact information, only to discover that she not only lacked a QQ account, but even her phone number was a landline. This was quite awkward, as one cannot take a landline to university. He fumbled in his pocket, feeling embarrassed. Oh no. I didn't bring any paper to write my phone number down for you. Do you think you can remember it if I tell you? How silly. You can write it on your palm, she suggested. His face turned a bit blank at her playful remark. As their eyes met, he noticed her eyelashes fluttering and a blush creeping onto her cheeks, lending her an air of delicate charm. Indeed, girls recognized as school beauties never lack in beauty. Zhou Jiangnan handed her a pen, and Fang Xian wrote her number on her palm, repeating it silently a few times. Just then, Li Pengfei called, Jiangnan. Where the heck have you been? I came back from the restroom and couldn't find you. I'm at the school gate. Dude, why didn't you call me when you left? Without further ado, he proposed, shall we head to the internet cafe? Fang Xian is here too. Li's loud voice caught Fang Xian's attention, and she asked, are you all going to the internet cafe? I've never been. Can I join you? Perfect. We can help you register for a QQ account. Zhou Jiangnan readily agreed, urging Li Pengfei to hurry. Once their trio was assembled, they strolled together, with the jovial Li treating them to a 3-person seat. Zhou Jiangnan naturally took the middle spot, and after helping Fang Xian register for her QQ account and adding each other as friends, Li Pengfei encouraged the sweet girl to join them in playing Fantasy Westward Journey. Fang Xian, who had never played online games before, was quickly captivated by the charming graphics in a cartoonish style. She created a character named Xian Kai Yi and was envious to the point of exclaiming when she saw others adorned with tricolor appearances. Zhou Jiangnan rolled his eyes, realizing that girls, regardless of age, have an affinity for the extravagant. Without hesitation, The affluent Li Pengfei procured 10 colorful dyes to help her achieve a stunning look. However, instead of battling monsters to level up, Fong Xin became engrossed in catching sea turtles in the Great Eastern Sea, much to the exasperation of the benevolent Li Pengfei. Giving up on her, turned his attention to assisting Zhou Jiangnan in acquiring summoning beasts. To showcase the game's delights and retain his good friend, he purchased a plethora of advanced crafting guides and weapons forged from fine iron. Unbeknownst to the rotund fellow, Zhou Jiangnan had previously played Dream of the West and was already well-versed in its mechanics. As he introduced the features, he triumphantly presented a crafted sword. Wow, incredible! You can create your own weapons. Zhou Jiangnan feigned astonishment before seizing control. This is intriguing. Let me have a go. Before the chubby one could react, Zhou had crafted an entire set of iron books, subsequently identifying them, only to be astounded by the emergence of a level 120 no-grade fan. Goodness, your luck is astounding. You must have had an exceptional streak during the entrance exams, and now, even in a game, you're flaunting it. This fan would sell for no less than 3,000 yuan in real currency. The novice Fong Xin gasped in disbelief. What? You can sell game items for money in reality? The innocent girl had no comprehension of the online gaming world. If this were 10 years later, it would undoubtedly fetch tens of thousands. But in this era, it was indeed quite inexpensive. Zhou Jiangnan chuckled. I want to sell it. The game is rather enjoyable. And I can now flaunt this fan. True to his word, he brandished the glowing weapon while joining a ghost-catching team. And the captains clamored to hail him as a master. Li Pengfei rejoiced at this sight, as it sparked the interest of his somewhat lackluster friend, ensuring they would have company for future gaming endeavors. He promptly gifted them more items, promising to help both reach level 120 before the university semester began. Fong Xin shyly replied, Fatty, I don't have that much time to play. I need to help my grandmother during the summer and might have to stay with my dad for a while. Zhou Jiangnan added, Fatty, I also want to be able to spend every day in an internet cafe. I plan to find something to do soon. The two were reluctant to commit to gaming. And Li Pengfei, in a panic, exclaimed, What's the point? The entrance exams are over. It's the perfect time to relax. If Fong has things to do, fine. But you're not planning to go bricklaying, are you? Don't mention that. Zhou Jiangnan cursed. Have you forgotten that we signed up for driving lessons? We need to practice driving soon. Besides, aren't you heading to Rome City? I'll accompany you, and we can buy some goods to sell at the train station. Selling what? Li Pengfei scoffed. How much can we earn? It's not important. It's about gaining experience. Otherwise, it'll be dreadfully dull to just hang around. All right then, when are we going to Rome City? I'll let Xiao Xiao know in advance. Xiao Xiao was the affectionate name for his in-game wife. Of course, the sooner, the better. Once the volunteer form is signed, we shall set off, aiming for a round trip each day. Fong Xin interjected, Who is Xiao Xiao? Zhou Jiangnan smirked, You should ask this chubby one. Fong Xin looked puzzled, while Li Pengfei's face flushed with embarrassment. Well, just a friend from a game. Oh, so it's a virtual romance. Fong Xin elongated her voice, wearing an expression of understanding. Li Pengfei guzzled cola to mask his awkwardness. Chapter 54. What does it have to do with Zhao Wanwan? After a day of fervent revelry, Zhou Jiangnan returned home as dusk enveloped the sky. A jolting 125 motorcycle with an unfamiliar license plate caught his eye, prompting him to glance back a couple of times. Upon entering his home, he was surprised to find two additional guests present, his homeroom teacher, Old Zhang, and the department head, seated together in the living room. Old Zhou was engaging them in conversation, while comrade Luo Xiaoying busied herself in the kitchen. Oh, Jiangnan is back. Upon hearing the door open, the trio in the living room turned to greet him, with Old Zhang offering a nod. Luo Xiaoying wiped her hands on her apron. Son, we have teachers visiting today. Hurry in, I'll fry another dish, and then we can eat. After a moment's reflection, Zhou Jiangnan surmised the purpose of Old Zhang's visit, most likely concerning college applications. It was no surprise, as every year post-exams, Lingjiang No. 1 High School competed with other local institutions regarding the number of students admitted to Tsinghua and Beida. The admission figures for these prestigious universities had become a crucial metric for the school, capturing the attention of the local educational community. Having achieved a score of 699, he was theoretically poised for acceptance into either institution. Thus, it was only natural for the teachers and school leaders to be anxious given that he had not applied to them. Director Deng, Teacher Zhang, Zhou Jiangnan seated himself. Old Zhang cut to the chase. Jiangnan, I have witnessed your remarkable transformation over the past 3 months. To ascend from beyond the 600th rank to the top 10 in such a short span is unprecedented in Lingjiang No. 1 high school's history. You have indeed set a precedent. This year, our analysis suggests that the cutoff for Tsinghua and Beida will be around 685. There are 6 students in the science class who scored above that, yet only you and Zhou Jiangnan failed to apply to those schools, which is quite unexpected. Prior to this, we spoke with Zhou Jiangnan and her parents, and we can understand their reasoning. Scoring 688, she might not secure a favorable major at Tsinghua or Beida, so her decision to forego them makes sense. However, I cannot fathom why you did not apply. Your score certainly qualifies you for a prestigious major. Why not seize the opportunity? As old Zhang grew more animated, he could no longer contain himself and stood up, directing his gaze at old Zhou Jiangnan. The boy may be naive, but you, as his father, should have guided him in making this choice. I won't say anything about your lack of oversight during his 3 years of high school, as we share a bond through our students. I have done what I can to help, but now, at such a pivotal moment in his life, you cannot remain passive. Just then, Luo Xiaoying entered with the final dish, noticing old Zhang's agitation. She chuckled awkwardly. Teacher Zhang, please try to stay calm. We can discuss this over dinner. We won't eat. We have another visit to make. Old Zhang declined. Just a little, it's already mealtime, and since you're here, you might as well enjoy a meal, she urged. Old Zhang was about to refuse again when Director Deng patted him on the shoulder and interjected, well then, please fetch 2 more sets of chopsticks. Zhou Xiangdong shot a glare at Zhou Jiangnan. Zhou Jiangnan, taking the initiative, helped serve rice to the 2 teachers and handed them chopsticks to pick up dishes. Habitually, Zhou Xiangdong reached under the table for the white liquor, but Luo Xiaoying shot him a look, prompting him to retract the bottle. Come on. The last time we drank together was at your wedding. Since we're meeting again, let's have a little toast. However, old Deng will be riding back, so he should abstain. Old Zhang snatched the liquor jug and poured himself a modest half-bowl. Old Zhou, aware of his middle school classmates' dissatisfaction, could only awkwardly accompany the drinking. After a few sips, old Zhang began to curse. Jiangnan, you rascal, why have you resigned yourself to mediocrity? Zhou Jiangnan rubbed his nose, somewhat speechless. How could Linen University be so inferior to Qingbei? How had he resigned himself to failure? Before he could respond, old Zhang continued his tirade. Are you still pining for Zhou Jiangnan? Do you want to chase after her? Rascally boy. Her father is the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau. She will inevitably rise to greater heights. If you don't go to Qingbei to secure a good future, how can you, with your background, possibly match her? As soon as these words left his mouth, the other 3 adults at the table fell silent, the atmosphere growing tense. Old Zhou slammed his chopsticks onto the table, his gaze becoming increasingly hostile. Luo Xiaoying remained unperturbed, merely pausing her actions. Director Deng, being astute, immediately sought to smooth over the situation. Oh, Mingfu, what are you saying? It's normal for young people to be curious about love, and besides, Jiangnan is quite handsome, while Zhou Jiangnan is beautiful. Mutual attraction is natural. Furthermore, they are both adults now, and their significant progress in the recent college entrance examination shows that personal matters have not hindered their studies. This is not the topic we should be discussing. As for why he did not apply to Qingbei, I believe Jiangnan must have his own reasons. Why not let him share his thoughts? All 4 pairs of eyes locked onto Zhou Jiangnan, especially old Zhou, whose expression was filled with skepticism, as if he would resort to his belt at the slightest provocation. Zhou Jiangnan, unfazed, calmly slurped up a noodle and even nonchalantly took a sip from old Zhou's liquor. Dad, Mom, Director Deng, Uncle Zhang, I have given this matter considerable thought, so please do not rush me. Allow me to explain. First and foremost, my decision to attend Linen University has nothing to do with Zhou Jiangnan. I did not even know she was going there beforehand. We have no romantic entanglements. I do not like her, and she does not like me. Oh, come on, don't look at me with those doubtful eyes. It genuinely is unrelated. Zhou Jiangnan felt quite exasperated. Modern parents seem overly concerned about the interactions between boys and girls. As for why I chose Linen University, I have several reasons. Firstly, I prefer the climate of the south. The northern winds are harsh and winter is unbearably cold, so I have no desire to go. Secondly, Uncle Zhang knows my fondness for classical poetry. My proficiency in Chinese is partly due to this, as having immersed myself in poetic and artistic expressions has naturally given me a fondness for Jiangnan. Do not regard me with such a gaze, old man. My name contains Jiangnan, a title not bestowed by you, and it seems fated that I am to journey there. Perhaps you should reflect on this yourself. The third reason, which is of great significance, is that the Jiangnan region, aside from its economic prosperity, boasts a vibrant commercial atmosphere and environment. I aspire to embark on an entrepreneurial venture, and the opportunities there appear to be more abundant. Finally, I wish to inquire of you all, which holds greater importance, the field of study or the institution itself. To speak candidly, my academic performance may not suffice to enroll in the most prestigious programs at Qingbei, yet at Linen University, I would have the liberty to choose freely among various disciplines. Moreover, Linen University is a nationally renowned institution. I do not perceive it to be markedly inferior to Qingbei. Having reached the age of 18, I am now an adult, capable of making my own decisions regarding my life. With a spirit akin to that of a spirited debater, Zhou Jiangnan rose to his feet, fueled by the influence of alcohol. In the next moment, old Zhou's large hand came down upon the back of his head. You make decisions? I haven't even spoken yet, and you presume to take charge. What are you doing? Hitting a child? Who holds sway in this household, you or I? Luo Xiaoying set her chopsticks down and glared at Zhou Xiangdong. If you remain silent, I shall count to 3. Chapter 55. This Jiangnan is not that Jiangnan. Old Zhou's lips twitched as he contemplated asserting his authority, hoping to salvage some dignity in front of his old classmates. However, considering the likelihood of sleeping on the floor for several consecutive days, he ultimately deemed his pride less important than comfort and fell silent. The middle-aged father attempted to exert control over his son, yet the son, being the apple of his mother's eye, ended up exerting control over him instead. The situation resembled a mysterious balance, rendering the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Director Deng sensed the disruption of familial harmony and recognized that Zhou Jiangnan's previous statements were evidently well considered. Particularly, his articulate reasoning displayed a confidence that suggested further persuasion would be futile. A forced agreement yields no sweetness. Ultimately, the decision regarding applications rests with the individual. Jiangnan, since you have resolved your thoughts, it is inappropriate for me to press further. However, there are bonuses for those who gain admission to Qingbei, so if you reconsider, do inform us promptly. Zhou Jiangnan nodded and turned to Zhang Minfu. Uncle Zhang, thank you for your concern. I am fully aware of my intentions, and I assure you that my future accomplishments will not disappoint you. Old Zhang downed the remainder of his liquor, letting out a sigh. Alas, Xiangdong, our children have grown, and we have aged. Zhou Xiangdong also finished his drink, smiling broadly in a simple, endearing manner. For him, his son's current achievements were already a source of pride. Whether or not he gains admission to Qingbei is of little consequence. The boy is now capable of making decisions regarding buying a house. He is no longer the toddling child trailing behind his father. After the meal, the family bid farewell to Director Deng and Zhang Minfu. The motorcycle roared away, while old Zhang took the initiative to wash the dishes, and Luo Xiaoying listened as her son described the comparative merits of Linen University versus Qingbei. The couple found nothing amiss. As long as their son was happy, that was what truly mattered. Parents are eternally accommodating towards their children. Forever echoing the sentiment, we support you. The road leading from the Lingjiang People's Cement Factory requires a major overhaul every 3 years. The incessant passage of heavily loaded trucks mercilessly ravages the delicate cement pavement, reducing it to ruins in a matter of days. Director Deng rode his bicycle with Zhang Minfu back towards the county town, their next destination being the home of Fang Xian. A remarkable figure, the top scholar in the humanities of Ling City and the second in the province. Oddities abound each year, but this year seems particularly rich in them. It is quite peculiar that the daughter of the deputy mayor has also chosen to attend Linen University. Fang Xian, identified as the deputy mayor's daughter, has gradually become known following the county's crackdown after she was bullied by a boy with yellow hair. Teachers aware of the situation have lamented the deputy mayor's strict household management. Despite being the only daughter, she willingly resides in the countryside with her grandmother, living a modest life, relying solely on her own efforts for her studies. She has never sought accolades such as Olympiad awards, nor has she considered relocating for college or leveraging athletic talents for additional points. The integrity of Fang Su since his assumption of the deputy mayor's office is evident, reflecting a commendable family ethos. Old Zhang, how is it that 3 promising students, Zhou Jiangnan, Zhao Wanwan, and Fang Xian, who could easily gain admission to Qingbei University, all chose Linen University? Zhang mused. While it makes sense that Zhou Jiangnan and Zhao Wanwan, being classmates, might have agreed to attend Linen University together, Fong Xin is from the humanities class. Why would she opt for such a choice? I don't know. But asking might provide clarity, Zhang replied, furrowing his brow. He had recently heard that Fong Xin and Zhou Jiangnan had grown quite close. If the top scholar in humanities indeed chose Linen University because of him, this young rascal could singularly jeopardize the prestigious reputation of Linjiang No. 1 High School. However, it seemed Director Deng was unaware of this, and thus, Zhang decided to feign ignorance as well. By the time they reached Qianjin village, it was already past 7 in the evening. Fong Xin was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Director Deng and Zhang Minfu, before promptly calling for her grandmother. Grandma, Director Deng and Teacher Zhang are here. Old Zhang, he murmured, the responsibility of guiding her thoughts falls on you. After all, I am not her subject teacher. Rest assured, I shall take care of it, Director Deng replied, parking the motorcycle and courteously greeting Grandma Fong, who warmly invited the two into her home. Madam, it is getting late, and we have come specifically to hear Fong Xin's thoughts. After all, she is our city's top scholar in the humanities, yet she did not apply to Qingbei University. Grandma Fong was momentarily stunned. She was no ordinary rural woman and fully understood the prestige of Qingbei University in the country. Xin, you did not apply to Qingbei University? Grandma, I applied to Linen University, Fong Xin gently responded, respectfully offering tea to the two teachers. Grandma Fong furrowed her brow. Why? Have you discussed this with your father? Fong Xin embraced her arm. Because I like Jiangnan. I haven't told Dad yet, but he is so open-minded. He will surely understand. Goodness, what a clever way to flatter her father first. If Grandma Fong opposed this choice, it would imply her son was not open-minded. Thus, the matter would shift to a father-daughter issue, sparing the grandmother from unnecessary entanglement. Director Deng did not perceive anything amiss, but Zhang Minfu, who was engaged in literary work, sensed a shift in the atmosphere. The individual who previously expressed admiration for Jiangnan was Zhou Jiangnan, who genuinely cherished the misty, rainy landscapes of that region. Now, the current admirer of Jiangnan raises questions. Does she appreciate the geographical Jiangnan or merely the name? This Jiangnan may not be the same as the one Zhou holds dear. Advising this female student was not Zhang Minfu's responsibility. Instead, he opted to observe attentively, embodying a supportive presence. He silently lamented the audacity of Zhou Xiangdong, whose son appeared to be on the verge of eloping with the daughter of Vice Mayor Fong. Indeed impressive. His wife at home was still a formidable opponent. Perhaps he should learn a few tricks from Zhou and create a new account to refresh his experience. He quietly sipped his tea while watching Director Deng engage in earnest and gentle counsel. Fong Xin, however, was as soft as silk yet steely within, remaining resolute in her stance. It seemed she had made up her mind. Alas, Fong Xin, you are mistaken. The liberal arts program at Qingbei University is the finest in the nation. With your background and the prestige of Qingbei University, how much pride could you bring to your father? Should you not seek his opinion? The teacher has a mobile phone. You could call him now. Director Deng, my father is principled and does not wish for us to use his name as leverage. He certainly would not oppose me. Xin, call your father and hear his thoughts. It's important to have a definitive answer from the two esteemed teachers who have made this effort. Fong Xin opted not to use Director Deng's phone, but instead dialed her father on the landline in speaker mode. The voice on the other end was somewhat muffled. It appeared Fong Shuchu was still engaged in a meeting at such a late hour. He merely inquired about his daughter's intentions. Have you made up your mind? Fong Xin affirmed her decision. Consequently, her father's response was blunt and straightforward. Then go ahead boldly. Your father supports you. Oh dear, what a perplexity. Why are parents so irresponsibly detached? How could Linen University possibly compare to Qingbei? One stands as SSSR, while the other is SSR. After all, Qingbei is a singular presence. Sigh, feelings of disappointment, failure, and despondency suffused him. Love would not return. Director Deng, somewhat disheartened, offered a few words of encouragement and uttered phrases akin to those he had used to console Zhao Wanwan and Zhou Jiangnan. Before expressing gratitude for Grandma Fong's hospitality and departing on his motorcycle in solitude. On the road, he remained perplexed. Old Zhang, I truly cannot fathom her motivations for such actions. Old Zhang replied softly, does one need a reason to love someone? What are you saying? Director Deng felt a chill run down his spine. His muscles tensed with anxiety as he exclaimed, Zhang Minfu, what do you have in your pocket? It's poking me. Keys, he replied. Move back a bit. Don't sit so close. Hold onto the metal frame behind you. You crazy Japanese. Zhang Minfu retorted. Can I carry my keys? Besides, if I can't balance while drunk and fall, wouldn't that be considered a work injury? Damn it. Are you worried I might usurp your position as department head? Those who work in ideological roles often harbor a darker heart. Chapter 56. Wealth from Demolition, Zhou. One middle school is indeed fortunate. In 2005, an unprecedented 6 prodigies emerged from the Lijiang No. 1 high school. Meanwhile, the institution faced its own misfortunes. Among these 6 talented individuals, 3 chose to enroll at Linen University, and no amount of persuasion could sway them otherwise. The principal, in a fit of rage within his office, vehemently reprimanded directors Deng and Zhang, holding them accountable for the disheartening situation despite the apparent advantages at hand. What could Deng and Zhang possibly say? The principal's insight was undeniable. As the county buzzed with discussions about the peculiarities surrounding Lijiang No. 1 high school's college entrance examination results, an explosive piece of news finally confirmed itself. The mountainous Lijiang County, notorious for its challenging terrain, was set to have a highway constructed. The national-level plan had been officially released, detailing a highway traversing multiple provinces, with one entrance located in the suburban area. According to the planning map, this exit was situated within the former development zone, soon to undergo land acquisition and demolition. Naturally, a highway alone would not necessitate extensive land clearance. The construction would not entail the complete razing of the entire town. Where some found joy, others faced disappointment. Li Pengfei, gazing at the planning map, was left in awe of Zhou Jiangnan, feeling as though he were witnessing a miraculous revelation. South God, forever a deity, he exclaimed. Jiangnan, my divine one, your 4 properties all lie along the planned route, each precisely targeted. How on earth did you manage this? Do you possess the ability to foresee the future? The stout fellow clasped his hands in earnestness, his expression one of deep reverence. Master, please tell me, when will I encounter sweet love? Zhou, casting him a sidelong glance, pretended to calculate with a flourish. No, you can't even find affection, yet you desire sweet love? You must be dreaming. Li Pengfei, infuriated, retorted, if this god won't bless me, what use is he? He lunged forward, seizing Zhou by the throat, and a scuffle ensued. The internet cafe's manager, hesitant to intervene, ultimately turned a blind eye as the two wrestled without drawing blood. Zhou held Li down, whispering, Fatty, keep it down. Fortune should not be flaunted. Get your hand off me, it hurts. Li Pengfei grimaced, casting a wary glance around the cafe, fearful that their prior conversation about the properties might have drawn attention. The pair, distracted, played a game for a while before deciding to log off early. On their way home, the brothers dreamt of demolition compensation and extraordinary exam performances, feeling as light as feathers. With spring in my step, I'll seize the day, Li Pengfei proclaimed, pointing at his bicycle with newfound ambition. Once the money arrives, I'll immediately get a motorcycle, one that can impress the ladies. Trust me, it's worth the gamble. A bike can become a motorcycle. By the way, prepare yourself for tomorrow. Let us head to Rongqing. Fantastic. Will you accompany me to meet my online friend? Of course. If we leave early, we should arrive by 11. If things go well, treat her to lunch to strengthen your bond. Then we can explore the Lotus Market near the North Railway Station in the afternoon. Absolutely. I'll message her right away. Li Pengfei sent messages to his online romantic interest via QQ, completely unconcerned about the exorbitant data costs, especially since his pocket money was quite ample following the release of his college entrance examination results. Soon, they arranged to meet at a designated location, a shopping mall not far from the East Bus Station, and Depeng was so excited that he practically pedaled his bicycle into orbit. Upon returning home, Zhou Jiangnan found Luo Xiaoying preparing dinner, while old Zhou had yet to come back from work. Mom, I'm back, he announced. Wash your hands. Your father will be home soon for dinner, she replied. Oh, let me see what we're having today. Braised pork with pickled vegetables? What special occasion warrants such a feast? He reached out for a taste, but Luo Xiaoying swatted his hand away. Wash your hands before you grab anything. It's not a special day. Your second uncle brought over some meat after slaughtering a pig and also took that pile of books back for your cousin. His second uncle was a butcher, and his business had always been thriving. His cousin, Luo Tsong, was robust in physique but lagged behind academically. Giving him those books would be a waste. Why didn't he stay for dinner? Jiangnan inquired. I urged him, But he said he was busy. After all, he has to accompany your cousin for tutoring every day during the summer break. Honestly, I think Luo Tsong has been spoiled. A doting mother can ruin a son. Zhou Jiangnan remarked. Indeed, it's your second aunt's fault. The moment your uncle raises a hand, she rushes to defend him. Little Tsong has gone astray, you know? I've heard he hangs out with a bunch of delinquents riding those flashy motorcycles. The mother and son sighed together, lamenting how his second uncle wanted Zhou Jiangnan to tutor his cousin for a while, a suggestion he politely declined. Education relies on personal effort. If I were to teach Luo Tsong, I would end up scolding him 5 or 6 times a day. If he doesn't perish from my wrath, I certainly would. It's best to avoid unnecessary conflict. Besides, I have plans. I'm heading to Rongqing tomorrow. Just as Jiangnan finished speaking, old Zhou's voice echoed from the door. Who is going to Rongqing? The disheveled man entered, yet his expression radiated triumph. Ever since his son achieved an impressive score in the college entrance examination, old Zhou had been basking in the glow of parental pride, striding through the factory with newfound confidence. The factory resembled a small society where any news spread like wildfire. Zhou Xiangdong's son ranked 3rd in science in the county and 4th in the city, eliciting envy from the other parents in the factory. After a lifetime of hearing about other people's children, it was a source of great pride for old Zhou to realize that such a remarkable child was his own. Moreover, today the talk around the factory was about the county's upcoming highway construction, which would necessitate demolitions and government compensation. It was said that compensation would start at 600 yuan per square meter, with the demolition of a house costing at least 100,000 yuan, sums that could never be saved in a lifetime. Little Lu from the team spoke of this with wide-eyed anticipation, prompting Zhou Xiangdong to recall the few properties his son had purchased for him, swelling his pride even further. My son is truly exceptional, a true heir of the Zhou family. Jiangnan, I heard about the highway demolition. Is your property included in that area? And what are you going to Rongqing for? Zhou Jiangnan, mouth full of food, nodded. Yes, it's all within the demolition zone. I expect the government will soon approach me for discussions. As for Rongqing, tomorrow I'll be going with Li Peng to scout around for some opportunities. Opportunities? Old Zhou was taken aback. What kind of opportunities? Jiangnan replied, business prospects. You are embarking on a business venture without any prior experience. Do not be easily deceived, remarked old Zhou with urgency. Rest assured, I am quite aware of my own situation. Besides, I am already 18 years old, and with over 2 months until university commences, I cannot afford to squander my time. I may not comprehend the intricacies of business, but do exercise caution, old Zhou muttered with a hint of frustration, feeling a sudden emptiness within. His son had truly grown up, increasingly assertive and less dependent on him. Zhou Jiangnan, having lived 2 lives, was adept at reading emotions. He was well aware of his father's sentiments. Dad, Mom, no matter how much I grow, I will always be your son, and regardless of the distance I travel, I will return to your side. Old Zhou felt a warmth in his heart and playfully chided. Go on, go wherever your heart desires. Your mother and I are perfectly fine. Indeed, a young man should aspire to explore the world. As long as you achieve success, that is what matters most. Luo Xiaoying joined in the laughter. Chapter 57. Zhao Wanwan purchases stockings at dawn the following day. The brothers set off on the earliest bus to Rongqing, with Li Pengfei yawning incessantly and soon succumbing to slumber. Zhou Jiangnan gazed out at the scenery. Many new buildings had sprung up along the county road, as those who worked abroad invested their earnings into these properties. Alas, once the highway was completed, this county road began to decline, and with the advent of new expressways, it was ultimately abandoned. The value of these homes plummeted drastically. What does this signify? It underscores that choice is far more critical than mere effort. If one does not select the right path, all efforts will only yield painful repercussions. Furthermore, it is imperative to adapt to the evolving times. The decade following 2005 was marked by a fervor for infrastructure development and rapid advancements in the internet. Most capital flowed toward these 2 sectors. For children of the impoverished seeking to transcend class barriers, these were the primary avenues. When the bus arrived at the East Station, it was just past 11 o'clock. Upon exiting, Li Pengfei suddenly became self-conscious, his speech faltering. Jiangnan, do you think my outfit is appropriate? Do I appear too rustic? Zhou Jiangnan scrutinized him closely. Dressed in a standard English logo t-shirt paired with dark jeans, with tousled bangs and sporting sneakers, he looked like a spirited, plump young man. Quite nice. I would say you resemble a certain winter. Do not be so dismissive. Is my hairstyle a bit disheveled? I think a shorter cut like yours would suit me well. Had I known, I would have gotten one too. No, not everyone can pull off my hairstyle. It requires a particular face. Uft, you cheeky fellow. With that baby face. Are you planning to sell yourself? Li Pengfei spat in jest. The two hailed a rickshaw, and within minutes they spotted the mall's sign. As they approached their destination, the nervousness in the plump man escalated. Zhou Jiangnan found it amusing and confidently led the way to a bubble tea shop. Upon entering, they noticed three young women seated at separate tables, one with dyed blonde hair, another with slightly curled locks, and the last with sleek black hair framing her face. Jiangnan. Which one is she? How would I know? You're the one who arranged this, he retorted. What should I do? She refused to video chat with me before, and I cannot discern which one she is. What are you standing there for? Go and ask them one by one. Zhou Jiangnan gave him a gentle push, causing the chubby fellow to stumble forward a few steps, flailing his arms as he stood before the crowd. The three girls looked up as if gazing at a simpleton. I think I've got the wrong place, the chubby guy stammered, turning to flee, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. Zhou Jiangnan seized him. I apologize. My friend here has a tendency to be intermittently shy. May I ask, which of you lovely ladies is Xiao Xiao? The girl with blonde hair hesitated for a moment before standing up. I am. Ah, so it is you. Here, let me introduce you to my buddy Dapeng. Upon closer inspection, Zhou Jiangnan noted that this girl had a round face and a distinctly alternative fashion sense, embodying the spirit of a free-spirited youth. Onlookers gathered to witness the scene, while the chubby guy and the girl exchanged awkward glances, both too embarrassed to speak. With a resigned sigh, Zhou Jiangnan decided to take them to a different location to converse, while he himself stepped outside to avoid any misunderstandings. After an indeterminate amount of time, the two online acquaintances finally recognized each other. Zhou Jiangnan's stomach growled in hunger just as the chubby guy emerged, beaming with delight alongside the blonde girl. What is this? The cowherd and the weaver girl are so engrossed in their reunion that they've left this old ox to starve? Xiao Xiao, this is my childhood friend, Zhou Jiangnan. Li Pengfei introduced. Jiangnan, meet Zhu Xiaoxiao. Zhu Xiaoxiao greeted. Hello, handsome. Not bad. At least she showed some courtesy. Zhou Jiangnan nodded in acknowledgement and boisterously declared. Let us go grab a bite. It's on you, chubby. The trio headed straight for KFC. After thoroughly treating the chubby guy to a lavish meal, Zhou Jiangnan prepared to head to the North Train Station, Lotus Market. Li Pengfei hesitated for a moment, mumbling, Jiangnan, why don't you go ahead? I'll wait here. The chubby guy's inclination towards romance over friendship was becoming apparent, but Zhou Jiangnan understood, as such moments are often fleeting and enchanting. All right, keep in touch, he replied, leaving behind the affectionate couple while the solitary handsome fellow boarded the bus to the Lotus Market. In the 2000s, the Lotus Market was the largest hub for small commodities in Chengdu. Zhou Jiangnan wandered about with great curiosity, touching and observing various trinkets. After a thorough exploration, he formed a plan. He had no interest in clothes, socks, or sandals. He only sought stockings. This item had a high profit margin, and buyers typically did not haggle. After comparing prices at several shops, he arrived at a store specializing in wholesale stockings, engaging in lively conversation with the middle-aged female proprietor who was trying on high heels. After discussing the quality and texture of the products, Zhou Jiangnan decided to purchase several hundred pairs. Just as he crouched down to pack his purchases into a plastic bag after settling the payment, a familiar voice reached his ears. Excuse me, how much for this pair of stockings? The crisp voice was identical to that of the formidable female teacher from the classroom. Zhou Jiangnan turned around, and indeed, it was Zhao Wanwan. What was she doing here? Holding a pair of stockings in her hand, Zhao Wanwan was accompanied by a charming middle-aged woman, and at that moment, they both recognized Zhou Jiangnan, leading to an intense stare-off. From Zhou Jiangnan's perspective, the campus belle had finally shed her oversized school uniform and now donned a lovely little dress, her fair legs exposed and glowing with radiance. In her hand, she grasped the delicate silk fabric, a texture that Zhou Jiangnan had just previously experienced. It was truly delightful. If this were to adorn those long, fair legs, hold on. I must not entertain such thoughts. No matter how captivating this tigress may appear, she is not to be trifled with. Man, you must first shoulder your responsibilities. Steeling himself, Zhou Jiangnan was about to greet her when Zhao Wanwan called out first. Ah, what are you doing here? Can I come? No, I mean, how is it that we keep running into each other here? It seems the world is quite small. I should refrain from leaving the province. Zhou Jiangnan continued to focus on arranging the socks, while the middle-aged beauty beside Zhao Wanwan frowned slightly. Wanwan, is this your friend? Zhao Wanwan linked her arm with the woman and sweetly replied, Mom, this is my high school classmate, Zhou Jiangnan. Ah, the valiant one who scored 699 points. The dark horse, Zhou Jiangnan? Yes, indeed. The woman's expression softened as she greeted Zhou Jiangnan. Hello, Xiao Zhou. I am Wanwan's mother, Su Hui. Zhou Jiangnan stood up to wipe his hands, but did not extend his hand in greeting. Hello, Suani. My hands are quite dusty. I wouldn't want to soil you. Xiao Zhou, are you here alone? What about the bags on the ground? Oh, I'm simply passing the time. I came to wholesale some socks to sell back in the county, just trying my hand at setting up a stall. Wow, you're quite industrious. Just having finished your college entrance exams. Aren't you supposed to be out having fun? Instead, you're already learning to be self-sufficient. Wanwan. Look how independent and thoughtful he is. You should take note. Surprisingly, Zhao Wanwan did not retort against her mother's comment. She merely nodded, her emotions complex. How could it be so coincidental? Wherever I go, he seems to follow. Could this be fate? Chapter 58. Do he and I share too much destiny? A high school classmate, a boy of great integrity, ranking 3rd in the county and 4th in the city on the college entrance exam, a remarkable scholar. Moreover, he possesses talents in poetry, music composition, and now strives for independence through business. Although he is merely setting up a stall, it still signifies a strong practical ability. Look at other boys of 17 or 18. During their holidays, they either indulge in video games or pursue romances, spending their parents' money without a second thought, as if finishing exams somehow completes their lives. Su Hui understood all too well what university life entailed, without strong self-discipline and practical skills. Those 4 years would merely be a waste of time. Even with discipline, it would only mean approaching university as seriously as high school. In the realm of work, merely reading books is insufficient. The courage to dream, the willingness to act, and the possession of capability and ideas are the true prerequisites for success. She scrutinized the young man named Zhou Jiangnan before her, growing increasingly fond of him, feeling deep within that such an ambitious young man would be a worthy friend for her daughter. As the saying goes, one who associates with vermilion will turn red. One who mingles with ink will turn black. Being around positive energy will inevitably alter one's aura. With a smile, Su Hui proposed, Xiao Zhou. It's quite a rare encounter here, and given the scorching summer heat, allow me to treat you to some ice cream and dessert. Please don't refuse. You and Wanwan are not just high school classmates, but likely university classmates as well. I have a favor to ask of you. When it comes to Zhou Jiangnan, he feels a sense of dread. In her previous life, Zhao Wanwan had undoubtedly chosen Tsinghua or Peking University. He cannot fathom why she has opted for Linen University this time. Could it be a case of antagonistic destinies, resulting in a butterfly effect? Sensing his incredulity, Zhao Wanwan met his scrutinizing gaze, her eyes momentarily betraying a hint of discomfort. Zhou Jiangnan, I initially had no idea that you applied to Linen University too. I only realized it after filling out my application. I did not intend to enroll in the same university as you. Her explanations, rather than clarifying, only served to create an air of awkwardness. Su Hui, being astute and the wife of the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, had encountered numerous people and situations within her social circle. She instantly detected something amiss in her daughter's unusual behavior, and a sudden epiphany struck her. Oh, the mystery is solved. How curious that Wanwan suddenly changed her mind about not applying to Renmin University. Having previously expressed concerns about her grades and lamenting the unfavorable northern climate, the true reason lay here, embodied in this young man before her. Su Hui scrutinized him with newfound seriousness. She was quite pleased with his hairstyle, not the typical yellow hair or an uneven parting, but rather a style that exuded vitality. His attire was also quite appropriate, devoid of any gaudy chains around his neck, and his trousers were neat and hole-free, presenting a clean and refreshing appearance. Ultimately, his looks were commendable, his features were delicately chiseled, with a resolute gaze that bore a hint of depth, easily scoring a commendable 90 out of 100. Zhou Jiangnan was oblivious to the approving expression that danced in the eyes of this elegant woman, and he refrained from probing further into Zhao Wanwan's explanation, casually inquiring, "What major did you apply for?" "Law," she replied. Oh, he exhaled in relief, grateful that they were not in the same field of study. Su Hui smiled meaningfully, a tone of insistence in her voice as she said, "Come on, there's a dessert shop just ahead. Let me treat you to something refreshing." The shopkeeper finally seized the opportunity to interject, eagerly asking, "Miss, do you still want the stockings?" It was then that Zhao Wanwan remembered the ultra-thin stockings she had been holding, too warm to touch. She hastily returned them to their place, exclaiming, "No, thank you." It was all her mother's fault for insisting that wearing stockings could ward off pesky mosquitoes in the summer heat of Sichuan. She pulled her mother forward, with Zhou Jiangnan following helplessly behind. "Boss, I'll leave my things here for now and come back for them later." "Sure thing, go on, handsome. I'll keep an eye on them for you." Upon reaching the dessert shop, Su Hui encouraged him to order anything he liked. Zhou Jiangnan generously chose a cup of mango pomelo sago, knowing full well that this small expense was trivial for the wife of a bureau chief. Zhao Wanwan savored her blueberry ice cream, quietly listening to her mother converse with him, becoming so engrossed that she bit her spoon in stillness. Zhou Jiangnan couldn't help but admit that this girl was indeed beautiful. The way her little tongue licked the ice cream was simply remarkable, a talent innate to her. What a pity, though, for she was a fierce tigress. Su Hui posed numerous questions, such as what Zhou Jiangnan's family did, his future plans, and when he would be heading to school. He answered in a half-hearted manner, thinking to himself that he wasn't a criminal, so why did it feel like an interrogation? Through their conversation, he also learned that Zhao Wanwan's family owned property in Chengdu, confirming their affluent status. From now on, Xiaozhou, you and Wanwan will be university classmates again. Being so far from home, I cannot help but worry about her well-being, especially since she is a young lady venturing out on her own. If anything were to happen, you must lend her your support. Aunt Su, Zhao Wanwan is quite capable and likely requires no assistance from me. Yet, as they say, it is better to be safe than sorry. Consider it a request from an aunt. Having a familiar face around is always reassuring for a girl, don't you think, Wanwan? Zhao Wanwan, lost in thought while nibbling on her spoon, snapped back to reality, responding with a few non-committal sounds, likely unaware of what was asked. Zhou Jiangnan felt compelled to oblige. After all, her mother had treated them to ice cream. One cannot bite the hand that feeds. Moreover, given that Zhao Wanwan possesses a haughty demeanor, even if she were to encounter difficulties, she would hardly seek his aid. Thus, agreeing posed no significant issue. At that moment, Zhao Wanwan inquired, "Zhou Jiangnan, where do you plan on setting up your stall?" "I haven't decided yet. I'm just joking around. With such a large bag, can you manage to carry it back? It looks bulky, but it's not heavy fabric. Besides, Li Pengzi is here. He can handle it." "Oh, where's Li Pengfei?" "I haven't seen him. He has something to attend to. He's waiting for me at the station." Zhao Wanwan chattered incessantly, causing Zhou Jiangnan to feel overwhelmed. Why was she so talkative today? She resembled a human version of a million questions. She even queried how he performed so well on the college entrance exam. She had witnessed his struggles firsthand. Truly, she was like a fierce tigress, attempting to feign delicacy before her mother. Wasn't he that exhausting? Fortunately, the time spent on dessert was brief, and at last, all three finished their treats. Zhou Jiangnan took the initiative to suggest returning to Lingjiang, lest they miss their bus. His intention was clear. "Thank you for the hospitality. I must take my leave without further ado." Zhao Wanwan couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of him, awkwardly shouldering the bulging sack. "Wanwan, Xiaozhou is quite a decent person," Aunt Su remarked. "Ah, he wasn't like this before. This change has only occurred in the past 6 months." Zhao Wanwan recounted Zhou Jiangnan's past, conveniently omitting his embarrassing experiences. And Aunt Su's eyes sparkled with intrigue. 3 years without flight, suddenly soaring. 3 years of silence, now astonishing the world. This young man is truly remarkable. He is indeed worth befriending. Zhao Wanwan nodded obediently. With her long hair and short skirt, she radiated an almost ethereal glow. Chapter 59. A call from the demolition office. When Zhou Jiangnan found Li Pengfei, he was bidding a heartfelt farewell to Zhu Xiaoxiao, who had already boarded the bus, while the hefty fellow lingered at the station entrance, turning back repeatedly. It seemed that during the afternoon apart, his heart had fluttered considerably. "Fatty, stop being so sentimental and come over to help." Li Pengfei turned at the sound of Zhou Jiangnan's voice, spotting him with a bulging sack, and could not help but tease, "What is going on with you? Did you come to the city to collect garbage? Get lost. This is my merchandise. Help me carry it for a bit." Without further ado, Zhou Jiangnan tossed the bag onto his shoulder, causing Li Pengfei to stumble slightly. "So, how did it go chatting with Zhu Xiaoxiao? What did you two get up to this afternoon?" "In the afternoon, she and I visited an internet cafe, where we indulged in several hours of fantasy westward journey. What? Is that all? Did you not engage in anything more? Jiangnan, what are you thinking? Xiao Xiao is pure-hearted. She is not the type of girl you might imagine, requiring tender care. Fine, she is innocent, and you are lofty. It seems I possess the dirty mind. Do not tell me you did not even hold hands for an entire afternoon. Well, no, she mentioned that during our first meeting. We should not rush and should gradually cultivate our feelings. Li Pengfei chuckled foolishly. I helped her dye her hair and gifted her a weapon of no rank as a token of our first encounter. Xiao Xiao was delighted, promising to treat me to milk tea next time. Oh, who would have thought you were such a romantic, a pure love warrior? Who was it that once disdained me for being infatuated with Zhao Wanwan? At least I did not spend any money, while you, my friend, must have spent quite a bit. A weapon of no rank, though it may not be valuable, still starts at 1,000. I have not spent that much on my worn-out socks and underpants. Zhou Jiangnan looked at the hefty figure ahead, feeling a mix of frustration and disappointment. Had he not been burdened with a bag, he would have certainly given him a piece of his mind. Innocent, cultivating feelings? Milk tea next time? These words sounded increasingly grating. While others ride flashy motorcycles, you cannot even open a bottle cap, and with all these gifts you have given, not only have you failed to kiss the cap, you have not even touched a bottle opener. Bah, a sycophant deserves no good end. My dear friend, it is time for a lesson. One must strike when the iron is hot. Why be so gentle, as if nurturing someone else's future spouse? Sometimes, the bicycle you hesitate to ride may already be taken by someone else, who might leap and perform tricks, leaving you none the wiser as it falls apart. After this remark, Li Pengfei, who had been walking ahead, abruptly halted, turning around without a smile. My intuition tells me she is a good girl who would not act recklessly. Zhou Jiangnan rolled his eyes. Fine, I shall say no more. Just be cautious and hurry home. It is futile to advise the stubborn. This heavy-set friend of mine is due for a harsh lesson in love. By the time they returned to Lingjiang, the sun had begun to set. Zhou Jiangnan carried his bag upstairs, preparing to scout the pedestrian street in the county early the next morning, waiting for his admission notice. As for Li Pengfei, it seemed he was on the verge of falling in love, so I could not rely on him for the time being. Summer nights are not particularly lengthy. Early the next morning, he rode his bicycle towards the county. Just as he arrived at the pedestrian street, he received a phone call from the demolition office, requesting him to discuss the matter of relocation. The county was swift in its actions. As soon as the highway planning was announced, a demolition command center was established, quickly identifying its target population. Zhou Jiangnan, possessing 4 houses, each situated along the essential route of the highway, was deemed a priority target. The urgency of the call compelled him to head straight to the demolition office. The destination was a modest bungalow not far from the development zone, marked with a conspicuous sign, clearly newly erected. Upon entering, Zhou Jiangnan greeted. Hello, I am here to inquire about the demolition policies. Whom should I speak to? The staff in the office looked up in surprise, finding it curious to see such a young man. Although he stood tall and robust, his face bore an unmistakable youthfulness. A middle-aged man inquired, Where are your elders? Have them come. It is quite unusual for a child to be present alone. Zhou Jiangnan replied with a smile. There is no need for them. The house is mine, and I am here to negotiate. Besides, you just called me, didn't you? So, you are Zhou Jiangnan? Indeed. That is me. Zhou Jiangnan produced his identification card, and the man scrutinized it repeatedly for verification before leading him into the conference room. Inside the office, discussions erupted, and astonishment filled the air. Recently, everyone had reviewed the property records, which clearly indicated that the 4 houses had been purchased only recently. They had assumed that the parents had bought the houses in the child's name and expected them to accompany him during negotiations. It was utterly unexpected that the true proprietor was indeed this 18-year-old boy. The confidentiality surrounding the high-speed planning release was stringent. Presumably, apart from a select few in the county's upper echelons, no one had access to any information. They had investigated Zhou Jiangnan's background, discovering that he was merely the son of an ordinary cement factory worker, with no conceivable connections to influential figures. How could he possibly have foreseen such insider information? This only intensified their curiosity. Aside from the source of his substantial finances, what audacity did this young man possess to undertake such actions? Despite the middle-aged staff's subtle probing, Zhou Jiangnan maintained his stance, asserting it was merely a gamble, a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. After discussing matters for the better part of the day, the staff proposed a compensation standard of 550 yuan per square meter. Zhou Jiangnan non-committally stated he needed time to consider their offer. Upon exiting the demolition office, he made his way directly to the area of self-built houses. As expected, the typically elusive homeowners had gathered, discussing issues of demolition compensation in small clusters. Zhou Jiangnan casually inquired with several households, all of whom uniformly declared that they would not accept anything below 700 yuan. Some even demanded a starting point of 1,000 yuan, clearly aiming to seize this opportunity for a substantial gain. This revelation provided Zhou Jiangnan with clarity. He had no intention of becoming a stubborn holdout. Moreover, he would soon be heading off to university and had no time to waste sparring with the demolition office. However, the 550 yuan per square meter standard was excessively low. His psychological threshold was at least 600 yuan. He resolved to play it cautiously. After casually enjoying a bowl of noodles, he returned to the pedestrian street to observe the layout, remaining until evening when the vendors began to set up. He noted the distribution patterns of other stalls, particularly those selling grilled sausages and fried skewers, with a few selling socks. What a laugh, he thought. I shall sell stockings, a unique offering. After selecting a favored spot, he planned to arrive early the next day to commence his venture. Without any name displayed at the stall, it was first come, first served. He felt no apprehension regarding potential disputes over stall space, knowing that the vendors were mostly timid. If they were bold, they wouldn't be peddling goods on the streets. As for the demolition office, he would take his time before responding. He would not be a stubborn holdout nor a naive victim. Youth did not equate to vulnerability. Chapter 60. You are not worthy of my niece. In the ensuing fortnight, Zhou Jiangnan's life was exceedingly fulfilling. Whenever it was time for driving practice, he would seek out his instructor, occasionally slipping him a cigarette, ensuring that the steering wheel remained in his grasp for the majority of the time. When evening arrived, he would set up his stall. Even though he had secured a prime location, others refrained from causing trouble, deterred by his imposing stature. The occasional glimpse of a tiger tattoo on his arm and the ostentatious gold chain hanging around his neck. This portrayal of a streetwise persona was, of course, a facade. The tiger head was merely a temporary tattoo, imperceptible unless scrutinized closely, and could be easily removed with alcohol or toothpaste. The grand gold chain he wore was nothing more than a trinket from a street vendor, buoyant in water. To enhance his image, he donned flashy shirts and sunglasses exclusively while manning his stall. Occasionally, he would hold his phone, animatedly making calls, peppering his speech with threats of violence, such as brutally harming someone or offering to assist in a brawl. A discerning observer would notice that his phone screen was black. His intent was to avert unnecessary complications. As anticipated, the surrounding vendors kept their distance, and most customers hesitated to approach him. Zhou Jiangnan was indifferent. His target clientele was not the law-abiding citizens, but rather the rebellious youth sporting brightly dyed hair and riding scooters. In this era, in a sixth-tier city like Linjiang, those who wore stockings were either affluent women ahead of fashion trends or young girls wholly unconcerned with public opinion and focused on self-liberation. To the average person, stockings were perceived as items of flirtation, rendering the wearer as less than respectable. Zhou Jiangnan, adopting a laid-back approach to his stall, astonishingly sold over 100 pairs of stockings within half a month, netting nearly 1,000 yuan after expenses. It was evident that to earn money, one must tread an unconventional path. Honest labor bore little fruit. He calculated the time left, noting that the early admissions had concluded, and soon the first batch of undergraduate admissions in Sichuan province would commence. His family, particularly old Zhou, had already hinted at throwing a celebration upon receiving the admission notice. Zhou Jiangnan allowed them to indulge in their plans, for the college entrance examination was a significant event in the eyes of his parents. During this period, the demolition office called him almost every other day, persistently urging him to sign the consent for demolition. Occasionally, they resorted to threats, warning of forced demolitions or changes in planning. Zhou Jiangnan dismissed their intimidation with disdain. Who were they trying to frighten? Not a single household had signed thus far. As for changes in planning, that was mere nonsense. A national-level road network could hardly be altered by a small county. It wasn't that he was being unreasonable. The offered compensation of 600 yuan per square meter was simply too low. After 2 more days of deliberation, the demolition office called again. "Oh, Director Su, I must insist you refrain from pressuring me. I am quite busy. If I agree to that sum, won't the others come after me?" As he answered the call, Zhou Jiangnan adeptly engaged in verbal sparring, causing Su Haoyang on the other end of the line to frown in exasperation. Having interacted multiple times, they had grown familiar with one another. Zhou Jiangnan was aware that the other man's surname was Su and that he was the deputy director of the demolition office. Su Haoyang, in turn, recognized that Zhou Jiangnan was far from the innocuous figure he appeared to be. This fellow is quite the cunning character, adept at navigating conversations and actions with utmost precision. He spoke in a low tone. Enough with the roundabout talk. Come over here. I've summoned our director, and he wishes to speak with you personally. Over half a month had passed with no progress on the demolition work, and each household was as obstinate as seasoned negotiators. The only glimmer of hope lay with Zhou Jiangnan. Fine, you've wasted my dinner time, so you shall provide a meal. Zhou Jiangnan tossed a pair of black stockings to a flamboyantly dressed woman in a short leather skirt, ignoring her peach-like allure as he deftly wrapped up his affairs. As he mounted his bicycle, the woman stomped her foot and called out, "Hey, handsome, you haven't settled your bill. 19 yuan and 80 cents. Rounded off to a neat 20. The handsome man waved casually as he pedaled away. Oh wait, shouldn't you be the one to round off my change? By the time she realized, the shadow of his bicycle had vanished, leaving her in a fit of frustration. Sir, could you keep an eye on this? Zhou Jiangnan tossed a snakeskin bag in the demolition office's lobby and greeted the security guard before heading inside. The guard, accustomed to this routine, accepted the cigarette offered and pondered why this flamboyantly dressed youth always brought a snakeskin bag. Was it to carry money? If he didn't know better, he would never allow this audacious young man through the door. As soon as Zhou Jiangnan entered, Su Haoyang rushed over, grabbing him and leading him towards the director's office. Xiao Zhou, when you meet the director, remember to negotiate amicably. No fussing around. Fear not, Teacher Su. I, Zhou Jiangnan, have always relied on virtue to persuade others. They entered the director's office and engaged in discussion for over an hour before emerging. Zhou Jiangnan walked out with a spring in his step, and Su Haoyang wore a look of delight. Finally, after such a lengthy negotiation, they had broken the ice. If they delayed any longer, the county would hold meetings to lay blame. He felt a sense of gratitude towards Zhou Jiangnan, for his leadership had effectively breached the stronghold, making subsequent negotiations considerably easier. In truth, the demolition base price offered by the director had not increased significantly, remaining at 600 yuan per square meter. With only an additional reward for reaching the agreement first, Zhou Jiangnan was quite pleased, for his 4 properties totaling 800 square meters. The compensation amounted to 480,000 yuan. With the extra reward of 40,000 yuan, the total reached 520,000 yuan, averaging 650 yuan per square meter. This met his psychological price point, rendering further negotiation unnecessary. Dinner consisted of cold pig's head meat paired with rice porridge. Courtesy of Su Haoyang, and Zhou Jiangnan savored every bite. Teacher Su, I've signed the agreement. When will the funds be transferred? Once you hand over the keys. The funds will be in your account within 7 working days at the latest. This time, it's earmarked for this purpose and 1 TB delayed. Su Haoyang's expression was complex. Amidst the excitement of completing the first demolition task, he felt a strange absurdity. Having spent his life in local government work, he had finally become deputy director through his brother-in-law's connections. Yet at nearly 50 years old, his savings barely exceeded 100,000. This young Zhou Jiangnan, who was nearly the same age as his son, had already become a millionaire overnight. Truly, life is full of ironies. What's wrong? Stomach uneasy? Noticing the change in his complexion, Zhou Jiangnan inquired. Su Haoyang shook his head, expressing his discontent. Why is it that I do not have a son like you? He continued, do not fret. You may find a son-in-law like me. He jested, I have no daughters, but I do have a beautiful niece. How stunning. Exceedingly beautiful. Beyond your league. As my sister claims, she is the belle of the first high school. Oh, old Su. You must be referring to Zhao Wanwan. Zhou Jiangnan paused, realizing that this 50-something gentleman shared the surname Su, just like Zhao Wanwan's mother. Could it be that he was her uncle? Su Haoyang was taken aback as well. You know Wanwan? Of course. I too am a student of the first high school. Who doesn't know the belle? What? You also attend the first high school? Old Su fell into a deep depression. Even the pork trotter lost its appeal. Chapter 61. Niece, do you know Zhou Jiangnan? Su Haoyang fell silent. This young lad was adept at conversation, revealing nothing. Moreover, he sported a flamboyant floral shirt and a golden chain, embodying the essence of a carefree dandy. Initially, He merely lamented Zhou Jiangnan's sudden wealth, but now he discovered this rascal was also a student of Lingjiang First High School. What a cheeky fellow. Why does he deserve such fortune? Young Zhou, so you are also a senior this year. How did you fare in the college entrance examination? Do not mention it. The results were dismal. Oh, then I can breathe easier. I mean, what a pity. The pork trotter in Su Haoyang's mouth regained its allure. After finishing his meal, he leisurely accepted a cigarette from Zhou Jiangnan, preparing to wind down for the day. Zhou Jiangnan took back his snakeskin bag, humming a tune as he headed home. On July 17th, a letter arrived at the cement factory, and old Zhou jubilantly brought home his son's acceptance letter. Do not touch it, let the youngest open it. You are too clumsy and might tear it. Luo Xiaoying opened his hand and called for Zhou Jiangnan from his room, her expression earnest and solemn. Youngest, come open it. Zhou Jiangnan tore open the letter, revealing an exquisite acceptance letter from Linen University. Old Zhou eagerly leaned in, and with the family's approval, he held the acceptance letter in both hands, tears of joy streaming down his face. Xiaoying, quickly send out the news, invite the relatives from our hometown. Let us celebrate with a feast tomorrow at noon. I will book a restaurant immediately. A restaurant is too stingy. Inquire about a hotel and see how much a table costs. We shall reserve several tables for a grander feast. The couple excitedly conferred, and Zhou Jiangnan pulled out a wad of cash. Dad, Mom, use my money. Nonsense. Keep your money to yourself. At times like these, we shall not use yours. Luo Xiaoying directed old Zhou, go and withdraw 5,000. Zhou Xiangdong nodded foolishly, changed his shoes, and headed out the door. Meanwhile, at the home of Zhao Junmin, the deputy chief of police, guests were already overflowing. With the chief's daughter accepted into a prestigious university, colleagues and friends felt compelled to pay their respects. The house was bustling with relatives and old acquaintances, nearly breaking the threshold. Typically fastidious, Su Hui set aside her usual fussiness and greeted the leaders with her daughter by her side. Zhao Wanwan exhibited grace and decorum. After welcoming and bidding farewell to guests, the evening culminated in a family banquet. Su Haoyang also arrived, presenting a congratulatory gift to his beloved niece for her academic advancement. As they exchanged toasts, the family beamed with joy at the mention of Zhao Wanwan's school. The elders were particularly jubilant, their smiles wide. Not only was Wanwan beautiful, but her academic prowess also gave them hope that Junmin might ascend further. In the future, no ordinary individual would be worthy of their little princess. Junmin and Xiaowei had indeed raised a remarkable daughter. Such excellence was rare to find in the county. Listening to the praises from her elders, Zhao Wanwan felt a slight flush of embarrassment. Aunt, please don't flatter me. I'm not as extraordinary as you say. Su Haoyang chuckled in response. Your aunt speaks the truth. The county is not very large, and I am well acquainted with the children of local officials. Either they are of average appearance or lack academic merit. Truly outstanding individuals like Wanwan are nearly non-existent. For instance, the former county head's daughter was unremarkable and could not pass her university entrance exams, resorting to spending money to study abroad. Then there's the son of director's son from the finance bureau, who didn't even get into an undergraduate program. The best among them is merely a student from Sichuan University. Historically, those who gain admission to Qingbei are often from ordinary families. No need to compare further. After a few drinks, Su Haoyang began counting on his fingers, revealing that none among the cadre's offspring could compare to Zhao Wanwan. Zhao Junmin, witnessing his daughter's accolades from his brother-in-law, raised his glass with a glowing face, exchanging pleasantries. Suddenly, Su Haoyang seemed to recall something, putting down his chopsticks. Speaking of young people, I recently encountered a young rascal, a slippery character who speaks and acts with precision. He is a middle school student. Everyone turned to him, eager for more. Wanwan, have you heard of Zhou Jiangnan? He seems to know you. Yes, he's my classmate. Oh, so you truly are acquainted. This lad is indeed a middle school student. Brother, what's going on with Zhou Jiangnan? How did you come to know him? Zhao Junmin asked, puzzled. Well, this lad, with tattoos and sunglasses, dressed in a floral shirt and sporting a thick gold chain, doesn't exactly scream middle school student. Zhao Wanwan was taken aback. Just a short while ago in Rongqing, he had appeared so fresh and handsome. How had he transformed into such a disheveled figure? Uncle, you must be mistaken. Zhou Jiangnan is quite shy. My mother saw him last time, and he was clean-cut. How could he have tattoos? There's no mistake. I've been dealing with him daily regarding the demolition of his properties. I've worn my voice raw, and he often treats me to meals. Now, Su Hui was also intrigued, and the three of them pressed for details. Su Haoyang recounted the demolition saga. When they heard of Zhou Jiangnan's peculiar appearance, complete with a snakeskin bag, Zhao Wanwan couldn't help but chuckle. Su Haoyang sighed. This rascal has managed to squander over 500,000, and he seems to regard that sum as trivial. Speaking so nonchalantly. By the way, he took the college entrance exam, right? What was his score? Su Hui shot him a glance, brother. His score was higher than Wanwan's, 699. What? He achieved that score? Doesn't that mean he could attend Qingbei? Su Haoyang spat in frustration, exclaiming that this little rascal dared to say he did poorly on the exam. Unable to contain his expletives, he felt utterly deceived by Zhou Jiangnan's appearance. Realizing he had been led in circles throughout the entire demolition negotiation process, Zhao Junmin chuckled heartily, remarking, brother-in-law, that young lad is actually a model of heroism praised throughout the county. How could he possibly be a mere second-rate punk? After decades in township work, to be outsmarted by a kid like him is downright hilarious. Funny indeed. I'm not deceiving you. Those kids do dress like that. Today's youth have become rather wild. Su Haoyang retorted. Really? I can't believe it, Zhao Wanwan replied, her curiosity piqued. She immediately thought about the street vendor he mentioned and was eager to inquire about his stall's location to observe. Yet, perhaps her uncle was correct. It was possible that Zhou Jiangnan had indeed changed during this time, possibly even descending into depravity alongside Li Pengfei. Transforming into a punk was not beyond reason. Humph. What decent young man would sell stockings at a street stall? How vexing. If he turns into a punk, how can I still claim he was my high school classmate when we are in university? Chapter 62. Young boss, how much for this pair of stockings? With determination. After finishing dinner, Zhao Wanwan eagerly expressed her desire to go shopping, pulling her mother Su Hui along as they hurried out. To set up a stall. The prime location in Lingjiang was undoubtedly the pedestrian street, and her intuition told her that Zhou Jiangnan would be there. Fortune favored her. That very evening, Zhou Jiangnan indeed had set up his stall. At that moment, he was clad in a flamboyant shirt and shorts, nonchalantly fanning himself with a large palm leaf. Perhaps due to the sweltering heat, he wore a pair of nondescript flip-flops. A woman in a super short leather skirt was engaged in a heated exchange with him. From a distance, Zhao Wanwan couldn't catch their words, nor could she discern where his gaze was directed beneath his sunglasses. Wearing shades at night clearly indicated he was up to no good. Zhao Wanwan felt both exasperated and amused. Was this truly the dark horse who scored 699 on the exam, hailed as the handsome ace of Class 6? Mom, look over there. Should we go? Of course. This little Zhou seems quite entertaining. Let us take a look, Su Hui replied with a smile, gracefully guiding her daughter with her hand. Exuding the charm of a sophisticated woman in her fitted dress, Zhao Wanwan, dressed in denim shorts and a fitted tee, proudly followed behind with her high ponytail swaying. As they drew closer, they overheard the conversation between Zhou Jiangnan and the woman in the leather skirt, which was even more bewildering. Hey handsome, I waited 2 days for you. Did you think you could escape? You're like a firefly in the dark, so bright and conspicuous. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What do you want from me? Who is the one in debt here? You and your entire family owe me 2 dimes. When do you plan to pay me back? Who owes you money? Don't speak nonsense. Oh, so you're denying it? Look at these stockings. This is the pair I bought from you the other day for 1980. You actually had the audacity to round it up to 20. Zhou Jiangnan slapped his forehead. Oh, come on. Is 2 dimes worth you lingering around me for so long? With such time spent, you could have amassed dozens or even hundreds of times your investment. Spare me the idle chatter. Even 2 dimes represent my hard-earned money. Repay me, you scoundrel. If you lack change, perhaps you might consider purchasing another pair of underwear, for which I shall grant you a discount. Zhou Jiangnan gestured towards the newly arrived merchandise, a pair of exceedingly alluring small panties, his words flowing with charm. This is the latest addition to the provincial capital's collection. Donning them, no man could resist your allure, seductive and tantalizing. They elevate your worth exponentially. Truly the finest battle attire of the year. The woman in the leather skirt picked it up with skepticism, but ultimately accepted it with delight. She did not reclaim the 2 dimes, instead spending 20 on the underwear. Zhou Jiangnan flicked the bills, producing a crisp sound, then stuffed the money into his pocket, patting his thigh with satisfaction. Indeed, little Zhou is quite amusing. Su Hui's laughter jolted Zhao Wanwan from her astonishment. It was hard for her to fathom how Zhou Jiangnan had transformed into this. A petty merchant. Oily and glib. Was this the appearance of a model student about to enroll in a prestigious university? It was utterly shameful to associate with him. She turned to leave, but Su Hui forcibly grasped her hand. "Little boss, how much for these stockings?" Zhou Jiangnan lounged lazily on the ground, his peripheral vision catching sight of two lovely legs. Without lifting his head, he replied, "Seasonal new arrivals, silky temptation, a weapon to ensnare men, $19 a pair, no haggling. What if an ant buys them? Is there a discount?" "No discounts. Only ants buy stockings. Little Zhou, why don't you look up and see who we are?" At that, Zhou Jiangnan raised his gaze, only to realize it was Su Hui and her daughter. Zhao Wanwan, at that moment, wore a frosty expression, as if she owed 2 million. "Oh, Aunt Su, if you wish to buy, it won't cost you anything. I'll gift you a pair." "Haha, you are truly amusing." Su Hui pointed at his tattoo. "Can you even read?" "Uft, it's fake, just a ruse." "And the chain?" "Also fake, made of painted wood." As they engaged in conversation, Zhao Wanwan could not help but interject, "Zhou Jiangnan, why are you, a grown man, selling items meant for women? And this underwear, such indecent merchandise. How can you sell it? Truly shameless." Unfazed, Zhou Jiangnan replied coolly, "Where there is demand, there is a market. Who says men cannot sell? Disdainful of small underwear. Are we? At least this is a pair of Mercedes. If your husband fails to provide for you, I shall live stream my misfortunes. I don't care, others can sell. But you cannot." Zhao Wanwan blurted out, her face flushing crimson under Zhou Jiangnan's puzzled gaze. "Why? Because you are a student of Linen University." Su Hui interjected with a smile. "What Wanwan means is that she fears it may tarnish your image. It would not be good if the school considers you a delinquent." "Oh, I must thank classmate Zhao then. In that case, allow me to gift you a pair of stockings." Zhou Jiangnan handed her a pair of black stockings, which Zhao Wanwan promptly knocked to the ground. "You are simply degrading yourself. Mother, let us go." "Wait a moment." Su Hui picked up the 2 pairs of stockings and smiled at Zhou Jiangnan. "Little Zhou, thank you for the gift. Next time, Annie will treat you to a meal." Zhou Jiangnan waved his hand, watching the mother and daughter depart. It appears that only a captivating mature woman would suffice. Zhao Wanwan, in her youthful naivety, truly does not comprehend the essence of allure. Everything is satisfactory, except for the unfortunate presence of a mouth. Zhou Jiangnan continues to confidently peddle women's products. Li Pengfei has not reached out to him for several days. This fellow has recently become utterly engrossed in gaming, bewitched by Zhu Xiaoxiao, and is lost in a whirlwind of online romance. However, it matters little, for old Zhou is hosting a dinner tomorrow, and the Li Jiangguo family is on the guest list. It will be the perfect opportunity to discuss the division of the funds, as the 520,000 yuan from the relocation compensation has already been deposited. Li Pengfei falls into the category of the 3rd batch of undergraduates, and he will not receive results until at least the end of July. Recently, street vendor business has been thriving, and the women of Lingjiang County are increasingly open-minded in their aesthetic sensibilities. Zhou Jiangnan estimates that he will earn several thousand before his enrollment. Meanwhile, back at home, Zhao Wanwan exclaimed in irritation, "Mom, why did you accept the socks he gave you? It's self-degradation. I refuse to accept his gifts." Zhao Junmin had gone back to work overtime. Su Hui took out a pair of stockings and smiled, saying, "Wanwan, young Zhou is far more astute than you realize. This is not self-degradation. Haven't you noticed he occupies the prime location with hardly any competitors around? Moreover, only men truly understand men. So his selling of women's products is quite unproblematic and likely to draw more attention, thus selling better. It has long been said that women's money is the easiest to earn. We spent just a little time there, and his business never ceased. Wouldn't you agree?" Zhao Wanwan pondered and realized it was indeed so. "I suspect his tattoos and chains are merely for intimidation," she mused. Su Hui tore open the packaging and remarked, "The quality is quite good. Would you like to try them on? They can enhance your figure." Zhao Wanwan blushed and retorted, "Mom, what are you talking about?" Su Hui chuckled silently and retreated to her room with the stockings. Chapter 63, a minor incident at the graduation banquet enhancing the figure. A small yet perfectly rounded curve was pressed into the sofa. Was any shaping truly necessary? Zhao Wanwan gazed at the remaining pair of black stockings on the sofa, hesitated for a moment, and, gritting her teeth, took them back to her room. She locked the door, adopting a critical mindset as she donned the stockings for the first time and approached the dressing mirror. Her long, slender legs encased in the ultra-thin black stockings accentuated her curves exquisitely, creating a breathtakingly alluring silhouette. The combination with her aloof demeanor surprisingly generated a striking contrast of innocence and desire, causing her to blush profusely. Suddenly, she thought of something and spat in disgust. Disgusting. Pervert. After freshening up, she logged onto QQ, where her account, Fishing Boat Singing at Dusk, was active, and noticed the profile of a level 8 windstorm was lit up. Zhou Jiangnan sent a message. Friend, may I ask you a question? What type of girls do boys like? At that moment, Zhou Jiangnan had already closed his stall and returned home, engaged in casual text exchanges with Wang Yueran. Upon seeing this message, he couldn't help but chuckle. Addressing her as friend was a classic middle-aged conversational tactic. With such talk of boys and girls, it seemed the other party was youthful in spirit despite their age. Perhaps she was an older sister? Zhou Jiangnan's mischievous side emerged as he replied bluntly, those who are beautiful. Zhou Jiangnan wore an expression of knowing, pausing for a few seconds before sending another message. What constitutes beauty? Ample bosom, slender waist, perky rear, long legs. And the face? With these attributes, does the face still hold significance? Zhou Jiangnan nearly coughed up blood. Indeed, Zhou Jiangnan was no good man, her disdain for him deepening. Yet, curiously, why did she feel an overwhelming desire to ascertain her standing in his eyes? She pondered, having met all those criteria herself, and with a decent face to boot. Could she perhaps be deemed his moonlight? Fang Xian was not all that impressive either. At least she only possessed an A cup. Zhou Jiangnan thought shamefully. Zhou Jiangnan had no time to indulge an older sister in idle chatter. It was already a feat that he had T-blocked her. His thoughts were consumed with how to present a gift to Wang Yueran. He had decided long ago to gift her a piano. The compensation from the demolition had arrived. It felt uncomfortable not to spend some of it. Outside, old Zhou was jubilantly making phone calls to various relatives and friends. Having settled on the venue for the graduation banquet at the Lingjiang Grand Hotel in the county. Minfu, you must come. These past 3 years, we owe so much to your support of Jiangnan. If you don't come, we wouldn't dare lift our chopsticks. Zhou Jiangnan understood he was calling their homeroom teacher, Old Zhang, and smiled to himself, thinking that he must light a cigarette for the non-smoker. Old Zhang, tomorrow. At last, he felt he had the qualifications and confidence to stand before everyone and declare, I stand before you. How much do I resemble my former self? The following day, at the Lingjiang Grand Hotel, the charges were steep, and old Zhou had truly spent a fortune reserving 6 tables for the Zhou and Luo families to feast together. Due to the influx of graduation banquets lately, old Zhou had been unable to secure a private room, thus they were seated in the main hall. The Li Jiangguo family also attended, and Zhou Jiangnan discreetly pulled Li Pingfei aside, urging him to find a moment to transfer money at the bank. Li Pengzi was overjoyed, rubbing his hands together as he expressed his immediate intention to buy a motorcycle. After a lengthy wait, the various subject teachers had yet to arrive. It was not until close to the start of the banquet that their homeroom teacher, Zhang Minfu, sauntered in, reeking of alcohol. I apologize, there have been so many banquets. I've just rushed from 2 others. Just upstairs, Director Chun is also hosting. I only managed to escape after downing half a glass in apology. I simply had to be here for Jiangnan's graduation banquet. Zhou Jiangnan then realized that it wasn't tea that the other teachers were occupied. They were likely all busy congratulating those in power. He knew nothing of Director Chun, but felt no anger. Such was society, fundamentally a makeshift troupe. Inherently inclined to curry favor, old Zhou felt a bit awkward. He had anticipated that a more upscale hotel would attract the teachers, yet none had shown up, making him feel embarrassed. It was Li Jiangguo's experience that shone through. With a few jovial remarks, he deftly smoothed over the situation. He patted old Zhou on the back, saying, since those who should be here are present, let us have teacher Zhang say a few words. Zhang Minfu delivered a heartfelt speech, extolling the miraculous rise of Zhou Jiangnan, declaring that in his decades of experience, he had never witnessed such an occurrence. The Zhou and Luo families, being ordinary folk, clapped thunderously upon hearing of their descendant's success, the hall erupting into a cacophony of applause. It is quite customary for a family to gather for a meal, creating a lively atmosphere. However, the hotel was also hosting other banquets, one of which belonged to Director Chen's family upstairs. Why is it so noisy downstairs? Director Chen furrowed his brow. A teacher stepped outside to take a glance and whispered in his ear, another student's family is holding a graduation banquet. Oh, is that the same family that took Zhang Minfu away? The teacher nodded, aware that this individual was the head of the Education Bureau in Lingjiang County, directly overseeing his employment. His son had recently been accepted into a prestigious university. Director Chen frowned. The senior year faculty are all here, along with the school leadership. Zhang Minfu is being treated preferentially. Understanding the implication, the teacher hurried downstairs to pull Zhang Minfu aside. Director Chen is upset. You should come back with me to apologize over drinks. Zhang Minfu hesitated. Does he really care about this? I already drank half a glass before leaving. That's how leaders are. Let's go quickly. After much deliberation, Zhang Minfu was about to relent when Zhou Jiangnan sensed his predicament. Uncle Zhang, if you have matters to attend to, please go ahead. My father and I will visit you later. With a sigh, Zhang Minfu followed him upstairs. A while later, as the meal was underway, Principal Liang unexpectedly came downstairs. Zhou Jiangnan, come, I want you to meet the leadership. Principal Liang, I don't know any leaders. You will once you go. Director Chen of the Education Bureau is quite interested in your achievements. If you refuse, Teacher Zhang will have to drink 3 cups as punishment. Zhou Jiangnan's expression darkened at the absurdity of bureaucratic culture. Teacher Zhang was merely a dedicated Chinese language instructor, yet they insisted on perpetuating the culture of drinking at tables. Earlier, Zhang Minfu had stumbled down, clearly intoxicated. 3 more cups could lead to dire consequences. He raised a toast to his relatives and whispered to his father, Dad, I'll go take a look, don't worry. Li Jiangguo chuckled. Would you like me to accompany you? I know a few people. No need, Uncle Li. Enjoy your meal. I can handle this. Calmly, Zhou Jiangnan ascended the stairs while Principal Liang incessantly cautioned him not to offend the leaders. As there were other county officials at Director Chen's table, Zhou Jiangnan smiled, thinking, it's just the culture of drinking. In his previous life, he had to engage with local officials for every project. He was well acquainted with the dynamics. Principal Liang opened the door, and all eyes turned towards them. Zhou Jiangnan focused intently, noticing that the entire leadership of the school was present, relegated to a secondary table. The main table was undoubtedly occupied by various bureau leaders. The foremost individual, seated at the head, wore gold-rimmed glasses and had a rotund belly, his gaze menacing. This must be the infamous Director Chen. The table was lavishly adorned with abalone and lobster, a true feast of rare delicacies. Is this the dark horse from our county after more than 30 years? Indeed, Director. This is Zhou Jiangnan, who has been accepted into Linen University. His scores would secure him a place at Tsinghua or Beida without a doubt. What a pity. It is rare for our county to produce a talent destined for those top universities, yet it seems wasted. This reflects poorly on you, Principal Liang. Your efforts have fallen short. My apologies, Director. I shall drink a cup as penance. Principal Liang raised his glass and downed a drink. Director Chen, however, shook his head. While it is true that leaders may falter in their duties, ultimately, it is the individuals executing the tasks who bear the primary responsibility. The class teacher cannot exempt themselves from this. He cast a pointed glance at Zhang Minfu, making his meaning abundantly clear. If the class teacher had failed to instill the proper mindset, they must also bear the consequences and partake in the toast. The principal and department heads exchanged knowing glances with Zhang Minfu, indicating that he must drink up and ensure he appeased the leadership. Reluctantly, old Zhang raised his glass once more, taking a large gulp, which sent him into a fit of coughing, his complexion turning from crimson to pale. Zhou Jiangnan looked on with discomfort. In later years, Zhang Minfu would tragically pass away at a young age from heart disease, leaving behind a widow and 2 orphan children. His health was indeed poor. He could no longer indulge in alcohol. Just as Zhang Minfu was about to take his seat, Director Chen interjected, Old Zhang. As both the class teacher of Xiao Zhou and the Chinese teacher of my son Ling Yun, their acceptance into prestigious universities calls for celebration. You must drink again. Yes. Another drink for such a joyous occasion, others chimed in, urging him on. With great reluctance, old Zhang forced another drink down, biting his lip in an evident struggle to suppress his nausea. Ling Yun, remember, once a teacher, always a father. You should respect your mentor with a toast. Chen's words, however, were not lost on the school leaders, who understood this was a subtle reprimand aimed at Zhang Minfu for having visited Zhou Jiangnan earlier. Zhang Minfu's pallor deepened as he fought against his queasiness, apologizing, I sincerely cannot drink any more, Director Chen. I will surely be ill. No worries. Those who can vomit have better drinking capacities. We could never outdrink you, Chen laughed. I truly cannot drink anymore. I have a gastric ulcer. It is a rare occasion of joy today. Refusing to drink would be disrespectful to everyone. Zhou Jiangnan could no longer bear to watch. He felt an overwhelming urge to punch the insufferable Director Chun. Seizing the glass from Zhang Minfu's hand, he smiled. Director Chun, my mentor has matters to attend to. I shall drink in his stead. Zhou Jiangnan, take a sip of tea to steady yourself. I understand, Zhang Minfu replied, feeling a strange unfamiliarity in Zhou Jiangnan's gaze, which now held a depth and worldly wisdom he had not seen before. Before he could speak further, Director Chen clapped in approval. Excellent. Xiao Zhou is grateful and loyal. A true gentleman. Lingyun, share a drink with Xiao Zhou. You may become friends. Chun Lingyun rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, who would want to befriend this country bumpkin? So what if he scored high? Many high scorers end up working lowly. In the end, society relies on family background and connections. Nevertheless, as his father had spoken, he could not refuse. Hello, I am Chen Lingyun from Class 3. Zhou Jiangnan from Class 6. The two clinked glasses, and Zhou Jiangnan downed his drink without a hint of hesitation, oblivious to Zhao Wanwan at another table, watching him with a complex expression. Ha ha ha, Xiao Zhou is impressive. Having accepted your mentor's glass, you must keep drinking. Director Chen bellowed with laughter. Zhou Jiangnan cleared his throat, savoring the rich aroma of the sauce and the fragrant herbs. Indeed, it was an indulgence. He confidently settled into his seat, requesting the waiter to bring an additional set of chopsticks. With such an array of delicacies before him, it would be a shame not to partake. At the main table, a middle-aged man with a square face regarded him with a smile, his eyes brimming with admiration. Zhou Jiangnan returned the smile, though he had no idea who this distinguished gentleman was. Since he was playing the part, he decided to fully embrace it. He sampled a few dishes and boldly approached the main table, toasting everyone regardless of familiarity. He then made his rounds to the table of school leaders, smoothly guiding the toasts and conversations, giving no indication of his humble background. In contrast, the guest of honor at this graduation banquet, Chun Lingyun, appeared somewhat less adept, lacking Zhou Jiangnan's ease in social situations. Zhou Jiangnan had little interest in this official's son. His mind was solely focused on outmaneuvering Director Chun and restoring some dignity for old Zhang. Director Chun, under your guidance, our county's educational endeavors are flourishing splendidly. This is indeed worthy of celebration, and I must raise a glass to you. His heart raced, his hand trembled, and he toasted the leader once more, downing his drink. Lingyun and I hit it off immediately. In the future, should you require my assistance in the Jiangnan region, do not hesitate to ask. Come, Lingyun, let us toast your father together. Esteemed school leaders, this year our institution has achieved remarkable results. We must advocate for Director Chun to receive recognition for his excellence. Wouldn't you agree? So, this toast must be directed to our leader. I, a humble student, dare to invite everyone to raise a glass to Director Chun. As the toasts circulated and the wine flowed freely, the guests began to catch on to the underlying tension. Goodness, this young lad was quite formidable. He was clearly intent on challenging Director Chun. The audacity of an 18-year-old to drink so heartily was astonishing. Where had he honed such capacity? Director Chun slowly sensed something amiss. He had intended to slight Zhang Minfu, but found himself outmaneuvered by his own exemplary student. Dazed, he turned to the square-faced man beside him, exclaiming, Old Zhao, let me tell you, this kid is cunning. He must be aiming for your precious daughter, insisting on attending Linen University instead of Qingbei. Old Zhao chuckled. That cannot be, Director Chun. You must be inebriated. There is no connection whatsoever. Nonsense, Director Chun insisted, throwing an arm around his shoulder. It is understandable if your daughter chose not to attend Qingbei, as she may not qualify for a desirable major. But this young man's scores are quite impressive. There are 3 young individuals here who have been accepted into universities, 2 of whom are from prestigious institutions. While my son barely managed to get into Jinling University, though it pales in comparison, it is still respectable within the Jiangnan region. Lingyun and Wanwan have known each other since childhood. As they traverse life's challenges, they can support one another. With that, sensing the festive atmosphere, old Zhao said, Let's call Wanwan over. Lingyun, Zhou, you 3 should have a drink together. Zhou Jiangnan had surmised that the square-faced man was Zhao Wanwan's father, Zhao Junmin. Sure enough, Zhao Wanwan was brought over from her corner. Having had a few drinks, Chun Lingyun paid little heed to the opinions of others, gazing adoringly at Zhao Wanwan. Wanwan, when shall you come to school? Let us attend together. Zhao Wanwan cast him a frosty glance and remarked, I have no desire to walk alongside someone who relishes stinky tofu. Then I shall refrain from eating it in the future, he retorted. You are far too fragile. Should we encounter any ruffians along the way, will you expect me to shield you? Despite his slender frame, he asserted his strength, saying, I am quite robust. How can you prove that? Chen Lingyun pressed on relentlessly. Zhao Wanwan, exasperated, pointed at Zhou Jiangnan and declared, if you can manage to make him drink under the table, then I will accompany you. Chapter 65. There will always be warriors charging forth for love. Zhou Jiangnan, who was engrossed in the unfolding drama, looked utterly bewildered. Is this a joke? She wants to flirt with you, yet you drag me in as a human shield. The more beautiful the woman, the more duplicitous she tends to be. It was apparent that this young woman was still miffed about being compared unfavorably to Stinky Tofu. Truly, she was a source of calamity. Zhou Jiangnan, feeling as though misfortune had suddenly descended upon him, shot an annoyed glare at Zhao Wanwan. Unwilling to back down, Zhao Wanwan's eyes clearly communicated her intent. Debts must eventually be repaid, and what was wrong with having him shield her from a drink? Zhou Jiangnan narrowed his eyes and turned to Chen Lingyun, the young man who had been drawn into this mess. Brother, this is not my affair. You must resolve it yourselves. He then headed toward Director Chen, cup in hand. The old fellow could only withstand a few more drinks before succumbing. Now was not the time to seek fame by emulating the infamous. However, Chen Lingyun blocked his path, insisting, I shall not back down. Since Wanwan has set the terms, I will give it a try. You will drink with me. Are you going to heed her every word? Must you really act like a sycophant? Enough is enough. Wherever one goes, there are warriors charging forth for love. Spare me the chatter. If you are afraid, just admit it. I do not bully the weak. What do you mean by that? Nothing much. If you are so impressive, then drink up. I have relatives downstairs to attend to, and I wish to finish this quickly. Zhou Jiangnan downed 3 cups in quick succession and raised his hand, while Chen Lingyun clenched his teeth and drank hastily as well. Those accustomed to drinking understand that consuming alcohol rapidly can easily lead to intoxication. The pure-hearted warrior felt the world spin, collapsing to the floor, only to be assisted by those nearby to the sofa. Ah, you lightweight, Zhou Jiangnan remarked, his expression unchanged as he cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Wanwan, lingering on her for a moment that made her feel guilty. The glint in his eyes was reminiscent of the fury Zhao Junmin once displayed in her childhood. Could he be contemplating a similar reprimand? Zhao Wanwan's thoughts spiraled in confusion. Zhou Jiangnan then turned his attention back to Director Chen, warmly throwing an arm around him. Director Chen, come, allow me to toast you with another drink. Director Chen deflected the gesture, avoiding engagement. Director Zhao, you should purchase a horse, after all. Zhao Wanwan and I are classmates. Zhou Jiangnan pulled Zhao Junmin into the fray, prompting Director Chen to down yet another cup. Director, if you refuse to drink when a junior offers, could it be that you fear me? A man must never express weakness, especially when one is a high-ranking official. Director Chen, valuing his reputation, found himself in a dilemma. Principal Liang, oblivious to the situation, approached to offer his own drink as a distraction. Zhou Jiangnan, undeterred, downed his drink in one go, while the old man, steeling himself, engaged in the challenge, only to succumb to unconsciousness. Zhao Junmin sat nearby, grinning, neither encouraging nor obstructing the drinking. The others had long since consumed enough to deter them from attempting to match drinks with the impetuous Zhou Jiangnan. Fearing the consequences of misdirected punches against a seasoned master, no one obstructed the drinking, and Director Chen collapsed to the ground, resembling a puddle of mud. Chen, goodness. Chen is frothing at the mouth. Someone hurry and take him to the hospital. The scene descended into chaos as Zhou Jiangnan clapped his hands and descended the stairs. Concealing his identity, Zhao Junmin observed his retreating figure, bemused. Indeed, as his brother-in-law had said, he was quite the slippery character. Zhao Wanwan stared at his silhouette in a daze, perceiving an overwhelming aura from this man, who bore no resemblance to a mere high school graduate. Particularly striking was his unflinching demeanor as he raised his wine glass, engaging in lively conversation while downing drinks effortlessly. The poise he exhibited starkly contrasted with his former self. Notably, these transformations manifested only after he ceased pursuing her, seemingly coinciding with his acquaintance with Fong Xian, which left Zhao Wanwan feeling quite unsettled. So, when I am near, you deteriorate, but with another, you flourish? Are you made of Play-Doh, changing shapes at whim? Just moments ago, as Zhou Jiangnan brushed past her, the scent of alcohol wafting from him bore an unexpectedly pleasant fruity aroma. Yet, he didn't even spare her a glance. It was utterly outrageous. What is it to you to act as a shield? Many desire to play that role for me, and I am hardly inclined. It was infuriating, driving me to despair. At that moment, Zhang Minfu staggered out of the restroom, evidently having purged himself. After searching around without finding Zhou Jiangnan, he inquired of Zhao Wanwan. Where is Jiangnan? He went downstairs, Teacher Zhang, Zhao Wanwan replied. Ah, that rascal, and he didn't even call me. I must go see. Teacher Zhang, wait, I'll accompany you. Haha. Are you worried I might fall? No need. I feel much clearer now that I've vomited. Zhao Wanwan silently followed behind him as they exited the private room. Upon reaching the staircase, they heard a lively commotion from downstairs. Zhou Jiangnan was animatedly conversing with friends and family, amidst the boisterous voice of Li Pengfei, the hefty fellow. Jiangnan, you sly dog, when did you acquire such drinking prowess? You've decimated everyone upstairs. Zhang Minfu joined the gathering with a laugh. Had it not been for your assistance today, I might have perished right here. This is partly my doing. Otherwise, why would they have poured drinks down your throat upstairs? Zhou Jiangnan remarked, observing Zhang Shu's pale complexion post-drinking. You should consider visiting the hospital to check your heart. He handed him a glass of juice. You ought to abstain from alcohol and have some food to settle your stomach. Zhang Minfu thoroughly enjoyed the dishes, finding the fare here far superior to that upstairs. Relishing in the comfort it brought. In a gathering where the energies clashed, even the most tender abalone could not be savored. As he took his seat, Zhao Wanwan's presence was immediately spotlighted. Such a vivacious beauty standing there captured everyone's attention, and Li Pengfei practically leaped in surprise. What? Zhao Wanwan. What are you doing here? Zhao Wanwan shot him a cold glance. Why can't I be here? The hotel does not belong to you. No, I meant, what brings you to our gathering? This is Jiangnan's celebration. You weren't invited. Teacher Zhang is drunk. I feared he might fall, so I brought him here. Is that unacceptable? Li Pengfei was about to continue speaking when he was swiftly interrupted by a slap from Li Jiangguo on the back of his head. We are all classmates. Why so much chatter? Li Jiangguo rose and circled around Zhao Wanwan, greeting someone with great enthusiasm. It turned out that Zhao Junmin had also come downstairs. Director Zhao, my foolish child sometimes speaks without thinking. I hope you won't take offense. Zhao Junmin smiled and waved his hand dismissively. That's merely a matter between young classmates. I have no time to concern myself with it. I have come specifically to pay a visit to Xiao Zhou's parents, to learn from them for raising such an outstanding son. Zhou Xiangdong was nervously rubbing his hands, and Li Jiangguo quickly pulled him over. Xiangdong, this is Director Zhao from the County Police Department, who has come to visit you. In his life, Zhou Xiangdong had only interacted with the village head, and now, facing the police chief, he was so nervous that he could hardly speak. Zhao Junmin took the initiative to shake his hand. Hello, Mr. Zhou. I am here to visit because Xiao Zhou and Wanwan are classmates. I hope you don't mind if I enjoy a drink with you. Zhou Xiangdong stammered, and Luo Xiaoying hurriedly made room for them. Li Jiangguo accompanied Zhao Junmin to a seat. Zhou Jiangnan shrugged and called for a waiter. Add 2 sets of chopsticks. Director Zhao, it would be an honor for you to share a drink with us. If our Zhao's campus belle doesn't mind, perhaps she would join us for a meal as well? Can I sit now? Zhao Wanwan asked Li Pengfei. Please, be seated. Take the esteemed position, my dear. Li Pengfei rolled his eyes. Zhao Wanwan smoothed her skirt with both hands, sitting down next to Luo Xiaoying, her figure curvaceous and alluring. The atmosphere grew peculiar. Chapter 66. Someone like Fong Xin is far superior. The name Zhao Wanwan resonated deeply with the Zhou couple, especially since there were rumors in the school that Luo Xiaoying once believed Zhao Wanwan was Zhou Jiangnan's early romantic interest. Now, the real person sat gracefully beside her, making her feel a sense of inadequacy. This girl was truly stunning, fair-skinned, beautiful, and possessing an elegant demeanor, with a father who was a deputy director. Her son couldn't possibly compare. She picked up her chopsticks and placed a piece of salted vegetable pork belly in front of Zhao Wanwan. Little Zhao, you should try this. I made it at home and brought it along. Zhao Wanwan hesitated at the sight of the pork, thinking that indulging in this piece would require half a month of dieting. Zhou Jiangnan, assuming she found Luo Xiaoying's chopsticks unclean, darkened his expression and handed her his bowl. Mom, if she doesn't eat it, let me have it, I don't mind. Zhao Wanwan instantly panicked. Despite Zhou Jiangnan's fleeting look of disdain, she noticed it. She felt wronged. She had said nothing, so why was he making such assumptions? This struck a nerve. The usually aloof and composed campus goddess had her eyes redden, revealing her vulnerability. Luo Xiaoying, alarmed, scolded her son. Why are you grabbing? Xiao Xiao hasn't said she won't eat it. You'll be in trouble when we get home. Li Pengfei made a face, smiling. Zhao Wanwan bit her lip, suppressing her grievances, and quickly regained her composure. Auntie, please call me Wanwan. I don't dislike it. I'm just afraid it will make me gain weight. Luo Xiaoying brightened up, her enthusiasm soaring. It's just a piece. It's rich, but not greasy. You won't gain weight. Zhao Wanwan took a small bite of the meat. Zhou Jiangnan, preferring to avoid the awkwardness, took his wine glass and went over to Zhou Xiangdong's table. When his daughter disregarded him, he had no choice but to engage with her father. Zhao Junmin is basking in the compliments of Li Jiangguo, while old Zhou occasionally interjects, creating an atmosphere of apparent harmony. Zhou Jiangnan boldly interjects, Director Zhao, it's all my fault. I was so focused on toasting Director Chen earlier that I neglected to attend to you properly. Now, my father, Uncle Li, and I will toast you together. Zhao Juanmin's gaze turns peculiar. Could this little scamp be attempting to outshine him? How naive. As a man of military background, he has never feared anyone in a drinking contest. Haha. Well then, you shall be considered my benefactor. Even if you hadn't sought me out, I would have come to share a few drinks with you. Noticing Zhou Jiangnan's bewilderment, he cautions, that female classmate you saved last time. She is none other than the daughter of Mayor Fong. If anything had happened to her, I would have lost my hat long ago. Zhou Jiangnan is taken aback. Good heavens, what a revelation. No wonder Fong Xin is so inscrutable. It explains why she never mentions her family background. Maintaining his composure, he sets down his glass and beckons Li Pengfei over, smiling. It wouldn't be fair to claim all the credit for myself. Fatty here was also involved. He deserves to drink with us as well. Li Pengfei, confused by the unfolding situation, instinctively wishes to retreat at the mere mention of drinking. However, Li Jiangguo, seizing the opportunity to encourage his growth, firmly grabs him, insisting, Jiangnan is right. It's a rare occasion. You two should raise a glass to Director Zhao. Li Pengfei can hardly refuse and reluctantly steels himself for the drink. One drink leads to another, and under Li Jiangguo's insistence, he finds himself consuming several more. Soon feeling lightheaded and tongue-tied, this rotund fellow plops down beside Zhao Wanwan, brazenly chastising her. Zhao Wanwan, I'm not trying to be harsh, but Fong Xin is far superior to you. Zhao Wanwan, caught mid-meal, is perplexed by his sudden criticism. What are you getting at? You say she is more beautiful? She is the daughter of a mayor, and her academic performance surpasses yours. What is there to be proud of? He continues, my brother, Zhou Jiangnan, was infatuated with you during our first 2 years of high school. It was almost embarrassing to witness. He liked you to the core, devoid of any dignity. Yet you treated him with indifference and disdain. What gives you the right to be so haughty? Jiangnan is not lacking in any respect. He has looks, talent, and now his academic achievements surpass yours. What makes you think he is unworthy? As for family background, who can predict the future? He is destined for greatness. I opposed him writing you love letters back then, thinking, even a stone can warm up if held long enough. Yet you not only dismissed him, but mocked him for being weak and unmanly. You have no idea how heart-wrenching it was to see him sad. Thankfully, he has had an epiphany. I am beyond thrilled. He has discarded all those paper cranes and no longer sees only you. He has become dazzlingly radiant. You once looked down on him, but now he might not even deign to look your way. I must tell you, Fong Xin is also my friend, and it's evident she has feelings for Jiangnan. Why else would she forsake prestigious universities like Tsinghua and Beida to attend Linen University? Li Pengfei continues his incessant rambling, and Zhao Wanwan, initially expressionless amidst his taunts, finally crumbles upon hearing that Fong Xin is also attending Linen University. She couldn't help but exclaim, are Fong Xin and Zhou Jiangnan in a relationship? Not quite. But it is only a matter of time. After all, the barrier between a girl pursuing a boy is merely a thin veil. Li Pengfei, exhibiting an air of pride, turned to Luo Xiaoying and said, Aunt Luo, you must keep a close watch on Jiangnan. You have no idea how many girls at university are fond of him. He might bring you a grandchild before long. Luo Xiaoying felt a wave of embarrassment. This Li Xiaopeng was truly indiscreet after drinking. Where was Shuaing today to keep an eye on her son? Hey, what nonsense are you spinning now? Zhou Jiangnan grumbled as he pulled Li Pengfei up from his seat. Hee, I was just saying that Fong Xin must have a liking for you. Don't talk rubbish. She's the mayor's daughter. Be careful, or old Fong might deal with your father. If she has no interest in you, I'll let you kick my head like a ball. Li Pengfei grumbled as he returned to his seat, adding, I advise you to choose Fong Xian. She is far superior to Zhou Wanwan. Shut it, fatty. I've said it before. Wise men do not fall into the trap of love. Love is something even dogs do not engage in. Zhou Jiangnan noticed Zhou Wanwan's silence and offered a courteous consolation. Fatty is drunk. He speaks without thinking. Just ignore him. To his surprise, Zhou Wanwan inquired seriously. Did you and Fong Xian agree to take the entrance exam for Linen University together? Her gaze was fixed on him, her expression quite solemn. Zhou Jiangnan was taken aback and shook his head. She is also applying to Linen University? I had no idea. Zhou Wanwan pouted. Li Fatty said so. Zhou Jiangnan turned to Li Pengfei. Fatty, who told you that? A classmate from my liberal arts class. Everyone knows. Li Pengfei replied. Oh, then this is indeed the first I've heard of it. No wonder Director Chun is unhappy. It is indeed a huge loss that the top student in liberal arts did not go to Qingbei. Zhou Jiangnan appeared to be catching on late. Zhou Wanwan, feeling dejected, set down her chopsticks and stood up, saying, Thank you, Auntie. I have eaten well. Luo Xiaoying assumed it was due to her inadequate hospitality and felt quite flustered. After a considerable amount of commotion, she understood. There was a girl named Fong Xian who seemed to have a close relationship with her eldest son. And she was also the daughter of an official. Goodness, if that were the case, the Zhou family would indeed struggle to cope. Time flew by, and more than half a month had passed since the graduation banquet. During this time, Zhou Jiangnan had transferred the money to Li Pengfei. This rotund fellow had indeed bought a motorcycle, transforming himself into a flamboyant motorbike youth. Fong Xian had not been heard from for quite some time. She had not logged on to QQ, nor had she called. Wang Yueran, however, occasionally chatted with Zhou Jiangnan. She was still torn between work and preparing for graduate studies. Zhou Jiangnan continued to set up his stall on the pedestrian street, and surprisingly, business was thriving. By mid-August, the admissions process in Sichuan province had concluded. Lingjiang No. One high school prominently displayed banners at the school gate, heralding the impressive results of this year's college entrance examination. In the graduating class of 2005, 6 students reached the admission threshold for Qingbei, with 3 ultimately accepted. A total of 273 students from the entire school met the first-tier undergraduate admission criteria, among which 68 were accepted by 985 universities and 14 were accepted by the top 10 universities in the country. The results are exceptionally remarkable, prompting the school to organize a commendation ceremony for outstanding college entrance examination students, scheduled for August 18th. Zhou Jiangnan received an invitation and will, on that day, represent his peers as one of the distinguished students to receive accolades. Given the presence of county leaders overseeing education, the school has suggested that all students taking the stage wear white shirts for a more formal appearance and better photographic effect. Li Pengfei scrutinized the notification, grumbling with a tinge of bitterness. TCH, they only know how to indulge in bureaucratic formalities. Why not let us wear suits? Why are you so worked up? You're not even going on stage, Zhou Jiangnan teased, tossing a pair of ultra-thin black stockings to a sultry woman across from him, completely ignoring the glimmer of excitement in her eyes. With such a short skirt, stockings are the perfect match. You're quite charming. I'll give you a discount, bringing it down to $19.80. Thank you. You're quite sweet-tongued. Here's 20, no need for change. As cash exchanged hands, her fingers brushed against his palm, sending a delightful shiver through him. Selling stockings to a woman is a common occurrence for him, and he has long grown accustomed to it. Watching her, Li Pengfei couldn't help but wish to be Zhou Jiangnan, to bear all the pressure on his behalf. Jiangnan, the money's here. When are we heading to the supermarket for a shopping spree? My motorcycle is itching to hit the road. Do you still need me to accompany you? Ride your motorcycle to the provincial capital and find Zhu Xiaoxiao. Let her join you. Zhou Jiangnan glanced at the stall before him, noting that the inventory was dwindling, and it would soon close as he awaited the start of the new school year. He intended to order a gift for Wang Yueran before heading to university. As the saying goes, a beauty deserves a fine gift, and a hero should be gifted a sword. A younger brother must certainly present his elder sister with a delightful surprise. Perhaps he would purchase a piano worth around 10,000 yuan. With roughly 20 days remaining before university registration, Zhou Jiangnan had many tasks to complete. He still needed to pass the final subject of his driving test. The medical examination he had scheduled for his parents was also approaching. Furthermore, he had to seize train tickets 15 days in advance. There was much to do. At exactly 5 p.m., he closed up shop. Zhou Jiangnan bought a casual white shirt from a pedestrian street, and after some thought, paired it with jeans and casual leather shoes. What the heck? A shirt with jeans and leather shoes? What kind of fashion choice is that? Li Pingfei scoffed. You wouldn't know fashion if it hit you. This is casual, and I can still wear it in college, Zhou Jiangnan retorted dismissively before hopping on his motorcycle. And they rode back to the cement factory. That evening, the factory dining hall had added dishes to celebrate the fact that the young factory manager had been accepted into a third-tier university. Li Fatty's moment of glory had finally arrived. On the morning of August 18th, Lingjiang No. 1 High School was adorned with flowers, with a red carpet stretching to the entrance. A stage had been set up in the indoor basketball arena, where all the graduating class of 2005 gathered to commence the commendation ceremony for outstanding college entrance examination students. Zhou Jiangnan sat upright in the front row, wearing his white shirt. To his left was Zhao Wanwan, and to his right was Gao Qianjun. Zhao Wanwan donned a short-sleeved white shirt, her hair tied in a high ponytail, with wispy bangs framing her fair, unadorned face, which appeared translucent and radiant. She was truly beautiful, although it was a pity she had a sharp tongue. Zhou Jiangnan gazed to his left, where Fang Xian was seated across from Zhao Wanwan. After nearly 2 months apart, Fang Xian appeared even more graceful. At that moment, Fang Xian also looked his way, their eyes meeting, and they exchanged a smile. Fang Xian, it has been a while. How have you been? Quite well. I've just returned from Lingshan City where I was accompanying my father, she replied. I just learned that you also applied to Linen University. No wonder Principal Liang was nearly beside himself. Is it really that exaggerated? I mentioned before that I have an affinity for southern cities, hence my choice of Linen. The two conversed over Zhao Wanwan, seemingly oblivious to her presence, which left her feeling quite irked. Those insufferable dog lovers, could they not keep it down? It's unbearable. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, she could not resist interjecting. Fang Xian, do you like Jiangnan? Huh. Fang Xian was taken aback, stammering, I don't. Oh, but you said you like southern cities. Isn't Linen, Jiangnan a southern city? Zhao Wanwan's eyes sparkled with cunning. Fang Xian's mind momentarily faltered, and she blurted out, oh, I do like Jiangnan. I knew you liked Jiangnan, otherwise. How could you achieve such high scores and not aim for Qingbei? Zhao Wanwan elongated her words in a deliberately teasing manner, leaving Fang Xian flustered. In the brief exchange, Zhou Jiangnan realized that Fang Xian was no match for Zhao Wanwan. Though usually aloof, this little vixen was a seasoned practitioner of subtlety, possessing a certain finesse. The gentle Fang Xian was utterly outclassed. Poor thing, Zhou Jiangnan shook his head, signaling Fang Xian to ignore Zhao Wanwan. However, Zhao Wanwan seemed to take delight in the conversation, deliberately turning away to block Zhou Jiangnan's gaze while engaging Fang Xian. Fang Xian, I also attended Linen University. We will be alumni. How serendipitous. We should keep in touch. Oh, sure, I've heard about that, Fang Xian responded. Did you know that many people are talking behind our backs, calling us the oddities of this cohort, especially regarding you and Zhou Jiangnan? I wasn't aware. Why would they say that about us? Because your scores could easily have secured you spots in prestigious programs at Qingbei, and I could barely manage to get in. We forsook their dream schools and coincidentally chose Linen University, so they call us 1 boy and 2 girls, 3 oddities. What nonsense. Can such words be tossed about so carelessly? Zhou Jiangnan's expression froze, nearly choking on his own saliva. From behind, he observed Zhao Wanwan's slender waist, her black trousers lending her an aura of professionalism. Fang Xian, in contrast, sported a sweet style with her neat bangs rather than a high ponytail. A pairing of 1 boy and 2 girls is not without its charm. Quite the stylish trio. Chapter 68. Wanwan unaware unbeknownst to them. The podium had filled to capacity. Zhou Jiangnan looked ahead, spotting the deputy county head in charge of education seated in the center. Beside him was Director Chun of the Education Bureau. After being inebriated last time, the elderly gentleman was unceremoniously lifted onto the sofa, resembling a lifeless dog. It remains uncertain whether this debt will be attributed to old Zhang. The leaders took turns delivering speeches, with Principal Liang beaming with pride. Exceptional students queued to receive their awards. Those who gained admission to Qingbei were rewarded with a bonus of 10,000 from the county government and an additional 10,000 from local entrepreneurs. The other top 10 students received a government bonus of 5,000, complemented by another 5,000 from corporate sponsors. After collecting their certificates and prizes, Zhou Jiangnan returned to his seat, yet at that moment, his neighbor Gao Qianjun appeared frantic, almost on the verge of tears. Brother Gao, what's the matter? Gao Qianjun, drenched in cold sweat, stammered, Jiangnan, I've lost my speech. What speech? The one I was supposed to present as a representative. What should I do? I spent the whole night writing it. Zhou Jiangnan gazed at him sympathetically. It truly took talent to misplace one's speech at such a crucial moment. Gao Qianjun searched frantically around before abruptly leaving his seat to find a teacher. After a brief interval, he returned, his face clouded with dejection. The host hurried towards Principal Liang, whispering urgently. Principal Liang's expression darkened as he promptly reported the unforeseen situation to Director Chun, who immediately frowned. He can't go off script? No, he just finished writing it last night. When I asked him to read it before the meeting, he was trembling, without his script. He might not manage to say much at all. Then let us get someone else. Aren't there 2 more students from Qingbei? That won't work either. The other 2 who got into Qingbei are exceptionally introverted and reclusive. They are even less prepared than Gao Qianjun. What kind of situation is this? If we mess this up, County Chief Su will be furious. Besides Qingbei, do we have any other representative students? Zhou Jiangnan's achievements are indeed quite representative. Upon hearing Zhou Jiangnan's name, Director Chen immediately recalled the young rascal who had gotten him drunk, and he promptly decided to use him as a backup. In such a large gathering, even a seasoned leader can falter without a prepared speech, let alone an inexperienced youth. Delivering a representative speech could either bring glory or lead to embarrassment. If someone is destined to stumble, Director Chen hoped it would be Zhou Jiangnan. He asked the one, make the arrangements. Just then, it was time for the student representative to speak. Principal Liang, treating this as a last resort, whispered a few words to the host. The host gritted his teeth and announced, now, let us welcome the outstanding student representative, Zhou Jiangnan, to deliver his remarks. Zhou Jiangnan, engrossed in the unfolding drama, was momentarily taken aback upon hearing his name, thinking he had misheard. Zhou Jiangnan, please come to the stage to share your thoughts. The host reiterated. Zhao Wanwan nudged the dazed Zhou. He was pointing at himself, his expression one of utter confusion and shock, which was quite humorous. We're calling you. Zhou Jiangnan, go on. What the hell? You think I'm going up there? What is so funny? Zhou Jiangnan shot back angrily. While Zhao Wanwan was in fits of laughter, and Fang Xian blinked in disbelief. At the podium, the elderly Liang snatched the microphone. Zhou Jiangnan. Yes, you. Hurry up and come up to speak. Damn it, there's always some disaster waiting to befall me. Zhou Jiangnan wore a smile on his face while inwardly cursing, reluctantly making his way to the stage. In the back row, Li Pengfei was laughing so hard that tears streamed down his face. One could easily surmise that the suddenly called upon brother must be at a loss for words. As Zhou Jiangnan stood on stage, Director Chen nodded and smiled at him. A smile laced with malice. He had already deduced that the sudden change of speakers was Chen's idea. This old fool was using such an occasion to settle personal scores. A truly outrageous act. It was a sorrowful thought that someone like him could rise to the position of director of the Education Bureau, overseeing local education. However, Zhou Jiangnan had no intention of returning to Lingjiang County after graduation. Offending someone like him was of little consequence. He took the microphone, relaxed his posture, and made slight adjustments, appearing calm and composed. After all, it was just a speech. In his past life, he had managed hundreds of workers on construction sites, regularly holding safety meetings and delivering speeches. Thus, he was unafraid. It was merely a matter of familiarity with public speaking. Dear classmates, to be honest, I'm a bit bewildered as to why I was chosen to speak, he began. The affection from the school has come upon me like a whirlwind, and I find myself unprepared. Since I have no preparation, I shall speak extemporaneously. I won't dwell on the usual platitudes of gratitude towards the nation, government, or school. Let us get straight to the point. Half a year ago, I was a struggling student, the kind that faded into obscurity. I believe 99% of you have never heard my name. Everything began with a personal awakening. After ranking 600th in my grade, I propelled myself into the top 300 within a month, and then into the top 100 in another month. Ultimately, I achieved a score of 699 in the college entrance examination, which I attribute to luck. Yet, it cannot be denied that luck is also a form of strength. Therefore, one must clearly understand what one truly desires. With one hand in his pocket, Zhou Jiangnan grew increasingly animated as he spoke. Occasionally, he quoted classic texts with eloquence, his confidence soaring, without a hint of hesitation. The success gurus of later generations flourished, and the motivational literature that permeated his surroundings flowed effortlessly from his lips. one wave after another captivating the audience. Zhou Jiangnan had never witnessed such a charismatic Zhou Jiangnan. She was momentarily left speechless, realizing that this audacious young man was indeed exceptional. Not only her, but also Fong Xian beside her and Lin Yu in the back rows were equally astonished by a peer so articulate. Particularly striking was Zhou Jiangnan's white shirt, which carried a certain mature charm, creating a unique contrast with his youthful appearance. His jeans paired with casual leather shoes were both unconventional and exuded a sense of carefree spirit, far more pleasing to the eye than the rotund leaders on stage. Zhou Jiangnan's language oscillated between lofty expressions and colloquial vernacular, occasionally punctuated by vulgarities that stirred the classmates into a frenzy. Li Pengfei even felt that it would be a waste of talent if Zhou did not become a cult leader. Zhou continued to speak passionately, leaving Director Chun regretting his decision. Never did he expect that this young man would not only avoid embarrassment, but would instead shine brightly. The college entrance examination is not the end. It marks the beginning of another competition with limitless futures awaiting us. Even the elder can still fear the youth. A man should never underestimate the vigor of the young. In the future, we shall undoubtedly take pride in Lingjiang No. 1 High School. Let us all strive together. After this heartfelt declaration, County Chief Su led the applause, and everyone joined in enthusiastically. At that moment, a question loomed in the hearts of the crowd. Who on earth had ever deemed Zhou Jiangnan to be timid and introverted? Zhou Jiangwan's cheeks flushed. Stirred by Zhou Jiangnan's impassioned words, her emotions surged, and memories began to flood her mind. His initial awkwardness upon meeting her, the innocence of the first love letter, the warmth of the milk he delivered. What once elicited disdain now transformed into nostalgia, just as when he had once tenderly told her, "Be good. Don't make a fuss." She could not help but soften. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, standing behind, had become utterly infatuated. On that day, Zhou Jiangnan, with one hand in his pocket, exuded an air of confidence. Chapter 69. The Hardware Softening Project. County Chief Su applauded, and Director Chun could only follow suit. Everyone, except him, found the student representative's speech quite remarkable. Zhang Minfu, watching from the audience, felt a swell of pride and a twinge of envy towards Zhou Xiangdou. How could this honest man, throughout his life, have produced such an eloquent son? It was infuriating. Upon returning to his seat, Fong Xian gently inquired, "Jiangnan, when do you plan to register for university?" Zhou Jiangnan replied, "Classes commence on September 5th. I intend to leave on the 2nd. What about you?" She responded, "My father is taking me. He is busy with work and can only make time on the 5th. There was a hint of regret in her tone. Zhou Jiangnan, however, felt a surge of joy, having almost believed that Fong Xian was about to suggest going to school with Zhou Jiangnan. Thank the heavens for the intervention of the Celestial Queen, as without Li Pengfei's assistance, Zhou Jiangnan would surely not be able to play the role of a romantic lead. Indeed, Zhou Jiangnan then asked, "Oh, so you must be flying?" Fong Xian nodded in affirmation. "That's rather unfortunate," he continued. "I believe that embarking on a journey to university for the first time should be by train. Traversing the mountains and fields of various provinces, immersing oneself in the diverse local cultures. It is that sensation of your hometown drifting further away while the future draws closer that embodies the essence of education." His philosophical musings flowed effortlessly, akin to a sow donning a brassiere. Fong Xian listened, her eyes filled with longing, and felt an even greater sense of regret. Zhou Jiangnan, contemplative, rolled her eyes, seemingly dismissive of Zhou Jiangnan's rhetoric. Before long, the awards ceremony reached its conclusion. County leaders posed for photographs with the outstanding students. Due to his height, Zhou Jiangnan stood in the third row, while the two school beauties, Fong Xian and Zhou Jiangnan, occupied the second row directly in front of him. At the moment the photographer pressed the shutter, the two girls subtly leaned in, unnoticed by anyone. After the ceremony, Fong Xian promptly took a taxi to the bus station, eager to return to Lingjiang City. Zhou Jiangnan departed with her close friend Lin Yu, who mustered the courage to ask Zhou Jiangnan for his phone number before leaving. "What a coincidence. Lin Yu likes you," she teased. "Do you think I'm just here for your affection?" "Indeed, my son, if you do not believe me, I shall go and inquire of her." "Silence. Let us proceed to the pedestrian street. I shall treat you to hot pot." Zhou Jiangnan delivered a punch to Li Pengfei, then leapt onto his motorcycle, feeling the 5,000 yuan in his pocket, and waved his hand with a flourish. "Let us also indulge in a foot massage." Li Pengfei, initially reluctant to argue further, abandoned all thoughts upon hearing the words foot massage and hurriedly started the engine. At last, the day has arrived. Hold on tight. Li Pengfei accelerated, and in an instant, they disappeared from sight, leaving several girls who had chased after them, hoping to obtain their phone numbers, in frustration. The two brothers feasted on a lavish meat banquet at a hot pot restaurant, after which Zhou Jiangnan led the way to a street renowned for foot baths. He halted before the entrance of expensive foot era. Foot care, 38 yuan. Foot massage, 48 yuan. Shoulder and neck relaxation, 58 yuan. Hardware softening project, 188 yuan. Li Pengfei suddenly raised his voice. What on earth is this hardware softening project that costs so much? I must try it. Hardware softening. Is such terminology already in use? Zhou Jiangnan, with his hands clasped behind his back, pondered for a moment, ultimately refraining from jumping to conclusions. Although those in construction often indulge in foot baths and massages, he was somewhat uncertain about this establishment from 2005, especially given its proximity to the police station. Noticing several police cars with flashing lights and two veteran officers scrutinizing them, Zhou Jiangnan scratched his nose. Well, I can't say for certain. Perhaps it is not the kind of softening you imagine. I don't care. I must try it. And you shall pay. The plump man insisted stubbornly. They were both adults, having turned 18, and he had the right to choose his own pursuits. All right, just follow my lead. If you gain some insight, so be it. The youth must not err. Zhou Jiangnan acquiesced, emphasizing the need for caution. The plump man nodded eagerly. However, when the project manager arrived, Li Pengfei was filled with regret. The so-called hardware softening project was not as he had envisioned. It was merely a comprehensive service involving the removal of dead skin and calluses, nail trimming, and shoulder and neck massages. In essence, it aimed to relax stiff areas, but not certain special regions. Witnessing a burly man expertly tending to feet while smoking, Li Pengfei thought it far inferior to the foot massage Zhou Jiangnan had ordered, which at least involved a female technician. Damn it! Li Pengfei slumped in the reclining chair, his spirit crushed, his gaze filled with humiliation as he stared at the ceiling, while Zhou Jiangnan nearly doubled over in laughter. Upon exiting, the plump man continued to grumble incessantly. Enough, enough. If you wish to explore the mysteries of life, wait until school resumes and seek out Zhu Xiaoxiao. After all, you will be studying in Rongqing. No, I cannot wait. I shall go in these few days. Li Pengfei resolved, contemplating whether he could rekindle the warmth with his online love interest. After conversing for so long, he felt it was time to refresh the configuration and upgrade the system. Zhou Jiangnan gasped in horror. Good heavens, do not act recklessly. I do not wish to hear you lament tears behind bars from the other side of the glass in the future. Li Pengfei confidently shook his head. Do not worry. I am well aware. Xiaoxiao professed her love for me and declared her willingness to sacrifice everything for me. You actually believe her? Are you foolish? Love is not merely spoken. It must be acted upon. Reflect on all that she has done for you over this time. By what right do you expect her to pave the way for you simply because you charge ahead? Li Pengfei remained silent, defiantly holding his head high. Forget it. I can't be bothered to counsel you. It's better to test the waters sooner rather than later. If it doesn't work out, part ways early. Zhou Jiangnan stretched lazily, his habitual inclination to play the mentor resurfacing. Fatty, do you know what women truly desire? Good looks? Don't be ridiculous. Being handsome only serves a purpose in a lesser capacity. What women genuinely covet is wealth, as long as you're willing to spend. Even a CPU could be melted by your generosity. No, I refuse to engage in transactions. I seek true love. Love, you say? Your so-called affection is fundamentally a transaction. Li Pengfei, obstinate as a stubborn log, remained unmoved. Zhou Jiangnan spat in disdain. I am one to speak the truth. Ask yourself honestly, are you tall? Are you handsome? Neither tall nor handsome. Then are you wealthy? Yes. Well then, you may not possess the height or looks, but you do have riches. What else can you rely on if not your wealth? Li Pengfei's countenance darkened, as if on the brink of an outburst, prompting Zhou Jiangnan to temper his words. You will awaken to this truth eventually. Given your family's fortune, women will be plentiful in your future. Just remember, when you're sailing on your yacht, don't forget your brothers. I refuse to believe it. Xiaoxiao loves me for who I am. She is not materialistic. All right, Brother Dapeng is right. Chapter 70, Journey Eastward to University, September 2nd. In Rongqing, the heat still lingered, making hearts uneasy. A green train wound its way along the tracks, as people hurriedly boarded after checking their tickets. Carriage 8, Seat 47. This was it. Zhou Jiangnan stowed his suitcase in the overhead compartment and settled into his seat, releasing a long breath. Today marked his departure for school registration, and he had finally managed to secure a hard seat ticket after much effort. The thought of over 30 hours of travel already made his backside ache slightly. Nevertheless, his spirits were buoyant. This journey not only heralded the commencement of a new chapter in life, but also signified the resolution of several pressing concerns. The first matter was his parents' health checkup. Before his departure, he took Zhou Xiangdong and Luo Xiaoying for comprehensive examinations, and thankfully, neither had any serious ailments. Old Zhou showed no signs of lung cancer, and no nodules were detected. Most commendable news indeed. The second matter involved repaying a favor to Wang Yueran. Zhou Jiangnan spent nearly 11,000 yuan on a piano, including delivery to her home. Wang Yueran had helped him earn 100,000. Thus, settling this favor brought him peace of mind. His elder sister, upon receiving the gift, lost her composure over the phone, exclaiming in delight and repeatedly stating her inability to repay him. Zhou Jiangnan teased her in response. If you're sincere, perhaps you should offer yourself as a token of gratitude. Ha ha ha, you little rogue, becoming increasingly unrefined. When will you visit Lenin? I shall escort you. To the school? Or to your heart? Of course, to the station. No mischief now. Wang Yueran insisted on seeing him off before his departure, and her younger brother's objections fell on deaf ears. Zhou Jiangnan reminisced about the earlier exchange, a smile inevitably gracing his lips. As the enchanting beauty with a bun stood at the entrance of the train station's arrival passage, passers-by could not help but steal glances at her. Clad in a floral dress, she resembled a graceful figure beneath the moonlight, her delicate wrists shimmering like frost. Zhou Jiangnan, with a smile, opened his arms wide and seized the opportunity to embrace her while she was still in a daze. Then swiftly grabbed his suitcase and dashed into the station before she could react. You, Wang Yueran, she stammered, pointing at him. I told you not to see me off. I detest farewells. The more I say, the more melancholic I feel, so just a hug will suffice. Zhou Jiangnan maintained a serious demeanor. Zhou Jiangnan, I have never seen you so mischievous before. How dare you take advantage of me? Wang Yueran exclaimed, stamping her foot and placing her hands on her hips. Better late than never. Farewell, sister, he replied with a playful smirk. Humph, consider this a debt. It is not so easy to take advantage of me, and you will soon realize that. Oh, had I known, I would have opted for a kiss goodbye. Ah, you little rascal, you are in for it, Wang Yueran shouted, jumping in frustration outside the station, while Zhou Jiangnan, chuckling, left her with a charming silhouette as he confidently strode away with his suitcase. That fleeting embrace had transformed Jiangnan into a distant memory. Wang Yueran truly was his ideal type. Leaning back in his seat, Zhou Jiangnan's thoughts drifted to his troublesome friend, Li Pengfei. This troublesome romance had recently been the sole disappointment in his life. After a foot massage the previous evening, Li Pengfei, fueled by love, had rushed on his motorcycle to Rongqing to surprise Zhu Xiaoxiao at her nursing school. However, after waiting for over 3 hours, he was disheartened to see Zhu Xiaoxiao emerge, hand in hand with a blonde-haired boy, both laughing as they made their way to a short-stay hotel. The key detail was that Zhu Xiaoxiao was wearing the very floral dress that Li Pengfei had gifted her. Unwilling to give up, he lingered outside the hotel for another half hour. When Zhu Xiaoxiao finally stepped out, her flushed cheeks and disheveled hair made it clear that she had not been studying English. In that moment, despair enveloped him, and with a heavy heart, he rode his motorcycle northward, leaving behind the panic in Zhu Xiaoxiao's eyes. Li Pengfei's youthful romance lasted merely 3 months, fading away in the rearview mirror. To console him, Zhou Jiangnan had no choice but to keep him company through the night, nearly missing the departure of the train. He hoped that his foolish friend would awaken to reality soon, not wishing to endure this headache alone. Seated in the middle of a 3-person hard seat, Zhou Jiangnan felt a pang of regret. How he wished he had secured a window or aisle seat. Being wedged in the middle was quite uncomfortable. And if the seats beside him were occupied by men, it would only worsen the situation. The train conductor urged passengers to board as people gradually filled the train. Many of those heading east were migrant workers on their way to Shanghai, struggling with their large bags as they vied for space in the overhead compartments, soon filling them to capacity. Among them were several young individuals, including a couple sitting across from each other, evidently university students heading to their studies. Zhou Jiangnan crossed his arms and closed his eyes, seeking a moment of respite. as last night's excessive drinking had left him feeling less than stellar. His friend, the plump one, had drunk recklessly, showcasing an impressive capacity for alcohol. On the train, the melancholic strains of a saxophone playing home intensified the bittersweet feelings of parting. Zhou Jiangnan was enveloped by the sorrowful echoes of farewell. He couldn't help but recall his mother, Luo Xiaoying, who had tearfully sent him off that morning with countless admonitions to take care. A mother's worry lingers across 1,000 miles, no matter where he went. Nostalgia for home clung to him. Old comrade Zhou was not faring much better, lamenting that his son had not allowed him to accompany him to university. Zhou Jiangnan shook his head. What was there to send off? Since time immemorial, parting has always been a source of heartache. He was determined not to shed tears on the train. After all, he was not leaving home forever. Before long, a familiar female voice reached his ears from afar. Dad, I told you to leave early. You insisted on going to the office first, and we almost missed the train. Why is it so crowded and smelly? Didn't they say that taking a train to school is the best feeling? Zhou Jiangnan nearly laughed aloud, but then heard a deep male voice respond. Hey, I suggested taking a plane, but you insisted on the train. Isn't this a hassle? I warned you it would be crowded. Even going to the restroom at the back is a challenge. Ignoring the advice of elders leads to immediate misfortune. The girl retorted angrily, if you dislike it so much, you didn't have to come with me. I told you I could manage on my own, yet you insisted on tagging along. Wasn't that your mother's arrangement? Besides, I wouldn't feel secure letting you travel alone. What if something happens to a young lady like you on the way? The man's voice approached. Let me see. Seat 46, 48. Here we are. Look, we arrived late, and there's no space left for the luggage. The girl was in the midst of her impatient complaints when suddenly her voice trailed off. A few seconds later, she exclaimed, Zhou Jiangnan, what are you doing here? Zhou Jiangnan opened his eyes. The girl before him was none other than Zhao Wanwan. What a surprise it was indeed. He could hardly fathom that Zhao Wanwan, the affluent and fashionable young lady, would be aboard this crowded train. Was she perhaps hoping to encounter a frog prince? Chapter 71. Even goddesses need to use the restroom. Zhou Jiangnan pulled out his train ticket to check. Car 8, seat 47. I bought a ticket for this seat. Where else would I sit? Zhao Wanwan's fleeting surprise vanished, replaced by a furrowed brow as she replied, That's not what I meant. I meant it's surprising to run into you here, especially since our seats are adjacent. What a coincidence. Indeed, one could blame the smallness of the earth. Zhou Jiangnan stood up to give way, nodding in acknowledgement to Zhao Junmin. Director Zhao, are you sitting inside? No need, Zhao Wanwan interjected. I prefer to enjoy the scenery. So let her go in. Zhao Junmin, carrying a pink suitcase, was searching for a spot to place it, casually remarking, when we're out. Don't call me Director Zhao. We've shared drinks. There's no need to be formal. If it doesn't bother you, just call me Uncle Zhao. Zhou Jiangnan remained noncommittal. The aisle was already packed with people and luggage, and he awkwardly leaned back to create a path for Zhao Wanwan to enter. She let out a huff and tiptoed inside. Today, this young lady was adorned in snug jeans, a fitted white t-shirt, and a sun-shielding jacket, radiating youthful vitality. Seated among the couple across from him, the young man feigned adjusting his glasses, seizing the moment to gaze intently into the abyss. However, his subtle gesture did not escape his girlfriend's notice. She retaliated with a sharp twist of his arm. Zhou Jiangnan, witnessing this, nearly succumbed to laughter. What is so amusing? Am I a source of your entertainment? Zhao Wanwan assumed his laughter was directed at her peculiar gait, shooting him an indignant glare. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she found herself easily irked in Zhou Jiangnan's presence, her cultivated demeanor evaporating in an instant. Zhou Jiangnan, disinterested, noted that a woman with an inflated sense of self often becomes more animated with criticism. Zhao Wanwan bent slightly as she squeezed past him. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and Zhou Jiangnan fancied he could glimpse a distant, unfathomable ancestor. The train sped along, weaving through the undulating countryside, devoid of any grand landscapes. Zhao Wanwan's disappointment deepened, her grievances against a certain individual accumulating, who claimed that traversing the mountains and fields of different provinces, absorbing the unique rural charm, and savoring the bittersweet distance of home while drawing closer to the future encapsulated the essence of scholarly pursuit. How naive she had been to trust such words. Indeed, a man's tongue can be a deceptive instrument. As twilight descended, mealtime approached. Sunflower seeds, peanuts, ate treasure porridge, beer, soft drinks, mineral water, step aside, folks, and mind your stools." The train's vendor, speaking in a regional dialect, struggled to navigate through the crowded aisle. Those without a secure footing hastily shuffled aside, while the carriage erupted with a chorus of complaints. Yet, Zhou Jiangnan found this scene oddly endearing. In this era, merely securing a standing ticket on a train was a stroke of fortune, with even the restroom entrance occupied. Those experienced travelers knew better than to indulge in copious amounts of water on the green train. If absolutely necessary, a sip would suffice. For traversing the throngs to reach the restroom was no small feat. Zhou Jiangnan retrieved a cup of instant noodles from his bag. The braised beef noodles contained not a single morsel of meat. This company could likely go bankrupt without exhausting the supply of cattle. Zhao Wanwan, initially put off by the scent of the noodles, found herself amused by his quip, struggling to stifle her laughter. Passengers began to take out biscuits, fruits, while some opted for boxed meals, silently consuming their provisions. Zhou Jiangnan also ordered a boxed meal, but Zhao Wanwan lacked an appetite. He offered his meal to Zhou Jiangnan. "Xiao, would you like some? I'll trade you for 2 oranges." In front of Zhou Jiangnan lay a bag containing oranges gifted by Wang Yueran. "I'm quite full. You should save those for Zhao. Feel free to take any fruit you desire." She was resolute in her refusal, and tossing it away would be wasteful. A single cup of noodles hardly sufficed. "Very well, thank you, Uncle Zhao." Zhou Jiangnan ceased to decline. It was not that he could not afford a boxed meal. He was, after all, a newly affluent individual with savings of 400,000. However, the train's boxed meals were notoriously overpriced and unpalatable, making instant noodles a more appealing option. Zhao Jiangnan handed an orange to Zhao Wanwan, and after a while, she took another for herself. Zhou Jiangnan observed as she tilted her graceful neck, sipping half a bottle of drink, and chose to remain silent. Let go of the desire to help others and respect their fates. This young lady will soon realize the consequences of her actions when she needs to visit the restroom. As the train entered a series of tunnels, the sky darkened. Many passengers had already closed their eyes to rest, with the sound of snoring rising and falling. Zhou Jiangnan, who had not slept well the previous night while accompanying the overweight man, felt drowsiness wash over him and draped his coat over himself to sleep. After an unknown duration, in a foggy state, he felt someone shaking his arm, reminiscent of a safety rope tethered to a worker's life. Abruptly, Zhou Jiangnan opened his eyes, ready to scold those unruly individuals. To his surprise, it was not a rowdy group, but rather the aloof school beauty, Zhao Wanwan. Her face flushed and looking helpless as she stuttered, "I just need your help. You seem so fierce." "What's wrong?" Zhou Jiangnan asked softly. "I drank too much water," Zhao Wanwan said, pointing down the aisle. Then at his right side, "I don't know where my father went." Understanding dawned upon Zhou Jiangnan. This young lady wanted to use the restroom, but, being her first train journey, was unsure of its location. Moreover, the aisle was crowded, making passage difficult. "Serves you right for drinking so much juice and eating the fruit my older sister gave me," Zhou Jiangnan thought, bemused, observing Zhao Wanwan's expression, which suggested she had been holding it in for quite some time. "The restroom is at the junction between carriages," he said, standing up to allow her passage. "Can't you take me there?" Zhao Wanwan asked, a hint of annoyance in her voice. Zhou Jiangnan was not inclined to indulge her. He had long stopped being overly accommodating. "Do you not realize the times have changed?" he thought. "Is this how you ask for help?" He retorted, "You jerk, I dislike you." Zhao Wanwan bit her lip and moved to leave her seat, only to take 2 steps back. "Zhou Jiangnan, please, could you help me get there?" Surprised by her willingness to soften her stance, Zhou Jiangnan relented. "Fine, we are classmates after all. It's best to leave some goodwill for future encounters." He squeezed out of his seat. "Follow me." Zhao Wanwan trailed behind him, struggling to navigate through the crowd. Zhou Jiangnan recalled his previous words to Li Pingfei. Even goddesses must answer nature's call. No one is above the mundane. Yet he did not expect Zhao Wanwan's anxious expression to be so endearing. If only she had a single mouth, it would be so much simpler. What a pity. Chapter 72. The first intimate contact. Suddenly, in the midst of their journey, Zhao Wanwan let out a sharp scream and quickly grabbed Zhou Jiangnan's hand. "What are you doing?" he asked, irritated as he withdrew his hand. "I stepped on someone's foot," she replied. "Did they complain?" "No." "Then why are you making a fuss?" Zhou Jiangnan was at a loss for words. It was a crowded train. Stepping on someone's foot was hardly surprising, especially when the person stepped on did not object. During high school, she was fierce, but now she resembled a timid kitten. Did she still want to hold hands? Not a chance. As per usual, just hold on to your clothing. After Zhao Wanwan overcame her initial fright, she began to reflect. That detestable Zhou Jiangnan, that scoundrel. Was he just now forcefully shaking off my hand? Countless young men have yearned to hold my hand. Yet here I am, willingly reaching for his. And he has the audacity to reject me. How absurd. If Fang Xian can hold his hand, why can't I? Feeling disgruntled and irked, Zhao Wanwan angrily released her grip on her clothing and stormed into the restroom. Almost immediately, a terrified scream erupted from her. What on earth is happening now? Zhou Jiangnan pushed the door open just as Zhao Wanwan rushed out, colliding into him. What is it now? She exclaimed. It's filthy and smells terrible. I refuse to use the restroom here. It was evident that she was still shaken. Zhou Jiangnan, lacking any sense of romance, shoved her back inside. Aren't you desperate? Hurry up, there's a line forming behind you. Zhao Wanwan, biting her lip in frustration, emerged moments later, tearfully pounding on his shoulder. It's all your fault. Every bit of it. Seriously? You're blaming me for this? How did I contribute to your predicament? Zhou Jiangnan was left bewildered, wondering if the campus belle had lost her mind. It is indeed your fault. If you hadn't said that taking the train to university was necessary, I wouldn't have canceled my flight to come here. It's all you're doing. Realization dawned upon Zhou Jiangnan. This little vixen had eavesdropped on his conversation with Fang Xian and had taken it to heart. As the train entered a tunnel, the change in air pressure caused discomfort in their ears. Zhao Wanwan covered her ears, the dim lighting in the carriage adding to her dismay. Frustrated, she turned to walk back, only to stumble forward. Zhou Jiangnan, quick on his feet, caught her just in time. You go ahead, she insisted stubbornly, shaking off his hand and retreating to the back. Zhou Jiangnan cracked his knuckles, thinking that if she were his daughter, she would have received a stern reprimand by now. He took a deep breath, choosing not to engage further with her obstinacy. After a few steps, he heard another outcry from behind. Turning around, he saw a dark figure tumbling towards him and instinctively reached out to catch it. Soft and fragrant, he inadvertently twisted it, feeling its bounciness. Hey, Zhou Jiangnan, what are you doing? Zhao Wanwan shouted, swinging a hand at him. Anticipating her move, he dodged. What is your problem? Everyone is trying to sleep, and you are making such a commotion. Do you have no sense of decorum? He firmly grasped her wrist, preventing her from striking him again. Zhao Wanwan, feeling trapped, was overwhelmed with humiliation and began to cry. In a moment of desperation, she bit down on Zhou Jiangnan's shoulder, prompting him to nearly jump in pain. Are you a dog? Let go, or I swear I'll bite you. So you're the campus belle, huh? Which belle acts so recklessly? Biting and throwing tantrums like this? I don't care. I'm going to bite you, you lecher. You took advantage of me. You fell into me. It wasn't intentional, so I'm supposed to let you fall? Uffed. Your grip was intentional. Okay, it was a mere slip of the hand. My apologies. I genuinely didn't mean to. Zhou Jiangnan felt a twinge of embarrassment. The situation was utterly absurd, yet it seemed to unfold with an uncanny twist of fate. Zhao Wanwan was clearly unconvinced and continued to resist. After a few attempts to persuade her, Zhou Jiangnan, losing patience, struck her with a slap, and an immediate silence enveloped the world. Enough of this, let us go? Zhao Wanwan followed closely behind, her voice quivering with barely suppressed sobs. Meanwhile, Zhao Junmin was anxiously searching for his daughter. Upon seeing them return, his heart sank at the sight of Zhao Wanwan resembling a rain-soaked pear blossom. What happened? He asked urgently. Zhou Jiangnan, undaunted, replied, she needed to use the restroom, so I took her. I scolded her for being petulant along the way. Zhao Junmin looked at his daughter with concern written all over his face. Zhao Wanwan nodded in tacit agreement. Proud as she was, she ultimately refused to seek her parents' intervention like a child, fearing that if she voiced her grievances, Zhao Junmin might react unpredictably. After all, they were in the same university. She would inevitably find a way to repay Zhou Jiangnan tenfold. Dad, where did you just go? She inquired. I stepped out to smoke and made a few phone calls. He answered. Zhao Wanwan huffed in irritation. Father, you are far too carefree. Are you not worried about your daughter's safety? She was indeed furious, extremely so. Upon returning to her seat and closing her eyes, the image of being overpowered flooded her mind, causing her to break into a cold sweat, mixed with a sense of unease. Regret consumed her. She had believed Zhou Jiangnan's nonsensical words, and the journey on the green train had been nothing short of torturous. This was merely the first night, with another day and night still ahead. What was she to do? Zhao Junmin nodded gratefully at Zhou Jiangnan, saying, Thank you. This girl is on her first trip away from home and is quite inexperienced. Zhou Jiangnan modestly insisted it was unnecessary. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was just past 8 in the evening. After a brief nap, he felt rejuvenated and struck up a conversation with Zhou Jiangnan. Seeing that Zhou Jiangnan was keen on criminal investigation, Zhou Jiangnan, feeling a bit bored, was more than happy to share some tips on fraud prevention. Somehow, the conversation drifted toward the topic of solving cases. Zhou Jiangnan vividly recounted some of the cases he had encountered: robberies, homicides, sexual assaults. Zhou Jiangnan listened intently, while the young couple across from them, who had unknowingly awakened, chimed in. The young man, unable to hold back, interjected, "So, the girl decided not to report it. And he still killed her?" Zhou Jiangnan sighed. Thus, human nature is the hardest to fathom. Regardless of gender, one must always exercise caution when venturing out. Especially for young women alone, they must safeguard themselves. He glanced at them under the dim light of the carriage and asked, "You appear to be students. Which university do you attend?" The young man adjusted his glasses confidently, responding, "I'm from Linen University of Technology." His female companion scrutinized the trio across from them and added, "I'm from Linen Media College." Zhou Jiangnan's head snapped up. Linen Media College was precisely where Su Cici studied. However, considering Su Cici's current age, she was likely still in high school, as she was several years younger than him. The girl across from him was not unattractive, but she paled in comparison to Zhao Wanwan. Chapter 73. Arrival in the cramped carriage. Time seemed to stretch interminably. Once a conversation was sparked among the group, the atmosphere grew lively. The young man across the table proved to be quite the conversationalist, casually placing sunflower seeds on the table for everyone to enjoy, and promptly greeted Zhou Jiangnan. "Ah, handsome. Are you also a university student?" "Indeed. I just got accepted and am here to register." "Oh, we are already in our junior year. Which university do you attend?" "Linen University." "Impressive. My name is Qin Leping. We are fellow townsmen, so let us keep in touch." The young man quickly warmed up, exchanging QQ numbers for mutual support, and then gestured towards Zhao Wanwan. "Is this stunning beauty your girlfriend?" Zhou Jiangnan hurriedly replied, No, I could never aspire to that. Her father is right here. She is my high school classmate." "Oh, my apologies. I jumped to conclusions." The young man quickly apologized. Zhao Jiangnan waved his hand dismissively, his expression calm and unperturbed. Meanwhile, Zhao Wanwan, with her eyes closed, felt a flicker of intrigue at the mention of aspiring too high. Pretending not to have heard, she continued to rest while quietly observing the conversation around her. After a while, Zhou Jiangnan subtly inquired about Linen Media College, humorously asking if it was indeed teeming with beautiful women, even jokingly suggesting that Qin Leping should help him find a girlfriend there. "Ha ha ha, Xiaozhou. With your good looks and being an exceptional student, if you go to the media college, it would be like Tang Seng visiting the kingdom of women. You need not worry about finding a girlfriend. One must broaden their social circles and increase their interactions," Qin Leping replied. "In this day and age, looks aren't everything for boys. The key is having a solid material foundation." An excited female companion of Qin Leping chimed in. "How could looks not matter? If my boyfriend is handsome, I could forgive him even after an argument." Zhou Jiangnan was momentarily at a loss for words. The companion continued, "Xiaozhou, if you're looking to date, I know a few beautiful junior girls. I can introduce you." Zhou Jiangnan perked up, smiling. "That would be wonderful. Perhaps after I settle in at school, we could organize a cross-campus social event." At that moment, Zhao Wanwan let out a heavy snort, sarcastically remarking, TSK. "Didn't someone say they wouldn't date, claiming that women only slowed down problem-solving?" Her tone drew a frown from Zhao Jiangnan, who sensed an ominous premonition. Zhou Jiangnan raised an eyebrow. "What I meant was not to date before university. Now that I'm in college, times have changed, Zhao classmate." Zhao Wanwan was momentarily at a loss for words, responding only with another disdainful snort. "Ahem, Xiaozhou, you young people should prioritize your studies. Based on my limited experience, I advise against dating so early." Zhao Jiangnan quickly imparted his wisdom. As the saying goes, romantic attachments can distract from heroic aspirations at 18 or 19. It is a time for endeavor and enterprise. Young people are like the rising sun. They should invest their energies in serious matters. Establishing a family is no small feat. Everything from food to housing incurs costs. And what about future expenses for children's milk powder? It all requires funding. A man must understand what he bears on his shoulders. Responsibility. It seemed Zhou Jiangnan was intent on instilling a sense of duty in the young ones. The youngsters were momentarily taken aback by his fervor. Zhou Jiangnan silently scoffed, wondering why Zhou Jiangnan kept staring at him. The tone was so animated that one might mistakenly believe I were your son. Furthermore, in the realm of adulthood, what one bears upon their shoulders is not always a matter of responsibility, nor does the rising of the morning necessarily herald the sun. Such profound truths ought to be conveyed to Zhao Wanwan. As fate would have it, old Zhao, caught in the moment, redirected his focus toward Zhao Wanwan. Wanwan, he declared, you must keep in mind what your father just said. As a young lady, it is essential to safeguard yourself. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Wanwan interjected, so, do you regret marrying Mom? What did you say? He exclaimed, taken aback. I sense your regret, and I shall inform Mom that you regret marrying her. I never said that. Old Zhao replied, bewildered, his expression shifting to one of alarm. He well understood his wife's temperament. Should their daughter stir any trouble, he would undoubtedly face her wrath upon returning home. Despite his position as the deputy director of the police department, he was, at home, under the strict governance of his wife, unable to traverse the mountainous paths of domestic life. Zhao Wanwan, with a hint of pride, retorted, did you not say that if you had married later, you would be a full director by now, perhaps even of a higher rank? All this wasted youth is to blame. Did I say that? Zhao Junmin inquired, glancing at Zhou Jiangnan. You did, Uncle Zhao, Zhou Jiangnan affirmed with a nod. Ahem. My dear daughter, my love for your mother is genuine. Without her, what purpose would I have in my leadership role? The blood-stained rivers and mountains cannot compare to your mother's every stroke of vermilion. Old Zhao's rapid shift in demeanor astonished those present. It appeared he was, unbeknownst to many, a seasoned admirer, perhaps explaining why Zhao Wanwan had developed an unfavorable impression of men as mere sycophants. A flicker of disdain crossed Zhou Jiangnan's eyes, while Qin Leping's companion regarded him with admiration, remarking, look, you should take a page from Uncle Zhao's book. This is what it means to be a man. Zhao Wanwan, like a victorious swan, proudly lifted her head, directing her gaze at Zhou Jiangnan. What are you staring at? That is merely Uncle Zhao's life insight. It does not represent all men, nor does it signify me. Nietzsche once proclaimed that one should carry a whip when approaching women. Zhou Jiangnan resolutely declared, I, Zhou Jiangnan, shall never again be a sycophant. The former version of myself has long since perished. Zhao Wanwan scoffed, choosing to remain silent. Following this brief intermission, Zhao Junmin found it challenging to resume his role as a mentor. Gripped by Zhao Wanwan's assertions, he was rendered powerless, a quintessential devoted father. Upon hearing Zhou Jiangnan's vow to abandon the role of a sycophant, old Zhao inexplicably sighed in relief, his gaze toward the young man increasingly filled with admiration. What a fine lad. He is now worthy of great responsibility. The train sped along its course, with the passengers drifting in and out of slumber. Eventually, they entered a vast expanse of plains, where mountains became sparse and water abundant, signaling their arrival in the Jiangnan region. During a stop in the early hours, Zhou Jiangnan purchased several duck heads, eager to challenge the spiciness of Sichuan, only to find himself nearly brought to tears by the heat. He shared the excess duck heads with others, while old Zhao indulged in one. Zhao Wanwan, awakened and in a fit of defiance, refused to eat. Her lips pursed in disdain as if she wished to stuff one into her mouth. After several more hours, the train finally arrived at its destination, Linen South Station, just past 9 in the morning. In early autumn, Linen felt somewhat chilly, prompting Zhou Jiangnan to wrap his coat tighter around himself. He had only visited this place once before, during a work trip, and had no experience navigating to Linen University. However, it mattered little, as a shuttle bus was already in place to greet them. Zhao Wanwan accepted the coat handed to her by Zhao Junmin, enveloping herself in it while enviously watching Qin Leping and his girlfriend depart with familiarity. At the exit, welcoming volunteers approached them, inquiring, students, are you new freshmen at Linen University? The two nodded, and the volunteers, brimming with enthusiasm, guided the trio to the vehicle. Yet, it seemed that beauty had its privileges, as a bespectacled senior swiftly took charge of Zhao Wanwan's luggage. To an onlooker, it might have appeared as though they had encountered a bandit. Upon arriving at the university, everyone dispersed to complete their registration. As Zhou Jiangnan was about to leave with his suitcase, Zhao Junmin hurriedly pulled him aside, intentionally avoiding Zhao Wanwan's chatter. Xiao Zhou, throughout this journey, I've come to see you as a commendable individual, particularly exhibiting a strong sense of masculinity. Do maintain that. Uncle Zhao, if you have something to say, please be direct. I am in a hurry to finish my registration and secure a good dormitory bed. Then I shall be direct. You know that Wanwan has been pampered since childhood. Her mother and I initially wished for her to remain within the province, but with such high scores, it would indeed be a pity. Moreover, she herself desires to venture beyond Sichuan. A girl on her own out there is naturally a cause for concern, especially one as beautiful as my daughter. While I can provide some assistance in Lingjiang and throughout Sichuan, I am at a loss here. You are high school classmates, now alumni, and fellow townsfolk. I hope you might lend her a hand when needed. Such is the heart of a parent. Even the resolute deputy chief of police is not exempt from such sentiments. On one side, Zhou Jiangnan was filled with eagerness, while on the other, Zhao Wanwan was growing impatient. After a long journey, she yearned to swiftly conclude her formalities and take a shower. She reflected on how she had endured the train ride due to Zhou Jiangnan's suggestion, now finding him engaged in endless chatter with her father, which only added to her annoyance as she shot him an irritated glance. The boys passing by were captivated, their eyes gleaming at the sight of the stunning new freshman. Zhou Jiangnan understood Uncle Zhao's concerns and did not decline the request. After all, Zhao Wanwan was quite proud. She would hardly seek his assistance. No problem, I will help. That is wonderful. When the new year comes and we return to Lingjiang, Uncle and Aunt will treat you to a meal. Your Aunt Suhui speaks of you highly. Haha. We shall discuss that later. Uncle Zhao, I must take my leave. With a wave to the father and daughter, Zhou Jiangnan did not greet Zhao Wanwan and made his way to the registration area for the computer science department. He was majoring in computer science, while Zhao Wanwan was pursuing law and Fang Xin was studying Chinese language and literature. All first-year undergraduates at Linen University were situated in the same campus before being divided later. Fate would bring them together again. Zhao Wanwan gazed at his retreating figure and, observing the enthusiastic senior sisters, felt even more vexed. The computer science department, in contrast to others, appeared somewhat lackluster. Other departments boasted beautiful senior sisters with sweet voices, while the computer science department presented a couple of scruffy boys and an unremarkable senior handling the reception. Hello, I am here to register, Zhou Jiangnan stated, presenting his admission notice. The senior sister's eyes lit up. Although the young man's thick hair was somewhat disheveled, it was evident that he possessed robust vitality. She promptly seized the documents from him and assisted in completing the necessary procedures. The senior, with a rather brazen demeanor, began his sales pitch. Hey, Junior, do you need bedding? I see you've only brought a suitcase, so you probably haven't packed these essentials. The school won't provide them. You'll have to purchase them yourself. I have a new set available. Would you like to buy one? Zhou Jiangnan decisively declined, having been deceived by such dubious cotton merchandise in his previous life. The contents were nothing more than refurbished goods used by others. Once he had his documents in order, he proceeded to the assigned student dormitory, BUN 303. The door was ajar. Upon a closer inspection, he was relieved to find only one occupant. With 3 beds remaining, Zhou Jiangnan promptly chose the one by the window, setting his luggage down while greeting the person who had arrived first. I am Zhou Jiangnan, hailing from Sichuan. What do you go by? Zheng Dahong, from northern Anhui. The young man, sporting black-framed glasses, was not particularly tall and appeared somewhat frail, dressed simply, with a demeanor that suggested shyness. Zhou Jiangnan smiled and extended his hand. Brother Zheng, we shall be roommates from now on. I look forward to your support. Zheng Dahong shook his hand. After organizing his belongings, Zhou Jiangnan ventured to the school's commercial street to purchase bed linens, swiftly arranging them before reclining for a much-needed rest. Having endured over 30 hours on a train, his bones felt as if they might disintegrate. The moment his head touched the pillow, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Unbeknownst to him, time passed, and a cacophony of noise roused him from his slumber. The other 2 residents had also arrived. Noticing him awake, a robust young man with a square face and a buzz cut cheerfully exclaimed, Hey, brother, you finally woke up. I was afraid to speak too loudly. I'm Guatai, from Quancheng. Zhou Jiangnan was speechless. The volume of this boisterous fellow had already been sufficient to awaken him, and yet he complained about being too quiet. He turned his attention to the other individual, who was impeccably dressed, with crisply ironed clothes and a refined appearance, sporting a neatly styled part. Upon noticing Zhou Jiangnan was awake, the gentleman politely introduced himself. Hello, I am Su Yunche, from Huijing. Zhou Jiangnan, from Sichuan, he replied, nodding courteously. With all 4 roommates present, it was rather peculiar that none hailed from Linen. In this brief encounter, Zhou Jiangnan had already discerned the personalities of the other 3. The earliest arrival, Zheng Dahong, was rather introverted. Guotai was boisterous and carefree. As for Su Yunche, he likely came from a well-off family, exuding politeness yet maintaining a certain distance. However, such fleeting interactions could only provide a glimpse. True compatibility would require further observation. Checking the time, which had already passed 5 o'clock in the afternoon, he clapped his hands together. Now that we're all here, I trust you've organized your belongings? The other 3, unaware of his intention, nodded instinctively. Then let us go out, grab something to eat, and familiarize ourselves with the surroundings. Zhou Jiangnan leaped off the bed, casually wiping his face. Guotai and Su Yunche then perceived his full stature, tall, with a well-proportioned physique and handsome features. Goodness, when I registered, I heard that our major had a handsome guy. It wouldn't be you, would it? Guotai suddenly inquired. As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Yunche, standing nearby, felt a subtle shift in his demeanor, suddenly aware of the pressure. Zhou Jiangnan chuckled and shook his head, dismissing the notion. What nonsense. At best, I am merely a bit handsome. When it comes to true charm, that title belongs to Yunche. With his elegant and refined appearance, he embodies the quintessential scholar. Old Gua, your taste in aesthetics could use some enhancement. Guotai scrutinized the two. Indeed, Su Yunche possessed a fair complexion infused with an unmistakable scholarly aura. Yet Zhou Jiangnan was not without his own merits. Come now, we're not women debating beauty. Let us go eat. Zhou Jiangnan, ever the sociable one, took the lead, with Guotai trailing closely behind. Su Yunche pondered for a moment, then decided to follow, leaving only Zheng Dahong stationary. Dahong, let us go? Guotai urged. Zheng Dahong hesitated. You all go ahead. I think I'll just wait and head to the cafeteria later. This feeling of discomfort felt oddly familiar. I'm referring to the cafeteria, Zhou Jiangnan half-joked as he draped an arm around Zheng Dahong's shoulders. We're in the same dorm. I can't let you skip out on meals. Reluctantly, Zheng Dahong, a slender figure standing at just over 1.6 meters, was swept along by Zhou Jiangnan's insistence. Unable to resist, and exited the dormitory. Su Yunche followed closely behind, observing his faded, washed-out pants and frayed t-shirt, lost in thought. He then glanced at Zhou Jiangnan's retreating figure, realizing that the latter had initially planned to dine off campus, but had swiftly altered his strategy to accommodate Zheng Dahong. Not only did he possess keen emotional insight, but his affability was also quite commendable. Chapter 75. The first class meeting. A single meal swiftly bridged the gap between the 4 of them. All who gained admission to Linen University were, in their high school days, the brightest of stars, each harboring a touch of arrogance. Take Su Yunche, for instance. Zhou Jiangnan surmised that he was the quintessential male idol in high school, fair-skinned and elegant, with refined manners that exuded an air of nobility. Fortunately for him, he was born in the Summer Kingdom. Had he been born in America, he would undoubtedly be lamenting his fate. Shortly after 9 in the evening, the counselor visited each dormitory to announce the class meeting scheduled for the next morning. Exhausted from a day of bustling activity, everyone felt a wave of fatigue. Thankfully, the 4-person room featured bunk beds and a private bathroom, though the order of bathing was left to individual discretion. Guotai, lacking any sense of decorum, dashed into the bathroom, singing loudly as he washed, his off-key wailing eliciting a barely perceptible frown from Su Yunche. This fellow truly sang atrociously. Zhou Jiangnan laughed and scolded him to hurry up. Before long, the 4 completed their evening routines, exchanged a few idle words, and soon drifted into deep slumber. The following day, at the School of Computer Science and Technology, the 4 arrived punctually at the classroom. Zhou Jiangnan surveyed the room, noting a throng of boys with only 4 girls present. At first glance, they appeared unremarkable. Upon closer inspection, they were even less impressive. Yet, he was indifferent, for he had no intention of seeking a girlfriend within the class. Guotai, however, let out a heavy sigh, his disappointment glaringly obvious. They took their seats, and gradually more students trickled in, bringing the total to 46. This year, the computer science program at Linen University comprised 47 students, with 1 still absent. Counselor Gu Qing checked the time and frowned slightly. Forget it, we won't wait any longer. She ascended the stage and commenced announcing the arrangements for military training alongside some pertinent information for the newly admitted students. After speaking for a brief moment, a girl hurriedly dashed into the room. Excuse me, Teacher, I seem to have entered the wrong classroom. I apologize for my tardiness. 46 pairs of eyes converged upon her, causing her to blush and bury her head into her chest. The boys exhibited a hint of excitement, remarking on her attractiveness. Guotai nudged Zhou Jiangnan and inquired, "What do you think, Jiangnan?" Zhou Jiangnan scrutinized the girl. Her straight bangs framed a round face, and she wore a light pink t-shirt tucked into her jeans, complemented by a pair of white sneakers. She possesses a modicum of style, though it is not excessive. However, her figure is commendable, at the very least. Her waist-to-hip ratio is pleasing, and her legs are quite long. Quite acceptable, amidst the vastness of Lingda. She can be considered above average. What? This is merely above average? Your standards are extraordinarily high, Guotai remarked. Just as he finished, Su Yunqing interjected, "In my high school, she would certainly be regarded as beautiful." Zheng Dahong, though not particularly loquacious, nodded in agreement. Zhou Jiangnan rubbed his nose. "Is that so? It appears I may have been overly superficial." The girl stood bashfully at the doorway. The counselor, Gu Qing, glanced at the last empty spot on the attendance sheet and said, "Cheng Loi, please find a seat." It was understandable that she, being in a different dormitory from the other 4 girls, had been left behind. Cheng Loi, blushing, squeezed into the row with the other 4 girls. The class meeting continued. For the new students, it was customary not to elect class representatives immediately. This usually awaited the conclusion of military training and the commencement of formal classes. At this stage, the students were unfamiliar with one another, necessitating time to build rapport, while military training also served as an opportunity to observe individual performances. However, a class cannot function effectively without designated leaders. Gu Qing, adhering to tradition, decided to appoint 1 male and 1 female student temporarily as representatives to assist in conveying announcements. To commence our first meeting, let us introduce ourselves, allowing everyone to become acquainted and deepen our impressions of one another. One by one, they took turns, sharing their names and noting any previous leadership roles they had held in high school. Starting from the front row, the students introduced themselves. Zhou Jiangnan and his companions, seated towards the back, took a keen interest in the attendance list, identifying their peers. Gao Shi, from Yuzhong, served as the academic committee member. Wu Xiaojun, from southern Shaanxi, was a member of the student council. Jiang Hongmei, from western Guangxi, has not held any class leadership roles. After the first row had finished, it was surprising to note that the majority had held significant positions in high school, much to the satisfaction of Counselor Gu Qing. Han Yinxiu, from western Guangdong, is the class monitor. Gao Ninglu, from northern Jiangsu, is the cultural committee member. My name is Cheng Luoi, a local from Linen, and I have served as the English class representative. The girl who had arrived late stepped onto the stage, appearing somewhat less than astute. The audience erupted in laughter. Being an English class representative hardly qualified as a substantial leadership role. Cheng Luoi hurriedly descended the stage, her face flushed and biting her lip in embarrassment. Guotai, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he fixated on her. Su Yunqing shot him a disdainful glance before stepping onto the stage. "Hello everyone. I am Su Yunqing, from Huijing. I enjoy painting and calligraphy and have served as the Youth League secretary in high school. Should you wish to explore Huijing, I would be glad to serve as your guide." The gentlemanly demeanor of the young man drew the attention of several girls, including Gu Qing, who regarded him with favor. After Su Yunqing had spoken, it was Zhou Jiangnan's turn. He sauntered onto the stage, exuding a relaxed charm, dressed in a simple yet refined outfit devoid of any accessories. Zhou Jiangnan hailed from Sichuan, having never held an official position, a mere commoner. His stature was notably prominent among his peers, though not as fair-skinned as Su Yunqing. His deep-set eyes were filled with untold stories, and his handsome exterior exuded an indescribable allure. Cheng Loi gazed at him in a daze, while Zhou Jiangnan subtly nodded, prompting her to hurriedly bury her face in her chest. The other 4 girls nearby were even more exhilarated, with one Su Yunqing and one Zhou Jiangnan. It was astonishing to find 2 handsome young men in the computer science class, one refined and the other intriguingly profound. However, it appeared that Su Yunqing held a slight edge, his attire reeking of luxury. Once all introductions were complete, the counselor Gu Qing had already made her decisions. Guotai, having served as the president of the high school student council, you will temporarily take on the role of contact person for the boys. Gao Ninglu, you will oversee the girls, ensure that Cheng is informed of any pertinent matters, as she is not in your dormitory. The expressions of the two named individuals varied. Guotai was elated, while Gao Ninglu wore a frown. Unfazed by their sentiments, Gu Qin continued. Formal military training commences tomorrow and will last for half a month. Absences will only be permitted for health reasons or exceptional circumstances. Any requests for leave must be individually discussed with me. It is imperative to adhere to discipline during the training period, as there will be a drill competition. I hope that our class can exemplify our spirit and firmly establish a sense of collective honor. You are all students of Linda, representing a cohort of high-caliber individuals. Remain conscious of the image you project. Additionally, following military training, there will be a welcome arts gala for the entire school, which everyone must attend. I have arranged several matters. The time is drawing near. Thus, today's class meeting is adjourned. Chapter 76. Military training. Military training is an experience that every university freshman must undergo, though the specifics vary among institutions. Some follow a conventional approach. Others merely go through the motions, and some even engage in firearms drills. The military training at Lenin University falls into the conventional category. Coincidentally, this period coincided with blazing sunshine. Despite the calendar indicating early autumn, the heat remained stifling. On the playground, freshmen from the College of Computer Science were divided into several formations, each led by their respective instructors. Guotai, designated as the boys' leader, energetically dashed about, his ingrained bureaucratic tendencies evident in his every action. Alas, with Guotai present, peace was elusive. Even Zhou Jiangnan, despite his cultivated demeanor, could not suppress a few choice expletives. Guotai had already corrected him several times, nitpicking at the slightest misstep. Jiangnan. Does he not resemble a puppet of the imperial army, a veritable traitor? Zhou Jiangnan grimaced in response. The obsession of the people of Lu province with the system is something he has experienced firsthand. Thus, it is not surprising that Guotai is so exhilarated. Well then, from now on, he shall be known as Major Gua. Indeed, that name has a certain charm. Observe how he shamelessly seeks personal gain, his gaze constantly drifting towards Cheng Loi, as if there is something to behold beneath the military training uniform. Zheng Dahong suddenly interjects, "Stop talking. The major is looking our way again. Be wary lest he report us to the instructor and impose an extra 30 minutes of standing at attention." Indeed, Guotai's eyes sweep over once more, showing no regard for familial ties. The instructor has temporarily convened a meeting, and for the moment, Guotai is in charge. Relishing the feeling of wielding authority, the sun at 11 in the morning beats down mercilessly, making one feel dizzy. Zhou Jiangnan is drenched in sweat, feeling utterly soaked. Other formations have begun to rest, while here, some are already swaying, clearly on the verge of collapse. Damn it, do you intend to push us to our limits? Zhou Jiangnan abruptly raises his hand. Gua, enough is enough. Let everyone have a break. No way, the instructor hasn't returned. We cannot stop. Guotai is unyielding. Su Yunche, irate, retorts, other classes are resting. Your desire to show off shouldn't drag us down. What if someone suffers from heat stroke? Discontent brews among the crowd. Murmurs of dissatisfaction ripple through. Guotai grits his teeth, refusing to relent. When the instructor comes back and sees this, he will scold me. What a load of nonsense. If he is going to scold someone, let it be me. Zhou Jiangnan snaps, vexed by Guotai's inability to grasp the situation. Exactly. I will share the blame with Jiangnan. Anyone who wants to practice may do so. I, for one, cannot endure any longer. Before Su Yunche can finish, Cheng Luai suddenly collapses. Gao Ninglu screams in fright, and the others, encountering such a scenario for the first time, are momentarily bewildered. Zhou Jiangnan rushes over and quickly deduces that she has suffered from heat stroke, promptly pinching her philtrum. Guotai, in a panic, exclaims, "You all stay here. I will go fetch the instructor right away." With that, he dashes toward the teaching building. Zhou Jiangnan feels Cheng Lui's forehead, finding her skin to be burning hot. Noticing her flushed face and lack of response, he realizes time is of the essence and swiftly lifts her up. Clear the way. Go rest under the trees in the shade. Yunche, assist me in taking her to the school infirmary. The two hasten toward the infirmary, especially Zhou Jiangnan, who carries a person weighing no less than 100 pounds. It is truly remarkable how strong he is. Moments later, Guotai returns, panting heavily with the instructor, and, bewildered, asks, "Where is Cheng Luoi? By the time you return, the food will have gone cold. Zhou Jiangnan and Su Yunche have taken her to the hospital," replies Gao Ninglu, rolling her eyes. growing increasingly displeased with this temporary partner. The instructor, unaware of the situation, darkens his expression and bellows, "What are you all doing? Who permitted you to disperse?" A boy in the class can no longer contain himself, saying, "Instructor, other classes are resting. Can't we do the same?" "You may, but only with my consent. Did you file a report?" The instructor retorts fiercely. Who was the ringleader? Zhou Jiangnan and Su Yunche. The instructor acknowledges this with a nod and then shouts, "Line up, stand for another half hour." The crowd, filled with silent indignation, cast glances at Guotai that spoke volumes. That despicable sycophant, the little Japanese Guodazwa. Zhou Jiangnan sprinted alongside Cheng Luoyi, oblivious to the proprieties of gender. Upon reaching the hospital, the school doctor conducted a quick examination and promptly administered saline solution. Fortunately, they had arrived just in time. The doctor assured them that her temperature would soon subside. With this reassurance, Zhou Jiangnan and Cheng Luoyi felt a wave of relief wash over them. After leaving Cheng Luoyi at the school infirmary, they made their way back to the playground. Passing by a small shop, Zhou Jiangnan bought 2 popsicles, leisurely savoring them alongside Su Yunche. However, upon arriving at the playground, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped them. The instructor stood with a thunderous expression, and the other students regarded the duo with sympathetic eyes. Their popsicles elicited a mix of laughter and disbelief. "Well, you too. I shan't even begin to scold you. Guotai, why must you bring up such matters?" The instructor's fury was palpable. Zhou Jiangnan, present. Su Yunche, present. For leading the disregard of military training discipline. You are to stand in military posture for 1 hour. The rest of you may disperse. As the others left, Guotai approached with a tone of mock sincerity. I'm not saying anything. But, shut it, you moron." Su Yunche exploded. A female classmate fainted, and sending her to the hospital is an act of kindness. How does that equate to breaking discipline? Yet Zhou Jiangnan restrained him, shaking his head. The instructor's authority must not be challenged. Standing under the sun was a mere trifle. After all, however, Guotai seemed oblivious, lacking any sense of awareness. The two stood dutifully in the sweltering heat, while others quaffed water and sought shade, with some even munching on chilled watermelon. What a bunch of ingrates. Suddenly, Zhou Jiangnan recalled the saying, "After we depart, they will build you schools and hospitals, and raise your wages, not out of goodwill or newfound virtue, but because we had once been here." The current benefits were indeed a sacrifice made by him and Su Yunche. Gao Ninglu could no longer bear to watch. Seizing the moment when the instructor conversed with others, she hurried over to bring them water. "Oh, Gao, you shouldn't tea. Shut your mouth, it's none of your business." Gao Ninglu retorted fiercely at Guodazwa, prompting a change in expression from their classmates. It dawned on Guotai that he had incurred the collective wrath of the group, especially from his dorm mate Zheng Dahong, whose gaze now felt alien. "I'm merely doing this for the class's benefit," he lamented. Zhou Jiangnan replied coolly, "Old Gua, life isn't merely black and white. You will understand this in time. The world is not just about fighting. Even in university, one must navigate social intricacies. Thus, one must not judge others by first impressions." Among the 4 in the dorm, while Su Yunche appeared aloof, he possessed a kind heart and a chivalrous spirit. Zheng Dahong was cautious yet considerate. Guotai, on the other hand, exuded a boisterous charm but was, in truth, rather self-centered. In contemporary terms, he could be described as a refined egoist. Chapter 77. Talent show. Wherever there are people, there exists a community. As time passed, each individual's character gradually revealed itself, leading to the formation of distinct cliques. After that day's military training concluded, upon returning to the dormitory, Su Yunche refrained from uttering a single word to Guotai. Zhou Jiangnan, however, did not deliberately target anyone. He merely became considerably more aloof towards him. Zheng Dahong engrossed himself in his reading, appearing impartial on the surface. Guotai likely recognized his own shortcomings, lying in bed and reflecting intently on Zhou Jiangnan's words. After a day of rigorous practice, they were all utterly exhausted. The 4 of them completed their evening routines without much enthusiasm and soon drifted into slumber. The following morning, military training commenced punctually once again. Cheng Luoyi arrived at the playground and first sought out Zhou Jiangnan and Su Yunche to express her gratitude. She had already heard from Gao Linglu about the previous day's events and felt quite remorseful upon learning that the two had been punished for her sake. "It's nothing. We are all classmates, and helping one another is only natural. How are you feeling today? If you're unwell, you should ask the instructor for leave." No, No, it's unnecessary. I'm fine now. I cannot let my condition hinder the entire class, she replied resolutely. You are right, Luai. We are a collective, Guotai interjected as he approached. Step aside. Who wants to pay attention to you? Cheng Luai retorted with displeasure. Guodazhua, stung by her words, sheepishly retreated to the side. Cheng Luai turned back to Zhou Jiangnan, her face brightening with a smile. Although she had fainted from heat exhaustion the previous day, she had heard from Gao Linglu that Zhou Jiangnan had carried her to the hospital in a princess carry. Gao Linglu remarked on Zhou Jiangnan's surprising strength and his gentlemanly demeanor, noting that his hands were positioned appropriately. The thought of that scene made Cheng Luai blush and feel weak. She had never been carried by a boy before, let alone in such a manner. In fact, she had never even held hands with anyone. Her only previous crush had been on a boy from the school team, but her parents had discovered it and chastised her, effectively extinguishing her nascent feelings. That boy was merely athletic and somewhat good-looking, yet academically lacking. In contrast, Zhou Jiangnan stood before her, tall and handsome, undoubtedly possessing excellent academic prowess to gain admission to Lenin University. However, she wondered if he could play basketball. Oh my, I never expected university life to be so delightful. Perhaps love awaits just around the corner, she mused. Her cheeks suddenly flushed as she dashed away. Zhou Jiangnan, bewildered, nudged Su Yunche, saying, Yunche, you've got quite the charm. You've left the girl utterly smitten. Su Yunche shot him a glance, replying coolly, do you think that by saying this, I would reciprocate your compliment? Dream on. Hey, I'm serious. So am I. Today's military training instructor was relatively more humane, ensuring a sufficient amount of rest time. As per tradition, there were always some singing activities between the formations. Each class sent representatives to showcase their talents. And the losing Class S instructor had to perform as well. With 6 majors in the College of Computer Science and 15 classes of freshmen, Guodazhua volunteered to sing Hero's Song, much to the dismay of the instructor. Many were gossiping, questioning where he had derived such a high opinion of himself. However, it must be said that among the freshmen, there was no shortage of talent. There were those who danced street style, others who played the flute, and even some who practiced Tai Chi. Zhou Jiangnan, scratching his head in confusion, could not fathom how these individuals could be so exceptional. Not only were they academically accomplished, but they were also gifted in various arts. At that moment, the advantage of regional diversity became evident. Those with multiple talents typically hailed from the affluent eastern coastal regions. For instance, Su Yunchao possesses the skill of playing the flute. In contrast, the students hailing from the western and northeastern regions find themselves in an awkward predicament. After laboriously studying to become a top student in a small town, they arrive at university only to discover a multitude of peers who surpass their own capabilities, leaving them with a profound sense of disillusionment. Some are born into privilege, while many others are destined to toil like beasts of burden. Zheng Dahong, feeling the weight of embarrassment, declined an invitation to perform, nearly tearing at the corners of his garment in anxiety. Enough, enough. If someone doesn't wish to perform, then let it be. One might think, not everyone is as eager as you. Zhou Jiangnan, unable to bear the spectacle any longer, intervened to halt Guotai's incessant teasing, only to receive a sharp retort. Then you go up there and perform a piece for Dahong. This insolent individual truly lacked self-awareness, even with Zhou Jiangnan's typically good-natured demeanor. He couldn't suppress the urge to unleash a military-style reprimand. The instructor chimed in, I think that's a splendid idea. If anyone refuses to perform, we shall find someone to assist. At that moment, Guodazhua basked in the attention, elated as if he had struck gold. Su Yunchao grew increasingly irked by him, sensing an air of contempt for the less fortunate. Zhou Jiangnan found himself thrust into the spotlight, reluctantly stepping forward to sing Misplaced Time and Space. His voice, imbued with a sense of fragmentation, conveyed a song the audience had never encountered before, and it resonated beautifully, captivating the female listeners in particular. Even girls from the adjacent class couldn't resist coming over to listen. After Zhou Jiangnan's performance, the instructor promptly called upon Cheng Luai. To everyone's surprise, she executed a classical dance. Her supple form and sweet, sparkling eyes rendered her performance enchanting, undiminished by the military training attire. It was no wonder Guodazhua was left spellbound. A wave of astonishment washed over the group of companions. As the performance concluded, fervent applause erupted. Guotai, ever the instigator, called for another performance, only to be met with an annoyed glare from Cheng Luai. Zhou Jiangnan, you must perform again. The ball was tossed back to him once more. Zhou Jiangnan felt a surge of frustration. What could he possibly perform? Surely not carting a piano over here? Instructor, I possess no talents left, none whatsoever. Then sing another song. May I refrain from singing? No, we cannot break the rules. How about I dance? Though I require a partner? My apologies, Li Xiaoyu. I must again call upon the skills you taught me. Here SACD from the past. Let us reminisce about our love and the movements we shared. Zhou Jiangnan shook his head, casting aside the unwelcome memories. Addressing the instructor, a ballroom dance cannot be executed solo. The instructor nodded in understanding and called out, Are there any girls who can dance? After a brief silence, no one responded. Instructor, I believe we shouldn't be so rigid regarding gender. Boys can dance as well. Laughter erupted. Su Yinxiao, you could pair with Zhou Jiangnan. After all, you are good friends. Speak not another word, or I shall make you regret it. Su Yinxiao glared at the disruptive classmate, determined to uphold his dignity. I can, Cheng Luai volunteered, raising her hand. The two stood together, one measuring 165 meters, and the other 180 meters, surprisingly harmonious in their pairing. Zhou Jiangnan wasted no time, grasping her hand and leading her in a dance. Better to finish quickly. There was no shame in sacrificing for the sake of art. Cheng Luai experienced her first close encounter with a male peer, as the sweltering heat stirred the essence of Jiangnan, not the scent of autumn osmanthus, but rather an invigorating vitality. The hand resting on her waist radiated heat, causing her heart to race. Steady yourself, just finish the dance. The voice of Zhou Jiangnan echoed in her ears, his breath brushing against her, rendering her entire being weak. Cheng Luai was utterly oblivious to the dance she was performing, merely being swept along by Zhou, treated as a mere instrument. Spinning, leaping, eyes closed. Guodazhua watched with envy, his fists turning purple. Su Yinxie raised an eyebrow. A dog surpasses Zhou Jiangnan. Quite intriguing. Chapter 78. You are to shoot a film, damn it. I haven't even dabbled in martial arts. And this new generation is already delving into the arts. The senior from the school's publicity club expressed his discontent. Yet his professional integrity compelled him to press the shutter, capturing the scene of their dance. The department head had instructed that they conduct fieldwork on the new students' military training, aiming to capture some quintessential moments. As the dance concluded, Zhou Jiangnan swiftly released his grip, and Cheng Luai returned to the formation. The instructor was exceedingly pleased and promptly declared, In our squad, you two shall serve as the leaders. Upon hearing this, Guotai immediately deflated. There was no denying that looks were innate, and he simply could not compete. The days of military training continued to pass. Suddenly one day, Zhou Jiangnan received a notification. The school's publicity department was organizing the filming of a promotional video for new students to be shown during the welcoming ceremony. Since the casting was based on recommendations from various colleges, he was selected as the representative of the 2005 cohort from the School of Computer Science, alongside Cheng Luai. This was all a consequence of that one dance. Zhou Jiangnan was bewildered. What do they want me for in a promotional video? I am no actor. Perhaps I could manage something more risque. Jiangnan, this recommendation is not only an arrangement from the college, but also a request from the publicity department. Counselor Gu Qing explained while attempting to persuade him. Firstly, your dance with Louis was indeed impressive. It caught the attention of reporters from the school news center and was even published in the school journal. The college leadership believes you both represent the vibrant spirit of the new students, showcasing the essence of our computer science department. Secondly, I am aware of your excellent college entrance examination scores, which could have placed you in prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Peking University, yet you chose our school, which indicates your fondness for it. Thus, participating in this promotional video seems quite fitting. Of course, the college did not recommend him alone. Several other students would also appear, albeit without individual credits. After Gu Qing's lengthy explanation, Zhou Jiangnan began to comprehend the rationale. Sigh once again. I bear the burden of pressure that one of my age should not have to endure, simply for being handsome. This is exhausting. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found 3 roommates sprawled on their beds, resting. Guotai, noticing his return, inquired, Jiangnan, I heard you're going to shoot a film? Zheng Dahong was taken aback, and Su Yinxie turned to look. At this point, fatigue was forgotten. Zhou Jiangnan had little regard for Guotai. This fellow lacked a sense of boundaries in socializing, treating everyone with an unwarranted familiarity. The problem was that this familiarity was not the kind that was endearing, but rather a self-unaware kind. If this habit did not change, he would surely encounter difficulties in the future. Upon entering society, one is bound to face harsh realities. Never mind, never mind. After all, we share the same dormitory. And it is not worth stooping to his level. You seem to be quite well informed, shooting a promotional video for the freshmen. Indeed, it seems that being handsome confers certain advantages. Individuals like us are inherently at a disadvantage. Wouldn't you agree, Dahong? Guo Dazhua expressed his frustration, while Zheng Dahong chose to remain silent, ignoring the remark. Zhou Jiangnan decided to divert attention with a casual comment. Yinshe, you're going to be featured as well. I suppose you're not jealous? Su Yinshe replied in surprise. How was I not informed? You'll find out soon enough. Several students from our college are involved. Not just me. This only served to further irritate Guo Dazhua, who then stormed into the bathroom, determined to be the first to shower today. Zhou Jiangnan shook his head at Su Yinshe, choosing to disregard the situation. Privately, Su Yinshe had already expressed his desire to change dormitories. Coexisting with someone lacking boundaries is truly exhausting. They may appear generous and affable, but in reality, they harbor a narrow-mindedness. If you can compete, they will pursue relentlessly. And if you cannot, they will turn a cold shoulder. This contradicts the existing impressions. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Cheng Luai found herself surrounded by her roommates chattering excitedly. She and 3 girls from Class 2 had fortuitously formed a dormitory, all donned in light, breezy sleepwear, resembling a lively bunch of rabbits. Luai, are you going to dance classical for the promotional video? No, I'm not sure. Why not try wearing traditional hanfu? You'd look ethereal and enchanting. Exactly. I heard that tall, handsome boy from your class is also participating, along with that refined little fellow. They'll be mesmerized. Class 1 truly is a gathering of talents. A plethora of hidden dragons and phoenixes. What are you all discussing? We are taking this video shoot very seriously. What Zhou Jiangnan was unaware of was that this promotional video had gathered nearly all the aesthetically pleasing students among the freshmen, including Zhao Wanwan and Fang Xian. The leadership of this year's news center was quite visionary. Talented individuals, the perfect embodiment of the Jiangnan spirit that embodies Lin and university. For Zhou Jiangnan, the sole advantage of participating in the filming was the reprieve from military training during the shoot. Su Yinshe could hardly contain his excitement. With only 8 days left of military training, if he continued to tan, he would turn 8 shades darker. The transformation from fair Su to dark Su would irrevocably alter his presence. That night, upon learning that Cheng Li was also participating, Guo Tai retired early to bed, not uttering another word. The atmosphere in the dormitory had grown quite tense. Su Yinshe evidently grew closer to Zhou Jiangnan, while Zheng Dahong remained neutral, engrossed in his studies. If one were to express a preference, this Anhui lad found himself more comfortable among Zhou Jiangnan and the others. Recently, Guo Tai had repeatedly whispered to him about Su Yinshe's affluent background, suggesting his living standards were superior. Zhou Jiangnan also appeared to be well off, his demeanor not indicative of a typical upbringing. Moreover, both of them were handsome and talented. In the dormitory, only Guo Tai and himself belonged to the same social class, destined to unite. Zheng Dahong, however, found it baffling. Why must there be such a delineation of social strata? Zhou Jiangnan possesses an affable charm that is hard to overlook. Although Su Yinshe presents an aloof demeanor, he has never looked down upon others and consistently exhibits politeness and propriety. It is worth noting that Zhou Jiangnan has extended his assistance on numerous occasions, and during their first encounter, he was considerate enough to suggest dining at the cafeteria. Taking into account Zhou's feelings, Zheng Dahong is aware that Zhou initially proposed going to the culinary street outside the campus. Everyone here has earned their place at Linen University through merit. It is only Guo Tai who foolishly underestimates me. The heart of a young man from southern Anhui is as clear as day. He can discern who is virtuous and who is not with a mere glance. Zhou Jiangnan is fully aware of this phenomenon, but has no intention of altering it. He incessantly reminds himself to relinquish his desire to assist and to respect the destinies of others. Moreover, he is not Guo Tai's father and sees no necessity to enlighten him. In novels, protagonists possess an imposing aura that commands reverence. Regrettably, Zhou believes he lacks such a presence and does not wish to have it. The trio, each with their distinctive personalities, embraces their differences and celebrates their unique qualities. Furthermore, as university life settles into a rhythm, he must focus on earning money and embarking on entrepreneurial ventures. Who has time to meddle in trivial matters? Zhou Jiangnan privately scoffs. It is evident that Guadazwa harbors feelings for Cheng Luoi. If he likes her, he should confess. If the confession fails, he should take action. At worst, he could face imprisonment. If he is afraid to act, can he truly claim to have feelings? Ugh, what a worthless fool. The dormitories of Linen University typically lights out by 11 at night. Zhou Jiangnan swiftly finished his shower and proceeded to do laundry. In his previous life, he detested the stench of sweat that clung to him, having long since grown weary of the oppressive environment of the construction site. Should anyone in room 303 dare to carelessly toss their stinky socks, he would undoubtedly take it upon himself to rectify the situation. This is his bottom line. He will not allow any ill omen to fester in the dormitory and breed foul creatures. Chapter 79. The Four Beauties of the Freshman. Dahong, rest assured. I shall take your place in slumber, he quipped. The following morning, Zheng Dahong and Guatai left early for military training, and Su Yunshe inexplicably remarked, catching Zhou Jiangnan off guard. Who would have thought that this gentleman from Huijing harbored such a hidden side? With greater familiarity, he might even utter coarse language. How naive of me to underestimate him. Zhou Jiangnan leaped from his bed, quickly attended to his grooming, and prepared to fetch a few buns from the cafeteria. Su Yunshe lamented that he was ensnared by his bed and requested Zhou to bring back some food. Su, having decided to forego military training, seemed to have liberated his spirit. Zhou Jiangnan did not decline, readying himself to leave. Very well, remain here and do not wander. He turned and closed the door. Moments later, a furious shout erupted from within the dormitory. Zhou Jiangnan, you little fool. Zhou Jiangnan feigned ignorance. Such is the nature of aloof scholars, behaving like errant children. After indulging in delicious buns, Su Yunshe found this little fool rather agreeable and worthy of deeper acquaintance. After their meal, while en route to the news center, Su Yunshe mysteriously inquired, Jiangnan, have you heard the tale of the four beauties among the freshmen? Zhou Jiangnan shook his head. I have not. Are you among them? How could that be? I am hardly at that level. It was initiated on the school forum and decided by votes. It's only been a week since the semester started. Who could possibly have figured out all the freshmen? I suspect it was those seasoned journalists from the news center. In front of Zhou Jiangnan, Su Yunqing revealed his flamboyant nature, counting on his fingers as he evaluated. Jiang Xinyue from the School of Foreign Languages, said to be a young lady from Shenzhen. A wealthy beauty. Fang Xian from the School of Humanities, rumored to hail from Sichuan, from the same place as you. Zhao Wanwan from the Law School, an aloof goddess, also apparently from Sichuan. And then there S. Yun Shang, with a rare surname, from the School of Economics. The forum unanimously recognizes them as the four most beautiful freshmen, though I have yet to see any of them. Have you heard of Fang Xian and Zhao Wanwan? They are from the same province. Zhou Jiangnan smiled slightly. I had two classmates in high school. If they don't share the same name, I might know them. What? Damn! Su Yunqing exclaimed, his eyes widening. Your schoolmates? What do they look like? Beautiful. Oh, brother Nan, introduce me to them. Let us organize a reunion sometime. I could attend as a special guest to broaden my horizons. I knew it. How could a 19-year-old boy remain as calm as an old dog? The gentlemanly demeanor you displayed earlier is merely a facade. Ultimately, you are just a cad. Zhou Jiangnan spat in disdain, worried that another sycophant might emerge beside him. Guodazwa is already showing signs of becoming a sycophant. In the future, as market prices soar, every sycophant will bear responsibility. Stabilizing the market price is a shared duty. Hurry up, I suspect you will meet them today. Zhou Jiangnan held little curiosity about Jiang Xinyue and Yun Shang, having encountered numerous beauties in later life. Even in this lifetime, Wang Yueran is exceptionally stunning. Sigh. He suddenly felt nostalgic for his older sister. It had been over 10 days since he last saw her, and he wondered how she was doing. Su Yunqing asked in confusion, why are you sighing? Aren't you excited to see beautiful women? This fellow's aesthetic threshold is too high. Even Cheng Luoi can only be considered above average in his eyes. He must have had a rich romantic history in high school. Zhou Jiangnan shook his head, opting not to explain. Soon, they arrived at the publicity center. In a large multimedia classroom, dozens of individuals were already seated, each possessing striking appearances. The boys were somewhat handsome, and the girls were all beautiful. Zhao Wanwan and Fang Xian sat together, likely high school alumni, sharing a sense of familiarity. In a window seat was a girl with an oval face, exuding confidence and vivacity, her smile radiant, with round and perky features that were quite distinctive. Another girl appeared exquisitely petite, exuding sweetness to an excess, resembling a little lowly. These two must be the remaining members of the four beauties. Zhou Jiangnan saw it all clearly. He and Su Yunqing entered the classroom, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Cheng Luai had already arrived and couldn't help but wave. Zhou Jiangnan, Su Yunqing, over here. Su Yunqing intended to sit over there. It was quite normal for students from the same school to gather together. Just then, Fang Xin exclaimed joyfully, Jiangnan, you're here too. We are over here. This was quite a turn of events. The newly appointed belle of the School of Arts took the initiative to greet a boy, who displayed no surprise. As if they were old acquaintances. Could he possibly be her boyfriend? Su Yunqing gasped, is he truly your classmate? Indeed, we were the two prominent beauties in high school. The one who just called me is Fang Xin, and the aloof girl beside her is Zhao Wanwan. Do you wish to join me? No, it's too sudden. I'll sit with Cheng Luai over there. There's someone from the School of Computer Science. Su Yunqing's tongue faltered. He had transformed. He was becoming a sycophant. Zhou Jiangnan slapped him on the back, exasperated at his lack of ambition. What schoolflower nonsense. I, Nangu, only know how to crush flowers. He sauntered over and sat next to Fang Xin. Zhao Wanwan glanced at him, letting out a nonchalant hum, her pride apparent. The girl by the window, with a heart-shaped face, noticed the arrival of two boys. The refined-looking young man settled in the back row, while the tall one with short hair boldly sat beside Fang Xin and Zhao Wanwan, drawing some curious glances. The sweet, innocent-looking girl also scrutinized Zhou Jiangnan intently. Unfazed, he inquired of Fang Xin, you've been here for quite a while yet haven't even called me or sent a message on QQ. Are you perhaps enchanted by the allure of new faces, leaving the old behind? Fang Xin shot him a playful glare, well aware he was jesting. And she bore no anger. I've been busy. My father dropped me off at school and left immediately. I haven't even had a chance to buy a phone. All right, I shall forgive you half. Treat me to lunch to make amends for the other half. Zhou Jiangnan's mischievous nature was undeniable. Zhao Wanwan could hardly contain her disdain and interjected, Zhou Jiangnan, as a grown man, how can you expect a girl to treat you to a meal? I've never encountered such a man. Well, now you have. No interruptions, please. Zhou Jiangnan shrugged, and upon noticing her intent to continue, he raised his hand in the air. Zhao Wanwan instantly remembered their encounter on the train, where that very hand had delivered a slap to her backside. The sound was crisp and resonant. You are such a scoundrel. She ground her teeth, unable to suppress her anger whenever she saw him. Zhou Jiangnan ignored her, engaging in laughter with Fang Xin. Zhao Wanwan was seething with frustration. It had only been a couple of weeks since the law school commenced, and seniors were already attempting to flirt. This scoundrel Zhou Jiangnan had the audacity to silence her, as if she had any desire to speak with him. She couldn't forget who had once pursued her with affections. Ugh, these men are all the same. Insufferable. There is a saying that absence makes the heart grow fonder. And upon meeting once again, feelings of love and hate intertwine. The more one ponders, the more one feels as though they are carving a statue in their heart. Unbeknownst to them, one day they might find they have sculpted a perfect idol within. Love, hate, desire, and anger, regardless of the reasons. The moment one kneels to worship is the moment of defeat. She remains unaware. Chapter 80. I insist you pair with Jiang Xinyu. All right, class, please settle down. The head of the school publicity center signaled for silence, bypassing the self-introduction segment and proceeding directly to the main topic. All of you are exceptional freshmen from various colleges, and you are well aware of the purpose of our gathering. I shall proceed directly to the arrangements. The filming of this welcome promotional video is time-sensitive and entails a considerable workload. The overall planning and all scene scripts have been prepared. Your role is merely to appear and speak. However, 8 of you will require additional screen time and will need to showcase your talents separately. Those named will come to the adjoining office for further discussion. The coordinator is a decisive woman in administration, unfazed by the murmurs from the audience. As she picks up the list and begins to call out the names circled. Jiang Xinyu, Fang Xin, Yun Shang, Zhao Wanwan, Xie Xiaofeng, and Zhou Jiangnan. You 8? Come with me. The rest of you may familiarize yourselves with your lines and find your rhythm. Zhou Jiangnan follows, notably lacking the presence of Su Yunqiao, who harbors a hint of resentment in his gaze. He feels this slight against his appearance is a form of disdain towards him. Su Yunqiao, how is it that you are not on the list? Cheng Luai, you are not either, so let us refrain from mutual harm. Upon entering the neighboring office, the 8 students stand in a line, with the boys generally taller than the girls. Among the 4 girls, the one who had been sitting by the window, confident and vibrant, stands the tallest, estimated to be over 173 meters. The petite girl, reminiscent of a cute little doll, appears just over 160 meters. Among the boys, Zhou Jiangnan is the tallest, with the others measuring around 170 meters, not much of a difference. This arrangement immediately establishes a sense of hierarchy. The female coordinator, understanding the dynamics, begins to form groups. The promotional video consists of 4 representative scenes, each featuring 1 male and 1 female, paired according to height and talent. Upon hearing this, the 8 do not exhibit much enthusiasm. The boys remain indifferent, and the girls are quite reserved. The coordinator comprehends their demeanor. It is understandable. These 8 individuals are all strikingly attractive, each possessing a high degree of self-esteem, carefully considering their positions. She proceeds to assign the pairs. Zhou Jiangnan, I hear you play the piano, correct? How do you know that, teacher? Zhou Jiangnan is taken aback, having never mentioned his piano skills. You need not concern yourself with how I know. You will be paired with Jiang Xinyue, who has won a singing competition. Your talents will complement each other perfectly. No, who is Jiang Xinyue? I believe Fang Xian and I would make a splendid pair. We are old collaborators. As the saying goes, it is better to dismantle 10 temples than to disrupt a single marriage. I am a believer. I refuse to dismantle temples. But I will break up your unorthodox pairing. Is that satisfactory? As long as you are happy. The fierce expression on the coordinator's face is quite intimidating. And Zhou Jiangnan dares not continue his protests. Fang Xian's face flushes with color as she shoots him a reproachful glance. Zhao Wanwan is thoroughly amused. Unable to contain her laughter. Inexplicably, she feels a surge of excitement witnessing Zhou Jiangnan's discomfort. Following this brief interlude, the tallest girl strides over confidently, arms crossed. Her smile lacking warmth. I am Jiang Xinyue. It seems partnering with me may be a burden for you, so please endure. That is not what I meant. What did you mean? Never mind, it is of no consequence. You are quite bold. In our initial meeting, there was little in the way of formal pleasantries. The affluent young lady from the city, articulate and forthright, left Zhou Jiangnan feeling somewhat helpless as he glanced towards Fang Xian, who merely shrugged, indicating her inability to assist. Zhao Wanwan's eyes sparkled with determination as she silently cheered for Jiang Xinyue. Go for it. Exert more effort. Confront this Zhou scoundrel. Her fervor was unmistakable, and Zhou Jiangnan, well aware of her sentiments, cast her a sidelong glance, lingering momentarily on her curvaceous figure. In an instant, Zhao Wanwan was incensed. How infuriating that she hadn't protested during their train journey. The memory now felt like a humiliation, a bitter reminder of the wretched man who could be so despicable. When love called for valor, he hesitated to even brush against her. Yet when turning his back, he could strike her down without a second thought. Scoundrel! Bastard! Fang Xian partnered with Lu Zhao, while Zhao Wanwan teamed up with Xie Xiaofeng. Yun Shang and Wang Jingyuan formed another pair. The coordinators swiftly organized the remaining 3 groups, then tossed 4 sheets of paper their way, adopting a hands-off approach. Your Group S scenes will generally unfold like this, unlike the neighboring group. The specifics of your performances are up to you. I will only review the final product. Each of you not only represents the image of over 5,000 freshmen from the class of 2005 at Lenin University, but also embodies your respective majors, departments, and even provinces. I expect you to deliver your utmost excellence. I must now attend to matters next door. You are free to discuss amongst yourselves. I hope to have the performance content finalized by tomorrow morning at the latest. With that, the coordinator exited with an air of nonchalance, leaving 8 men and women exchanging glances of uncertainty. Although Zhou Jiangnan occupied their thoughts, they knew better than to display their feelings overtly. Their innocent emotions had yet to blossom. Fang Xian quickly composed herself and immersed in her role, while the others followed suit, conferring with their partners. The petite girl cast a curious glance at Zhou Jiangnan as she departed. In the vast classroom, only 2 remained, staring blankly at each other. Zhou Jiangnan reclined in his chair, unconcerned about his appearance, and addressed the scrutinizing Jiang Xinyue. Why are you staring? You're the vocalist. You decide the repertoire. And I shall play. How naive. Anyone can play the piano. The teacher selected you for a reason. Please showcase your strengths. Is it really that urgent? Right here? Of course. Is there a problem? I need to warm up a bit. Less chatter. If it comes to it, I'll play the piano, and you can dance. The contrast could work, as I've seen your dance photos in the school magazine. Quite impressive. You, a girl, speak so coarsely, Jiang Xinyue retorted with a cold smirk. Forget it. I won to embarrass myself. It's better for you to take the lead. Zhou Jiangnan retrieved his strength from his pocket, a simple signature pen. Jiang Xinyue, puzzled, asked, Is this your strength? What else would it be? Should I reveal something else? He countered. In an instant, Jiang Xinyue realized he had been alluding to something else entirely. Excellent. This is intriguing. Dare to mock me, and you shall see the consequences. She regarded him with disdain. It matters not. If you dare to reveal, I shall look. Just hope it's not shorter than this pen. Or that would be utterly embarrassing. Why is this woman so fierce? The men of Xinjiang are truly unfortunate, he thought. Never mind. She is not worth the trouble. Zhou Jiangnan unrolled a piece of paper, remaining silent. What is the matter, afraid? Is it too daunting for you? Jiang Xinyue continued. Her attention captured as she observed him begin to write. The strokes were vigorous and powerful, elegantly fluid, perfectly balanced in weight, aesthetically pleasing to the eye. With a flick of the wrist, he commanded the room, as if he could summon clouds and rain at will. In Chapter 81, Zhou Jiangnan consistently conjured new tricks, while Lu Xiaowen danced to the sound of the guqin, reminiscent of a graceful figure from yesteryears. Jiang Xinyue found herself increasingly captivated. This burly figure from the Computer Science Institute could compose songs? Indeed, such was her perception of the computer department, merely a gathering of rough men. Coming from the vibrant city of Xinjiang, she held a certain standard. Yet, she could not deny that the words Zhou Jiangnan inscribed carried a hint of the unconventional. However, for a performance, would he truly recite poetry? When he paused his writing, Jiang Xinyue remarked softly, Is this your preparation for a poetry recital with me? With you? I might as well perish. Zhou Jiangnan retorted disdainfully, casting a glance her way. Do you not appreciate the artistry of words? These are lyrics. I was struck by a moment of inspiration and decided to pen some lyrics for a tune I played during my dull moments. Care to give it a try? So, it was indeed a set of lyrics. Wait, did he just claim to have composed a tune? Could it be that this fellow had truly written a song? Jiang Xinyue, now less playful, responded with skepticism. You wrote this song? No, I dreamt of a celestial being named Su who inspired it, he replied. Su Xian? Quite similar. Do I look like someone who has never attended kindergarten? Really? She scoffed. Nonsense. Why not claim that Su Xian is you? What a jest. Su Xian dared to handle snakes. I certainly do not. Zhou Jiangnan shook his head, gesturing towards a corner. Let me play it for you. You can listen. In the multimedia classroom stood a piano. He tested the keys and then played from memory, a glimpse like a frightening swan. The melody drifted through the window, momentarily halting the filming crew next door. Others, puzzled yet enchanted by the tune, paused their conversations. The other three groups in the hallway instinctively ceased their discussions. Drawn to the sound, the song, a glimpse like a frightening swan, could be performed as a duet. Naturally, if one could dance, it would be even more splendid. Zhou Jiangnan sketched a few notes on paper, indicating the parts for each singer. Jiang Xinyue smirked slightly, boasting, Who cannot dance? I've been professionally trained for 2.5 years. This woman was quite audacious. Zhou Jiangnan felt compelled to raise the stakes. This song, sung in a t-shirt and jeans, might seem a bit out of place. It requires a touch of feminine allure, evoking the feeling of tender spring waves beneath a sorrowful bridge, as if a beautiful swan were casting its reflection. Soft and affectionate. However, one cannot have overly high expectations, for the girls at school are indeed not as enchanting as those in society. Zhou Jiangnan muttered to himself, inciting Jiang Xinyue's annoyance. She coolly retorted, Are you implying that I lack femininity? Zhou Jiangnan appraised her from head to toe, then shrugged, his body language unmistakably clear. Yes, you do. Jiang Xinyue scoffed. You must be blind. I shall don a qipao and show you what femininity truly means. She had firmly resolved to wear a qipao. It was not merely about competition. The women of Xinjiang possessed an indomitable spirit of rivalry. Zhou Jiangnan grinned, very well. Although Jiang Xinyue was suppressing her pride, she could not deny that the song was indeed splendid, especially when they attempted a duet, which resonated profoundly. Having grown up in affluence, she had received extensive training in singing, dancing, and playing musical instruments, making her stand out among her peers. Otherwise, she would not be so confidently flamboyant. As Zhou Jiangnan listened to her sing, he could not help but marvel at the vast disparities among individuals. The Scions of Wealth not only excelled academically, but also possessed remarkable overall qualities. Though Jiang Xinyue's vocal skills did not reach the professional level of Wang Yueran, she was nonetheless among the finest in amateur circles. While he pondered this, Jiang Xinyue secretly admired him. Zhou Jiangnan indeed had talent, though not a professional singer. His voice was rich in texture and brimming with emotion, making him a worthy partner. "Let us sing it again while you play," Jiang Xinyue suggested, to which Zhou Jiangnan readily agreed. With piano accompaniment, the performance captivated the onlookers even more. Zhao Wanwan felt a growing sense of frustration, gradually becoming restless. This insufferable Zhou always managed to showcase new tricks. It had only been a short while since they entered university, and he was already flaunting his skills. When writing a song for her, it was "Dear, That's Not Love," but for Jiang Xinyue, it was a glimpse of the phoenix. The new surpassing the old was too much to bear. "Forget it. Don't be angry. Don't be angry," she reminded herself. "Zhao Wanwan, you are not angry. Zhou Jiangnan is merely a despicable fellow. It is you who looks down upon him." "No, I can't help but feel irked." Here they go again, singing and locking eyes. "It's infuriating. Why don't they just kiss?" "How maddening. Had I known, I would not have come to Linen University. Zhou Jiangnan annoys me. I still have not settled the score from when he spanked me on the train, and now he is vexing me again. Oh, I can't bear to watch any longer. Such a painful sight. Destruction be upon this scene." Fong Xin observed the duet unfolding in the classroom. Although her emotions stirred somewhat, she remained more composed than Zhao Wanwan. She understood that Jiangnan was indeed a talented individual. She had recognized this since the first time she rode on his bicycle. He was so humorous and knowledgeable, familiar with cultures from all corners of the earth, able to make one laugh until tears flowed, and could even converse with her in English. She recalled the words he had inscribed in the message book: "You are the flower, you are the moon. Why speak of fleeting beauty when you are etched in my memory for life?" Fong Xin found herself entranced. Their meeting was not without serendipity, a fleeting yet profound encounter. Outside the window, the three other boys felt immense pressure. The Zhou fellow had no sense of decorum, while they all relied on their looks. He had the audacity to flaunt his talent. "Surely, I cannot take a beaker and alcohol lamp on stage to demonstrate a calcium oxide extraction reaction, can I?" Xiao Xiaofeng, a chemistry major, felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. It was unclear when the other participants from the adjacent lecture hall began to gather around. Cheng Luoyi envisioned herself clad in traditional Han attire, gracefully performing this ancient melody, conjuring a profound ambience. Su Yunche was not in a much better state. He imagined himself playing the jade flute, dancing elegantly with a stunning beauty. Damn Zhou Jiangnan, why is he not putting on a show for me? With scholarly parents steeped in academia, he had once considered himself the most distinguished figure in the computer science department. Yet now, it seemed that his 4 years of university life would be overshadowed by this insufferable presence. Just look at Cheng Luoyi. Her infatuation was palpable. She probably had even contemplated names for her future children. Women, such superficial creatures. As Zhou Jiangnan concluded his performance, Jiang Xinyue suddenly interjected with earnestness. "I believe this piece would resonate more profoundly if played on the guzheng. It would be much more fitting." Before Zhou Jiangnan could respond, she added, "Or perhaps the flute would suffice." Zhou Jiangnan, resigned, spread his hands. "I understand your reasoning, but I neither play the guzheng nor the flute. It's simply isn't perfect. You may choose someone else." Outside, Su Yunche, lost in his daydreams, couldn't contain his excitement and leaned into the doorway. "I can play the flute. Why not consider me?" Jiang Xinyue, clearly irritated, turned to him with a frosty demeanor. "You, with your modest height of 170 centimeters, think you can match me? If you seek nourishment, go home and ask your mother." This woman was utterly uncouth. Zhou Jiangnan sighed, covering his face, while Su Yunche's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Cheng Luoyi was in stitches. Chapter 82. The Arts, a glimpse of elegance. What a small, charming girl, so aesthetically pleasing, yet her speech is so vulgar. On the way back to the dormitory, Su Yunche was seething with indignation, unable to contain his grievances. There was no excuse for Jiang Xinyue's blatant insults. Hide aside. How dare she call him a thin dog? We are all robust individuals here. Who is lacking? Zhou Jiangnan stifled a laugh. Clearly, Jiang Xinyue had struck a nerve with Su Yunche. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reacted so. "Come on, Jiangnan. Has a single chi pao won you over?" "That simply wouldn't do." Zhou Jiangnan nodded in agreement. "I too find her manner rather uncouth. She should embody a bit more grace and subtlety." Su Yunche felt somewhat reassured, attempting to maintain his dignity. After all, She hailed from a wealthy family in Shanghai, reportedly with a fortune exceeding $1 billion. A touch of arrogance was understandable, yet her crude manner of speaking was entirely unexpected. With a captivating figure, she was indeed striking. But she paled in comparison to the affluent ladies he knew. What man would dare to fall for someone with such a sharp tongue? Enough, men are inherently more robust. Be magnanimous and do not stoop to their level. Zhou Jiangnan comforted him with a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Upon returning to the dormitory, Su Yunxie transformed once again into the refined young gentleman, exuding an air of tranquility, unperturbed by the earlier encounter. This pretense of an idol was indeed quite burdensome. As the two entered, Zheng Dahong could not suppress his curiosity, bombarding them with questions. Guotai feigned engrossment in a book. Yet his ears were keenly attuned to the conversation, not turning a page for quite some time. The more he listened, the more unsettled he felt. Zhou Jiangnan is surprisingly set to partner with the newly acclaimed beauty of the Foreign Languages College, Jiang Xinyue, a veritable paragon of affluence and charm. To complement his song, Jiang Xinyue is even willing to don the most figure-revealing qipao. And then there's Su Yunxie, that insufferable snob, with his delicate features reminiscent of a pampered youth, who dares to flaunt his airs as a wealthy scion while managing to secure a role in the film. It's infuriating. Guodazhou can't help but feel an intense envy. Zhou Jiangnan, oblivious to his inner turmoil, casually inquires while washing up, "Dahong, how is the military training going? Did the instructor mention anything?" "It's all good." The counselor spoke directly to the instructor. "Your absence isn't an issue," Dahong replies. "That is splendid. I was worried that our absence would affect our performance during the formation drills." Su Yunxie chimes in, and the three engage in light-hearted banter. At that moment, Guotai feels a profound sense of isolation. Throughout the military training, he has been the temporary leader among the boys. Yet Zhou Jiangnan and Su Yunxie seem to prefer consulting the less informed Xiao Zheng rather than him, which is a blatant disregard for his presence. Indeed, Zheng Dahong is Xiao Zheng, a name Guodazhou readily uses, indifferent to how it may affect Zheng Dahong's feelings. During this dormitory conversation, Guotai attempts to interject several times, but his efforts yield no fruitful responses. At best, Zhou Jiangnan offers polite exchanges devoid of any sense of camaraderie. Pondering the reasons for his exclusion, Guotai quietly retreats to bed, resolved to focus on his studies. If he cannot compete in talent or wealth, then he shall strive to excel in academics. The following morning, after each group presents their prepared performances, the female leader is quite taken aback. She had not anticipated that this year's newcomers would harbor such hidden talents, with some capable of penning such exquisite songs. Fixing her gaze on Zhou Jiangnan, with the lyrics of A Glimpse of the Phoenix in hand, she makes a bold decision. The theme of this year's welcome promotional video shall be A Glimpse of the Phoenix. For these newcomers, their encounters with the school, upperclassmen, and peers are all fresh and novel experiences. Each individual represents a unique persona. She hopes that this initial meeting, akin to a fleeting glimpse of a phoenix, will remain unforgettable for a lifetime. As she listens to Jiang Xinyue describe the song's martial spirit, her mind races and her ideas expand. Why not divide into 4 pairs of 2, mirroring the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting to craft the visuals? Yes, that's it. Regardless of ancient or modern themes, this welcome event should resemble a grand banquet showcasing the talents of the newcomers, a splendid fusion of reality and imagination. The leader enthusiastically shares her vision with the team, receiving unanimous acclaim. Consequently, the storyboard is swiftly revised and finalized, with filming commencing that afternoon. Zhou Jiangnan and Jiang Xinyue will naturally be featured in the musical segment, while Zhao Wanwan and Xie Xiaofeng will represent the visual arts. Zhou Jiangnan was truly astonished to discover that this young lady possessed a remarkable talent for painting. The art of painting requires tranquility and composure. How could she possibly blend her fiery temperament with such serenity? Quite impressive indeed. Moreover, her partner, the dashing Xie Xiaofeng, was exceptionally skilled in wielding a sword, particularly the Tai Chi sword. Zhou Jiangnan nearly believed he had been transported into the realm of the divine sword manner, momentarily rendered speechless. Unexpectedly, what followed was even more surprising. Fong Xin, the book enthusiast, was naturally required to demonstrate her calligraphy skills, and she appeared entirely unfazed by the arrangement. Zhou Jiangnan inquired, "Are you proficient in calligraphy?" Fong Xin humbly replied, "I suppose it's average. I've merely won first prize in the provincial youth category." Zhou Jiangnan was taken aback, left without words. The final group was particularly fortuitous, as the adorable lowly Yunshang was adept at playing Go. Coincidentally, her male counterpart in the group was also skilled in the game, as if it were fated. What a peculiar gathering of talents. Zhou Jiangnan silently wiped the cold sweat from his brow. The hidden depths of Linen University were truly remarkable, far surpassing the mediocre second-tier institution he had attended in his past life. Henceforth, he knew he must double his efforts. To shine brightly in front of others, one must endure hardships in private. Observing the 8 main new students sharing their unique skills, the female leader could not help but reveal a radiant smile. Vivid imagery flooded her mind. Zhou Jiangnan playing the piano in the background, Jiang Xinyue dancing gracefully in the foreground. Amidst their harmonious duet, Zhao Wanwan was splashing ink on canvas, while Feng Xian inscribed words of wisdom. Under the tree, Yunshang engaged in a game of Go. Third young master danced with his sword. Oh, what an enchanting spectacle this would create. Following this, a wave of publicity would undoubtedly follow, with external reporters leading the charge to generate significant news within the industry. Subsequently, the principal would be unable to contain his joy, leading to promotions and salary increases being merely a matter of time. Snap! By heavens, let us capture this moment now. The leader's eyes ignited with fervor, landing squarely on Zhou Jiangnan, causing him to tense up instinctively. The gaze of the teacher was indeed intimidating. He could not help but step back, using Jiang Xinyue to shield his view, which only made her tense up as well. Though this lady donned a cheapao today, surely it was excessive for him to swagger towards the back like that? What of his claims of lacking femininity? A small rascal indeed, proclaiming disinterest while his body betrayed him. Chapter 83. I can wear it. I can dance staying up late is a slow demise. Yet it can also be a source of joy. Zhou Jiangnan was undeniably reveling in it. After another hectic day, he collapsed onto his bed, delighting in the newfound life he had earned. The enchanting figure of Jiang Xinyue danced before his eyes, luminous and graceful. Clad in a delicate green-patterned qipao, she showcased a perfect and alluring silhouette. Her ample bosom appeared precariously constrained, leading down to a perfectly sculpted S-shaped waist that accentuated her astonishing curves, evoking the desire to grasp her waist and learn the art of parabolic drawing in an instant. Especially captivating was her round and voluptuous rear as she sat. Adjusting her skirt, she resembled a plump and juicy peach, utterly mesmerizing. The high heels she wore elevated her already exquisite form to new heights, rendering her figure tight and alluring, truly enticing. To speak candidly, Jiang Xinyue's figure is absolutely stunning. Her transformation captivated the entire audience. Her presence is undeniably bold. Fortunately, she possesses a sharp tongue as well. Otherwise, even the esteemed Zhou Jiangnan, who once roamed the elite clubs of the past, would find it difficult to resist such enticing allure and would inevitably succumb to her depths. Zhou Jiangnan wiped away a non-existent bead of sweat. This woman is best admired from afar, and he harbors no desire for any further interaction. Why would one wish to be a dog when one could be human? Reflecting on Jiang Xinyue's warning that if he continued to stare, she would gouge out his eyes, Zhou Jiangnan felt a surge of indignation. How could he possibly restrain his gaze when she flaunted her voluptuous curves? Known as the renowned engineer Zhou, it is well known throughout the villages that he has a lifelong passion for sports. Meanwhile, Zhao Wanwan lay restlessly in bed, unable to find slumber. During the afternoon rehearsal, she observed closely and discerned that Zhou Jiangnan seemed utterly captivated by Jiang Xinyue. The unabashed admiration in his gaze clearly indicated his fondness for her physique. What a scoundrel! What is so special about Jiang Xinyue? Is it merely her ample bosom, slender waist, and curvaceous rear? She possesses those attributes too. If there were to be any comparison, it might be her height and longer legs. Yet, she is fairer than Jiang Xinyue. Throughout the afternoon, Zhou Jiangnan scarcely acknowledged her presence, not even exchanging a word. Utterly entranced by the temptress, the boy who once blushed at merely meeting her gaze has transformed into someone so brazen. Moreover, during the afternoon shoot, after witnessing the magnetic duet between Zhou Jiangnan and Jiang Xinyue, several girls regarded him with newfound admiration. Feng Xian, without a doubt, was a latecomer to the scene, so her infatuation was entirely understandable. Even Yunshang approached him with feigned innocence, inquiring about the meaning of a fleeting glimpse, as if someone who gained admission to Linen University could be unaware of such a phrase. What a little trickster! Zhao Wanwan's frustration grew with each passing thought, her discomfort intensifying. It's merely a Chong Sam. I could wear one too. I could dance as well. I refused to believe he could resist glancing at me. Lost in her thoughts, Zhao Wanwan felt an overwhelming urge to purchase a Chong Sam immediately. Yet, she reconsidered. Jiang Xinyue had already donned one. Wouldn't that be too overtly competitive, perhaps leading others to think she was vying against Jiang Xinyue? The crucial question remained. Would Zhou Jiangnan perceive her interest in him? No, she cannot stoop to such a level. It has always been boys pursuing girls. What sense does it make for a girl to chase after a boy? Zhao Wanwan resolved to rise above Jiang Xinyue's antics. Instead, she would opt for a hanfu. She would wear it to paint, dazzling Zhou Jiangnan with her brilliance. This night, each individual harbored their own thoughts. Unbeknownst to them, those involved in the promotional shoot had begun to view this opportunity as a new battleground. In high school, they competed in academics. Now, the stakes involved talent, looks, and family background. Regardless of the contest, one thing was certain: they must never fall behind. A true gentleman, situated between heaven and earth, cannot languish indefinitely beneath others. It is often said that one must seize the opportunity for fame while it is ripe. This filming occasion presents an ideal moment for recognition. Thus, as he prepared for the final shoot, Zhou Jiangnan was taken aback upon entering the multimedia classroom. The room was filled with meticulously dressed individuals, each exuding poise. Notably, the young women were adorned with makeup and changing outfits. Zhao Wanwan, clad in a vibrant hanfu, radiated charm and grace. Even Fong Xin, who typically favored a natural look, appeared transformed, sporting delicate makeup and a ribbon in her hair. Zhou Jiangnan scratched his head and stepped back outside, glancing at the door sign. Indeed, it was the multimedia classroom. He had not erred. At that moment, Su Yinshe waved at him. Jiangnan, why are you so late? You woke up at 6 this morning just for this. Zhou Jiangnan could only gesture towards Su's hair in bemusement. This playful Su, rising earlier than even the military training dogs, had scurried out without waiting for him. He pondered why they hadn't waited together, given that the filming was scheduled to commence at 9. Now, seeing Su's new hairstyle, it dawned on Zhou Jiangnan that he had gone to get his hair done. Yinshe, you have changed. You are no longer the same. Su Yinshe smiled confidently, surveying the assembled company, and remarked softly, faced with such a crowd of handsome men and beautiful women, I feel quite pressured. I must present my best self for the challenge. What do you think of my flute-blowing appearance? Does it not exude the essence of a transcendent warrior in white? Observing Su's eager demeanor, Zhou Jiangnan felt reluctant to dampen his spirits, so he nodded in agreement. Indeed, quite spirited. Su Yinshe, thoroughly pleased, could not contain his exuberance. I knew it. I am the most handsome in room 303, ha! Zhou Jiangnan, initially intent on refraining from teasing, could not resist retorting. Blowing a flute relies on the mouth, not the head. With that girlish sideswept bang, are you preparing to play a different kind of flute? This remark left the others puzzled, except for the lowly-like Yunshang, who burst into laughter, her true nature as a fangirl revealed. Jiang Xinyue pondered for a moment and grasped Zhou Jiangnan's implication, the imagery vivid in her mind, and she couldn't help but mutter a curse under her breath. Su Yunch's face flushed crimson, wishing he could silence his cheeky roommate. Zhou Jiangnan had a way with words that could irk anyone, his tongue sharp and sarcastic. Turning away, he preferred to admire Chung Loi instead. Hey, you got your hair done without inviting me. Zhou Jiangnan chuckled, feeling revitalized as he took a seat beside Jiang Xinyue. Awaiting the arrival of the person in charge, Jiang Xinyue frowned. Is this how you show up? Is there a problem? Zhou Jiangnan inquired. Could you not pay attention? Everyone else is dressed up, and you show up in a worn-out t-shirt. It will detract from the overall effect. The more she looked, the more discomfort Jiang Xinyue felt. Commanding, no, you must change into proper attire before returning. This isn't a beauty pageant. If you don't change, it's settled. Are you going or not? Lacking funds and impoverished, unable to afford attractive attire, Zhou Jiangnan reclined comfortably with his hands clasped behind his head, utterly unconcerned by his large, bright eyes. Jiang Xinyue felt a mix of anger and powerlessness. After a few days of interaction, she had come to realize that the scoundrel before her was nothing more than a rogue. He could not be pushed too hard, for that would render him unproductive. Yet, if she eased the pressure, he would simply slack off. After enduring much, she could no longer tolerate the desecration of a flawless performance and pulled out her phone to dial a number. Please send over a set of men's clothing. complete with a Zhongshan suit. He is a bit over 1.8 meters tall. Wait, I'm not sure. Zhou Jiangnan, how much do you weigh? Oh, around 140 pounds. Good, make haste immediately. Chapter 84. I do not rely on others. Zhou Jiangnan was left speechless. What was Jiang Xinyue up to? Was she truly buying me clothes? Good heavens, are wealthy beauties this ostentatious? It's merely a promotional video shoot. Must it be such a grand affair? Why are you staring at me? Jiang Xinyue ended the call, glaring at him with displeasure. I cannot allow a single rotten apple to spoil the whole barrel. Such a splendid song, such brilliant creativity, and so many dedicated classmates. None should have their efforts diminished by your shortcomings. Look at this, the t-shirt is frayed, and your blue jeans have been washed to oblivion. How can this possibly create a stunning impression? More like a shocking one. Jiang Xinyue lamented, while Su Yunche felt elated. Zhao Wanwan was equally thrilled. Yes, precisely. Let us take Zhou Jiangnan down a notch. After listening for a while, Zhou Jiangnan couldn't help but interject. Jiang classmate, are you suggesting that you would support me? Before Jiang Xinyue could respond, he added awkwardly, I do not rely on others. The multimedia classroom fell into an instant silence. Jiang Xinyue gazed at this shameless man in disbelief, her astonishment rendering her momentarily speechless, her eyes filled with incredulity. Where is your dignity? At over 1.8 meters tall, with limbs intact, you dare to ask for my support? How can such a scoundrel produce a masterpiece like a stunning impression? Heaven must be blind to have bestowed talent upon such a fool. The other students were equally taken aback, except for Zhao Wanwan and Fang Xian, who were familiar with Zhou Jiangnan. Everyone else stared wide-eyed, mirroring Jiang Xinyue's expression. The silence was fleeting, quickly replaced by uproarious laughter. Ha ha ha, this is too hilarious. Sister you should cook the rice a bit harder, so he learns to eat it properly. With the firmest tone, yet the most tender words, Zhou classmate, you are truly remarkable. I admire you. What do you mean by class flower? She's now one of the newly crowned campus beauties. Get it right. The classroom buzzed with a joyful atmosphere. Fang Xian looked at Zhou Jiangnan with playful reproach. This joker always managed to stir up some mischief. Zhao Wanwan was in high spirits, relishing Jiang Xinyue's increasing disdain for Zhou Jiangnan. Just as everyone anticipated a dramatic outburst from the wealthy heiress, she smiled sweetly and casually remarked, Dream on, mutt. Su Yunche rejoiced. When is there a night without the moon? Where is there a place devoid of handsome men? However, there are but few individuals like us. This little rascal has finally been named by Jiang Xinyue. How delightful. Words aside, the commotion continued. A set of Zhongshan suits was swiftly delivered. Jiang Xinyue tossed the attire in front of Zhou Jiangnan, instructing him to change. Without hesitation, Zhou Jiangnan took the clothes and made his way to the men's restroom. Moments later, he returned to the classroom, and the girls were instantly captivated, their gazes fixated on this charming figure. Dashing, adorned in the Zhongshan suit, he exuded an air of elegance and refinement. Jiang Xinyue nodded in satisfaction, deeming him worthy of her qipao. Zhao Wanwan, however, was discontent. Why was he not donning hanfu to match her? How vexing. Just as the tension rose, the coordinator finally arrived. Observing the spirited assembly, her mood brightened considerably. Today marked the final day. After days of collaboration, they were all to unite as one. The venue had been set, and the lighting was in position. Filming commenced. Everyone exerted their utmost effort, and the shoot was nearly perfect on the first attempt. Once completed, the group took a collective photograph, followed by individual snapshots. Zhou Jiangnan and Fang Xian captured several images together, with him embodying a sunlit charm and her radiating gentle grace, eliciting envy from onlookers. Jiang Xinyue also took a moment to pose with him as a keepsake. Zhao Wanwan fidgeted for a considerable time. As the event neared its conclusion, Zhou Jiangnan, that insufferable scoundrel, appeared ready to depart, prompting her to act. Zhou Jiangnan, everyone has taken photos. Let us have one as well. Zhou Jiangnan regarded her. The proud little princess stood with her hands behind her back, head bowed, playfully kicking pebbles on the lawn. To compliment her hanfu, she had styled her hair in an elegant updo, with gentle strands framing her face, her demeanor modest and demure, akin to a bashful bride, ethereal in presence. Such a sight was unprecedented, perhaps only existing in the fantasies of past admirers. Were it not for his understanding of Zhao Wanwan's proud nature, he might have believed she had changed her disposition. Did we not already take a group photo? Do you still want to take one with me? He queried. If you are unwilling, then never mind. He turned to leave, but Zhao Wanwan, in a fit of frustration, called out, "Wait, just one photo." "Fine." She pointed toward the grand willow by the lake. The two struck a pose, Zhou Jiangnan tilting her head toward him. The photographer quickly clicked the shutter, capturing the enchanting beauty of the scene, her smile sweet and shy. "All right, I must return the clothes to Jiang the Wealthy. Farewell. Feng Xian, I am leaving now. If anything arises, just call me. Bye." Without waiting for a response, Zhou Jiangnan dashed back to the restroom, changed out of the suit, folded it neatly, and returned it to Jiang Xinyue. "Here, thank you for the generous sponsorship, Jiang the Great Wealthy. Love you." Jiang Xinyue's brows furrowed, a shiver running down her spine as she disdainfully retorted, "Get lost. Just looking at you is irritating. A fine talent wasted on being a scoundrel." Zhou Jiangnan chuckled and turned to leave, but she called after him, "Take the clothes with you. Why would I keep something you've worn?" "I'll wash it and gift it to your man," he replied playfully. "I harbor no affection for men. Should you continue with your nonsensical prattle, I might very well resort to violence. However, dear wealthy lady, I jest not. That garment you offer must surely be quite expensive. Are you genuinely willing to bestow it upon me? Who else could don such a tailored piece crafted to your specifications? Let it be regarded as a token of gratitude for bringing joy to this young lady. Your kindness leaves me at a loss for how to reciprocate. If it troubles you so, why not gift me the song A Glimpse of Elegance instead, and we shall settle our accounts. Dear affluent lady, I anticipated that our recent acquaintance might foster some sentiment, yet it appears to reduce to mere commerce." Silence. "Do you wish for me to cast you into the lake?" "Yes. Thank you, dear wealthy lady. I welcome you to continue to support me in the future. Away with you. One cannot expect pearls from a dog's mouth." For the moment, Su Yinshe has no intention of returning to the dormitory. His social circle is expanding and requires further consolidation. Cheng Luai gazes at the retreating figure of Zhou Jiangnan, yearning to voice her thoughts, yet finding herself at a loss, resorting only to a frustrated stamp of her foot. It is not feasible for everyone to maintain the nonchalance exhibited by Zhou, who makes his debut on the big screen. None involved in the filming are certain of the quality of their performances. A multitude surrounds the photographer, clamoring for answers. When will the final cut be released? Can we preview it first? May we at least see the photographs? The photographer dares not utter a word. Without the supervisor's guidance, he cannot make any promises. I truly do not know. Following the military training performance, the welcome party will ensue, and the promotional video must be prepared by then. It is but a few days away. You shall see it. Preserving a modicum of surprise is not amiss, is it? I shall organize the photographs as swiftly as possible, so refrain from pressuring me. The photographer fled in haste. Being encircled by a throng of beautiful women is far from a favorable situation. Chapter 85. Captivating the audience as September wanes, the autumnal essence envelopes Jiangnan. At Linen University, the yellow leaves cascade gracefully, occasionally producing a soft rustle amidst the woods. The first class of the computer science program did not secure first place in the military training performance, but neither did they come in last. They struck a balance. After a fortnight of sweltering heat, the long-anticipated welcome party for the newcomers finally arrives. The timing is impeccable, devoid of rain or wind, with the crisp autumn air invigorating all. Organized by the college and overseen by the counselors, all new students from the computing department are present, seated dutifully within the venue. Soon, the festivities commence in earnest. Without delay, the host invites everyone to view the promotional video showcasing the new students' talents. A melodic piano piece begins, imbued with the elegance of traditional Chinese music. As a powerful male voice resonates, the scene unfolds, revealing a young man clad in a Zhongshan suit, seated at the piano, his visage obscured. A microphone stands before him, indicating that he is both playing and singing. Su Yinshe nudges Zhou Jiangnan. "Soft rice brother, it's your turn to shine. Impressive." "Is that Jiangnan playing the piano? And why is he called Soft Rice Brother?" Zheng Dahong inquires, echoing Guatai's curiosity. "Indeed, it is he. As for the moniker, it stems from his penchant for living off others," Jiang Xinyue interjects, "and that Zhongshan suit was a gift from her. Is it permissible for one to act with impunity simply because of good looks?" Guodaz's fragile heart was once again jolted, yearning for a soul exchange. Zheng Dahong, however, was less preoccupied, merely marveling at the prowess of the esteemed figure. Indeed, moments later, subtitles graced the screen. A glimpse of the beautiful lyrics. Zhou Jiangnan, composition, Zhou Jiangnan. Performed by Zhou Jiangnan, Jiang Xinyue. The camera randomly zoomed in on Zhou, who was skillfully playing the piano, followed by a few words. Computer science major. Freshman class of 2005, Zhou Jiangnan. The classroom erupted in excitement. Goodness gracious! We have such a remarkable talent among us. How astonishing! Moreover, this song is truly delightful. Amidst the astonishment, the male voice concluded the song. The screen then revealed an enchanting woman clad in a qipao, exuding grace with a slender waist and curvaceous silhouette. The qipao, slit to the thigh, occasionally revealed a glimpse of her fair skin, accentuating her alluring figure and causing the venue to erupt with applause. Cheers erupted from the audience, echoing all the way to the senior dormitory. What on earth are these little rascals squealing about? It's just a welcome party. Is it necessary to be this excited? Indeed, it startled me. Having been through it ourselves, their excitement is understandable. Weren't we equally exuberant back then? In time, they shall face the rigors of academia. I must admit, it makes me want to witness it myself. How can the beauty of the landscape compare to the scenery you provide me? In the video, Jiang Xinyue radiated her charisma as she began to duet with Zhou Jiangnan. The scene shifted to a lakeside beneath the willows, where Yunshang and a male student were engrossed in a game of Go. School of Economics, class of 2005. Yunshang. School of Architecture, class of 2005, Wuiji. The board displayed a clear contrast between black and white pieces, alternating with each move. To those unversed in the game, the scene appeared beautiful. To the discerning, it was evident that both players possessed exceptional skill, far from ordinary. The camera drew closer, revealing a breathtaking beauty in traditional Han attire, painting by the lakeside, her canvas depicting an ink-wash landscape. Were it not for the fool nearby brandishing a sword, the scene would have been even more exquisite. Who is that sword dancer, moving so slowly? Has he not eaten? Lacking in culture. One should know that he is practicing Tai Chi swordplay, which emphasizes slowness and tranquility to counteract motion. I care not what he is performing. Dancing around the ferry like a fool disrupts the ambience, and I wish to throttle him. He must be on site. Where is he? Seated among the crowd. CS Xiaofeng immediately tightened his hood, concealing his head within. It is the fault of that female leader who insisted he perform the sword dance. He had thought himself quite dashing at the time, yet now, watching the footage, he felt utterly mortified. Moreover, as fate would have it, the subtitles appeared promptly. Law School. Class of 2005, Zhao Wanwan. Chemical Engineering, Class of 2005, CS Xiaofeng. Suddenly, laughter erupted from the crowd. Ha ha ha, CS Xiaofeng. No wonder they wanted you to dance the sword. You are the third young master. The third young master is truly ridiculous. Amidst the teasing, a roommate couldn't help but elbow him. Xiaofeng, it seems you've become famous. Be quiet. Do not utter my name. I must not be discovered. CS Xiaofeng had never felt such abhorrence for the name bestowed upon him by his parents as he did at that moment. What shall I be called then? Zhang Wuji is acceptable, and Zhou Jiangnan is equally fine. Do as you please. It is more fitting to call it Yao Mao. It matters not. Please refrain from using my real name. I sincerely beg of you. I would be most grateful. As CS Xiaofeng gazed at the figure on the screen, the true jester revealed itself to be none other than himself. No wonder the female supervisor had looked at him with such sympathy the other day, always hesitant to speak. He had thought his charm had captivated her, but it was this reason instead. Cursed be it, how he longed to confront her fiercely. CS Xiaofeng shrank his head like a turtle, believing that if he did not emerge, he would not be seen. As the melodious song echoed, the camera steadily advanced. The gentle and graceful Fong Xin approached the painting, her brush dancing across the canvas. Her grand inscription adorned the artwork, serving as a brilliant highlight that complemented the piece. The school leaders nodded in approval. This new cohort of students truly displayed remarkable talent. Xiang Jun, your planning abilities are exceptional. It seems a bit beneath you to be in the news center. At the principal's remark, the female supervisor felt warmth flood her heart. It had not been an easy journey. After 3 years of waiting, she had finally secured this opportunity. Indeed, Xiang Jun was she, the renowned demoness of Lingda, Qian Xiangjuan, yet she was but in her early 30s. The promotional video concluded, leaving the audience lingering in its afterglow. The allure of the song lingered, as the composer was undoubtedly a man of extraordinary talent. Furthermore, the 4 beauties of the new students graced the screen, each radiating distinct charm, be it vibrant, gentle, playful, or aloof. Each possessed a striking individuality, unforgettable after a mere glance. How beautiful! Ling and University, lacking a music academy, still boasted such enchanting maidens. The journey was indeed worthwhile. The wealthy heirs among the freshmen were already preparing to make their move. Jiang, Zhao, Fang, and Yun were four exquisite beauties. To take any one of them out would be a source of great pride. A man's worth is often reflected in the quality of the women by his side. University life entails not only studying, but practical experiences as well. The profound depths of biology cannot be fully comprehended without personal exploration and inquiry. In parallel, the female students were also inquiring about the boys featured on screen. Undoubtedly, Zhou Jiangnan was the most frequently mentioned. Ah, he is the soft rice prince. If you cannot capture his attention, do not bother asking. Jiang Xinyue's chosen man is set. Do not harbor such thoughts. Better consider me instead. From the School of Management. Destined for a future of receding hairlines. Zhou Jiangnan's reputation suffered due to the envy of the boys, their fists clenched in jealousy. To be unenvied is to be mediocre. Chapter 86. Nightly Conversations in the Girls' Dormitory. Jiang. They say Zhou Jiangnan is your designated treasure, and you even prepared a set of Republican-era attire for him. Is it true? Upon returning to the dormitory, her roommates surrounded Jiang Xinyue, buzzing with questions, leaving her utterly perplexed. The wealthy girl furrowed her brow, inquiring about the reason, and then erupted in anger. Which scoundrel has tarnished my reputation behind my back? Her roommates remained silent, merely watching her with unkind eyes. What are you all staring at? Do I appear to be in need of a man? The affluent lady, adorned with long black hair, dons a sleek black ensemble complemented by a stylish black jacket. Her lower attire consists of petite black shorts paired with knee-high black boots, revealing only a glimpse of her fair thigh, exuding an aura of a mesmerizing queen. Yet, even queens require companions, as evidenced by her donning a chi pao for him. The notion of a female emperor is a dream cherished by countless men. Meanwhile, her roommates, fervently indulging in gossip, leave Jiang Xinyue exasperated, lamenting the foolishness of their discussions. With a weary roll of her eyes, she slumps into her chair, sighing as she points to her shoulder. Alas, my shoulder aches, and the pain leaves me disinclined to speak. Let us refrain from discussing Zhou Jiangnan. Oh, come now, Yuejia. Allow me to give you a massage. Do continue. I'm all ears, one roommate interjects. Indeed, your feet must be weary as well. I, Gao Shui, shall willingly transform into a strong man. I trust His Majesty won't mind my assistance in removing your boots? Another chimes in. Unlike you, Yuejia, I am certain you must be famished. I just so happen to have packed some fried chicken. Let me feed you. As the gossip ignites, Jiang Xinyue observes her roommates' eager faces, relishing the moment with her eyes closed. To her surprise, a sultry sigh escapes her lips. After a brief indulgence, she finally speaks. Zhou Jiangnan and I share a pure friendship. He is not to my taste, nor am I his. Is that truly the case? You've gifted him clothes. Who would believe you have no feelings for him? Do you genuinely not like him? Gao Shui inquires, kneading her thigh while marveling at its length and fairness. Miss Gao, may I inquire what my nickname is? The affluent lady. Precisely. Does a wealthy woman need a reason to gift someone? A mere outfit in exchange for a song is quite the lucrative deal. Jiang Xinyue responds with an air of pride. My family possesses vast enterprises, and my mother wields considerable influence at the Municipal Development Committee in Shenxing. My grandparents, having participated in the war, are esteemed figures. For any tomcat to aspire to be my partner would be nothing short of a farce. To be my man, one must possess genuine strength. Zhou Jiangnan possesses talent, has a pleasant disposition, and is quite handsome, yet his family background is galaxies apart from mine, making it unsuitable. The affluent lady, while occasionally sentimental, is predominantly rational. Wow, amidst the school days, not a single boy has garnered your praise. It seems Zhou Jiangnan is indeed exceptional. The standards of a wealthy lady are too lofty for me to meet. If you dismiss him, I may just make my move, giggling mischievously. The affluent lady has personally certified him, thus consider him a quality find. I claim him, so do not covet. With the conversation taking an intriguing turn, the trio loses interest in their massage duties, each dispersing. Hey, are you all so pragmatic? Jiang Xinyue feels unsettled, wishing for just a few more needs. Indeed, affluent lady, why not tend to yourself and rest? Her roommates retreat to their beds, shedding their garments with ease, skillfully wrapping themselves in their blankets. Meanwhile, Zhao Wanwan returns to the dormitory, facing a similar predicament. However, she is distinct. She declares her utmost disdain for Zhou Jiangnan, whom she perceives as merely adept in language arts, having already encountered him in high school. Her stubbornness is emblematic of her tenacity. What? You were high school classmates? Indeed. He once sat behind me in class, but he was not the same person back in high school as he is now. How so? Zhao Wanwan was about to reveal that he once harbored a fervent affection for her, but the words faltered on her lips, her mood dissipating in an instant. Affection belongs to the past, and love is but a fleeting illusion. The current Zhou Jiangnan does not hold any fondness for her. Politeness has become the greatest chasm between them, a distance she acutely senses. Moreover, he likely does not even favor Fong Xian. Her silent admiration is of no consequence, as she trusts her instincts. Not to mention the ephemeral connections with Jiang Xinyue and Yun Shang, whose allure is undeniable, charming, affluent, adorable, and gentle, yet Zhou Jiangnan seems untouched by their charms. He has concealed himself so profoundly, wrapped in layers of emotional armor. His heart, sealed like concrete, is impervious to even the sharpest of sentiments. A man who can brazenly peddle alluring stockings and undergarments has reached a certain state of indifference, entirely unbothered by external perceptions, indulging only in the pleasures of existence. Ironically, it is this very detachment that renders him even more captivating. As the saying goes, bad boys are irresistible to women, and a man who is both wicked and talented naturally draws women in even deeper, as difficult to access as a fine vintage wine. Zhao Wanwan recalled Jiang Xinyue's graceful qipao, unable to suppress a disdainful hum. What of a larger rear or a provocative waist? In Zhou Jiangnan's eyes, only desire exists. He appears jovial, laughing heartily each day, yet it is merely a facade. Though he seems approachable with every girl, a profound distance remains. His laughter may simply serve as a protective guise. Suddenly, Zhao Wanwan felt a pang of regret. She perceived herself as the catalyst for Zhou Jiangnan's transformation. Yet, with her pride, she was unwilling to concede, feeling no obligation to do so. After all, she was not in the wrong. Why should she accept love letters simply because they were written? If one cannot bear rejection, it merely indicates their own frailty. The current Zhou Jiangnan feels like a stranger to her. Observing her eager roommate, Zhao Wanwan twirled her hair and calmly stated, "He underwent a drastic change during our senior year, suddenly excelling in basketball, composing songs, playing the piano, engaging in witty banter in English, and even dramatically improving his grades. He surged from the 600s to the top 300 in the second assessment, and then into the top 50 in the third, achieving 37th place. Eventually, he secured third place in the college entrance examination with a remarkable score of 699. Such a high score. Surely he could attend Tsinghua or Peking University. Why not? I understand now, Wanwan. It must be because of you, right? He came to Linen to pursue you? No, he was unaware that I applied to Linen University. I do not know the specific reasons myself." Zhao Wanwan shook her head, feeling a twinge of disappointment. "Never mind. Let's not discuss Zhou Jiangnan any longer. Let us talk about others instead." Noticing her shift in mood, her roommate sought to divert the conversation. "Why not speak of your filming partner, the third young master? Xie Xiaofeng? What of him? He has gained fame as the romantic, the illustrious third young master. Ha ha ha." In the same female dormitory, the girls from the Department of Humanities were also engaging in late-night conversations. "Xinshin, I heard Zhou Jiangnan is also from Sichuan. Do you know him?" "Yes. We attended the same high school." "Ah, how fortuitous. I perceive that you are most perfectly matched. The gentleman is both handsome and talented, while the lady exudes grace and beauty. Is it not serendipitous?" A faint smile graced Fong Xian's lips as memories flooded her mind. The lady in red and her friend in white, singing together at dawn and sharing wine at dusk. The world may say I am enamored with Jiangnan, yet in truth, I am infatuated with a certain individual from Jiangnan. He is indeed a remarkable person. As Fong Xian reclined upon her bed, she recounted the dazzling tales of her classmate, Zhou Jiangnan. For the beauty of flowers evokes thoughts of enchanting maidens, while the moon stirs memories of dear friends. Those flowers represent me, as does the moon. Since encountering you, I have become the best version of myself. The snow calls to noble scholars, and wine conjures images of chivalrous heroes. That snow is you, and that wine is also you. I hope I shall not merely be a fleeting guest in your life. Chapter 87. Selection of Class Committee Members. A sleepless night ensued. Studies, entrepreneurship, social interactions, and work, Amidst the tapestry of youth, it is often love that leaves an indelible mark. Thus, on the forum of Linen University, an MV showcasing the breathtaking beauty of the new students has already been uploaded. It encapsulates the dreams of youth. Although the image quality may lack clarity, it does not diminish the brilliance of this cohort, adding an ethereal beauty to their allure. The four great beauties have spread like wildfire. The talented scion, living off the fruits of others' labor, has gained notoriety. The flute-playing immortal has garnered a modest reputation. The sword-dancing young master is somewhat of a rogue. Senior students are perplexed, unable to fathom why this year's newcomers shine so resplendently. Meanwhile, the overly alluring senior sisters, upon seeing a throng of youthful lads, can only feel a chill within their palaces. With so many dashing young gentlemen, one could be tempted to savor them one by one. The clubs are soon to commence their recruitment. It is imperative to draw them in. How delightful it would be to share daily companionship and feast one's eyes, regardless of the fervor within the forum. Zhou Jiangnan's fame has undoubtedly spread with the release of a single song. Many are aware that the School of Information has welcomed a new prodigy, a master of thriving on the efforts of others. After a clamor lasting over half a month, with the Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day approaching, the freshmen are finally set to commence their classes. However, prior to that, the selection of class committee members must take place. The counselor has been quietly observing for several days and has developed a list of potential candidates. Thus, the second class meeting for the computer science class of 2005 was convened punctually the day following the welcome gala. Wherever there are people, there exists a realm of influence. This realm is a marketplace of fame and fortune. In light of their recent standout performances, the names Zhou Jiangnan, Su Yunch, and Cheng Luai have been quietly etched into the minds of many. In contrast, Guatai, known as Guadazhua, also enjoys a notorious reputation. After all, even infamy is still a form of recognition. Counselor Gu Qing stood upon the stage, awaiting nominations for class committee candidates, with eager eyes lingering on a select few, clearly hoping they would recommend themselves. Zhou Jiangnan resolutely lowered his head. "No, I am disinterested. Do not perceive my presence." "Who, pray tell, desires to be a class committee member? I have no intentions of pursuing a civil service career. Such opportunities are better left for others." Zhou has always embodied the spirit of Kong Rong. His thoughts were straightforward: diligently study his major, then roll up his sleeves and embark on projects. The year 2005 is indeed the golden decade for the rise of the internet. Friendship apps, shared transportation models, and short video social platforms. There exists a plethora of lucrative projects awaiting development. Who possesses the time to meddle in the trivial matters of others? Anyone can assume the role of class committee member. Just don't involve me. Do not inquire. The answer is simply a lack of time. However, Murphy's Law reminds us that the more one worries about misfortune, the more likely it is to manifest. After a considerable duration, only 3 individuals had the audacity to volunteer, falling significantly short of Gu Qing's expectations. The roles of class monitor, deputy monitor, youth league secretary, cultural and sports committee member, academic committee member, and publicity committee member require at least 6 candidates. Presently, only Guatai, Cheng Luoi, and Zhang Hua have signed up. While the individuals Gu Qing held in high regard, Su Yunche and Zhou Jiangnan, seemed utterly disinterested, one gazing at the ceiling and the other staring at the ground. What insight could one derive from the ceiling or floor? Their apparent indifference was unmistakable. Witnessing this scene ignited a surge of frustration within Gu Qing. "No, I shall insist on this. Su Yunche, are there flowers on the ceiling?" No, I am merely contemplating life. After over 30 years of existence, I have yet to grasp its essence. What profound thoughts could a mere 19-year-old conjure? As a candidate for the class committee, you are certainly one of them. The counselor. Su Yunche attempted to protest, but Gu Qing's raised brow instantly subdued him. "Very well, I shall yield to her." Su Yunche glanced towards Zhou Jiangnan, who remained lost in his own world, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. "Excellent. I am pleased to see that Su Yunche has taken the initiative to volunteer. Are there any other classmates willing to serve?" Silence ensued, rendering the atmosphere palpably awkward. "Fear not, for it is quite normal for students at Linen University to prioritize academic pursuits over class leadership roles," Gu Qing asserted, striving to maintain her dignity. A moment later, she continued, "I believe our class possesses a strong sense of collective honor, as evidenced during military training." Cheng Luai persevered despite feeling unwell. Guotai tirelessly ran errands for everyone. Qi Gongqiang, on the verge of heat stroke, refused to leave. Many others exemplify commendable dedication. Do not be modest, step forward. The audience remained silent, and Gu Qing's composure began to falter. What is this? Are we all merely a collection of stubborn peas, impossible to soften or break? Angered, she felt a deep-seated frustration. How peculiar. In over a decade of my career, I have never encountered such a lack of ambition within a class. Gu Qing's indignation was palpable. Very well, if you compel me, I shall resort to random selection. It seemed everyone was overly modest. Thus, random selection it would be. Gu Qing's silent smirk emerged. Zhou Jiangnan suddenly froze. Random selection? He was well acquainted with this concept. Regardless, it always seemed to land on him. Indeed, the clandestine selection process commenced. Zhou Jiangnan, present. Consider yourself counted. Surely, you do not wish for our class to remain disorganized? Counselor, I am not being modest. As a child from a remote mountainous region, how could I possibly serve as a committee member? I believe it would be wiser to seek someone more qualified. Huh? A child from the mountains can access a piano, utilize a mobile phone, wear Adidas? Gu Qing scoffed. Is that your idea of modesty? I shan't expose you. Indeed. Director Gu, that is the Adidas king. Zhou Jiangnan, still wishing to decline further, was interrupted by Guotai, who could no longer contain himself. Enough, Zhou the Talented. It is rumored that you have been taken under the wing of a wealthy woman from Shunqing, living a life free from worry, with an abundance of cash at your disposal. Hurry up and come up here. Do not waste everyone's time. Laughter erupted among the crowd, leaving Gu Qing in a state of bewilderment. How absurd. Having just gained admission to university, you choose to take shortcuts, unwilling to strive at such a tender age. You are bringing disgrace to Linen University. Gu Qing, often preoccupied with her busy schedule and lacking the time to browse forums, was unaware of the origins of this jest and took it to heart. She slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming in anger, the class committee election is paused. Zhou Jiangnan, step outside with me. With that, she turned and stormed out, leaving Zhou Jiangnan no time to explain as he hurriedly followed her. He was genuinely enraged. Casual banter among friends in the dormitory was one thing, but to utter such words in front of a clearly traditional counselor in this context, what was he thinking? Such insolence, he mused, could only lead to trouble. Guotai felt a chill from the look Zhou Jiangnan cast at him, realizing that he might indeed be furious. He couldn't quite understand why he felt this way recently. Seeing his roommate steal the spotlight left him feeling unbalanced and eager to argue. It was jealousy, pure and simple. Come on, I was just joking. You can't really be angry. That would be too petty, Guotai reassured himself, then continued to stand on stage as if nothing had happened. Su Yunche subtly shifted to the right, fearing that he might catch the foolishness from Guotai. Having a fool in the dormitory was truly vexing. Chapter 88. If you don't become class leader, who will? After an indeterminate amount of time, as impatience grew among the onlookers, Gu Qing and Zhou Jiangnan finally returned from outside the classroom. Gu Qing wore a smile, while Zhou Jiangnan trailed behind with his head hung low, clearly subdued. He took small steps to the podium, standing next to Su Yunche, resembling a monkey on display, awaiting its turn to perform. It was both aggravating and cramped. With such a large podium, why did it feel so confined? Zhou Jiangnan turned his head to see Guotai standing with his legs apart, fists clenched, chest puffed out like a soldier from a foreign land, which only served to irritate him further. Move over a bit. Are you posing for a talent show? He snapped. Guotai, taken aback, was momentarily at a loss, having never encountered Zhou Jiangnan's biting sarcasm before. After spending more than half a month together, Zhou Jiangnan had always been amiable and warm, exuding a gentle demeanor that felt like a breath of spring. It was unfathomable to him that, now enraged, he could deliver such merciless retorts. Su Yunche bit his lip to suppress his laughter, signaling for Guotai to adjust his stance. Guotai, somewhat displeased, countered Zhou Jiangnan. Can't you express yourself without being rude? Am I in your way? You certainly are. Zhou Jiangnan replied sharply. Don't think that just because you can write songs and play the piano, everyone will adore you. Is that your belief of superiority? Indeed, I am remarkable. If you're unhappy, come and take a bite. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Su Yunche thought to himself that they were all from the same dormitory. And given that they were in front of the entire class, it would not bode well to escalate matters. He thus urged, forget it, Jiang Nanjun. Don't stoop to his level. Dazwa speaks without thinking. Let us treat it as a joke. To his surprise, before Zhou Jiangnan could respond, Guotai exploded. Su Yunche, what makes you so important with your measly money? Who are you calling brainless? You and Zhou Jiangnan are just ganging up on me, aren't you? For heaven's sake, when have I ever bullied you? You're utterly insufferable, with an emotional intelligence that's alarmingly low. Su Yunche felt as though he was pressing a warm face against a cold backside. He had never held Guotai in high regard, and his displeasure had only intensified. He cast a disdainful glance at him and turned away, refusing to engage further. The murmurs of the trio were too quiet for the audience to discern, leaving them with a sense of unease. Only Zheng Dahong comprehended the situation and made an educated guess about their discourse. Yet he felt powerless to intervene and could only manage a wry smile. It was unfortunate. While other university dormitories fostered a familial harmony, his own was plagued by such an inconsiderate individual. Zheng Dahong also harbored his own grievances against Guotai. The man's emotional intelligence was truly abysmal. In his attempts to showcase himself, he often overexerted. His pride was excessively inflated, and his actions were consistently self-centered, disregarding the feelings of others. The current predicament made Zheng Dahong ponder how they would resolve these tensions once they returned to their dormitory. Just the thought was distressing. Gu Qing, having not caught the previous exchange, inquired, "What were you all discussing?" Zhou Jiangnan replied with a smile, "Nothing much. If we don't proceed with the elections soon, it will be lunchtime, and I'm quite hungry." Gu Qing considered this and subsequently called upon 3 more individuals to join, gathering 8 in total to commence the differential voting process. They marked their choices on paper, casting anonymous ballots, and drawing tally marks. After counting over 20 ballots, Zhou Jiangnan had secured 4 marks, while Su Yunche had 3. In stark contrast, Guotai had received a mere solitary vote, which was disheartening to witness. Do not fret. There are still over 20 ballots left to be counted. Surely, someone will support me, Guotai thought anxiously, clenching his fists. Moments later, once all the votes had been tallied, the board still displayed only a solitary line behind his name. Guotai, 1 vote, his own. Enraged and humiliated, he cast a furious glance towards Zheng Dahong, only to find his classmate had already turned his gaze towards the window, entirely indifferent. "Oh, so the 3 of you have conspired to isolate me." Guotai felt like a clown, with every pair of eyes in the audience mocking him. His fragile self-esteem shattered into pieces. How could it be that a high school student council president, the top scorer in the college entrance examination, and a favored student by all teachers was so unappreciated in university? He thought, "I have done nothing wrong. You all are the ones targeting me. The fault lies with you in this merciless world." As he wallowed in his internal turmoil, a student who had been called up to fill the numbers expressed concern. "Counselor, didn't you promise I could come up just to meet the quota? I'll forego the committee position. Let Guotai have it." Guotai turned to see who had spoken. Cui Xiaohai, 17 votes. Damn it. Even those who merely filled the numbers have more votes than I do. And they still want to cede their positions to me. Who asked for your charity? I refuse to consume the food of the undeserving. Guotai, incensed, bellowed, "No need. I do not require anyone's alms." With that, he stormed out of the classroom, leaving Gu Qing and everyone else in stunned silence. What on earth is wrong with this new cohort? Why does everyone have such a temper? Gu Qing hurried outside to call after Guotai, but he was adamant about not returning to the classroom. "Then go wait for me in the office. I wish to discuss something with you shortly." Gu Qing, feeling exhausted, just wanted to swiftly conclude this wretched class committee election. Back in the classroom, he took charge. The vote counts were clear to all. Zhou Jiangnan with 52 votes, Cheng Luoyi with 50, Su Yunche with 43, and Zhang Hua with 38. Thus, the class committee was established. Zhou Jiangnan, Cheng Luoyi, Su Yunche, and Zhang Hua. The specific roles among the 6 of them should be deliberated and reported to me by tomorrow. Meeting adjourned. Gu Qing was eager to have a heart-to-heart with Guotai, but Cui Xiaohai panicked. "Counselor, didn't you promise to help me fill the numbers?" What do you mean by I? If I say you go, then go. No need for further discussion." Gu Qing interrupted him, impatiently leaving the classroom. The students dispersed in a rush, leaving only the 6 candidates with the highest votes, staring at each other in bewilderment. "What are you looking at? I will not take on the role of class leader, but I would be fine with being the cultural and sports committee member. I want that." Zhou Jiangnan perched himself on the desk, setting his sights. "No way. You have the most votes. If you don't take the lead, who will?" Cheng Luoyi disagreed. "Let Su Yunche take it. He is the epitome of refinement and charm, suitable for representing us publicly and capable of treating us to meals." He would be the perfect class leader. I oppose this. Jiangnan, you silly fool. My goal is to be the youth league secretary. I will not take the role of class leader. Let Zhang Hua do it instead. No, no, no. I will not take on the class leader role either. Being a study committee member is the utmost I can manage. Cheng Luai, you have the second highest votes. How about you? Cheng Luai felt a surge of frustration. This group of men was shirking their responsibilities, leaving her, a petite figure, to bear the weight of leadership. The thought alone was terrifying. Cheng Luai vigorously shook her head. I don't care. My ambition is to be the cultural and sports committee member. I will not be class leader. How can you men, being men, not shoulder the responsibility? Not necessarily. It could also be the legs that bear the burden. Zhou Jiangnan instinctively retorted. Su Yunche and the others quickly understood and gave him a thumbs up. Brilliant, brother Jiangnan. You truly have a way with words. Zhang Hua even cast a glance at Cheng Luai's legs, finding them long and straight, quite appealing. Chapter 89. Zhou Jiangnan's good and bad. Cheng Luai rubbed her ears, her gaze incredulous. Is this the same Zhou Jiangnan who gracefully danced the waltz, exuding charm and brilliance? He actually suggested that men should not bear responsibility but rather support legs? What does he intend? Whose legs does he wish to support? Suddenly recalling the image of her parents quarreling late at night, Cheng Luai instantly grasped the implication. Her face flushed crimson, a mixture of shame and anger directed at Zhou Jiangnan, who maintained an earnest expression, leaving her speechless. Zhou Jiangnan hastily intervened. What are you all thinking? Once we have children, won't we have to lift them high and ride like horses? Carry them on our legs? Despite his eloquent words, Su Yunche and the others remained unconvinced. Zhou, too, felt weary of further explanation. Returning to the main topic, the selection for class monitor remained unresolved. With numerous opinions being voiced, the most refined elections often resort to the simplest methods, a show of hands. Those in favor of Zhou Jiangnan as class monitor, please raise your hands. In unison, 5 pairs of hands were raised high. This cannot be. What merit or capability do I possess to undertake such a responsibility? Zhou Jiangnan quickly leaped down from the table. Yet, no matter how he struggled, the other 5 maintained their resolute gazes. Who else but Zhou Jiangnan could assume this esteemed position? The handsome Zhou, hailing from a remote mountainous region, ultimately succumbed to the will of the majority. After pledging at 18 not to work, he was compelled to serve his classmates without compensation. The landlords were elated, clapping in agreement, particularly Su Yunche, who smiled the brightest. Ah, what a delightful turn of events. This rascal dares to engage in internal strife. It appeared that the 303 dormitory was destined for division, regardless of the process. The class committee for the 2005 cohort of the computer science department was finally established. Class monitor, Zhou Jiangnan. Vice class monitor, Zhang Hua. League secretary, Su Yunche. Academic officer, Lu Xing. Sports and cultural officer, Cheng Luai. Publicity officer, Cui Xiaohai. Among the 6, for had their wishes fulfilled, while only Zhou Jiangnan and Cui Xiaohai were reluctant. Well, given your kind intentions, it would be impolite to refuse any further. Zhou Jiangnan shifted his mindset. One day, when I hold power, I shall vanquish all ungrateful souls. Su League Committee, since you support my candidacy as class monitor, may I boldly assign some tasks? Su Yunche, with a cheerful tone, replied, why speak of boldness? As class monitor, feel free to issue commands. Very well. The day is waning, and everyone is quite hungry. Why doesn't your esteemed self generously provide a feast? It would not only enhance camaraderie among the committee, but also showcase your magnanimous disposition. Wouldn't that be splendid? What do you mean? Please treat us to a meal. You rascal. Su Yunche was taken aback. You are the class monitor. Why aren't you the one treating? Shall we switch roles? You can be the class monitor instead. No. I simply did not think this through. Since everyone is new to Jiangnan, I must extend the hospitality of a host. Surprisingly, Su Yunche was not only unperturbed, but also delighted. He appreciated Zhou Jiangnan's straightforward character. He spoke candidly without beating around the bush. University life entails both learning and socializing. Treating a few people to a meal to foster relationships won't cost much, especially given Su's affluent background. Moreover, a meal would effectively silence Zhou Jiangnan's complaints about not wanting to be class monitor in the future, which would be worth it. Cheng Luai hesitated, wanting to speak. As a local from Linen, she was even more suited to the role of host than Su Yunche. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, She caught Zhou Jiangnan winking at her and understood implicitly, feeling a little thrill within. Zhou Jiangnan was indeed mischievous, clearly aiming to make Su Yunche foot the bill. He was both wicked and amusing. Let us go, then, to the food street outside the campus. Zhou Jiangnan, unreservedly leading the way, declared. Let me set a rule. The first meal shall commence with the group leader, and we shall take turns. Next time, it shall be my treat. The 6 of them flowed out in a cheerful throng, their laughter and chatter noticeably bridging any gaps between them. Upon arriving at the decadent food street, Su Yunqing took the initiative in ordering, opting for 8 dishes for the 6 of them, 3 meat, 3 vegetables, 1 soup, and 1 dessert, without excessive fuss. As they dined, their conversations meandered across a tapestry of topics. Zhou Jiangnan hailed from Sichuan province. Su Yunqing was a native of Huijing. Zhanghua originated from the Yin and Zhao regions, while Lu Xing came from the northeast. They were joined by Cui Xiaohai from Jiangcheng and Cheng Loi, a local girl, thus representing a plethora of backgrounds. Each region brought its own customs and historical narratives, and the dialogue flowed freely, quickly escalating into a lively atmosphere. Zhou Jiangnan began recounting the amusing anecdotes of his hometown, and Su Yunqing and the others were equally eager to share. To elevate the merriment, he procured several bottles of beer. Except for Cheng Luai, the others drank within their limits, yet felt compelled to partake. Surprisingly, they could all manage a drink, a stark contrast to the image of diligent students one might expect. Initially believed to have been model students in high school, likely raised under strict supervision, their current demeanor was quite different. In contrast, Su Yunqing was the least resilient. After just 1 bottle, he lamented his inability to continue. The others did not press him to drink further. They merely sought a convivial atmosphere. With a few drinks imbibed, the conversation became increasingly uninhibited, as the warmth of alcohol led to unguarded expressions. Naturally, when boys gather, discussions inevitably turn to girls. Who among them was the most beautiful? Which senior was the most alluring? And who left the most profound impression? Cui Xiaohai, slightly inebriated, inquired, Class leader, they say Jiang Xinyue has feelings for you. Is that true? False, came the reply. I merely know her. Our relationship is nothing like the close bond of Guan and Bao, let alone anything romantic. That can't be. Cui retorted. She is so beautiful. I find it hard to believe you have no thoughts about her. If I say there are none, then there are none. What advantage would I gain from deceiving you? You wouldn't even offer me another drink. Cui Xiaohai chuckled, deflecting the conversation. Cheng Luai, taking small bites of her food, quietly observed the boys, feeling like an invisible presence. Goodness, she mused. It appears that boys' assessments of girls are purely based on looks. They talk about large breasts, slender waists, and shapely rear ends. It's rather vulgar. Their unrestrained discussions, especially in her presence as the sole girl, felt inappropriate. The class leader even confessed to having a fondness for long legs, adding that he wouldn't want to carry them on his shoulders. Such a lecherous sentiment. After a few drinks, the boys' conversations indeed took on a rather lascivious tone. She lowered her head, then turned her gaze towards the entrance, witnessing 4 girls stride in. One of them, sporting a high ponytail secured with a pink ribbon, had hair cascading past her shoulders, adorned in a predominantly white cartoon sweatshirt complemented by light blue jeans, exuding vibrant energy and standing out remarkably. Such a simple ensemble radiated an aura of divinity. Cheng Loi recognized her from the freshman promotional video, the aloof beauty from the law school, Zhao Wanwan. Their eyes met, and Zhao Wanwan appeared momentarily taken aback, though her reaction was not directed at Cheng Loi. Cheng Loi followed her gaze and discovered that Zhao Wanwan's attention was fixed upon Zhou Jiangnan, who was seated to her left. Come on, Wanwan, what are you looking at? Her roommate urged. Oh, nothing. Just take a seat by the window, she replied. This restaurant is quite renowned in the gourmet street. It was unexpected to encounter Zhou Jiangnan here. She pondered what he and his classmates were discussing, as they appeared to be enjoying themselves immensely. And that girl, Cheng Loi, how audacious to sit so close to him. At that moment, a voice broke through the chatter. Class monitor, you've interacted with all 4 beauties. Share your thoughts with us. Chapter 90. Jiangnan's discourse on beauty. Comment on beauty? Now that essay topic that stirs my interest, Su Yunche exclaimed, abruptly awakening from his feigned slumber, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. Zhou Jiangnan was attempting to decline. Oh, there's nothing much to say. Cheng Loi is present, and I wouldn't dare speak freely in her company. Not at all. Class monitor, you may pretend I am not here. Cheng Loi whispered, her curiosity piqued by the discourse. Su Yunshe leaned in, realizing he had scarcely exchanged words with Jiang Xinyue and her companions during the filming. "Boss, add a plate of peanuts." He tapped the table, ordering more for his companions. Zhou Jiangnan, slightly inebriated, seemed to be transported back to the days of managing projects on construction sites, lost in recollections. Jiang Xinyue embodies the beauty of a cultured lady, graceful, straightforward, and as passionate as the blazing sun. She must be a girl who loves fiercely and feels deeply. I believe her affections can reach great heights. Yet her disaffection could be equally intense. Especially her figure. It is truly exceptional, but any insecurities would be unfounded. Su Yunshe's eyelids twitched, feeling the implications of his words. Yunshang, though my interactions have been limited, she possesses a whimsical charm. Appearing harmless, she is someone whom most would find difficult to engage with. From my humble perspective, she is undoubtedly a master of tea art, capable of profound empathy beyond mere surface connections. Zhao Wanwan nodded inwardly, impressed by his perceptiveness. As for Fong Xin, she is my dear friend, often referred to as the little Zhou Huimin during high school, gentle and refined, yet with an inner strength. She has her own convictions and would not easily be ensnared by love. You lot should not even think about it. Little Zhou Huimin? Such high praise. Zhao Wanwan felt a twinge of irritation, yet could not suppress her anticipation for her own moment in the spotlight. And what of me? What impression do I leave in his mind? I have yet to hear of it. She feared it might not be favorable, recalling how she had left him with a less-than-ideal memory during their high school days. Zhao Wanwan felt a slight apprehension. Zhou Jiangnan was the first boy, besides her father, to have touched her hand, the first to have spanked her. He remains the only boy who stirs such complex emotions within her. Her gaze fell upon Zhou Jiangnan as he popped a peanut into his mouth, clinking glasses with Zhang Hua, then heaved a sigh. As for Zhao Wanwan, no, Cheng Luoyi, what are you tugging at my sleeve for? The crowd turned to her, and Cheng Luoyi's cheeks flushed crimson. Before she could explain, Zhou Jiangnan continued. Zhao Wanwan was actually my ideal type during high school, to be precise, up until the second semester of our senior year. The young lady possesses an exquisite beauty, embodying the essence of a goddess. Her demeanor is naturally aloof and somewhat haughty. It can be said that her personality is least suited for romance, yet paradoxically, she is the very one that captivates the hearts of many young men. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanwan was left in a state of confusion, unsure whether to feel elated or indignant. The contradiction of being deemed unsuitable for love while simultaneously being the object of desire left her perplexed. Lu Xing, with a hint of sarcasm, articulated the question that weighed heavily on Zhao Wanwan's mind. Zhou Jiangnan cast a glance at him and bluntly clarified. It means she evokes the most romantic feelings, the kind that makes one yearn to stand up and pursue. Stand up and pursue? What does that even mean? Zhao Wanwan queried, seeking clarity. It's akin to riding a bicycle, that particular stance, Zhou Jiangnan explained. Elaborating on the metaphor, I'm not sharing any more details. We have our classmate Cheng Luoyi present, and in due time, you shall comprehend. Zhou Jiangnan ceased further explanation, even letting out a belch. Cheng Luoyi, do speak up and put an end to this barrage of questions, or they shall only grow worse. Cheng Luoyi remained silent, feeling so awkward that she could almost dig a hole to hide in. Su Yunjia cut through the tension with a direct inquiry. Since she is your ideal type from high school, do you still harbor feelings for Zhao Wanwan? The pivotal moment had arrived, and Zhao Wanwan, clutching her chopsticks, momentarily forgot to serve herself food. No, I no longer hold any affection. I have no interest in romance. If I must say, I have encountered a more intriguing young lady, he confessed. This revelation sparked delight in Cheng Luoyi, while Zhao Wanwan felt a pang of disappointment. Before anyone could probe further, Zhou Jiangnan eagerly interjected. She is also extraordinarily beautiful, unmatched by anyone, exuding versatility, sweet yet assertive, adorable yet regal, and remarkably empathetic, making interactions with her exceptionally pleasant. Zhao Wanwan was left bewildered, searching her memories of high school classmates, unable to connect the description to Wang Yueran. This was hardly surprising, as Wang Yueran, now an intern teacher, was entirely outside her realm of consideration. Zhao Wanwan's thoughts were quite innocent, never imagining the audacity to challenge a teacher who nurtures future minds. Consequently, her mind was filled with confusion and frustration. Never mind. It's not my concern whom he fancies, she reassured herself, although her spirits remained low. What does it mean to be the least suited for romance? Zhou Jiangnan, that insufferable scoundrel. How dare he tarnish my reputation behind my back? Anger simmered within her. Why does your expression appear so grim, Wanwan? Is it that time of the month? Her roommate inquired with concern. No, I've encountered someone insufferable, Zhao Wanwan replied curtly. Who is it? Let me see. Her roommate pressed with curiosity. At that moment, Zhou Jiangnan was animatedly discussing matters over a glass of wine, surrounded by class committee members, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Fortunately, Zhou, seasoned in such social settings, soon sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Damn it, where's my safety helmet? He instinctively searched for it, only to turn around and find Zhao Wanwan standing behind him, arms crossed, her expression as frigid as ice. Zhou was taken aback, nearly toppling from his chair in shock. What are you doing here, Zhao Wanwan? He stammered. Is there a problem with my presence? She retorted coolly. How long have you been here? Just arrived. Ah, just arrived. Then that's good. Zhou Jiangnan instinctively swallowed hard. This spirited young lady possessed a fiery temperament. Should she have overheard his previous remarks, friction would undoubtedly ensue. Ah, wait a moment. Why should I be concerned about her? She is not someone of significance to me. Curse it. Has the aftermath of my infatuation not yet subsided? A sense of unease washed over Zhou Jiangnan. If this continued, would he not face calamity while riding his bicycle in the evenings? No, a man must stand firm. He met Zhao Wanwan's gaze with a defiant glare. Zhao Wanwan was taken aback. How dare Zhou Jiangnan, the scoundrel, not only speak ill of her behind her back, but also glare at her? Zhou Jiangnan. Is riding a bicycle easy? Indeed, it is. I just acquired a racing bike a few days ago, with a seamless gear shift. Zhou Jiangnan's heart sank, nearly causing him to fumble his chopsticks. Banana, you heard that, didn't you? This cunning girl had deceived him, claiming she had just arrived. The more beautiful a woman is, the more adept she is at deception. Master, I have attained enlightenment. Su Yunshe covered his face, unable to bear the sight any longer, while the others raised their glasses in camaraderie, feigning ignorance. Zhao Wanwan, the new belle of the law school, one of the 4 most beautiful freshmen, who could possibly not recognize her. Cheng Li, too, sat nearby, observing the unfolding drama. Since assuming the role of class monitor, she had encountered her first significant challenge. If she could navigate this ordeal, she would willingly submit to his command. Zhao Wanwan scoffed. Speak up, class monitor. What should I say? Elaborate on the bicycle. Oh dear, with so many eyes upon us, let us not discuss that. Have you eaten? Uffed. Chui Xiaohai could not contain his laughter, causing beer to spray forth, and soon everyone joined in mirth. Zhao Wanwan's roommates gathered around. Oh, isn't this the pampered scholar Zhou Jiangnan? Zhou the scoundrel, step outside. Without waiting for Zhou Jiangnan's response, Zhao Wanwan led the way out of the restaurant. Zhou Jiangnan took a swig of beer and followed suit. Chapter 91. Have you done right? Zhou Jiangnan, do you particularly dislike me? Outside the restaurant, Zhao Wanwan confronted him with an icy expression. Having consumed some alcohol, Zhou Jiangnan felt emboldened, gazing at her with unflinching confidence. The campus flower stood before him, a simple pink ribbon accentuating her high ponytail, while her soft, translucent bangs evoked an irresistible urge to take a bite. What are you staring at? Answer my question. Speak. Zhao Wanwan was visibly agitated. Zhou Jiangnan, hands in his pockets, exuded a relaxed demeanor. Devoid of tension, let us reflect on why I was fond of you back in high school. He nodded in approval. Your beauty is indeed striking. I was not blind. Merely fell prey to the common mistakes made by men. Zhao Wanwan remained resolute, unyielding. Answer me. Do you particularly dislike me? Neither love nor hate. Zhao Wanwan pressed on relentlessly, closing in on him. Is it right to speak ill of others behind their backs? It is not. Is my personality poor? Indeed. Am I self-centered? Yes. Am I attractive? You are. Are you the type that boys most desire to conquer? Yes. Do you desire that? Yes and no. Zhou Jiangnan quickly shook his head. Cursed be it. Once again I find myself ensnared. Zhao Wanwan fixed her gaze upon him, unwavering. And after a prolonged moment of mutual observation, she let out a light laugh, as if a gentle spring breeze had melted the frozen facade of winter. She ceased her words, turned with pride, and strode into the restaurant. Her spirits suddenly lifted. Her roommate, astonished, exclaimed, Wanwan, is that you? It's nothing, she replied. It's been ages since I treated everyone to a meal. This time, it's on me, no splitting the bill. Wow, then I shall have an extra drink, came the response. Feel free to order whatever you desire. Hooray! As Zhou Jiangnan entered the establishment, Su Yunche and the others greeted him with smiles. Oh, class leader. You look like a defeated rooster, all disheveled. He chose silence, raising his voice to summon the waiter, another bottle of beer, and add a dish of peanuts. Su Yunche playfully shouted, You must have been reprimanded by the school beauty, Zhao. Zhou Jiangnan widened his eyes in disbelief. How can you slander her like that? What makes you think she could reprimand me? Hey, the two of you went out together, and she returned smiling while you looked dejected. What else could it be if not a reprimand? Zhou Jiangnan's face flushed as he protested. Conversing does not equate to reprimanding. Can casual banter among old classmates be deemed a lesson? Seeing him stubbornly defend himself, Su Yunche and the others erupted in laughter, filling the restaurant with a joyful atmosphere. After finishing a bottle of beer and a bowl of rice, Zhou Jiangnan slammed his chopsticks onto the table and declared, Su, it's time to settle the bill. This class leader must return home. Without looking back, he hastily exited, prompting another round of hearty laughter behind him. After a long day, Zhou Jiangnan and Su Yunche returned to their dormitory later that afternoon. Upon entering, they were greeted by Guotai's morose visage, clearly stifled by the pressures of the election. Zheng Dahong, upon seeing their return, let out a sigh of relief. Without them, he felt he might crumble. Guotai had experienced a significant blow, receiving only one vote from the entire class of over 50, his own. As roommates, it was excusable for the bourgeois Su Yunche and Zhou Jiangnan not to vote for him. But to his astonishment, even Zheng Dahong, a fellow proletarian, had failed to support him. You've betrayed the proletariat. How outrageous. Guotai glared at Zheng Dahong, finding him more irksome than Su Yunche, oblivious to any faults of his own. What have I done wrong? The fault lies with you all. Thus, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, suffocating in its tension. Su Yunche subtly gestured, and Zhou Jiangnan understood the necessity of addressing this issue. Otherwise, they would find no peace in their meals or sleep. Zhou Jiangnan reflected that they must not let trivial disputes escalate into something akin to the calamities of Guojia or Guota. With the school year just beginning and 4 years of shared living ahead, it was imperative to resolve their discord. He discreetly glanced at the newly arrived water dispenser, resolutely deciding to abstain from its water henceforth. Guotai, do you have some free time? Shall we go for a stroll and have a conversation? What shall we discuss? What position do you hold to converse with me? As the class monitor? Guotai retorted, his expression laced with disdain. The tension in the air was palpable. Yet Zhou Jiangnan remained composed. As a mere friend, would that be acceptable? I apologize, but I have no need for a friend of your caliber. Nor do I possess the qualifications to befriend someone as talented as you. Then let us engage as classmates. After all, we share the same class. So a conversation should not be out of the question, right? I must study. I have no time for such matters. Guotai remained unmoved, causing Zhou Jiangnan to frown inwardly. As men, we should speak openly. Allow me to extend my apologies. My actions this morning were regrettable, and I hope you can overlook them. I would like to treat you to a late-night snack as a gesture of my contrition. How does that sound? Su Yunche and Zheng Dahong awaited Guotai's response. Zhou Jiangnan's words had been quite appropriate, considering it was not originally his fault. To his surprise, Guotai resolutely declined and expressed his disdain for unsolicited hospitality. Zhou Jiangnan was left speechless. This individual was more obstinate than a woman. Perhaps he harbored a personality disorder. Such a person could indeed be quite formidable. Guotai closed his book, shouldered his backpack, and exited the room, leaving the three of them exchanging bewildered glances. Jiangnan, that will suffice. You have said what needed to be said and done what needed to be done. You have already shown him enough consideration. Indeed, I feel he is overreacting. He refuses to take the olive branch extended to him, as if there were profound enmity involved. Zhou Jiangnan shook his head, offering a wry smile. Su Yunche and Zheng Dahong, with limited experience, did not comprehend the extent of a paranoid individual's reaction when their pride is wounded. Judging by Guotai's demeanor, it seemed they had forged an animosity, and he had begun to harbor resentment towards the three of them. Very well. We shall take it one step at a time. Zhou Jiangnan tidied up his belongings, for classes were to commence the following day, and preparations were essential. In his previous life, he had studied civil engineering, which bore no relation to his current major in computer science. The knowledge from his past would not yield any meaningful results. His primary objective now was to master his professional studies and subsequently transform the internet startups he remembered into tangible realities. Logically, in the realm of internet entrepreneurship. He could simply provide direction without necessitating expertise in software development. However, Zhou Jiangnan had always harbored a fascination with technology. He deeply admired those who could manifest their ideas through programming. Understanding the technical aspects allowed him to take charge of the essential components personally. Additionally, with a plethora of creative thoughts stored in his mind, he felt no apprehension about being misled or ousted in the future. Later, Guotai returned. Upon entering the dormitory, he immediately began to pack his belongings, leaving Zhou Jiangnan and the others utterly perplexed. Chapter 92. A New Roommate. The bedding was neatly bundled, clothes stuffed into a suitcase, and other personal items packed into a red plastic bucket. The scene felt eerily familiar. Could it be that he intends to leave in haste? Surely, that cannot be the case. We have done nothing to provoke such a reaction. Is this man truly so fragile? Guotai, what are you doing? Guotai paid them no heed, meticulously checking for any forgotten items, then shouldered his burden and prepared to depart. What's the matter? Where are you going? Su Yunche asked, a hint of anxiety in his voice. He feared that something might go awry, leading others to believe there was bullying in their dormitory. If that were the case, the embarrassment would be unbearable. You needn't concern yourselves. I have already applied for a room transfer and will be moving out shortly, Guotai replied coldly. I have taken note of your actions, and in the future, let our results speak for themselves. I will not be outdone by any of you. What actions are you referring to? What have we done? The three were bewildered, watching as he left without a backward glance. After a while, Su Yunche could not contain his curiosity. Jiangnan, I have pondered this for quite some time, yet I cannot fathom what I have done to offend him. Don't mention it. Aside from the election this morning, I too am at a loss regarding what I could have possibly done wrong, Zhou Jiangnan replied, his voice low. Let him go wherever he pleases. It is of no concern to me. Zheng Dahong sighed and shared his thoughts. Guotai is simply lost in his own delusions. Firstly, you two are quite handsome and attract the admiration of many girls. He feels life is unfair. Secondly, while the school filmed a promotional video, you both participated, and he did not, which left him feeling resentful. Thirdly, you both possess remarkable talents. Yunche excels at playing the xiao, and Jiangnan. You compose and play the piano, while he lacks such abilities, feeling that he has been dealt an unfair hand by fate. It is not mere boasting. Those who gain admission to Linen University are often the cream of the crop from their high schools. Upon arriving at university, encountering so many individuals who surpass him is a natural source of imbalance. Like me, I come from a particularly impoverished background, with my parents laboriously gathering funds from door to door in our village to cover my educational expenses. I too have experienced feelings of imbalance, but I managed to recalibrate my perspective. Guotai, however, has an excessively competitive spirit rather than adjusting. He was dealt a harsh blow during the class committee elections this morning, which ultimately shattered his mental state. Zheng Dahong articulated this analysis with clarity. Zhou Jiangnan found his insights to be astute, resonating closely with his own thoughts. Su Yunche nodded in agreement. Jealousy can distort one's character, and from this perspective, Guotai's transfer to another room may indeed be a blessing for all involved. There is no denying that excellence is often innate. Lacking it does not diminish one's worth. The three engaged in deep conversation that night, perhaps spurred on by the incident with Guotai, as Zheng Dahong opened up about his family background. He hailed from a poor county in northern Anhui, with an uneducated father who toiled away to support the family. One day, while farming, his mother fell from a slope and injured her spine, leaving her paralyzed. To care for both his mother and himself, his father had no choice but to return home to farm, struggling to sustain their livelihood through raising pigs and chickens. Fortunately, Zheng Dahong had always excelled academically, maintaining the top position in his class throughout high school, and ultimately achieved the highest scores in the county to gain admission to Linen University. The county awarded him a sum of money that conveniently covered his tuition and living expenses for a year. Zhou Jiangnan also recounted his own story, revealing to Su Yunche and Zheng Dahong that he was not the wealthy heir Guotai had imagined. When Zhou Jiangnan spoke of his street vending endeavors, Zheng Dahong's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Jiangnan, can one truly earn a living from street vending? Observing Zheng's eager expression, Zhou Jiangnan replied tactfully. It is indeed possible to make money, but it requires a thick skin, eloquence, and quite a bit of hard work. Zheng sighed. Oh, it seems I lack those qualities. I suppose I must seek other means to support my studies. No worries, Zhou Jiangnan encouraged. You excel academically, and possess strong logical reasoning. Tutoring could be a viable option for you. Absolutely, Su Yunch chimed in. I'll keep an eye out for suitable opportunities and let you know. Zheng expressed his gratitude. Feeling relieved after opening up that evening, Zhou Jiangnan and Su Yunch showed no signs of disdain or condescension toward his background, which lightened his spirit considerably. Zhou Jiangnan secretly contemplated that when he found the right business opportunity to embark on his entrepreneurial journey, he would definitely include Zheng Dahong. Currently, the food industry around the school was saturated, with numerous bubble tea shops already established. While he could leverage his future knowledge of fresh fruit tea to dominate the market, the present consumption levels were not conducive, as the cost of fresh fruit tea far exceeded that of products made with industrial flavoring. Engaging in a price war would require an untenable amount of capital. Thus, thorough market research was imperative before pursuing this venture. The express delivery sector was already monopolized by established players, and the Jiangnan region's universities had been thoroughly divided among them, with Linen University boasting a well-developed express delivery network. Entering the delivery business did not appear to be a shortcut either. The best projects still lay in the realms of the internet and software development. Zhou Jiangnan mused about his investments in the stock market. Substantial returns would require more than a year of patience. Jiangxi Copper, those who know. He concluded that entrepreneurship could not be rushed, as haste would lead to failure. He had already submitted a request to the college for a computer and was preparing to purchase one soon. Linen University maintained strict regulations for new students, generally prohibiting them from bringing computers into their dormitories. The College of Computer Science was slightly more lenient, with public computer labs available. Nonetheless, the institution discouraged freshmen from bringing computers unless absolutely necessary. The following day, the trio attended their classes punctually. The academic workload at a prestigious university was intense, and after a full day of lectures, Zhou Jiangnan felt utterly drained. Damn, these courses are truly challenging. Having already reaped the benefits of his past academic advantages during the college entrance examination, he now faced the reality of relying solely on his own efforts. Fortunately, after inquiring around, he found that few could easily grasp the material. At least Su Yunch and Zheng Dahong were equally matched with him, proving he had not suddenly lost his intellect. Zhou Jiangnan sighed in relief, reassured that his mind was still sharp. The three friends dined together at the cafeteria before making their way back to the dormitory. As they ascended the stairs, they spotted a tall and robust figure laden with bags, waiting excitedly at the dormitory entrance. Upon seeing them return, the individual waved enthusiastically. "Brothers, I thought I would wither away waiting for you. At long last, you have returned." Su Yunqing, perplexed, pointed at the plastic bucket on the ground and inquired, "Brother, what is the situation here?" Didn't anyone inform you? I am your new roommate from 303, Li Ziyuan, majoring in software engineering." Li Ziyuan flashed a broad smile, revealing a set of pearly whites as he extended his hand toward Zhou Jiangnan. "Nanshan, a remarkable talent. It is an honor to finally meet you." Zhou Jiangnan instinctively reached out his hand in response. "My apologies for the oversight.